Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. Ice Guide. This is a famous term used to designate people who go to another world in fictional stories. But it was a term mainly used in self-insert fanfics where the author creates a character that openly or discreetly represents their idealized self within the work. Although it was simpler to just use the term Ice Guy, authors started using Ice Guide in their fanfics to differentiate the term. But why am I talking about this fanfic term? It's simple. I was Ice Guide to another world like in those fanfics. Initially, I was a bit scared to find myself in front of a field full of flower-covered hills, with their turquoise blue petals floating as if there were northwest gravity in this place. And there was also that incredible starry sky that looked more like a drawing than the real night sky. And I couldn't forget all the great mountains on the horizon around me. This was the first time I saw mountains in person, outside of a cell phone or computer screen, where I spent most of my life before being Ice Guide to this world suddenly. But in the midst of my confusion, a ton of information about this world flooded into my head. This made me understand my situation immediately and allowed me to calm down with all the extremely vivid information in my mind. Right after hammering my brain in the middle of this new world with a ton of information about this world, which made me understand my general situation. Apparently, I'm in the Nasuverse, and this place where I am is the reverse side of the world, the layer of the world that retains the laws of the Age of Gods. And it was also a home for the phantasmal species that still lived in the Common Era, after they retreated to the reverse side of the world with the arrival of the Age of Men and the end of the Age of Gods. But why am I here and not in the Throne of Heroes or the human world? Because for some stupid reason that I don't quite understand. I'm being qualified for several Grand Servant classes, ever since I received a ton of information related to my situation in this world. More precisely, 3 Grand classes. Grand Berserker. Grand Avenger. Grand Foreigner. Oh, yes. Besides all that, I also can't forget that somehow, I'm a candidate for Beast, one of the evils of humanity. Which I can't disagree with at the moment. But the real reason I'm here in the reverse side of the world is because I'm still alive, in flesh and blood. Because I'm alive, I'm a kind of living servant and not a heroic spirit from the Throne of Heroes. Although I still don't quite understand why I'm being classified as a servant, even though I'm completely alive in this world, since the situation of a living servant is special and not entirely without plausible explanations. I'm still processing some things since I ended up in this world. But it seems I've become someone from another, How can I put this? From another manga, in the Nasuverse world. That's the best explanation I can come up with. This being one of the reasons I'm a servant and not an ordinary person without any power in the Nasuverse world. I became a fictional character from another work in this universe. Beelzebub, from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, or Record of Ragnarok. Maybe that's why I'm so calm in this situation and managed to process the information that suddenly flooded into my head when I crossed into this world as the god, Beelzebub. I was no longer human, at least not entirely. A good example of this is that I now know how to build a television completely from scratch, and it's not just a simple television, I also know how to build a computer and a cell phone from scratch, without ever having been capable of doing something like that before now. Obviously, that's not all I know how to do now that I've become Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. I also know how to operate on a person and perform extremely complex surgery on a human or non-human body. Truly, there was now so much information in my head that I never had before becoming Beelzebub from Record of Ragnarok in the Nasuverse. It was hard to process everything. Maybe, the only reason I'm able to process this information is because I no longer have the brain limitations of an ordinary human. Since my brain is no longer a human brain, I can now process things I could never process before, and at a speed that is extremely fast and abnormal for a human brain. It's a brain processing speed much faster than the speed of light, from what I understand now with Beelzebub's knowledge in my head. But I still needed some time to process and understand what was happening to me completely. A proof of this was that I'm still kind of processing many things that I didn't understand before becoming Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie here in the Nasuverse world. The first pieces of information were about this world, the Nasuverse, and the reverse side of the world. Really basic information. These were all basic pieces of information that I already possessed, even before suddenly finding myself in this cruel world that Nasu created, as the god Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Modern era, reverse side of the world, Throne of Heroes, Gaia, and Alea counterforce or the world. The Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail, Masters, and Servants. Plus some other small, irrelevant pieces of information. All this information was basic knowledge about the Nasuverse world. So, for me, processing all of it was relatively easy compared to the other information I now had knowledge of, as I already knew a lot about fate from the Nasuverse beforehand. Regarding the other information, well, as I mentioned earlier, now I know how to build a television from scratch, as well as a computer and a cell phone. Besides that, I also know how to perfectly perform a surgical operation, whether on a human or non-human body. I had so much knowledge that I was still processing it. But personal status equals 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 equals. Personal status. True name, Beelzebub, Satan. Known as Lord of the Flies, Anathema, Priest of Gluttony, Ruler of Evil Spirits, God of Darkness, Beelzebub. Species, God, Chief God, Human, Servant. Gender, Male. Height, Unknown. Weight, Unknown. Age, 25, eons. Unknown. Blood type, Unknown. Birthday, Unknown. Likes, Unknown. Dislikes, Unknown. Talent, Unknown. Natural enemy, Unknown. Type, Living Servant. Source, Unknown, Heaven, Helheim, Ancient Mesopotamian Mythology, Old Testament, New Testament, Ugaritic Mythology, Phoenician Mythology, etc. Region, Unknown, Heaven, Helheim. Alignment, Neutral Evil. Hidden Attribute, Heaven. Armament, Staff. Class, Foreigner, Berserker, Avenger. Qualified classes, Caster, Assassin, Ruler, Lancer, Ancient God. Special qualifications, Grand Foreigner, Grand Berserker, Grand Avenger, Beast Candidate. Equals 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 equals. Maybe it's much easier to understand a bit of my current situation through this screen with some information about me in the Nasuverse world. My true name, the real name, has some question marks showing that it's unknown or hidden in the Nasuverse world. Only the name Beelzebub, the character from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie that I became, is being displayed on the standard status screen in this world that I'm seeing right now in front of me. There were also the titles of Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Lord of the Flies, Anathema, Priest of Gluttony, Ruler of Evil Spirits, God of Darkness, Beelzebub. These were some of the titles that Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie was known for within the world of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Next, there was my species, which most indicated that I'm no longer entirely a human being now. There was God, showing that I'm a god now, and also servant, showing my status as a servant in the Nasuverse world. And apparently, I was a chief god. Not very important. Chief god is just the highest god of a pantheon. No big deal. There was also human with a question mark at the end. That question mark at the end is because the Nasuverse world didn't understand how I could also be a human being, in addition to being a god. I believe God is the body I'm currently possessing, being Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. And human was my soul, or my being that came from the real world to this fictional world as a fictional character from another world. It's confusing to explain, and I'd rather not rack my brain thinking about things that are too complicated. But my grand servant qualifications came only from the fact that I was actually just a human being in the body of a god. The screen also had my gender, height, weight, age, blood type, birthday, and other little things of no great importance. Most of the information on the holographic screen was completely unknown. Although my human age of 25 years was still displayed. There was a new age that was unknown, measured in some billions of years right after my real age as a human. Well, most of the simple information on the screen was unknown. Although I could list several things I don't like and things I do like. My talent wasn't important either. I was a slacker before showing up in the Nasuverse world as the god Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Natural enemy? I don't know. Humanity might be a good example. But I'm a human inside, so it's hard for me to have humanity as a whole as my natural enemy. Not to mention that this natural enemy option was actually just a list of people I don't like in this world. As someone who followed the Fate anime and the Fate Grand Order game, I don't dislike almost anyone exactly. Although, like everyone, I also have my favorite waifus in the Nasuverse. But back to the important things. My type indicated what kind of servant I was in this world. Living servant is basically a servant who is still alive in the current days. The current days are the modern era or common era. There aren't many living servants in the Nasuverse world. They are very few, with them being Merlin, male and female. There's also Skathak and Artoria from Fate's Stay Night. There aren't many living servants, and the few that exist are a very special case. Living servants also can't be summoned as a servant unless there's a special condition like a contract with Gaia or Alea, as Artoria had in Fate's Stay Night. But I apparently can be summoned because of a skill I acquired in this world. Although this skill of mine is apparently limited in a kind of false version of it. Regarding source and region, it was also a very special case here, which I was still kind of understanding directly. The unknown source and region had to do with me being someone from the real world who came from an unknown place to this world. Source and region of heaven and Helheim were from the god Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Now the other sources were from the myths and legends that the name Beelzebub has in the Nasuverse world. It didn't matter much at the moment. My alignment wasn't something important either. Who in the real world isn't neutral evil these days? People only do good things for some reason, and it's almost never out of goodwill. I myself didn't care about what was happening in the world or with the people around me. My hidden attribute was something like source and region too. Heaven just means that I'm a divine being, a god. This really wasn't important, although in the Fate Grand Order game, it was some kind of damage and defense modifier for servants, with heaven being a bit stronger against earth and weaker against men. Earth is the attribute of heroes from myths and unrealistic fantastical legends. Men is the attribute of those who had great deeds as normal humans in history. I think I should have earth and men as a hidden attribute instead of heaven. Earth because I'm now a fictional character, and men because I'm a human being inside here, and not a god completely. But as I said already, this didn't matter much in reality. Armament is the weapon I use. It was pretty obvious by the name. The servant class and qualifications were the most important things on this screen. They were what defined my servant class and the other servant classes I'm qualified for. My classes were Foreigner, Berserker, and Avenger. Foreigner is a class of servants who came from outer space or from outside the world. Foreigner was a being that is not originally bound or born in the world. The reason I have this class was that neither I nor Beelzebub were originally from the Nasuverse world. While I was from the real world, Beelzebub is from a world or universe that is completely separate from the Nasuverse world. For these two reasons, I have the Foreigner class by right. Berserker is because it was the most suitable class for Beelzebub. The reason was pretty obvious. Beelzebub could very well be described as a madman in the world of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie at some point. Now Avenger is a special case. This has more to do with Satan than with Beelzebub himself. But the Avenger class also carried Beelzebub's feelings of hatred, which perfectly defined the Avenger class for Beelzebub. Berserker and Avenger are actually connected only to Beelzebub. While Berserker reflected Beelzebub's madness at some point in his life, Avenger represented the hatred that Beelzebub has for his own cursed existence by Satan. Satan was also the reason I was classified as a beast candidate. Although servants should only have one class at a time, the three classes are kind of inseparable from me and Beelzebub. Not to mention that there were those with more than one class, so it didn't matter if it was 1, 2, 3, or more classes either. There was also a small problem regarding the classes that was bigger and much more complicated than it seemed. Saint Graph or Holy Graph. This is the core of servants and all other beings that are of a spiritual nature. Although I think it's better to call them spiritual core or divine core for the divine spirits of the Nasuverse. A spiritual core is the core in which a servant manifests. Although the term Holy Graph is something that encompasses much more than just calling it a spiritual core with the effect of being the core in which servants manifest in the world. Although what is used to manifest in the world is called a class container, it doesn't change the fact that it's still the servant's spiritual core that is used for them to manifest in the world. The spiritual core is where the servant truly resides, their true being, their soul, or a copy of the soul for heroic spirits. The spiritual core is usually described as their center, heart, CPC. It's what dictates all the functions of the servants. The material body of a servant surrounds their core, and damage must be inflicted on the core for the servant to be defeated. The core also diminishes under the expenditure of their magical energy and while servants suffer bodily damage. If this core is damaged by powerful magical energy, curses, or a powerful noble phantasm, it will be destroyed, meaning the servant can no longer stay materialized in the world. The heart and the head are directly linked to a servant's core. The heart and the head are the two biggest weaknesses that servants have in the middle of combat. That wasn't all. A spiritual core is something that goes far beyond being something exclusively possessed by servants. As I said initially, the spiritual core is something that all beings of a spiritual nature possess. Be they servants, heroic spirits, divine spirits, elementals, great fairies, or the true ancestors. All have some kind of spiritual core. Even heroic spirits or the true body of the servant in the throne of heroes have a spiritual core. Well, all that was just a bit of the basics about what a holy graph is. But the best definition for what a holy graph is. It's literally a character sheet in an RPG. Putting it in a practical and simple way so that anyone can understand this complicated thing. All my information on the status screen actually came from my holy graph. Holy graph, so to speak, is just a record of information like all my physical characteristics, abilities, memories, and other information that is inaccessible unless your holy graph is also shared with another being apart from you or me, more specifically. But well, leaving all that aside for now and some more information that I can't fully understand or that was too complicated to explain. I shouldn't have a holy graph. The reason is obvious. I'm not a spiritual being like heroic spirits and divine spirits are. So no, I shouldn't have any kind of holy graph being a living person, not much different from a human being in flesh and blood. There's the thing about me being a god now and all that. But I still shouldn't have a holy graph, because I'm a god who is not a spiritual being, divine spirits. It's literally in their name. Divine spirits. So it's extremely obvious that the gods of the Nasuverse are also a type of spiritual being, like servants who are manifestations of heroic spirits, spiritual beings. A divine spirit is basically a weakened god, after losing their body of flesh and blood. It would be much easier to explain why I have a holy graph by looking at my class skills. Although there's more than one reason for me to have a holy graph. But, there's a way for a human being, a living being, to have a holy graph. This way of having a holy graph is the creation of a demi-servant. A demi-servant, or semi-servant, is a human who took the holy graph of a heroic spirit into their body. Semi-servant is actually a completely different classification from demi-servant. Although they have the same meaning in their name. Semi-servant is, no, better not. I don't want to waste time thinking about how a servant is capable of having children with a human. I don't know how these things work, but it must be something related to the soul. Nasuverse is complicated. Not to mention that there were others in the Nasuverse who have a holy graph, but they shouldn't have them, according to the basic logic that exists in the Nasuverse world. But everyone knows that these basic rules and laws of the Nasuverse world are always broken, so screw any logic behind them. In the end, it didn't matter if I had or didn't have a holy graph even though I wasn't a spiritual nature being. It was just another one of the many basic rules and laws of the world that the Nasuverse breaks and never gives a real decent and concrete explanation. It's hard to explain something that contradicts what you've already established in a certain way. This is one of the main problems of the Nasuverse. Well, don't worry about it. Class Skills. Chapter 2, Prologue 2. Class Skills. Moving on to the next topic, because here is one of the explanations for why I have a saint graph in my body. Equals 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 equals. Class Skills. Existence outside the domain, EX. Divinity, E. Mad Enhancement, EX. Avenger, Skill EX. Oblivion Correction, EX. Self-replenishment, Mana E. Equals 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 equals. I think this can be considered the main secret to why I possess a saint graph. But specifically, the divinity skill. And although all the other class skills are also complements to my classes, Foreigner, Berserker, and Avenger. Divinity is a skill of the Foreigner class. But yes, divinity explains one of the reasons why I have a saint graph. Maybe it's the main reason, or maybe not. I'm not entirely sure about that, honestly. Many things in the Nasuverse are so complicated that it's really not worth stopping to think about them too deeply. The best thing to do is just accept it and not dwell on overly complex matters. Don't worry about it. You'll avoid a huge headache if you just don't worry about it. But I think I should clarify the basics for myself right now. Because now I'm personally inserted into the Nasuverse, and I can't ignore it anymore. First of all, why divinity might be one of the reasons I have a saint graph. Equals 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 equals. Divinity, E. A foreign god who originally has no divinity, authority, divine core, and is also neither a conceptual god born from divinized natural phenomena nor a conceptual god born from the world. Divinity was a skill of the foreigner class, for a being that comes from outside the world and does not follow the world's laws. But it acquired new characteristics and aspects of the divinity skill through the ancient legends that bore its name, Beelzebub. As one of the chief gods of the Phoenicians, Baal. Divinity should originally have been rank B, but its rank rose to EX for being a foreign god with powers beyond human and world comprehension. Due to mentality, the EX rank of divinity drastically dropped to rank E divinity. Resistance to attacks from divinities with roots, legends, and/or lineages of thunder, wind, rain, weather, fertility, sea, and war divinities of rank E and below. This is a skill that also reduces the special defensive values of anti-purge, a type of ultimate defensive skill that protects against an attack capable of ending the world. The effect is proportional to the divinity rank. Divinity can break through skills like protection of the faith of Christian servants and the enlightenment of the sacred fig of Buddha. The lack of a divine core does not negate its right to be a true living God, as it is a God beyond human and world comprehension. Equals 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 equals. The description of divinity is a bit too long. But one of the possible reasons for me having a saint graph is fully explained in a few words. But it acquired new characteristics and aspects of the divinity skill through the ancient legends that bore its name, Beelzebub. As one of the chief gods of the Phoenicians, Baal. Yes. That was the reason, or rather, one of them. Because of the ancient legends of Beelzebub or the god Baal, to be more specific, I gained his divinity, or rather, assumed parts of it. I'm not entirely sure about this yet. But it seems that divinity came with a part of Baal's saint graph. Even though I'm actually a living person and not a spiritual being like heroic spirits or divine spirits. It's almost like a demiservant, who inherits the skills of the heroic spirit within their body. I inherited the divinity of the divine spirit Baal, just as any other demiservant would inherit the skills of the heroic spirit whose saint graph is within their body. But it seems I didn't inherit any of Baal's powers or part of his authority. Which is honestly a shame. Although divinity is merely a measure for a divine spirit and not the real thing, a divine core. I am still a true god in flesh and blood with a physical body. The reason I'm still a real god is because the gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie are very different from the gods in the Nasuverse in general. In fact, any god from other anime or works is essentially different from the gods of the Nasuverse. A god in the Nasuverse was a natural phenomenon that was divinized by a people in some ancient era of the past. Or it was just one of the natural phenomena of nature that suddenly gained some form of consciousness, long before humanity even existed in the world. But even so, the latter was limited by the same rules as the former. Humans. Gods that didn't need humanity began to need humanity. In the distant past, during the Age of Gods, the gods of the Nasuverse were actually alive with flesh and blood bodies, they also had physical bodies. But with the end of their respective eras in each of the pantheons at different times, the gods were downgraded to divine spirits. Beings of a spiritual nature. The ancient Sumerians were around the 16th century BC, 2600 years BC, with Gilgamesh no longer strengthening the bonds between gods and humans. But the Sumerian gods were in decline long before Gilgamesh severed the ties between gods and humanity. The Norse gods were around the 10th century BC with the arrival of what was known as Ragnarok. That was 1000 years BC. And although some Eastern pantheons managed to survive the end of the Age of Gods, such as the Shinto, Taoist, Buddhist, and Hindu pantheons, the gods couldn't withstand the low amount of mana and were soon reduced to the state of divine spirits. The gods of the Nasuverse didn't just need humanity. They also needed a large amount of mana to maintain their living bodies or their physical manifestations. Since the bodies of the gods were merely physical manifestations of nature. I think this also included the possession of compatible humans that the gods used with the deterioration after what Saber did in 12,000 BC. So even if a god survived the end of the Age of Gods, that god still wouldn't survive after the Age of Gods due to the lack of mana in the world. Even if they were one of those gods who originally didn't need humanity, like the machine gods, to maintain their power. Those gods would still be completely reduced to the state of divine spirits. Putting my situation in a more practical way. The world's rules affect me a little. But not completely, because I'm a completely alien god who doesn't need the world or humanity to be in existence with a physical body. But I'm still affected by the rules and laws of the Nasuverse world. The Nasuverse world is full of many rules, and these rules are not ones anyone would want to mess with lightly without proper precautions against them. Especially when the current rules of the world are the laws of physics. Even though I'm still a stranger to this world, the world still affects me with all the rules and laws that exist in it. I'm very lucky not to be seen as an immediate threat by Aleya. Not that I want to destroy the world to be seen as a threat by Gaia or Aleya. Quite the opposite. I prefer the world to follow its natural course so I can enjoy my life living in peace in it. Who knows, maybe one day I'll see humanity starting futuristic space exploration. Maybe I'll be on that spaceship exploring space. But the small fact that I'm a human inside is also helping me not be considered a threat by Aleya against its humanity. And because I'm a god, I'm also somewhat well regarded by Gaia. And that's why I'm also qualified as a beast candidate and a grand servant. Although there are other reasons besides these two, they are the main ones in a way. I'm starting to think I should have a neutral alignment. Upon analyzing the divinity skill on the status screen more directly, the information about what divinity is has become a bit clearer to me now. Divinity is a defensive skill that only has an effect against those who also have divinity of a similar nature. Divinity increases defense, or rather, it makes someone almost immune to attacks from someone who also has divinity of a similar nature to their divinity. But their divinity rank has to be lower than your divinity. I can give a few examples of this without any issues. There aren't many servants I can use as a good example. But Karna, who normally has strength B, has his physical attacks classified as strength A because of the spear of Indra he uses in combat. If I had resistance to Sun divinity and faced Karna, and if my divinity was at least rank A+, Karna's standard physical attacks wouldn't be very useful against me in the hypothetical situation I just formulated in my mind, where I have a Sun divinity of rank A+ or higher. A simpler way to look at it is to take two demigods, children of a thunder god. Demigod A has divinity A, and demigod B has divinity B. In this situation, demigod A, with their superior divinity to demigod B, would have great resistance to any of demigod B's attacks, who has an inferior divinity to demigod A. But this only applies to divinity and not to attacks from anyone who doesn't have a relation to thunder, sea, or wind divinity, and so on. This doesn't make me resistant to any attacks of these elements or nature unless it's someone who has divinity with those elements. Like a child of a thunder god who has the divinity skill. However, looking at all the natures my divinity possesses and its rank E, my current divinity is useless because it's at a very low rank. My divinity only makes me weak against servants who also have divinities with the same attributes as my divinity. The divinity skill isn't much better than useless to me right now. Divinity would only be useful if its rank was A or higher at minimum. Although its effect of breaking defenses that can protect against powerful attacks capable of destroying the world is somewhat interesting. But it's a shame that this type of defense is actually rare in the Nasuverse. Although, there's the same problem of the rank being too low. Since the effect of breaking those defenses also depends on the rank of the divinity skill itself. It's also good to remember that although my divinity comes from the god Baal of this world, my divinity is also a skill of the foreigner class. So because I'm someone who comes from outside the world, I kind of have divinity normally without specifically receiving part of the divinity of the god Baal. It's really a shame to be affected by the legends of Beelzebub in this world. If it weren't just for that, I wouldn't have to worry about this low divinity rank right now. But for now, it's better that I fully clarify my skills. It won't help to keep thinking about what can't be changed. I just have to get used to it and come to understand divinity, and also, I need to change my mentality, so that my divinity rank can rise and I won't have issues with someone who has a divinity similar to mine. Although I really have no idea what could be wrong with my mentality that's hindering my divinity rank. My mentality is definitely normal. How could there be anything wrong with my mentality? Equals 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 equals. Existence outside the domain, EX. A god who is not originally from the world, the throne of heroes, outer space in the vast universe, or an outer dimension of outer gods, being a god beyond the comprehension of the world and humanity, with strange powers, and without the concepts of divinized natural phenomena or natural phenomena that gain consciousness. A foreign existence that comes from beyond, that does not use magical energy or authority like a normal god. As it is not a normal god born from concepts of natural phenomena, being a god beyond the world's comprehension, the foreign god who came from beyond. The skill rank is the highest, classified as EX by right. Equals 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 equals. This was a skill that doesn't seem to have much information beyond what's in its description. In the end, this is just a skill marking me as someone who's not from this world. But I still feel there's something to it, something that's not being mentioned. The hidden bars, I know what they are, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's something else that has nothing to do with that. Even in Fate, this skill didn't have a description of its real effects. For now, that doesn't matter. I have all the time in the world to think about it. Literally all the time in the world. Equals 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 equals. Mad Enhancement, EX. A class skill that characterizes a berserker, enhancing basic parameters and strengthening their physical abilities, at the cost of their mental sanity or the berserker's sense of reason. It affects or seals personal skills and noble phantasms in some cases. Even under the effects of Mad Enhancement, Beelzebub will perfectly maintain all their mental capacities and sense of reason. At least until their personal skill, Satan, is activated with Beelzebub's love reaching its peak. In that case, Beelzebub will completely lose their sense of reason and mental sanity, being dominated by Satan to kill the one Beelzebub is loving. Equals 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 equals. The Berserker class skill. It's a skill that enhances parameters but at the cost of losing mental capacities and sense of reason. This is a skill that means at some point in their life, the servant went through a moment of madness. The parameter enhancement varies greatly depending on the MAD enhancement rank. Especially at rank EX, which has much more to do with an unchangeable mentality of the servant than with the servant's madness itself. I know that at rank B, the skill boosts all parameters, including luck and mana, which don't increase at ranks lower than B. Although the servant loses most of their reason at ranks higher than B. But rank EX has much more to do with an issue in the servant's mentality. An example of this is, even though the servant has perfect sense of reason and mental sanity, sooner or later, that servant will go mad and uncontrollable because of something. Another example is the servant's mentality. It's that the servant has a type of mentality that doesn't change ideas or principles for anything in the world. Just like those fanboys who don't accept the truth about a character or work, that it's actually weaker than the power level they assign to those characters or works in general, scaling everything to absurd power levels in some stupid tier system that makes no sense. You could say this is the difference between a fan and a fanboy. The mentality of servants with rank EX MAD enhancement is pretty messed up. Maybe that's why my divinity is being reduced to rank E because of my mentality. But I only have this skill because Beelzebub from Shuumatsu could really be a berserker. Especially because of his situation with Satan in his body. Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, at a certain point, went completely mad because of Satan. This kind of happened more than once. Satan dominating Beelzebub's body could also be the true origin of this berserker class and this skill. While Foreigner has more to do with my existence in this world. Berserker is for Beelzebub, who can be seen as a madman at certain points in his life, or when he's being overtaken by madness because of Satan. Including that state of Beelzebub being dominated by Satan could be the reason behind the Berserker class. But there's no doubt that Beelzebub is indeed qualified as one of those Berserkers with EX MAD enhancement. While Satan's role in all this was fundamental. But in the end, Satan was something I didn't want to think about too much. But looking at the other skills, it's impossible not to think about Satan. Avenger, skill EX. A skill that represents the state of an Avenger as one who gathers the hatred and grudges of people onto themselves. It's easier to accumulate resentment and hatred with this skill. Mana production increases upon receiving damage. The legend and root of Beelzebub, once a great god, whose anger caused sadness and suffering, praised by the devil. Classifying the skill as EX for previously being a god in the Old Testament, Baal. But this name, born in the Old Testament, was later considered the devil Baal/Baal, or one of the 7 princes, kings, of hell, Beelzebub in Western Europe and Christianity. Beelzebub possesses the skill not for having hatred and resentment against humanity, but for hating himself, for being the anathema, and for having killed his friends Lucifer, Azazel, Samael, and his beloved Lilith with his own hands. Avenger. It was a class founded on vengeance itself, born from powerful hatred and resentment that don't fade even after death. This was a class with some very interesting descriptions for servants who are part of this class in the Nasuverse world. Those who despise love. Those born of hatred speak of love, and they would show compassion after experiencing cruelty. Those who burn with pure hatred. Those born of love speak of hatred. Those who experienced happiness find their end through betrayal. Normally, a common thing in the Avenger class is attachment to humanity. But for someone like me from the outside, it seems to have much more to do with love and hatred, happiness and betrayal, than some stupid attachment to humanity that doesn't allow them to evolve beyond being human. A good example of this is Ngramenu, who claims he has no particular resentment against others. But Ngramenu has a lot of resentment against himself. There's also Gorgon Medusa, who doesn't know why she's an Avenger, even though she feels a burning desire for vengeance in her Saint Graph and is unable to say what she hates so much. Reading the end of the Avenger skill description makes it obvious why Beelzebub has the Avenger class, which was due to his own negative feelings directed at himself, mainly caused by the existence of Satan within him. Although the legends of the name Beelzebub in this world are also affecting and contributing a little to Beelzebub having the Avenger class. But still, Satan was inseparable from my existence as Beelzebub. The next skill only reinforces the fact that Satan is inseparable from my existence. Oblivion Correction, EX. A class skill of the Avenger. People are creatures that forget many things, but an Avenger never forgets. The critical effect of Avengers attacking beyond memory is strengthened. Their hatred for themselves, for being the anathema, Satan, will never be erased, no matter how many years pass. Beelzebub will never forget that he killed his loved ones, his friends Lucifer, Azazel, Samael, and his beloved Lilith with his own hands. This is a skill that is really very cruel. But at the same time that it's cruel, it's a concern for me in a way. Because it only means that I'll have nightmares constantly reminding me of them, of Lucifer, Azazel, Samael, and Lilith. Even though I'm not even him, the true and original Beelzebub, but just an ordinary person from the real world who, by some twist of fate, ended up having their body taken over in another universe. This is a skill that will haunt me for my entire life in the Nasuverse world. But well, there was really nothing I could do to change that. I think the only good thing about being an Avenger class is the next skill. Self-replenishment, mana E. An Avenger class skill. Mana, magical energy, increases infinitely until their vengeance is fulfilled. It has the effect of recovering an extremely minuscule amount of magical energy every hour. As an existence that originally does not use mana, magical energy, it is a skill classified at the lowest rank. This was the only truly useful Avenger skill. Although for me, it's not really useful, since the gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie don't use mana or any other type of energy as far as I know and as was shown. But since the Nasuverse world is kind of affecting me in a way, maybe I can take some advantage of the magical energy I received here in the Nasuverse world. But the effects of this skill are also kind of confusing. Its base description is that my magical energy increases infinitely. But its effect is the recovery of magical energy. There was a reason for the description and effect of the skill being somewhat contradictory. And that lies in the mana limit that someone has. All servants and non-servants have a magical energy limit in their bodies. A notable example of this is Tiamat, who has an unlimited mana source, but her body actually has a maximum mana limit that cannot be exceeded. It wasn't very hard to know the average limit for servants. A servant with mana parameter B would have from 1000 to 1600 magical energy. A servant with mana parameter A would have from 1250 to 2000 magical energy. At least that's how it was for regular and normal servants. But since the Saint graph was introduced in Fate Grand Order, it made a big difference in the Nasuverse. With regular servants even able to transform a part of their Saint graph and convert that part into large amounts of magical energy. The magical energy limit in a servant's body would also depend on how much their Saint graph or spiritual core could withstand before self-destructing due to being unable to handle the servant's power exceeding that limit. And that's where the trick of this skill is well hidden. How much mana can my body withstand? How much mana can I accumulate in my body? The true effect of this skill was closer to its base description than the description of its effect. Although its recovery effect could also be described as production in the Nasuverse. It's common to use production or recovery and other similar translations to impose a mana limit. Mana increases infinitely. Instead of a simple skill that serves to recover mana, this recovered mana is being stored in my body. Which means my body is also producing this mana up to a certain limit that my body could withstand storing without self-destructing or burning. Because mana is hot, and the more mana is used, the hotter the body gets, to the point of combusting if it overheats. But what is the mana limit that my body can store? What is the mana limit I can use without combusting? That's an answer I honestly don't know. As much as I have something human in my body according to my Saint graph status. My body is entirely the body of a god, with capacities that could reach up to millions of magical energy stored in my powerful divine body. Especially if I consider the fact that Beelzebub could withstand lightning bolts that reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. So yes, my body should be able to handle millions of magical energy without any issues. But thinking about this a bit too much just shows me how broken my self-replenishment of mana skill really is. Even at its lowest rank, it could produce almost as much mana as Rin could safely store in her body for a short period, 1 to 2 days at most. Even if I'm summoned as a servant, my natural mana recovery was at least more than 40 times greater than the recovery of a Saber like Artoria Pendragon without her dragon magical core in Fate Stay Night. Although it initially seems like a lot of magical energy if I compare it to these mages of the Common Era, with the best mages of the modern era having a maximum of 100 to 5000 OD in their bodies. Or even with servants with mana parameter B2A with 1000 to 2000 magical energy. Those counter-guardians like Amiya have over 1 trillion units of magical energy supplied by Aleya. Grand servants must also have an equivalent or much higher amount of magical energy or OD units in their bodies than counter-guardians with over 1 trillion. However, even with that amount of pure magical energy, there was still a limit to how much magical energy they could use at once. This is clearly shown in the same mana parameter level, in the same process of how much magical energy a servant can have stored in their body. Although noble phantasms can release much more magical energy than a high mana parameter of a servant. Normally, it was only from 1000 to 3000 OD, magical energy units. With 1000 being just the average magical energy level of a rank A noble phantasm. Still, there were noble phantasms that can release millions of magical energy units, even when they should be limited to a maximum of 3000 magical energy units. That's the mess that Fate Grand Order caused. With my self-replenishment of mana at this rank, I could possibly produce a maximum of 500 OD, magical energy units, per day. And with just that, in a few days, I'd have at least the same magical energy level as her. The mage or person from the modern era with the highest raw amount of OD. She is the person from the modern era with the highest amount of magical energy units in the Nasuverse seal. But as I was saying, that amount is nothing in reality. As I mentioned before, counter-guardians have over 1 trillion mana. While there were still noble phantasms that can release several million mana, which would at minimum provide enough magical energy to perform up to 1000 attacks of a very famous noble phantasm, Excalibur. But well, for now, it's better that I look at the other skills and my parameters. Since I was talking about mana and that there's a limit to the mana that can be used at once. It's good to look at my parameters and explain them first before I see all my personal skills. Saint Graph Parameters. Chapter 3, Prologue 3. Saint Graph Parameters. The parameters appeared in front of me on a screen projected from the Saint Graph. Equals 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 equals. Parameters. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Agility, EX. Mana, E. Luck, E. NP, X. OD quantity. Equals 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 equals. For EX ranks were truly something incredible. But it's no surprise considering who I am now. All the gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie are physically very powerful. Although it's not clearly shown in the arena, because that would completely ruin the manga's battles if the arena were destroyed with any random attack from the fighters. This kind of thing actually has a name. It's a term that's much better known in English. If I remember correctly, it's HM. What was the name of that term for this kind of situation again? It wasn't hard to say. But since it's in English, I sometimes forget it and take a while to recall. HM. Plot. Plot. Plot chui. No, it's not plot twist. The name given to this term is actually very similar to plot twist. This term also starts with the word plot at the beginning. Plot twist is a radical change that wasn't expected or foreseen in stories. Like the ending of Naruto. That was truly a completely radical change that no one was expecting. Aliens in a ninja anime. Who could have expected that? The other term, the one I'm trying to remember, was a term about a situation where someone extremely powerful doesn't destroy something they should easily destroy with their power level. Like the world, or even the universe, if the character truly has confirmed universe-destroying power. It started with the word plot at the beginning, it was plot AM, HM. It seems like it's something like that. Is it plot amo? No, it's not like love, but the word love is very similar to the name of this term in English. HM. I think I remembered the term. It's actually arm. Oh, yes. Plot armor. That was the name of this specific term. The term in Portuguese is armadura de enredo. The word armor in English sounds similar to the word love in Portuguese. That's why I always forget this term. Many works have plot armor, especially those with extremely high destructive power scales. Like Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, Fate from the Nasuverse, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super. And a bunch of other anime and manga with destructive power levels at least on a planetary scale. Plot armor is heavily used in various types of works, but it's mainly used in those with lots of battles or works that have absurdly high power levels within them. For example, in Dragon Ball Z, we had Piccolo demonstrating enough power to completely destroy the moon, and that was with less than 1000 in total power level. And later, those levels got even bigger, to the point of being irrelevant. Nowadays, in Dragon Ball Super, a few punches could destroy the entire universe. But even later, when they're much more powerful than before, they don't come close to doing that using their full power, and planet Earth isn't, well, destroyed with the exchange of punches or some random ki blast with absurd power levels casually thrown at Earth. Ki blasts that nowadays have thousands of times the power level needed to completely destroy the moon and planet Earth in Dragon Ball Z. The same happens in the Nasuverse when an anti-planet noble phantasm is casually fired and barely destroys the islands and mountains it hits, turning the area into barren land. The main reason this kind of thing happens is that, well, it would be the end of the story if the world or universe it's set in were destroyed. Plot armor is a plot device where a fictional character, or some other entity within the work, repeatedly and inexplicably avoids causing damage due to their importance to the story's continuation. Authors often use statements about what characters can do, and even without showing visual feats of characters destroying the world, universe, or similar things, because the author can't destroy what's important for their story to continue. And in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, it's not much different from other works that heavily use plot armor and statements to establish their characters' power levels. There are several author statements that some characters can destroy the world and much more. But there are no concrete visual feats of such a scale of power because the world is too important for the work, the story, to progress normally. A good example is Zeus in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. It was stated by Shiva that Zeus could devastate or destroy paradise, the heavens, in his adamantine form. But what was the size of the heavens in the world of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie? In Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, the world has 3 layers, 3 realms. The heavens, earth, and the underworld, called Helheim. And if we consider that the 3 realms of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie are the same size as planet Earth, since the 3 realms are the heavens, earth, and Helheim, then Zeus could potentially destroy the world. But, the world of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie is composed of 3 layers. Which could imply something on a universal scale for the heavens and Helheim. Like planet Earth, located at a point in the vast universe, being one of the 3 layers of the Shuumatsu no Valkyrie world. Honestly, I personally prefer not to think about anyone's power scale. Thinking about these things just gives me an unnecessary headache. Especially those works that don't make their power levels clear from the start and then keep varying the power levels within the work. And that makes the whole issue of power scaling even more confusing. But here in the Nasuverse, it's more about hacks than brute strength anyway. So it doesn't matter much to think about power levels in the Nasuverse. Besides, it's not as big as it really seems or as people make it out to be. Although the entire story told by Nasu is just a massive case of forced plot in the end, where extremely powerful enemies never take their fights seriously, and in the end, they're defeated by some random weakling with a super broken ability that, for whatever reason, is only useful at that moment and forgotten until that broken ability is needed again. There are so many examples that it's exhausting to list them all. In Fate, in the extra universe, there's BB, who's in love with the protagonist. And just for that reason, she didn't kill Hakuno with her supposed omnipotence in the moon cell. Although BB's omnipotence is just a translation error. She wasn't omnipotent as people who don't know about the translation error thought she was in the CCC timeline of Fate Extra. I remember in the Japanese translation, it was, can do almost anything, as a demonstration of her power in the moon cell. And it wasn't that supposed omnipotence from the English translation they made when they translated the game. The plot in Fate was so obviously made in favor of the protagonist. Even Kiera, after absorbing BB, only didn't kill Hakuno because BB was in love with the protagonist, Hakuno. BB stopped Kiera from killing Hakuno because BB was in love with Hakuno in the CCC timeline. Although I can give a pass to this since both BB and Hakuno were NPCs who gained a life of their own in the moon cell, so to speak. Since in other timelines, the story is a bit different from CCC, which is what people are most familiar with in the Fate Extra world. However, the same things keep repeating when Fate has a protagonist and their enemy is an extremely powerful existence. Like Shiro pulling mana out of nowhere to maintain UBW in Fate Stay Night. Since Shiro, no, forget it. I don't want to know about any of that, and I don't even want to know about the cuck Shiro doing the impossible. I also don't accept that author's excuse in another work to canonize Rin passing part of her magic crest to Shiro in UBW. Even that mana transfer in the original doesn't make sense. Although it's better than what they did in the anime and movies. The original is good, but it's also to blame in this matter. Just remembering those Shiro fanboys overseas, doing a bunch of idiotic calculations to come tell me that Shiro has way more than 30 units of magical energy. Seriously, that still gives me a huge headache. Those guys are only not worse than the Gilgamesh fanboys. They should just accept reality and not make up a bunch of stupid stuff using unreliable words from the Kakamiya Shiro from the Hollow Ataraxia VN. And don't even get me started on that protagonist in Fate Grand Order. I've lost count of how many near-omnipotent beings in name have been defeated for some stupid reason they came up with. Although saying near-omnipotent in name is just a way of saying they were invincible to everyone fighting against them in the singularities. Somehow, all the extremely powerful enemies always hold back until the protagonist defeats them, or someone shows up to defeat them in the middle of the story. What's happening in Fate Grand Order can't even be called plot armor anymore, with how many enemies don't take their battles seriously at all and then wait for someone capable of defeating them to show up before they start taking their battles seriously. It's something similar to Fate Stay Night and Shiro's fight against Gilgamesh. Nasu always uses the method of the enemy, like Gilgamesh, not taking things seriously and losing to someone weak in the end because of it. I can use Shiro as an example for these situations. But Shiro really wasn't the only one to beat Gilgamesh, who ended up dying pathetically in the VNs and in his own route in CCC. The guy was the only character who died in his own route in CCC. I don't blame him for that, but it's his route, after all. Even though there are several ways for a powerful being in fate to be defeated. Nasu insists on weak, powerless humans defeating all these near-omnipotent beings within his verse. Although it doesn't matter much, given the small fact that the verse has a really large and well-constructed story from start to finish, with plot armor being overused with some explanation that's too stupid for the supposedly omnipotent character not to have destroyed the world or the protagonist without thinking twice about it. But it's better I leave that aside. I have nothing to gain from thinking about things that are beyond absurd compared to what's logically possible in the Nasuverse. Back to my main issue on this topic. My mana and luck were really very low compared to all my other parameters. Mana isn't a surprise to me despite this whole situation. Shuumatsu no Valkyrie never showed anything like magic or any other type of energy being used in the work at any point. Or the author just didn't make it clear that the gods use some kind of unique energy, but other than that, the use of some mystical energy in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie wasn't clearly shown. Although, when Nikola Tesla received his Volant, the ability of the Valkyrie Gaul, it was described as a power that lives in her runes, great magical power or the bearer of magic. That was something briefly mentioned by Brunhild as her ability, Gaul. And it was with this supposed great magical power that Tesla's armor was created through the Volant. Gaul herself also served as the raw material for that armor to be created through the Volant. And as if that wasn't enough, all those lightning bolts from Tesla were powered by Gaul's life force. I wonder where the science was in all of this. The Valkyrie turned into armor. The Valkyrie's ability was great magical power, which was a somewhat stupid name for a work that doesn't use magic. Beyond the whole idea of creating Tesla's armor being something scientific, the final result wasn't achieved with the power of science. It was just the Valkyrie linked to Tesla's soul that transformed into armor based on what Nikola Tesla wanted her to transform into for him. In the same way that the other Valkyries also transformed into the weapon of choice for the humans. And I'm not even taking Adam's brass knuckles into account. Thinking about these things and everything else related to them, I remember some really strange things happening. Didn't Zerofuku use his spine, flesh, and blood to create his divine weapon in the middle of the arena before the battle started? And wasn't it because of that his axe could also absorb misfortune like he could? Didn't Hajuin also use a part of his arm to make a sword? Didn't Hades fuse Poseidon's trident with his bident? Many think what Hades did was some kind of matter manipulation power. But it didn't really seem like that. It was said at the start that the gods created their own divine weapons. Is that how they created them? With some power capable of matter manipulation or creation? If that's the case, then science my ass. Why did I suddenly say that? That's a weird thing to say. Well, it doesn't matter why I said that weird thing out of nowhere. But now that I'm thinking about it more clearly, the technology of the gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie was extremely advanced, right? So how could that armor be something that could really surpass the gods? The gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie even had those regenerative capsules and other medical machines that, by chance, looked like they came out of Dragon Ball. I don't think soul injuries would be possible to heal. But who knows what will happen in the future of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. I don't have those memories after the 8th round very clear. But I have some strange memory fragments that didn't appear in the anime or manga. It's not very clear, so it's better not to get a headache thinking about it now. Maybe one day I'll have those complete memories of Beelzebub in the future. But back to the initial focus on Tesla's armor. Tesla's armor was really kind of irrelevant if people take into account all that extremely advanced technology of the gods. The plot sometimes just makes things much more complicated and confusing. But it wasn't my place to question the author's obvious mistakes. It's just that my current situation doesn't allow me to ignore these little details. But it's better I leave that aside and accept that Tesla's armor was amazing, and that the gods of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie, with all their advanced technology, couldn't have already made Tesla's armor or created a similar one long ago. Yes, that's right, just accept Yumamura's plot holes without questioning. It's the best thing to do in this situation. Now, my luck must be very low because of the life Beelzebub led in the Shuumatsu no Valkyrie world. Carrying Satan inside your body is definitely a lot of bad luck in any world, isn't it? But in compensation, my physical parameters were really very high. My parameters are so high that they don't have a defined limit by my Saint graph. In fact, when physical parameters are high, luck is usually lower. The opposite is also true, actually. It was normal, as far as I still remember, for servants' parameters. Having very low physical parameters makes luck increase. But well, it wasn't exactly a surprise that my luck is so low. In fact, my physical parameters being so high makes sense if you think about who I've become. The gods in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie were actually physically much stronger than the gods of the Nasuverse and many other beings within the Nasuverse. However, the gods of the Nasuverse could even be compared to the gods of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie using their authorities. Only with an authority could a Nasuverse god truly move at the speed of light and have near unlimited physical strength and endurance temporarily. But without possessing their authority, the gods of fate aren't much different from the more common servants in their physical aspect. Grand servants can be comparable to gods. They can also easily move at the speed of light and have near unlimited strength and endurance. Mainly because of their larger saint graphs compared to regular servants, who only have a spiritual core. Regular servants. They're just fighter jets armed with a tactical nuclear bomb. In Nasu's own words. Strength. HM. They can definitely lift a few tons without difficulty. Endurance. Even a piece of paper with magical energy can harm a servant. As Nasu himself described. Although, if there's no magical energy, even a nuclear bomb couldn't harm a servant because a servant is a spiritual entity. Agility. As Nasu said, servants are like fighter jets. But they rarely break the speed of sound running. Like humans, they can run at a certain speed, but their reaction speed and the speed at which their limbs, like their arms, move when attacking can reach the speed of sound. Servants have their maximum established speed at 3 to 5 times the speed of sound. In other cases, 5 to 15 times at most, and that's only using a command seal. Just like a human can reach a speed of up to 64.7 km per hour in a 100-meter sprint. A human can even break the sound barrier by cracking a whip. Using speed to gauge how fast servants are is simple. Just look at the original work and Fate material. And besides a few citations in Fate Grand Order, Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, Fate Strange Fake, and Hollow Ataraxia. There are a ton of citations about servant speed in all these original Fate materials. With some of these citations being controversial due to all the alternate timelines in the Nasuverse world. However, the maximum base speed of a servant is between 15 to 20 times the speed of sound using a command seal. And that alone was enough for servants to surpass their living selves or their original selves in the Throne of Heroes. As demonstrated by Archer Hercules, who came close to his power in life with a speed close to 3 times the speed of sound. Rider Medusa with her Pegasus, the noble phantasm Bellerophon. Medusa has great speed, one of the highest in the entire Nasuverse, at 400 to 500 km per hour. Medusa is as fast as a supercar, but that's only possible with her noble phantasm. Artoria couldn't even keep up with Medusa's speed using her noble phantasm, Bellerophon. Even though Artoria had her instinct at the level of future prediction. Artoria isn't capable of counterattacking someone at that speed with her instinct that can predict the future. Which, honestly, is something completely ridiculous. Another incredible feat is from Alexander the Great in the Fate Zero timeline. With his noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel. Alexander the Great, or Iskandar, reaches an incredible speed of up to 400 km per hour. Artoria needed a motorcycle to keep up with Alexander using his noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel. It's also worth mentioning that Artoria could die if she crashed the motorcycle at that speed. Which is also something very ridiculous. But it makes sense since Kazuki, Medea's master, managed to throw Artoria at a speed of a mere 200 km per hour and nearly tore her head off by ripping her neck with a precise punch to Artoria's head. Kazuki's fists were really powerful enough to kill Artoria with punches. But even Artoria could still reach the incredible speed of sound if she put in a bit more effort. She would need to unequip her armor, use invisible air, the air she normally uses to hide Excalibur, and then use mana burst. Artoria needed all of that to reach the speed of sound. It's also possible for her to achieve it in close-range combat with her really good footwork and enough magical energy to maintain high-speed combat and quick short-range movements at the speed of sound. There's also Hessian Lobo in Fate Grand Order, who moves at a speed of 200 km per hour. Artoria Alter struggled a lot against Hessian Lobo's incredible speed of up to 200 km per hour. Although in the end, she defeated Hessian Lobo. Not alone, of course. There were other servants fighting too, as in almost all Fate Grand Order battles. But the greatest speed feats in Fate only belonged to noble phantasms and a few servants who came close to their power in life, like Hercules in his archer version in Strange Fake, who approached his living capacity as a servant thanks to an abundant supply of magical energy. Tomo Guzan's Nama Samantavajranam flies at the speed of sound. Although it's not a particularly special arrow, it's still Tomo Guzan's noble phantasm. Arrows fired by Arjuna also have a similar speed, being faster than a modern rifle, which is above 3.5 times the speed of sound. But Arjuna needs to use his mana burst to fire his arrows at that speed, as precisely described in Fate Grand Order's CM3, the original material. Napoleon himself brags a lot about being able to move at a speed of 200 km per hour. Although Napoleon isn't capable of moving at that speed on rough terrain and so on, as he himself says when boasting about this incredible speed feat. Gilgamesh also praises Kingu in Fate Grand Order's Babylon Singularity for being able to move at Mach 3, or 3 times the speed of sound. Kingu in the Babylon Singularity was almost equivalent to Enkidu in life. which again establishes the speed of top servants at least 3 times above the speed of sound in life, as shown by Kingu and Archer Hercules. So much so that Artoria's speed rivals a fighter jet, an F-15 Strike Eagle, which travels at about Mach 4. But this was never shown in the VN or novel in a real fight, only the description is a comparison to a fighter jet without even specifying the model. And that was just with her footwork. Besides the one time she reached the speed of sound with her mana burst, invisible air, and Excalibur as a boost, there aren't really many comparative feats, other than those she really can't keep up with at 200 km/h. But since Artoria was still alive in Fate's Stay Night, that was her speed in life. It's also worth mentioning that Nasu said she, Artoria, is as powerful as Gilgamesh. Which puts top servants like Artoria and Gilgamesh on a scale of up to 4 times the speed of sound when they were alive in their mythological and folkloric legends. But although Gilgamesh has a ship faster than the speed of light in CCC, for whatever reason, people conveniently forget when they place Gilgamesh hundreds of thousands of times faster than the speed of light with those absurd claims that Gilgamesh is multiversal, that Gilgamesh moved from one star to another hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. But Gilgamesh's light ship is as fast as light, nothing more, nothing less. Not to mention there are no scenes of him with his ship at that moment, so people are usually dumb for not looking into how something works. Gilgamesh could only have been thrown out of the reality marble and then returned after entering the reality bubble right after being thrown out of it by BB and CCC. It's just a matter of looking at the actual scene and not using a dubious statement from some moment to explain something that has a simple explanation from another moment that isn't connected to that moment. Fate wasn't made for people who don't understand basic concepts. In the end, what servants have that strongest and fastest, aside from authorities that allow divine spirits to truly have light speed, are the servants' noble phantasms. Cu Chulainn's noble phantasm, Gi Balg, has a speed of Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, which is just 2,469.6 km/h. With NLBW, Shiro reached God speed in his fight against Hercules, which is simply and literally Mach 1, the speed of sound, 1,234.8 km/h. Although Shiro says it's faster than the speed of sound, everyone knows that Shiro's monologues shouldn't be taken seriously by anyone. They're mostly Nasu's jokes in Shiro's monologues. But it was the speed of sound, since that's the base speed of the attack. If you also take into account the limitations of Shiro's human body, then it was even slower than the base attack of Hercules' noble phantasm, which was at the speed of sound, that Shiro used and reached Mach 1 in his attacks with that copied noble phantasm from Hercules by UBW. Which is something everyone knows. Copies made by UBW don't have the same power as the original noble phantasms. They're just copies that will never reach the same power as the originals. Archer's hunting in Hollow Ataraxia has a speed of up to 4 times the speed of sound. Others also say it's up to 6 to 11 times the speed of sound, and others say it's even up to 15 times the speed of sound. Although its description is that it reaches Mach 10 in Fate Hollow Ataraxia's CM in a straight path, without curving toward its marked target by hunting. I also can't forget Achilles' noble phantasm. In Volume 4, Chapter 4 of Apocrypha, his chariot was moving at the speed of light. It's a noble phantasm, and because of that, the amount of magical energy is very high for a servant to maintain, so Achilles obviously couldn't always use that speed to crush his opponents, and he wouldn't even use it because he's a battle maniac. Although Gilgamesh, Hercules, and other demigods in Fate could possibly have light speed when they were alive, with their authority. Since even Karna, when alive, had his father's authority. But all this takes into account the timelines of Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, Fate Strange Fake, Fate Apocrypha, Fate Grand Order, and Fate Hollow Ataraxia. Fate Extra CCC is a special case and shouldn't be taken too much into account for the entire Nasuverse. There are some servants who can be faster with their noble phantasms too. But one in particular is something truly terrifying in the Nasuverse. Chapter 4, Prologue 4. Concepts, or simply the conceptual. Conceptuals are one of the scariest things within the Nasuverse. And that's where Dante's noble phantasm, Edmond Dantes, fits in. It's a concept that makes him conceptually faster than time. His attack itself reminds me a bit of Poseidon from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. It was an attack of afterimages due to how fast Edmond Dantes becomes, to the point where time seems to stand still for him. However, this is even scarier than Poseidon's speed, and even than that attack from Zeus that surpasses time. That's how terrifying conceptuals are within the Nasuverse. Edmond Dantes possesses a conceptual that allows him to simply escape from anything, prisons. This would also include Edmond Dantes being able to escape, even from time and space conceptually, making Edmond Dantes conceptually faster than time itself. But faster than time itself is what the entire Fate community says. But in Fate Grand Order CM3, it is said to be a speed equivalent to time stop. The whole community just exaggerates a bit because of the hype. But I understand what they mean. If time is the prison, then Edmond Dantes can surpass time. Because, after all, that was the conceptual of Edmond Dantes. Everything depends on the conceptual. A servant tied to the sun is conceptually stronger than a servant tied to the moon, even if the sun-tied servant is weaker than the moon-tied servant by some concept. Because of Hercules' feat of holding up the sky in one of the versions of the myths of the 12 labors of Hercules. Hercules can withstand a level of attack capable of destroying the world. And this conceptual is possibly strengthened if the attack came from a Greek entity, but it's just a theory that Hercules' concept is stronger against Greek entities. But it's a fact that all theories arise because of an inexplicable truth, where any reader's interpretation can fit. But Hercules can still die with less, of course. Even though Hercules can withstand a powerful attack capable of destroying the world, Hercules could still easily die against a powerful attack that couldn't destroy the world. This conceptual of Hercules only works against attacks capable of destroying the world. World-destroying attacks are very rare in the Nasuverse because there aren't many anti-planet noble phantasms, which are truly the only noble phantasms capable of destroying the world in its entirety. But there's still a problem with Hercules' conceptual to be noted. Textures. Simply because of the world's textures, Hercules' conceptual is reduced to a small continental scale because of this. At least a scale that represented, in fact, the continent of ancient Greece. Or, the sky of ancient Greece. And not the entire world as Hercules' conceptual somewhat makes it seem. The same applied to the Sword of Rupture, EA. With its anti-world characteristic. Although, it's kind of irrational for me to think about all this. EA dealt with the surface of the world, not just a part like the world of various mythologies. But rather, it was just the surface, the Earth's crust, and the world's atmosphere. EA could only virtually destroy the surface of the world because of the property and unique anti-world characteristic, simply because of how the world was created in Babylonian mythology, which is what gave EA its beautiful anti-world characteristic, which was practically omnipotent against BBSRM in the Moon Cell. But EA probably would have had world reach only in the Age of Gods when it wasn't a limited noble phantasm. I remember there's also that silly line that in the clash between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, people say the world was destroyed and recreated 7 times. People should read a bit of Fate Stay Night's VN. Because her line, Ishtar's, was just. Wow, that's incredible. I thought the world was going to end 6 times. It was never said that the world was destroyed and recreated 7 times. But, right after the creation of the world, the surface of the world, which had been created by the Sumerian god with EA, the world then began to receive new textures. Like the Greek texture, Shinto texture, Hindu texture, and so on. Receiving several other textures throughout the world's history. Thus, EA's anti-world could only have the equivalent of the scale of the ancient Sumerian texture in Mesopotamia. Which was just one of the parts of the Middle East, representing the scale of the ancient Sumerian world back then, and nothing more than that. However, textures are entire worlds with sky, sea, stars, the universe. So each mythology in the Age of Gods was, in fact, an entire world in the geographical location of the current human world. This was an overlap of worlds done with textures. They could also be described as planes above planes or realms above realms. And parallel worlds could also be described as an upside-down pyramid. It was the first world that gave rise to 2, and those 2 worlds gave rise to 2 more worlds, and so on. That's how parallel worlds originate and form a pyramid. Which was usually called a tree in explanations. The stars within a texture cannot and should not be taken seriously as being the universe. It's more like an illusion, a beautiful mantle, that's part of the texture as if it were the real universe. It was just a reflection of the stars, not the real stars. But I think that depends on the textures and their cosmology. Just like the fake night sky here in the reverse side of the world. Although the stars are real, they aren't real. I know the night sky was a farce within a texture, mainly because of what happened in Lost Belt Olympus. Wodan controlled the stars of the Lost Belt to use them as a magic circuit and perform a powerful spell, thus executing an incredible and powerful meteor attack, comparable to a small percentage of the power of Zeus' ship. But Wodan was only able to align all the stars in the sky and use them as an energy source because of how the ancient Greek world model worked, which was a world based on geocentrism. Where the Earth was the center of the solar system, and the sun and stars also revolved around the Earth, as part of the ancient Greek reality layer. Everything depends on the rules of the texture surrounding the Earth, or just a point on it, like the Lost Belts, which, as small as they seem from the outside, are actually entire worlds inside. But textures are something I prefer not to start thinking about. It was something very complicated, and even Nasu didn't explain it. Textures are much more complicated than concepts. Because textures weren't something explored much in the Nasuverse like concepts. Textures were only mentioned when there was a need to explain how there were multiple worlds within the world. Like the Lost Belts and so on. Concepts are much more used than textures. After all battles in Fate are actually a conceptual battle. There are many other examples of concepts within the Nasuverse. Karna is conceptually more powerful than the moon, which makes the moon cell in Fate CCC unable to destroy Karna, no matter how powerful the moon cell is, if compared to the servant Karna in terms of sheer power and nothing more than raw power. This is because the sun was a concept superior to the moon's concept. It was the same concept that made Amaterasu more powerful than the moon's cell. I'd better not use that nickname of hers. What if she hears my thoughts here in the reverse side of the world? Amaterasu is a complete monster among all divine spirits. Amaterasu transcends time-space, and she is capable of connecting the modern era with the age of gods. Simplified, if Amaterasu notices me and takes an interest, she could end up dragging me to the age of gods. I'm not any kind of protagonist, and because of that, the chances of Amaterasu deciding to turn me to ashes are extremely high. Since I really can't guarantee being able to please her. Well, any servant or non-servant related to the moon could not defeat Karna conceptually. Although I still think Karna's sun concept was only because of his armor and not Karna himself. I think this because Karna gave his armor to Janako so she wouldn't be deleted by the moon cell in CCC. Karna's concept was so powerful that Karna is like an incarnation of fire. And not even the fire of a high-level fire spirit can harm Karna with fire. Karna's concepts were more tied to his divinity. But divinity was also a concept in a way. This was very problematic for me in a way. Why was this so problematic for me? The same concept would apply to two thunder gods. The god whose authority over thunder and lightning was a bit more powerful than the other god's authority makes the god with the stronger thunder and lightning authority conceptually more powerful than the god with the weaker thunder and lightning authority. Although, these types of concepts involving gods and demigods are more used in the divinity skill. It's an immutable fact that this was extremely problematic for me. Because it meant that I, who have a low-ranking divinity, was completely screwed when fighting someone with a divinity similar to mine but with a higher ranking. I don't stand a chance against enemies with divinity similar to mine. Because my divinity is very low. But the other ways to use concepts are based on the servants' legends. A good example that was widely used in the Nasuverse was servants who died poisoned, like Hercules. Because they died poisoned when alive, these servants who died poisoned are actually much weaker against poisons and can easily be defeated and killed if poisoned. Semiramis is a good option to kill Hercules. Hercules' 12 lives would burn out quickly to death if he faced her in combat. What killed the servant when they were alive conceptually became their weakness. And if a servant died by a sword is their weakness. Especially if the sword used to kill them when alive is the same sword being used against them as a servant. Which made Artoria weak against Mordred's Clarent. Even in those timelines where Artoria survived her battle against Mordred. Another good example was Kiera. She's not physically strong, but any enemy vaguely interested in Kiera was conceptually weaker than her because of the love their enemy might feel for her when fighting her in combat. Kiera Sessioin is a danger to someone like me who saw her as one of my waifus in Fate. A simpler way to understand all concepts would be to use RPG logic. Take Ishtar's noble phantasm as an example. Ishtar takes the concept of Venus and fires it as if it were a simple bullet of pure magical energy sometimes, other times, it's just a small visual planetary manifestation of the planet Venus. It's not Venus as a real planet, it's just a visual matter. So what is really the concept of Venus that Ishtar uses? It's a mountain. Ishtar's noble phantasm is only anti-mountain type. So this makes it so that on one side you have a planet, which is visually equivalent to a mountain. And on the other side of the coin, there was a small pebble carrying the mountain concept. And then the two clash in a pure power conflict. Who would win? Obviously, it would be Ishtar's noble phantasm that would win in a power struggle. Isn't that right? No. If the pebble had a greater concept, a concept stronger than the concept of Ishtar's noble phantasm, then Ishtar's noble phantasm would be completely annihilated by the pebble along with her, who was right in the path of a small pebble that is conceptually stronger than her. However, if the pebble with the mountain concept is thrown at someone normal, it wouldn't be different from getting hit by a rock. Yeah, I know it's weird as hell, but what can you do? But if that pebble with the concept of a mountain was thrown at someone weak against mountains, or who died because of a mountain, obviously, that person with the mountain weakness would be mortally wounded by a pebble, or they could even die from a pebble carrying a mountain concept. Well, lucky for me that I'm not from this world, which makes most concepts, like the death of servants, useless against me. Although because of the divinity skill, I'm very weak against some concepts involving gods and demigods with divinity of a nature similar to the god Baal. And that means just one thing. If Nasuverse Zeus attacked me with a lightning bolt, I'd be dead. It would be a one-hit kill. This is because the gods of the Nasuverse are conceptual manifestations of deified natural phenomena. Concepts. What scarier things I have to deal with in this world. Lucky for me that concepts still have certain limitations in the Nasuverse. So there wouldn't be something like a pebble with a mountain concept in the Nasuverse without it having a simple explanation. Something like this. A stone that has the weight of a mountain, and similar things with that simple phrase in concepts. Even the Holy Grail War only became possible because of a change they made in the concept of summoning servants. What was once just 7 against 1 evil, or something like that, was suddenly changed to 7 fighting for 1 wish. I don't quite remember what the original concept behind the Holy Grail War was that allowed servants to be summoned by people. And even Shiki Ryugi's mystic eyes of death perception is a concept, which isn't very useful against Tiamat and other types that don't have a concept of death. Unless she decided to use the root to create a new world, which she could do if she wanted, but only if she became Void Shiki. Concepts are almost as inexplicable as textures if you analyze them all. Thinking about all these things is starting to give me a headache. Obviously, there are simpler concepts, like Gibalg with the concept that it will always pierce the heart. And even Achilles with his invincibility and his only weakness being the ankle that wasn't bathed in the river Styx. Ro Ajax had the power to always block a thrown object, and that's why it could conceptually stop Gibalg most of the time in Fate's Stay Night. But Ro Ajax still broke because of Amiya's magical energy limit. Goetia El Salomonis is the strongest noble phantasm above anything on earth, but Masha's Lord Camelot, by the irony of fate, is a conceptual noble phantasm that had the power to slightly surpass something stronger than anything on earth. It's because Lord Camelot's concept says it will never break as long as its user's heart remains pure and strong. What was the logic of Lord Camelot? I can become something far stronger than anything that exists on earth. But only if my wielder's heart is pure and strong. Seriously, what's the logic of that? It's because of things like this that I always say some things like conceptuals and Artoria's instinct only have utility when the script needs it. Definitions and descriptions can also be a concept in the Nasuverse. Like my titles known as, in the main status. Lord of the Flies, Anathema, Priest of Gluttony, Ruler of Evil Spirits, the God of Darkness, and Beelzebub. And even my name. Beelzebub. Which was exactly what caused me to receive a portion of the divinity of the ancient god Baal. I'm really lucky not to be someone originally from this world. I don't even want to imagine what the concept of Lord of the Flies and Satan would do to my appearance with a skill like Innocent Monster. Just imagining what I'd look like as a fusion of flies and a demon. Ugh. That's gross. I'd better forget about concepts and get back to the main point. I really don't want to imagine myself as a giant demonic mosquito anymore. Equals 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 equals. Parameters. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Agility, EX. Mana, E. Luck, E. NP, X. OD amount. Equals 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 equals. The strength parameter means how much physical strength I have in terms of power. Strength wasn't just about physical strength, it also measured how much strength I have with a weapon or using magical energy. This could also include skills like my vibrations. The strength parameter wasn't just physical strength. Many things can influence the strength parameter. For example, I could have any strength, but my weapon gives me a strength parameter of A or higher. Normally, you'd assume it's just one level of difference. Like from E to D. But you never know what the real strength parameter is. Without enhancements like those from the servant's weapon in question. Endurance is just how much damage I can withstand. Usually, it's more like HP in a game, but that's not always the case with endurance. Agility was speed, it's a servant's speed, and reaction time, the speed at which a servant could react to something capable of moving at extreme speed. Just because I have high agility doesn't mean I'm fast, it could just be my reaction that's fast. Sometimes, not even reaction time is the agility parameter. Mana is how much magical energy can be manipulated. In my case, it would only be from 250 to 400 magical energy. It depends on the world used as a basis for measurement. Although for normal servants, it's also the amount of magical energy they have in their body. Some servants are even capable of storing a bit more magical energy than their standard might show. Luck was the quality of luck. And mine was terrible. Or at least that's what the parameters showed me in the main status. I personally considered myself someone who is very lucky. NP was the noble phantasm. Corresponding to the strength a noble phantasm possesses. But the ranking was usually that of the strongest noble phantasm the servant in question possesses. Sometimes it's just the secondary noble phantasm, or it displays a higher or lower ranking for reasons still unknown. My parameters are good, very good, it's just the low luck that worries me. Luck in the Nasuverse was very important, it's something that could change someone's fate if the luck is very high. Even something like cause and effect, or causality, are countered by high luck in the Nasuverse. My E-rank luck just means bad luck, and how unlucky I am. Because it's almost the worst quality of luck someone can have. I'm lucky not to have E-luck at this moment. Low luck was really concerning for me right now. But it was better not to think too much about how unlucky I am. As much as I have all the time in the world to think about how unlucky I am for having E-rank luck, it was just better not to think about complicated things like that anymore. But it was a bit curious that I have parameters. As a living being, I shouldn't have the same parameters as servants. But well, I also shouldn't have a saint graph in my body. But look at me. I have a saint graph inside my flesh and blood body. I also have classes, which is something I shouldn't have either since I'm a living being of flesh and blood. Even though I have several classes, in a servant, they would normally be divided into each of them with limitations on noble phantasms and skills that would fit the classes the servant was divided into. Cu Chulainn was a good example of the division of heroic spirits into classes. Cu Chulainn has the Lancer and Caster versions with different skills and noble phantasms. But the true heroic spirit Cu Chulainn in the Throne of Heroes has the skills and noble phantasms of both classes. But it doesn't matter when simple rules aren't followed. As curious as it is. And everything else, there were many in the Nasuverse who shouldn't have parameters and classes, but they still had them for some unknown and unexplained reason. Besides some other beings who also shouldn't have a saint graph, but they still had them for some inexplicable reason. The same applied to the servants' classes, like the machine gods of Olympus who had them along with their saint graphs as class designations. But thinking about it, maybe my saint graph is a designation. Saint graph designation is the classification of non-servant entities. This saint graph designation would include the servant class and so on. Even though I'm actually more like a demi-servant, I can't forget that I could also have a saint graph designation as a non-servant. But it's much better mentally not to start thinking about why I have parameters, class designations, and a saint graph. That could start giving me a headache again. By the way, parameters weren't even that important. Medea, for example. Rin ran 100 meters in 7 seconds, which is about 50 kilometers per hour, or 14 meters per second. Medea couldn't even keep up with Rin at that truly incredible speed of hers, and then Medea was punched by Rin. Rin could run about twice the speed of a normal, healthy human who isn't an athlete. Rin completely surpassed the caster servant Medea in speed. And look, Medea's agility was C rank, which in practice should already be enough for a servant to move or react at speeds above the speed of sound. That was another problem with fate that I already mentioned. Parameters sometimes have different meanings than what they should actually be. Like strength in terms of power just because of a weapon or magical energy. Like Yagyu, who has A++ agility, but that A++ was only for the superfast draw of his katana, not speed or reaction time. The same case as Yagyu's agility applied to Benienma. Just a superfast katana draw. Angramenyu has high agility, but he wasn't different from a normal human. This must be because of that skill of Angramenyu that kills him by infinitely increasing his speed. Well, it wasn't infinite when the spiritual core has a certain limit it can't surpass. That's why that skill of Angramenyu killed him. It's because a servant's spiritual core has its limits that cannot be exceeded, leading to the servant's self-destruction if they go beyond the spiritual core's limits. Karna Saber, or Santa Karna, has EX agility, but it was only valid for his hands. This allowed Karna to throw punches at the speed of light. But that was it, Santa Karna couldn't move or react at the speed of light, but he could deliver his punches at the speed of light. There were very few servants whose agility was actually their real speed and not some mistaken nonsense like having a quick draw, super fast punches, and so on. Like having high endurance just to stay awake at night or for some other stupid thing like physical exercise. Edison has his EX endurance, which was only for when he stayed up all night inventing and wasn't his literal endurance, which is just a normal C. Edison's EX endurance is just because he could stay awake for entire nights and not sleep even after several consecutive nights he stayed awake. In real combat, Edison's endurance is officially C. Even Spartacus' EX was due to his regeneration and not his physical endurance. And as I already said, strength wasn't different. Artoria's B-rank strength parameter was only valid when she used magical energy, without magical energy. Who knows how low Artoria's strength parameter is? At most, it's AC by standard, but it could be even lower, and because of that, I wasn't sure how low it actually is. There are better examples than Artoria, whose real strength parameter I'm not sure about. Abigail Williams has B strength, but that B in strength is only valid for her tentacles. So it doesn't apply to lifting strength or attack power with an extremely powerful punch. Only Abby's tentacles are powerful and strong. That sounded weird, but it doesn't matter. I'm alone, and there's no one here like Amaterasu reading my mind. At most, I'm just embarrassing myself, and no one knows about it. But if there's someone like Gaia or Alea reading my mind, I blame the Japanese for liking tentacles so much. Karna, who has B strength, was literally A because of his spear. Only his attacks had A rank strength. But A rank strength wasn't shown in his parameters, but rather AB strength. Officially, a B rank strength is enough to lift a vehicle weighing a few tons. But at the same time, it applies to planes and ships weighing a few hundred tons. It's as if there were a category that could fit the term of heavy transports and that this applied to everyone with B strength or higher. Unlike these absurd examples, my parameters mean much more what they literally meant. And it wasn't just a silly meme. So me having EX in these physical parameters wasn't so surprising for who I had become here in the Nasuverse. But still, EX parameters are incredible. However, they are much more complicated. There are two ways to classify an EX in the Nasuverse. The first and most well-known is that an EX is unmeasurable. It's often mistaken as being unlimited. The second comes directly from the Japanese wiki. In the case of a completely different classification of the parameter that doesn't fit the A to E classification, EX will be shown. This leads to another way to classify EX. Which is, it's not guaranteed that just because it's EX, it's stronger than an A. And that was quite true, because of Thomas Edison with his fake EXs, and Karna CCC with his fake A luck, which he simply made because he didn't feel he had much luck for having her as his master in the moon cell. Well, those are the two ways an EX was classified, however. In CM3, it's actually written. EX is in a completely different class, so powerful that comparing it doesn't make sense. And that was the CM3, where most of the servants' information comes from, with their complete profiles, with comments from Nasu and the illustrator in some of Fate's CMs. Even though this unmeasurable is more accepted by the Nasuverse community. The CM was a more reliable source than others because the author is the author, he has the final word in the meme called parameters. But well, unmeasurable has more than one context. After all, it depends a lot on people understanding what they understand as unmeasurable. Now my OD, or my magical energy. The OD amount was just the measure of the amount of magical energy stored in my body. This was confusing because of the various translation errors in Nasuverse works. But OD was kind of the magical energy of living beings. OD was the life force converted into magical energy by the mage's magic circuits. These are very complicated things because of translation errors. But I understand all the basics about magical energy, without taking into account translation errors or that stupid term the fans created, prana. My OD is increasing little by little, every 7 or 6 minutes because of my mana auto-replenishment. Because of mana auto-replenishment, I really don't need to use my life force to produce my mana, or my magical energy. Since calling magical energy mana was a translation error in Fate that is much more common than I'd like. But it's an error very well accepted by everyone in the Nasuverse, mainly because it's a common error used in the Nasuverse for over 2 decades. Mana, in fact, was just the magical energy of the world, which permeates the entire atmosphere, found outside of living beings. OD was the magical energy of living beings, humans, animals, magical beasts, and so on. OD was the life force of all living beings that was converted into magical energy. But what differentiates normal humans from human mages are their magic circuits. Since normal humans don't have magic circuits, they can't convert their life force into OD, magical energy. This different capacity is what differentiates a human from a mage in the Nasuverse. The fact is that all living beings have OD, life force, but only mages with their magic circuits can convert their life force into magical energy. Obviously, the life force lost in the conversion to magical energy is naturally recovered with good nutrition and rest. Unless they give a part of their own life force to someone else, in that specific situation, there's no way for them to recover their life force. And the idiot who did that will suffer from an effect similar to anemia as a side effect of the permanent loss of their life force. Although OD refers to both cases, life force and magical energy. This was often confusing, but OD could be both magical energy and the life force of a living being used to generate magical energy. While mana was just another translation error since mana was actually the magical energy of the planet. In short, mana was the life force of the world itself. Even mana in the servant's parameters in Japanese was described as magical power. While the term mana referred only to the world. Here in the reverse side of the world, the amount of mana is no joke. The air of the reverse side of the world was full of mana, and in amounts that were deadly to all humans. But well. For me, it didn't matter how my life force is converted into magical energy. As a non-human being, I don't need magic circuits to convert my life force into magical energy. As a being that wasn't human, I should be able to do the conversion of life force and magical energy naturally with all my nerves and muscles. It was almost like it was a part of my own body, like how my arms and legs move. I'd only have trouble learning how I can convert life force into magical energy. I know that the effects of converting life force and magical energy wouldn't be different from the fatigue of a person exercising or a sick person. It would depend a lot on the amount of my life force converted into magical energy. But I don't know how to convert my life force into magical energy, even though it should be natural for me. But since I have mana auto-replenishment on my side, I don't need to bother learning how to convert my life force into magical energy. Thanks to this skill, my magical energy will keep increasing until its limit. How far will my magical energy increase? I have no idea. As a non-human being, it's probably a few 100 million units of magical energy. And although I'm still limited to how much of my magical energy I can use at once, which is only from 250 to 400, according to my mana parameter in my parameters. I'm thinking too much about these complicated things. Power scale, concepts, parameters, and magical energy. Even things like textures. Besides other small things. Really, it was much better for me to stop thinking about these complex things. The more I think, the deeper I sink into an endless hole. Diving into the Nasuverse hole was like diving into an infinite abyss. It's better to check my skills and noble phantasm and then get out of here. I need to find a place to take shelter. The landscape of the reverse side of the world is a paradise, but there are many monsters here, and even gods, and other beings that are the pinnacle of the unimaginable. Fairies are also very cruel beings here in the Nasuverse. Besides being horrible and ugly, they are not at all like Morgan in terms of beautiful appearance. The vast majority are truly monstrous. Chapter 5, Prologue V. Personal skills. Personal skills. Beelzebub, EX. Satan, E. Mark of Lilith, EX. Anatomy comprehension, EX. Territory creation, B. Item construction, A. Divine Doctor, EX. Independent manifestation, false A. Personal skills. Or literally, all the skills that Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie possesses. Although the last skill is actually mine, not one of Beelzebub's skills from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. There are also two class skills under personal skills. Territory creation and item construction. Although I understand why these two skills are included among the personal skills. These two skills were also the reason for my qualification for the caster class that I possess. Anatomy comprehension is the reason for my qualification for the assassin class. The qualification for ruler came from the title of ruler of evil spirits. Lancer came from the fact that the staff is handled similarly to a spear in certain attacks by Beelzebub. Ancient God, that wasn't even a class to begin with. It was merely another designation of Zeus's holy graph for being a god. And that's where the ancient god class came from my species as an ancient god of millennia, even billions of years. Well, I ended up digressing from the topic again for a moment. Starting first with my first personal skill. Beelzebub. Beelzebub, EX. Beelzebub's innate ability to vibrate his body at high frequencies. Beelzebub can use the vibrations as waves that can destroy solid objects, cause earthquakes, a sharp blade that can cut everything, a spear with the power to pierce everything, or a shield capable of reflecting everything that comes into contact with his shield. Beelzebub specialized his vibrations so that the vibrations of the left hand can only be used for defense, and the vibrations of the right hand are solely for attack, maximizing the power of both attack and defense. The offensive vibrations of the right hand are powerful enough to destroy and or cut/pierce the most resistant, divine constructs. The defensive vibration shield of the left hand is so powerful that it reflects damage and causes internal damage to anything that comes into direct contact with the shield. It seems that the divine weapons of the gods from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie were all identified as divine constructs. Considering what divine constructs are, it makes a lot of sense for the divine weapons of the gods from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie to be identified as divine constructs in the Nasuverse world. Beelzebub was a simple skill to understand. I would probably use Beelzebub's vibrations in ways other than how Beelzebub himself used them in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Perhaps I could imitate Whitebeard by spreading powerful vibration waves through the air itself. However, I don't think it would be easy to imitate Whitebeard. Beelzebub's vibrations are high frequency, literally a sharp blade. For me to cause earthquakes like the Gura Gura no Mi, I would need vibrations with lower and less concentrated frequencies. Well, I have the whole world to learn how to use it like Whitebeard used his devil fruit. I just thought of something stupid that I shouldn't have. But it's normal to think about it when I can vibrate my entire body. I'm literally the dildo man. Because I vibrate. Ooh. This would make for some funny memes if Beelzebub weren't so emo. I'd better stop thinking about this and move on to the next skill. equals 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 equals. Satan, e. Since the moment Beelzebub was born, he was considered cursed by Satan. The common rumor surrounding Beelzebub was that any god who tries to approach him will suffer misfortune, and it is said that their hearts are corroded by Satan. In fact, when Beelzebub's love for someone reaches its peak, he will destroy what he loves. When this happens, Beelzebub will lose consciousness and undergo a drastic change. When this skill takes effect, the mad enhancement skill will also be activated, increasing basic parameters and physical abilities beyond the limit to kill the one Beelzebub loves. Equals 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 equals. How problematic. Satan, this was my greatest fear and concern since the moment I became Beelzebub from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. The skill's rank is a bit confusing because it's so low. But those question marks in the Nasuverse mean that the true rank is unknown or variable. Question marks also mean something similar to EX in the sense that it's not measurable or qualifiable in a conventional way from A to E. Luck E and Satan, what a terrifying combination. I'd better move on and stop thinking about Satan. The best thing for me in this world and in this body is to ignore the existence of Satan within me. Equals 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 equals. Mark of Lilith, EX. After her death, Lilith transferred the rose tattoo that was on the left side of her face to Beelzebub's chest. Whenever Beelzebub tries to kill himself or let others kill him, the tattoo will refuse to allow Beelzebub's death. The Mark of Lilith also possesses some kind of consciousness and can recognize when Beelzebub is trying to kill himself or not in a life and death battle. It is a composite skill of affection of the goddess, representing Lilith's love for Beelzebub. Equals 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 equals. What is this pain and these feelings I'm feeling in my heart? Upon seeing the skill, Mark of Lilith, I feel a pain in my heart and strange feelings stuck in my throat, as if I wanted to scream and cry in despair and sadness. The pain in my heart didn't come from the mark on my chest, it was just a sudden pain that struck me upon seeing the skill. Even the strange feelings were sudden upon seeing the skill. I don't understand. I'm not the real Beelzebub, so why am I feeling this way? Is it a reflex or memory of this body? It's better to move on to the next skill quickly. I'm starting to feel awful with all these feelings. Equals 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 equals. Anatomy comprehension, EX. Beelzebub possesses a very high comprehension of the anatomy of gods, demons, and so on. All actions aimed at healing through skills, magecraft, etc., are enhanced. It is possible to target the enemy's vital points with extreme precision, and all inflicted damage is significantly increased. Additionally, the damage received is significantly reduced. This skill is a composite of anatomy research, which deals with study. Equals 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 equals. The skill didn't display all the races since it was unnecessary. Only demons and gods, which were the most important to the skill, were shown in the description. Normally, there would be a name specifying which anatomy Beelzebub had comprehension of, but since there was more than one, the species name was omitted from the skill. A specialty of the assassin class is also described, hitting the vital points of my enemies. Who else would attack vital points besides someone who understands how to kill their opponents with precise attacks on a single vital point of the body in the middle of a fight? Perhaps if I learned to attack blindly, I could acquire the assassin class. I would need to start practicing hiding my presence to attack blindly and kill with a single strike to the vital points of my enemies. If being a sneaky rat is the specialty of almost all assassins. Equals 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 equals. Territory creation, B. A skill originally belonging to the caster class. It is the skill to build a special terrain that is advantageous to oneself as a mage, such as for the purpose of collecting mana. Beelzebub can create a laboratory that functions as a mage's workshop to conduct experiments and create advanced technological equipment, particularly medical equipment. equals 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 equals. Territory creation, a class skill of casters. However, this skill of mine only allows the creation of a laboratory to conduct experiments and even function like a hospital room due to Beelzebub's medical skills. This skill was one of the reasons I have a qualification for the caster class. But well, creating my laboratory wouldn't be easy. To create my laboratory, I would need resources. It's not because it's a skill that I can manifest a laboratory out of nowhere. The creation is entirely manual, also using physical resources for the creation of the territory. This skill is merely a reflection of casters building in advantageous terrain, and some of them were even powerful noble phantasms, like Solomon's temple and Semiramis's gardens. It was all a physical creation using physical resources, not manifested out of nowhere with magical energy. The skill's rank is also not EX because I don't have the caster class. Since the technology of the gods from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie was extremely advanced for humanity, the rank should be EX and not B. Its rank B only because of all the resource limitations of the world. But I don't have the caster class and don't know how to use magecraft to transform all the existing materials into the materials that would really be necessary to create the technology of the gods from Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Before starting to build my laboratory, I should learn the basics of alchemy and gather the necessary materials to create the laboratory. Equals 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 equals. Item construction, A. A skill originally belonging to the caster class. It is the skill to manufacture magical items, from war implements to items for daily use. Additionally, this skill requires time to gather components and manufacture items. Beelzebub is an extremely skilled scientist, particularly adept in the field of biology, using his laboratory to conduct experiments on a multitude of creatures and create monsters. Beelzebub also possesses great technological knowledge, capable of creating advanced technological equipment, particularly medical equipment, and can even create vital organs and replace organs with mechanical ones. Thanks to his scientific experiments, Beelzebub managed to produce a seed of the late Cu Chulainn, the demon lord of the sixth heaven. Equals 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 equals. Item construction is not much different from territory creation. I also need materials to create the items. The only difference is that the skill explicitly states in its description the need for materials to create the items, unlike territory creation, where it's not explicitly mentioned. Although there are some who don't need materials to create items, most caster servants still need to gather component materials to create the items. What more can I say? The Nasuverse is incredible. I can reproduce Cu Chulainn seed and create him in this world. Obviously, I would need absurd amounts of resources, and high-quality resources would be more useful for creating Cu Chulainn seed. First, I would need to solve the laboratory issue, which couldn't be created easily. Especially a laboratory suitable for cultivating just a single Cu Chulainn seed. Perhaps the materials wouldn't be so hard to obtain in the reverse side of the world. There are many monsters living here in the reverse side of the world that would be good materials for creating a single Cu Chulainn seed. I just need the laboratory to do all the necessary work. Equals 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 equals. Divine Doctor, EX. Beelzebub is an extremely skilled doctor. Under Hades's orders, Beelzebub healed and restored Adamus by performing surgery on his body, which had suffered fatal injuries. During the process, several organs and limbs had to be replaced with machines. Beelzebub possesses a high level of knowledge when it comes to technology and is capable of using all this knowledge in medical and scientific operations. This skill is also a composite of surgical procedure and other skills encompassing the field of medicine, including anatomy comprehension, accompanied by anatomy research. This skill has better effects when using magical energy in medical procedures. X. Performing surgery with a scalpel using magical energy increases the healing effects during the procedure. Equals 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 equals. I wonder which class this skill of mine would be aligned with. Based on the descriptions, it's aligned with territory creation and item construction for the caster qualification. But since it's also composed of anatomy comprehension and anatomy research, it would be a skill aligned with my qualification for the assassin class. Perhaps both classes, since the skill is composed of many other unnamed skills. In medicine, there are several different fields of study. Anatomy and surgery were only two of several different skill fields. equals 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 equals. Independent manifestation, false A. It is a special skill that allows manifestation in reality without support, without the need for energy costs or summoning by a master. It enables movement and jumping to any world and or parallel realities and parallel worlds. Effectively, the skill serves as an enhanced version of independent action. This skill signifies a fixed or confirmed existence, granting resistance to instant death, time control attacks, mental effects, and charm. It also prevents influence from the human order incineration through singularities or even the human order compilation through manifesting as long as the requirement is met. This skill also declares the presence of its bearer across all spacetime and thus grants total immunity against existential threats through time paradoxes, such as time travel. However, due to being a false skill, most of the skill's effects are lost. It only allows Beelzebub to manifest in the world in a limited way in a servant class container, without the need for magical energy support or summoning by a master. Although Beelzebub can also self-manifest as a servant summoned by a master, reducing the skill to a version of independent action. Independent action, A+. It is capable of operating without a master and magical energy support thanks to its A++ rank independent action because it was a living being. It is a rule-breaking skill that allows continuous materialization even after the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. With an A+ rank that exceeds even rank A, the support of a master is unnecessary even when releasing a large amount of magical energy, such as a noble phantasm. It also has an effect similar to battle continuation, and is capable of continuing even with fatal injuries to the body. It is the reduced skill of independent manifestation, false, available only when summoned and or self-summoned with a limited class container. Equals 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 equals. The skill that was, in essence, my skill. It was a dual skill, even including independent action. Independent manifestation is originally a skill restricted to the beast class. But even the dick wizard Merlin, over time, developed the skill to serve as a servant purely as part of his hobby, with the purpose of making his fantasies reality. I'd bet all my money that Merlin's fantasy involves women. Speaking of the dick wizard, I'm sure he knows of my existence and is watching me from that tower, wondering who I am. That's something anyone could say. After all, with his clairvoyance, the dick wizard is basically omniscient and can see everything happening in the present time in the world. So he already knows of my existence the moment I found myself here in the reverse side of the world as Beelzebub. I hope he doesn't decide to invade my dreams or give me some weird erotic dreams. Well, just like Amaterasu, it's better to ignore him and not think too much about him. That could become a problem later, and I don't want to deal with a weirdo like the dick wizard. Back to independent manifestation. This skill has many powerful and frightening effects. One of them is manifestation in the world without the support of a master to provide the link with the world and magical energy to remain manifested in the world. Also, just by being a type of fixed existence, it grants resistance to instant death, time control, and immunity to the human order and even the incineration of the human order through singularities. There was also resistance to some other minor effects, such as mental attacks and the charm skill. Going straight to the point of the description about not being influenced by the incineration of the human order through singularities, it's just a way of saying that I can create some kind of singularity to avoid interference from a layer 4, say, wiping out all of humanity for no reason. There's also the declaration of presence across all spacetime, which makes me a being immune to existential threats and temporal paradoxes, such as time travel. This effect alone made this skill one of the most frightening, overpowered, and broken skills in the Nasuverse. The reason: immunity against one of the 5 true magics. Specifically, the 5th true magic and the 2nd true magic. Magic Blue and Kaleidoscope. The power of the 5th true magic is unknown, but one of its abilities is time travel. Nasu, in an interview, revealed that the noble phantasm Ars Almadel Salomonis contains hints about what the 5th magic is capable of. This could mean that the 5th magic can manipulate heat values as energy to achieve various effects, such as time travel. But that's just a theory, and its effect remains unknown. In the Nasuverse, time travel is already within the domain of the 2nd magic, operation of parallel worlds. And this means that independent manifestation prevents several, if not all, of the powers of the 2nd true magic, one of whose concepts is time travel. Independent manifestation was one of the most broken skills in the Nasuverse. Even though it was declared by Chloe von Einsburn as an inferior form of the 3rd true magic. I really don't understand what this has to do with soul materialization and having unlimited magical energy with some form of soul immortality. Somehow, in the Nasuverse, the soul also decays after death. And it's better not to think about this plot hole in the Nasuverse again. Because in many beliefs, the soul is an immortal existence. So it doesn't make any sense based on how the world works with faith and science in the world. Perhaps because it's a mystery that science hasn't discovered yet. Although the reason is how servants are manifested in the world by the Holy Grail. But, none of that mattered. All the effects were useless to me, who possesses a false version of the skill, not the original skill of the beasts. The only capability that remained from independent manifestation was the ability to move through worlds and parallel realities in the Nasuverse. But, even that was limited to a servant class container. Which would limit my power when manifesting in the world. Independent manifestation was also reduced to independent action when I manifested in the world. Independent action would make me completely self-sustainable. Which means I wouldn't need the maintenance of magical energy from a master or the Holy Grail to remain manifested in the world. Not to mention that independent action was somewhat similar to battle continuation. Battle continuation was the ability to survive fatal injuries and even remain manifested in the world after having the heart or head destroyed. Although independent action doesn't allow surviving fatal injuries or continuing to fight for some time without a heart, there is still a case of a servant having their spiritual core destroyed and still remaining in the world, somehow regenerating even their spiritual core. This was a feat demonstrated by Amiya in Fate/Stay Night. Because even at a low level, he could still survive fatal damage and the destruction of his spiritual core, which would send him back to the throne of heroes. But the effect of remaining manifested in the world was the same. Independent action only made the servant independent and capable of sustaining themselves without the support of a master or the Holy Grail. The rank of my independent action was high, especially because I was alive. At rank B, Amiya could still survive without his spiritual core. In addition to being able to stay in the world for 2 days without a master's support. While rank A independent action allowed staying in the world for a week without a master. But they would still need a master's support to use large amounts of magical energy, such as noble phantasms. Rank A plus independent action jumped from a week to years and allowed servants to use their noble phantasms without the issue of lacking magical energy. My rank of independent action was only A++ because I was, in fact, alive. With this rank of independent action, I could be completely autonomous. This was my last skill. So there's only one thing left. With my personal skills fully checked, there was only one thing left for me to verify. Noble phantasm. Equals 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 equals. Noble phantasm. Staff of Apomaeus, EX. Beelzebub, original sin of the underworld, number 0 chaos, EX. Equals 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 equals. Both noble phantasms were somewhat expected by me. Even though I already had prior knowledge of what I could do. Well, let's get this over with and get out of here. Equals 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 equals. Staff of Apomaeus. Rank, EX. Type, anti-unit, self. Range. Maximum number of targets. The Staff of Apomaeus. It is a divine weapon capable of amplifying the power of Beelzebub, enhancing Beelzebub's attack and defense with Beelzebub to much higher and elevated levels. With the left hand used to create a vibrational barrier with Beelzebub, Beelzebub could supposedly block the almighty thunderhammer, Mjolnir, which can destroy the world, tear apart the seas and the earth. This allows Beelzebub to supposedly be capable of blocking an anti-planet type attack with the defense of Beelzebub amplified by the Staff of Apomaeus. The Staff of Apomaeus was given to Beelzebub by Hades. Equals 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 equals. In a world where only aliens can destroy the world, this is cheating. Range and maximum number of targets don't matter. Only type and rank are what really matter here. The anti-unit, self, type targets only me as its effect. In simple terms, it's a support and enhancement noble phantasm. There wasn't much to say. But anti-planet really was the only type of noble phantasm with the power to destroy the world. Equals 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 equals. Original sin of the underworld, number 0 chaos. Rank, EX. Type, suicidal, anti-planet. Range, 99. Maximum number of targets, 1. When Baal, the god of fertility, meets Zebul, the demon of flies, a false god is born, destined to devour the promised land. Original sin of the underworld, number 0, chaos, the empty god. A noble phantasm marked as taboo in Helheim. Condensing the offensive and defensive vibrations of Beelzebub, at the same time, it creates a massive explosion in the form of a black sphere that envelopes Beelzebub and everything around him, and then the black sphere bursts, releasing immense destructive power that can destroy Beelzebub's body. Beelzebub is severely injured after using this noble phantasm. This noble phantasm can be activated with the Staff of Apomaeus by gripping the skull of the Staff of Apomaeus for better control over the immense power of the noble phantasm. As much as I know it's anti-planet, it was still a surprise to see it with my own eyes. Destroying the world isn't my intention anyway. So it doesn't matter. Besides, I don't think I want to use something that could end up killing me. Done. With that, there was nothing left for me to see. It's time to get out of here. That's what I'd like to say, but this is the reverse side of the world. I have no idea how to get out of here. The only thing I can do is find an isolated place to shelter from all the creatures inhabiting the reverse side of the world. I don't know where to go, but for now, it's better to head to the mountains and take shelter in some cave for a while. I'd also like to test my power and see what I can do. Besides starting to practice making skills like Whitebeard's with his devil fruit. I don't know how strong the monsters in the reverse side of the world are. But they shouldn't be much tougher than a base Nasuverse servant. Only a few should be an exception. But there's a better place to test my power. A Holy Grail War. With independent manifestation, I can go to any of the Holy Grail Wars in the Nasuverse worlds. But which one should I go to? Apocrypha, no. I may have all the knowledge of how to fight and use all my skills, but going to Fate/Apocrypha is dangerous for me, who doesn't have much real combat experience at the moment. Strange Fake would be good. But things there seem more dangerous than in the Apocrypha world. See. No. 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 It's too crazy a world for my mentality to stay completely sane. Grand Order, it's a good one. But, many of the singularities can be dangerous for me too. I need real combat experience before going to those worlds. To gain real experience more safely, Fate/Stay Night seems very good. Fate/Stay Night is also set a few years before Fate/Strange Fake. Before. That's it. I'll go to Fate/0. Since I have A++ independent action, I can even stay in the world after the Holy Grail War ends. FSN happens only 10 years later, so I can enjoy the world until then after the 4th Holy Grail War. I could also try to get close to Artoria in this Holy Grail War. She's one of the first waifus of everyone who follows the Nasu series. Who wouldn't want to get close to one of their waifus? But first, I'll take shelter in a safe place in the mountains before going to the FSN world 10 years before all the events of the main timeline. It'll be a long walk. Author's notes. Do you want the complete Fate/0 prologue? It would be around or even more than 10k words. Or is it better to skip and go straight? This is a discarded skill. Foreign Divine Body, A. It is a skill that represents the foreign god who cannot be harmed by mortal weapons. This skill negates any damage from weapons or noble phantasms of rank B and below, constructed by human hands in history. Attacks of rank A are reduced to rank E, rank A+ to rank D, rank A++ to rank C, and rank A+++ to rank B and above. This skill has no effect against attacks from divine constructs or attacks from magecraft, authority, great physical strength, etc. It is also a composite skill of pseudo-immortality, which grants eternal life to the foreign god, making them incapable of aging or dying from natural causes like old age. Its effects are similar to Siegfried's NP, where attacks of a certain rank are negated or gain tremendous resistance to attacks. The discard is because servants cannot be harmed by human weapons in the first place. Except if the weapon is imbued with magical energy, then servants can even be harmed by human weapons. So that's why I discarded this skill. Chapter 6, Shuumatsu. He immediately recognized the woman he was looking for. In the early afternoon of the holidays, children could be seen playing on the grass, bathed in the calm autumn sun, with their parents watching them, smiling. The square around the park's fountain was overcrowded with city residents who had brought their families to relax. Even amidst such a crowd, he didn't lose his way. No matter how crowded, no matter how far, he was certain he could find her effortlessly. Even if he didn't know if he could see her once a month, even if she already had a partner. Only when he approached her did the woman in the shade of the trees notice his arrival. "Hey, long time no see." "Oh. Cu Chulainn." Showing a modest and polite smile, she looked up from the book she was reading. "Worn out?" Seeing her like this, Korea felt overwhelmed by a helpless anxiety. Something seemed to be troubling her. He immediately wanted to ask about the cause of that problem, to strive to find a solution for that something, but Korea couldn't bring himself to mention it. Even driven by this impulse, he wasn't close enough to offer such unrestrained kindness. That wasn't his place. It's been 3 months. This trip was quite long this time. Oh, yes. In his sweet dreams, her smile surely appeared. But he didn't have the courage to face her when she was actually in front of him. It had been like this for the past 8 years. Korea would probably never be able to face that smile forever. As she made him so nervous, he never knew what to say after greeting her, and a subtle silence fell. That happened every time too. To break the awkward silence, Korea looked for the one he could talk to easily. There. Playing among the other children on the grass, twin ponytails dancing cheerfully. Though very young, the girl already showed signs of a beautiful face, inherited from her mother. Rin-chan. Korea called her, waving his hand. As soon as she noticed, the girl he called Rin ran toward him with a bright smile. Welcome back, Uncle Korea. Did you bring me another gift? Now, Rin, mind your manners. The young girl seemed oblivious to her mother's embarrassed voice. Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Korea, responding with the same smile, held out one of the 2 gifts he was carrying on his back. Oh, how beautiful. An elaborate brooch made of variously sized glass beads captured the girl's heart at first sight. Though it might seem a bit much for a girl her age, Korea was well aware that Rin had very precocious tastes. Uncle, thank you as always. I'll take good care of it. Haha, if you like it, Uncle is happy too. Gently patting Rin's head, Korea looked for the intended recipient of the other gift he had brought. For some reason, she wasn't anywhere in the park. Say, where's Sakura-chan? Upon hearing Korea's question, Rin's smile immediately vanished. Her face looked as if she had stopped thinking, the face of a resigned child forced to accept reality without thinking. Sakura, she's gone. With a blank stare, Rin had given a monotonous response. Then, as if avoiding Korea's question, she ran back to the children she had been playing with earlier. Perplexed by Rin's incomprehensible words, Korea looked at Rin's mother questioningly with sudden realization. She averted her eyes to an empty space with a somber look. What does that mean? Sakura is no longer my daughter, nor Rin's sister. Her tone was dry but braver than her daughter Rin's. That child went to the Matu family. The name, sounding deeply familiar yet abominable, violently tore at Korea's heart. That can't. What the hell does that mean, Aoi-san? You shouldn't even need to ask, right? Especially you, Korea-kun. Crushing Korea's heart, Rin's mother, Tosaka Aoi, gave a harsh and cold response, never looking at him, as if indifferent. Of course, you should know why the Matun needed a child with magical ancestry to succeed them, don't you? How can you accept that? That's what he decided. This is the decision of the head of the Tosaka family, fulfilling a request from old sworn friends, the Matu. My opinion doesn't matter. For that reason, mother and daughter, elder sister and younger sister, were separated. Of course, she wouldn't agree. But both Aoi and young Rin knew very well why they couldn't help but accept it. Because that's what it meant to live as a mage. Korea knew that cruel fate all too well. Are you okay with that? Aoi responded with a faint, bitter smile to Korea's stone-cold voice. I was prepared for something like this when I decided to marry someone from the Tosaka family, when I decided to become the wife of a mage. When you enter the lineage of a mage, it's a mistake to seek the normal happiness of a family. And, facing Korea who tried to speak again, the mage's wife gently but clearly stopped him. This is a matter between the Tozakas and the Matu. It's none of your business, you who turned your back on the world of mages. She finished with a slight nod. With that, Korea could no longer move. As if he had turned into one of the park's trees, his chest was tight with weakness and helplessness. Since long ago, when she was a girl, then when she became a wife, and even after she had 2 children, Aoi's attitude toward Korea had never changed. 3 years older than him, friends since childhood, she always treated Korea kindly and without restraint, like a true sister to a brother. This was the first time she had so clearly pointed out their respective positions. If you get to see Sakura, please treat her kindly. She always liked you, Korea-kun. With Aoi watching over her, Rin was playing cheerfully, full of energy, as if to drive away her pain. As if Rin's behavior itself was the response that pushed back the silent Korea beside her, Tosaka Aoi showed him only the profile of a peaceful mother on holiday. But Korea still hadn't given up. There was no way he could give up on this. The resolute and serene Tosaka Aoi who accepted her fate. She couldn't even completely hide the tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. Times. Korea hurried through the scenery of the hometown he thought he'd never see again. Every time he returned to Fuyuki City, he never crossed the bridge to Miyama. It must have been 10 years. Unlike the Shinto area, where business thrived every day, nothing had changed in this neighborhood where time seemed to have stopped. Quiet streets filled with memories, but none pleasant would return if he stopped to take a look. Ignoring such useless nostalgia, Kariya thought about his conversation with Aoi an hour earlier. Are you okay with that? The thoughtless plea Aoi threw at him while averting her eyes. He hadn't used such a sharp tone in years. Don't raise your eyes, don't cause trouble. That's how he lived. Anger, hatred, Kariya had left it all in the desolate streets of Miyama. After abandoning his hometown, Kariya never made a fuss about anything. Even the dirtiest and ugliest matters were nothing compared to what he hated in this land. That's why, yes. It must have been 8 years since the last time his voice carried such feelings. This time, it wasn't with the same woman that Kariya used the same tone, the same words. Are you okay with that? He had asked the same question back then. Turning to his senior childhood friend the night before, she had taken the Tosaka name. He never forgot the expression she had at that moment. She gave a small nod, as if regretful, as if apologizing, but still blushing with shyness. Kariya was defeated by that serene smile. I was prepared. It's a mistake to seek the normal happiness of a family. Such words were just a lie. On that day, 8 years ago, when she was proposed to by the young mage, her smile definitely showed her faith in happiness. And so, Kariya fully accepted his defeat because he trusted that smile. Perhaps, the man who was marrying Aoi, that man was the only one who could make her happy. But that was a mistake. More than anyone else, Kariya should have realized it was a fatal mistake. By fully realizing how despicable magecraft was, hadn't Kariya rejected his fate and left his family? Yet, he could forgive that. Even he, who had turned his back in fear, fully aware of how abominable magecraft was. His most important woman had surrendered, of all people, to the men who most resembled a mage. What now burned in Kariya's chest was regret. Not once, but twice, he chose the wrong words. He shouldn't have asked, are you okay with that, but should have concluded, you must not do this. And 8 years ago, if he had held Aoi back, perhaps there could have been a different future from today. If she hadn't bound herself to Tosaka that day, she would have been free from the cursed fate of a mage and could have lived a happy, normal life. And today, in the early afternoon in the park, if he had reacted differently to the decision between the Tozekas and the Matu, perhaps it would have shocked her. She might have rejected the absurdity of a stranger. But even so, she couldn't just blame herself like that. She didn't have to completely suppress the tears. Kariya absolutely could not forgive that. The one who repeated the mistake twice. For his punishment, he returned to the place of the days he had left behind. Surely, there was a way to atone. The world he had once turned his back on. The fate he had barely escaped. But now, he could face it. If he thought of the one woman in the world he didn't want to see suffer. Under the sky where dusk was approaching, he stopped in front of an imposing and lush Western-style house. Matu Kariya stood before the gate of his home again after a decade. Times. Starting right at the front door, the small but risky dispute soon unfolded inside the Matu residence, where Kariya settled on a living room sofa. I thought I told you never to show your face in front of me again. Sitting across from Kariya, the small, old man who spat the detestable words was Matu Zoken, head of the family. Zoken was so withered that his bald head and limbs seemed mummified, but the deep light in his eyes filled his spirit. Both his appearance and personality made him an unusual and mysterious person. To tell the truth, not even Kariya could determine the old man's exact age. The aberrant entry in the family registry stated he was the father of Kariya and his brother. But even in his great-grandfather, his ancestor in the third generation, there were records of the old man called Zoken in the family tree. There was no way to find out how many generations this man had come to reign over the Matu family. Speaking of repulsive actions, he was a mage who could be called immortal, extending his age. A person at the root of the Matu lineage with little direct connection to Kariya. Zoken was a genuine specter surviving in the current era. I heard about something unforgivable. About how the Matu house is committing some outrageous disgrace. Kariya had admitted several times that the mage he was now facing was powerful with unmatched cruelty. A man who was the embodiment of everything Kariya had come to hate and despise throughout his existence. Even if that man killed him, Kariya would definitely hate him fiercely until the end. With the confrontation 10 years ago, Kariya faced that strong spirit and escaped the Matu, managing to conquer his freedom. I heard you took in the second daughter of the Tosaka. You want to preserve the Matu mage lineage so badly. Zoken grimaced at the provocative tone of Kariya's questioning. You want to talk about that? Nothing more. Who do you think is responsible for the fall of the Matu? In the end, Byakuya's son finally became null of magic circuits. The pure Matu bloodline collapsed with this generation. But, more than your older brother Byakuya, who received the foundation of a mage, it was you, Korea. If you had obediently accepted your inheritance and accessed the secrets of the Matu, we wouldn't be pressed by circumstances. And that's all your. But Korea, with a scoff, deflected the threatening attitude of the old man who was heating up with foam at the mouth. Stop with your comedy, vampire. What's the problem with maintaining the Matu line? Don't make me laugh. There's nothing wrong for you, even if no new Matu generation is produced. The discussion is over, since you'll keep living for 200 years or 1,000 years, huh? As Korea guessed correctly, Zoken gave a suspicious smile, as if the anger until now was a lie. That was the smile of a monster who doesn't even consider human emotions as shards. As always, you're a loveless fellow. You speak and behave with frankness. Whatever, that's how you trained me. I'm not one to beat around the bush. A wet sound came from the back of the old man's throat, as if he were laughing pleasantly. That's right. I probably could outlive you and Byakuya's son in a distant future. But, even so, it was just a matter of how long I can preserve this body from its daily decay. Even if a Matu heir is unnecessary, a Matu mage was necessary. To win the Grail, I mean. So, in the end, that's your goal. That fit well with Korea's guess. It was immortality that this old mage was steadfastly pursuing. The wish-granting machine called the Grail could fulfill it once completed. What suffocated this monster who wouldn't die after centuries was the hope placed in that miracle. The return of the 60-year cycle is for next year. But for the fourth Holy Grail War, the fourth Heaven's Feel, there will be no player from the Matu. Your brother, Byakuya, doesn't have the prana level of a servant. He doesn't even have the command seals. But even if we must give up this battle, there's a chance for the next one in 60 years. There's no doubt an excellent user can be born from the Tosaka daughter. I have high expectations for her as a good vessel. The face of Tosaka Sakura appeared behind Korea's eyelids. A late bloomer always behind her sister Rin, a fragile-looking girl. A child far too young to bear the cruel fate of a mage. Swallowing his boiling anger, Korea feigned a calm attitude. Here and now, he was here to negotiate with Zoken. There was nothing to gain by being emotional. If that's what it's about, if you want the Holy Grail, then there's no need for Tosaka Sakura, right? Zoken's eyes narrowed, suspicious of the hidden meaning in Korea's words. What trick do you have in mind? A deal, Matu Zoken. I'll bring the Matu name to the next Heaven's Feel. In exchange, you release Tosaka Sakura. Surprised for only the brief moment of a breath, Zoken then laughed with disdain. Don't be stupid. A failure who never studied anything would be the master of a servant in a year. You have the secret to make that possible, don't you? With your crest worms you're so proud of, old man. Korea jumped straight to the point, staring the old mage in the face. Plant your crest worms in me. You can do it, in the flesh and blood of the filthy Matu. The compatibility must be much better than with the daughter of another house. Zoken's face changed from human to mage, an expressionless face, that was the face of a mage. Korea, do you want to die? Don't tell me you're worried. Father. Zoken seemed to realize that Korea was serious. Coldly, the mage assessed Korea, looking at him, then took a deep breath. I must say I expected more from you than from Byakuya. After expanding your magic circuits with the crestworms, if we can train you thoroughly for a year, the Holy Grail might select you. Even so, I can't understand. Why would you go so far for a little girl? Just let the Matu tenacity be handled by Matu hands. Don't involve unrelated outsiders. Once again with your admirable dedication. As if enjoying all this, Zoken showed a complacent smile, full of his ill will toward Korea. But, Korea, if your purpose is to keep others uninvolved, aren't you a bit late? Do you know how many days have passed since the Tosaka daughter came to our family? Despair rushed through, crushing Korea's chest. Old man, you mean? There were terrible screams for the first 3 days, but on the 4th day, she was silent. Today, she was thrown at dawn into the worm pit to test how well she'd last, but, ho-ho, she endured it for half a day and is still breathing. What do you know, the Tosaka material isn't defective. Korea's shoulders trembled with a murderous intent beyond hatred. He wanted to grab that evil mage by the neck, strangle him with all his strength, and break him, right now. That was the impulse raging inside Korea. But Korea accepted it. Even if he was wasting away to the point of withering, Zoken was a mage. Korea couldn't even try to kill him here. He didn't even have a fragment of the power needed to do that. To save Sakura, there was no other way but to negotiate. Seeing through the conflict within Korea, Zoken let out a dark, satisfied laugh. So, what will you do? The little girl is already broken, full of worms from head to toe. But if you still think you want to save her, well, I won't think twice. No objections. Let's do it. Korea responded with a chilling voice. Of course, he had no other choice. Excellent, excellent. Well, we can still train you as much as possible. But know that I'll continue with Sakura's training as long as you don't show any results. Cackling, the old mage's good humor was mocking Korea with his anger and despair. Instead of restoring a failure who already betrayed us, the success rate of getting a child out of this is much higher. I'm in favor of making the most of every opportunity, one at a time. I'm giving up on this heaven's feel, as I've already considered it a lost battle. But if, by a 1 in a million chance, you manage to get the Grail, I agree. If that happens, naturally, I'll have no business with the Tosaka daughter. I'd be done with the only thing I'm training her for. You're not deceiving me, are you? Matu Zoken. Korea, if you think you need 5 faces to talk to me, try enduring the crestworms first. Yes, try being the worm's nursery for a week first. If you haven't died of insanity by then, I'll assume you're really serious. Leaning on his cane and straightening his back with difficulty, Zoken turned to Korea with an alien smile that fully displayed his malice. So, let's begin the preparations without delay. We'll complete the treatment immediately. If you want to reconsider, do it now. Nodding silently, Korea cast aside his last hesitation. He would become Zoken's puppet as soon as he let the worms into his body. With that, there would be no way to rebel against the old mage. If he managed to qualify as a mage, Korea and his Matu blood would surely receive the command seals. Heaven's Feel. The only chance of salvation for Tosaka Sakura. The choice he would never be able to reach with this flesh and blood. Korea might lose his life in exchange. Even if he wasn't defeated by the other masters, Korea's flesh would be devoured by the worms upon taking in the crestworms for a period as short as a year, and his life expectancy would be no more than a few years. But that didn't matter. Korea's decision was too late. Aoi's daughter would have lived in peace with her mother if he had had the same determination 10 years ago. The fate he rejected was passed on and fell upon an innocent little girl. There was no redemption for that. If there was a path to atonement, it would be none other than returning a normal life to the girl. Moreover, if he had to eliminate all 6 remaining masters to reach the Holy Grail. Among those who brought tragedy to the girl called Sakura, there was at least one person for whom he could bring a requiem. Tosaka, Tokiomi. As the head of one of the 3 founding families, there was no doubt he would bear the command seals. Different from his sense of guilt toward Aoi and his hatred toward Zoken, there was a resident hatred that had accumulated until today. A very dark feeling of vengeance silently began to burn in the depths of Matu Korea's heart like a smothered fire. Chapter 7, Berserker. For nearly 200 years, a secret war among 3 mage families had been established with a single goal in mind. That goal was the most cherished desire of all mages in the world, the root, the place of God, the Akashic records, the records of the beginning and end of all things that create everything in this world. Approximately 200 years ago, in 1800, 3 families, Tosaka, Matu, and Einsburn, known as the 3 founding families, devised a reproduction of the Holy Grail that Jesus Christ used at the Last Supper. It was also a theme in many traditions around the world. But this Holy Grail was not the true sacred relic used by Christ at the Last Supper. The Fuyuki Grail was merely a copy of the omnipotent vessel of the Son of God, which opens a path to a utopia. The Fuyuki Holy Grail was a great ritual established by the 3 founding families. The 3 founding families hoped that the summoning of the Holy Grail would fulfill their desires, the desire that all mages in the world share, the root. With this goal in their minds, the 3 mage families offered their secret arts to finally manifest the so-called omnipotent vessel, the Holy Grail. However, this Holy Grail could only grant the wish of one person. As soon as this truth became known to the 3 founding families, the bonds of cooperation were washed in blood by conflicts among the 3 mage families in 1810, 10 years after the Holy Grail was established in 1800 by the 3 founding families in pursuit of the root. And so began a legendary secret war in the world of the occult among the 3 mage families. This war was known as the Holy Grail War. It was a war that occurred every 60 years, where 7 mages chosen by the Holy Grail as masters, with the support of the Holy Grail, could summon one of 7 servants to battle for the acquisition of the Grail and have their wishes fulfilled. This was the beginning of the 4th Holy Grail War, after the chaos of the 3rd Holy Grail War on the eve of World War II in 1939. The 4th Heaven's Feel. Have you memorized the summoning incantations accurately? In a dark storage room, Zoken reminded Korea once more, just for safety. Filled with a foul smell of rot and dampness, a greenish darkness like the depths of the sea. This was the worm storage hidden deep in the soil of the Matu residence, located on the hill of the small mountainous town of Fuyuki. Yes. Korea nodded in the darkness of the storage. Korea's face was covered by the hood of a blue sweatshirt he wore to hide his pale face. After a year since implanting the worms in exchange for expanding his magic circuits and magical potential for this Heaven's Feel, Korea was in an extremely decrepit state with little time left to live. Because of this, Korea currently had sickly pale skin, almost like that of a corpse, his black hair now white, the left side of his face completely paralyzed, and half of his limbs, arm and leg, dysfunctional and distorted. That's good, Korea. Just in the middle of the incantation, add 2 more lines of incantations. What do you mean? Zoken smiled menacingly at Korea's confused expression. Isn't it obvious? Korea, you must know that, as a mage, your skills are not just 1 or 2 levels below those of the other masters. This will affect the basic abilities of the servant. If that's the case, it can only be altered through the servant's class, and we must raise the root parameter. Zoken explained to Korea why he should add 2 more lines of incantations in the middle of the heroic spirit summoning incantation. We can predetermine the servant's class through a slight alteration in the summoning incantations. Normally, the assignment of a servant's class is inevitably decided by the attributes of the heroic spirit being summoned. However, Korea, there's an exception. There are 2 servant classes that can be designated by the summoner in advance. One of them is assassin. The servant belonging to this class can only be assumed as a group of assassins who inherited the name Hasanai Saber. And the other class is for all heroic spirits and can be manifested as long as the summoner incorporates the necessary foreign ingredients. Therefore, Zoken handed Korea a paper with some words while smiling with a distorted and joyful expression on his repulsive, wrinkled old face. This time, give the summoned servant the attribute of mad enhancement. Matu, Zoken declared loudly with a very happy face, as if welcoming the disastrous implications contained within. Korea, as the master of Berserker, fight for me with everything you have. Korea said nothing more and began the summoning of the Berserker servant. In the middle of the storage room was a well-crafted piece of wood in the center of a magical circle shaped like a purification ring, surrounded by another ring of 4 purification circles, enclosed by a summoning protection. That crafted piece of wood was a genuine fragment of the round table that Zoken managed to buy, to be used as a catalyst to summon a powerful Berserker servant from the Arthurian legends. The sale of many round table fragments was common in the market at the time of the Holy Grail War. But there were many forgeries, so it was quite difficult to obtain a genuine fragment like the one Matu Zoken acquired to summon Berserker for the 4th Holy Grail War. Let silver and steel be the essence. As Korea began the servant summoning incantation, the magical circle glowed with a great concentration of magical energy accumulating within it. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. The worms in the damp storage began to writhe with the start of the summoning incantation. Let black be the color I pay homage to. All those worms were used to provide the magical energy needed for the heroic spirit summoning to be performed correctly. Although fresh blood from an animal or human could also be used in the heroic spirit summoning ritual, it was more beneficial to use materials with a high concentration of magical energy to summon a powerful heroic spirit for the Holy Grail War, rather than a blood sacrifice. Let my great master Makiri be the ancestor. Korea continued chanting the servant summoning incantation, hoping to summon one of the heroes from the other side of the universe in search of a miracle to save a little girl from a cruel fate. Let a wall rise against the wind that shall fall. As Korea progressed in the summoning chant, pain overtook his body. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Even with all the pain, Korea continued chanting the servant summoning incantation for the Holy Grail War. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Korea felt the worms inside him stir and devour his flesh faster with the rapid consumption of magical energy in the heroic spirit summoning. The veins on Korea's face thickened, and beneath the skin of his face, the worms crawled to eat his brain. The pain Korea felt from having his body and brain devoured was unimaginable. I can't stop here. I have to save little Sakura. For her. Thinking of the duty he carried on his shoulders, Korea would not back down at this moment. I hereby declare. Your body shall serve under me. My fate shall be your sword. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. If you submit to this will and this reason, then answer. With his resolve strengthened, Korea chanted several lines of the incantation, thinking of the duty he, as Korea, and not a Matu family mage, carried on his shoulders. An oath shall be sworn here. As Korea's chant continued with all his strength, the magical energy scattered in the atmosphere trembled in terror, with fear and dread of what was being summoned in that worm storage. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. In the middle of the incantation, Korea paused and then added the forbidden foreign ingredient to the summoning incantation. It was just 2 lines that would strip the heroic spirit of its sanity, reducing the hero to the Berserker class. Yet, though you serve with your eyes clouded in chaos, you, bound in the cage of madness. I am the one who commands this chaos. Korea is different from other mages because his magic circuits are made of other organisms living inside him as parasites. The anguish needed to incite them and activate his circuits is incomparable to that suffered by other mages. For the worms used to activate Korea's circuits devoured his body from within, primarily devouring Korea's brain with the activation of his circuits. As he chanted the incantations, Korea's limbs twitched in spasms, and blood flowed from his shattered capillaries. Blood tears flowed from the remaining healthy right eye, streaming down his cheek. Even so, Korea did not relax his concentration with the duty he carried on his shoulders. From the 7th heaven. The storage room trembled, the floor and walls of the dark, damp storage cracked with a small tremor as Karia's chant neared its end with each line of the incantation. Attended by 3 great words of power. The worms scattered throughout the storage room as a sacrifice let out a shrill sound as they began to rot and release a black smoke in the storage that swirled around the summoning magical circle. Come forth from the ring of restraint. It seemed that the foul storage room of rot and dampness in the darkness of the deep sea was rapidly decaying, with the green color of the sea depths fading into a lifeless gray. Protector of the holy balance. Ah! With the end of the chant, Kuria felt immense pain in his body being devoured by the worms upon the activation of his magic circuits. Then, suddenly, the air and magical energy vibrated within the lifeless gray storage. From the magical circle, thousands of buzzing sounds emerged, accompanied by a dense black cloud formed by the worms, which had disintegrated, serving as the source of magical energy for the Berserker servant summoning ritual. The black smoke began to spread with the buzzing throughout the damp and rotten worm storage. When some flies landed right next to Kuria's decaying face, Kuria realized that the black cloud was not some kind of smoke but was, in fact, a large swarm of flies. The patterns of the circle glowed in a blood-crimson black light behind the dense cloud of flies surrounding the magical circle. Kuria's magic circuits had connected with a plain knot of men, and from the blinding crimson light shining in the midst of the dense cloud of flies, a silhouette in complete darkness emerged in the form of a tall, slender man. Oh ho ho ho. Zoken laughed eerily, observing the silhouette amidst the dense black cloud of buzzing flies with a terrible sound in the Matu residence's storage. But then. I ask you, are you the master who summoned me? The dense cloud of flies and the terrible buzzing dissipated, revealing a young man with black hair wearing the black robes of a priest, and a staff with a skull in one of his hands. Zoken's laughter died the moment he heard the heroic spirit's voice. But seeing that figure of a heroic spirit, Zoken turned to Kuria with a furious expression on his repulsive, wrinkled face. Useless. Zoken spat irritably. You're a failure, Kuria. Instead of summoning Berserker, you summoned Caster. Kuria was startled by Zoken's expression and irritated tone. What? But I pronounced the mad enhancement attribute to summon Berserker. How could I have summoned Caster? Isn't it obvious, you useless fool? Even with all the resources I spent on you, you messed everything up by summoning the wrong servant. I guess that girl wasn't that important to you after all. Kuria, you wasted my time and resources and didn't summon the Berserker servant. Kuria didn't move at Zoken's words. Kuria's one good eye was unfocused as all his hopes of saving Sakura slowly faded. A waste of time. I knew you were weak, but I had no idea you were so pathetic. Even using a specific incantation to summon Berserker, you managed to summon the weakest servant, Kuria. Ho ho, you useless, you wasted a year of my time that I could have spent training the little Tosaka girl. And no. Kuria staggered back on his paralyzed leg and ended up falling, without strength, on his paralyzed leg. With half his body almost completely paralyzed, Kuria had to crawl to move in the past year. He. Zoken smiled with pleasure at Kuria's desperate and hopeless face on the ground. Zoken Matu had given up on the 4th Holy Grail War from the start. He only trained Kuria for a year just to train, as Zoken Matu considered the 4th Holy Grail War a lost battle from the beginning. He had no hope that Kuria would win the battle for the Grail. But the pleasure he felt in humiliating Kuria was too good for him to simply ignore his failure to summon the Berserker servant. I'm going to enjoy every second of that little girl. Pow. Zzz. Crack. A loud sound of a strike echoed in the storage, followed by an annoying buzz, and then the sound of one of the storage walls cracking and breaking with a tremor that shook the entire Matu residence's storage as if a small earthquake had occurred and hit the Matu house. Ah. It happened so fast that Zoken didn't realize what had happened until he saw a line formed between him and Kuria on the storage floor. Looking at that line, Zoken saw that it stretched from the tip of the servant's staff standing on the magical circle to a wall that had completely turned to rotten dust. Servant Berserker. In that moment of silence, the servant spoke, drawing the attention of Zoken and Kuria. Berserker. Zoken Matu was surprised to hear the servant pronounce his class. It was something Zoken couldn't imagine happening, a Berserker class servant, a class of servants consumed by insanity and madness, speaking normally. How can a Berserker servant be so lucid? Zoken, who had lived a long life of over 500 years and had seen all the Holy Grail Wars in the past 200 years, couldn't imagine there could be a Berserker not consumed by insanity and madness. The Berserker servant looked at Kuria with his black eyes deeper than the darkest abyss in the world. I will ask again. Are you my master? The young voice of the servant was calm but cold, with no emotions in its tone beyond sadness and more sadness. Kuria, who until that moment was paralyzed with shock and fear, snapped out of his stupor with the cold voice of the servant who had turned one of the storage walls into rotten dust of death and horror with a terrifying power. Why yes. I am your master, be Berserker. Kuria responded with a weak voice but soon put on a stronger voice and spoke again. My name is Kuria Matu, and I am your master. Berserker. Then our contract is complete. For now, you may call me Bell, Master. My name is not something you should know at the moment. There are no issues with this arrangement, correct, Master? The cold, deep black eyes of the servant caused fear in Korea, as he could feel the power of a servant by looking into the black eyes of the Berserker staring at him emotionlessly with a blank face. Why yes, Berserker. Korea. What are the parameters of this Berserker? Zoken asked Korea. Korea looked at the servant, and the information soon came into his vision as he used the Master's sight. Strength C+, Endurance A++, Agility D, Mana and Luck E. Korea listed each of the parameters and their rankings one by one. Except for Endurance, all the parameters are below average. Hearing the Berserker's parameters from Korea's mouth, Zoken quickly drew his conclusions about the power of the Berserker that Korea had summoned as his servant for the heavens feel. Ho ho ho, for the Berserker class, this servant's parameters are very low, Korea. As Zoken had said, except for Endurance, all of Berserker's parameters were average or well below average, especially for a Berserker, who naturally should have parameters above average, at B or A, in all their parameters. And what about his skills and noble phantasm? They must be at least strong. Tell me, Korea, the names of all the skills and the noble phantasm of this Berserker, along with their rankings, Korea. Korea nodded and then turned back to his master's sight, looking at the skills and noble phantasm of the Berserker, who remained still and silently waiting for Korea's analysis for Zokenmato. Berserker has Divinity E. Oh. A demigod, then. Or perhaps someone related to a god from the Age of Gods, or someone vaguely associated with a god but who succumbed to decline in this age or in their own legend. After Zoken made a quick analysis of Berserker's divinity, Korea continued to speak about Berserker's skills. Mad enhancement is E. If it's so low, it's not surprising that his parameters are also below average. A Berserker's mad enhancement is what truly defines all of the Berserker's parameters. The higher the mad enhancement, the greater the Berserker's parameters. Zoken responded calmly upon hearing that the Berserker servant had a mad enhancement of rank E, no. But Korea drew Zoken's attention. Surprised and shocked by what he was seeing, Korea spoke with a tense voice full of dread at what he was seeing in Berserker's skills. His mad enhancement is X. Ah. Zoken was surprised and shocked to hear that the Berserker's mad enhancement rank was so high, with a ranking beyond the limits of parameter measurement. Ha 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 ha. But soon, all of Zoken's surprise was replaced by a loud and joyful laugh. The sound of the laughter was so loud that it echoed off the damp, rotten walls of the Matu house's storage. I see. I understand, Korea. This Berserker servant. Despite having such a high mad enhancement rank, he still retains all his mental sanity. That should be impossible for such a high mad enhancement rank. Perhaps it's a noble phantasm or one of his skills that makes him a true mad Berserker, raising all his parameters to the level of a true mad Berserker. So that's it. Korea was surprised by Zoken's explanation about the Berserker who still retained his mental sanity with such an absurd level of mad enhancement. Korea wouldn't deny it. He was also very surprised when he saw the Berserker's mad enhancement rank. Ha. Continue, Korea. Tell me his other Berserker skills. After his euphoria, Zoken calmed down and ordered Korea to speak about the other Berserker skills. Although Zoken still had a malicious and mad smile on his wrinkled, withered, and pale face that had once lost all its vitality. Well. Oblivion correction, also at. Korea swallowed hard when he saw the absurd rank of the new skill. Rank EX. The second EX ranked skill surprised Korea again. But Zoken thought for a moment in silence, still with his distorted smile. I don't know what kind of skill that is, Korea, it's something completely new. But it must be linked to mad enhancement just by its strange name. Korea nodded at the explanation Zoken had given him about this new, unknown class skill. Although Zoken's thoughts were contrary to what he had just said to Korea. This is the same skill as that servant from the third heavens feel. The Avenger. Although the effects are unknown, it's very interesting. Zoken recalled a servant summoned in the previous heavens feel. A new and unknown servant class that had emerged amidst the chaotic eve of World War II. Very well, Korea. Continue. What are the other Berserker skills? Right. 3 of his skills are hidden. Berserker must be hiding them of his own will. Don't worry, Korea. What are the ranks? That's what really matters. They are A, E, E with question marks, and question marks. Zoken was confused and didn't understand when Korea mentioned question marks in a skill. Oh, yes, that's right, there are question marks in Berserker's second personal skill. What do those question marks mean? Zoken shook his head helplessly, but his smile only grew wider. I don't know, continue. What's the rank of the other skill? It's another EX again. Kuria was once again surprised by what he was seeing and also frightened. From what Kuria himself had learned, it was not common to have more than one EX in heroic spirits of the highest caliber. Kuria knew that heroic spirits with plus modifiers are extraordinary. And that heroic spirits with A+ were rare, and those with A++ were very extraordinary. But those with A++ were in a league of their own. However, those with EX were the ones who possessed truly exceptional skills that were completely off the scale. So, after seeing a servant with 3 EX ranks, it was impossible for Kuria not to be frightened and scared of Berserker. Although, unlike Kuria, Zoken was beaming with a wide smile of ecstasy. Ho 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 ho. 3 EX skills is unique, Kuria. The best of the best heroic spirits barely have 1 EX ranked skill. And this Berserker already has 3 of them. Hee 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 hee. Zoken was delighted that Berserker had high-level skills despite having parameters below the average expected for a Berserker. What's his noble phantasm, Kuria? Well, it's, Berserker still has 1 more skill. Independent action A++. Before talking about the noble phantasm, Kuria noticed that Berserker still had 1 more extraordinary skill. What? Zoken was surprised for a second, but his smile soon returned to his face. That's an archer skill. Are you sure this Berserker has that skill at such a high rank? Yes. It's independent action A++, the name and rank. Ho ho. It seems you have some luck, Kuria. With independent action, Berserker won't kill you when he fights another servant. Kuria was very lucky. Since Berserker had a very high independent action rank, Berserker wouldn't be heavily dependent on Kuria's magical energy to stay in the world or fight for a while independently of having a master to supply magical energy. However, Zoken's smile turned malicious as he looked at Kuria with pleasure. With a Berserker who still retains his mind and has such a high independent action rank, this Berserker might be uncontrollable for you. Hee hee. Zoken knew that, as a Berserker who wasn't consumed by madness, he could pose some difficulty in receiving orders from his master. But with an independent action rank that even Zoken himself hadn't seen in other Holy Grail Wars, the summoned Berserker servant could refuse all his master's orders. But in return, there was the benefit of minimal magical energy consumption, which was quite impressive for a Berserker, the servant that consumes the most magical energy from its master, enough to kill Kuria before the end of the heavens feel, as Zoken wanted by making Kuria summon a Berserker. But Zoken ignored his plan to let Kuria die before the end of the heavens feel. Not that Zoken cared, Kuria would die anyway in less than a year after the lust worm devoured part of Kuria's brain. Even if all the worms and the lust worm heading toward Kuria's brain were removed from his body, he had at most 3 to 5 years of life, or even less time. So, what's his noble phantasm? It's the staff he's holding. Its name is Staff of Apomaeus, A++, and an anti-unit personal use. Apomaeus. As in Zeus Apomaeus. Zoken was shocked when he heard the name and couldn't help but shout in astonishment at the Berserker's noble phantasm's name. I don't know. Apomaeus is the name of the staff, but it doesn't have Zeus in the name. Then your servant's identity can be narrowed down to a Greek servant. Zeus or his son Hercules are the first. But Zeus is impossible to summon, so it could be Hercules. If not Hercules, it's a servant from ancient Elis related to the sacrifice for Zeus Apomaeus in the Olympic Games. A Greek servant. But the catalyst isn't for a servant from Britain. Maybe it was fake. It's normal for there to be many forged catalysts during the Holy Grail War. Fake or not, Zoken no longer cared now that he had a Matu house servant for the Holy Grail War. Zoken's smile returned to his withered and pale face. Well, Kuria. Go, and try to win this Grail War. Zoken climbed the stairs to leave the storage, leaving some final words for Kuria. Only by winning the Holy Grail War will you save Sakura. With that, Zoken left the storage, leaving Kuria and Berserker behind. Kuria's expression grew serious, and he tried to stand up from the storage floor. Half of Kuria's body was already paralyzed, and Kuria didn't have much strength to stand without leaning against the wall. Berserker watched Kuria drag himself in the storage toward the wall. Only 1 arm and 1 leg of Kuria's were functional at the moment. With a sigh, Berserker walked calmly toward Kuria with slow, heavy steps. The sound of Berserker's boots echoed eerily in the storage. Kuria looked at Berserker approaching him and shrank back upon meeting Berserker's black eyes. For some reason, Kuria felt something very frightening about Berserker. When Berserker reached Kuria, he extended his hand. The action made Kuria flinch. Berserker's 3 EX ranks were not normal for any servant. Let's go, master. I'll help you stand. Thank you, Berserker. Kuria took Berserker's hand, and with little effort, Berserker lifted Kuria. Call me Bell, master. Why yes, Berserker. Kuria nodded with weak words and limped to climb the storage stairs while dragging himself along the wall. Let's go. Bell. With his deep black eyes, Bell looked at Korea's back, struggling to walk and climb the storage stairs with one of his legs completely paralyzed. Many thoughts passed through Bell's mind since he was summoned as a Berserker servant, though his face remained cold and devoid of emotions beyond melancholy. Servant profile. Class, Berserker. Master, Matu. True name, Bell, hidden from the master. Gender, male. Height/weight. cm. kg. Alignment, neutral evil. Strength, C. Endurance, A+. Agility, D. Mana, E. Luck, E. NP, A+. Class skills. Divinity, E. Mad enhancement, EX. Oblivion correction, EX. Personal skills. Beelzebub, A, hidden from the master. Satan, E. Hidden from the master. Mark of Lilith, EX, hidden from the master. Independent action, A+. Noble phantasm. Staff of Apomaeus, A+. With the exception of endurance and NP, all other parameters are based on the Berserker container. C has A+ due to Beelzebub, which is an attack of rank A or higher, classifying its strength as A or higher while using Beelzebub. Chapter 8, The Night Before the Confrontation. A few days have passed since I self-summoned as Matu's servant in the Fourth Holy Grail War. I took the position that originally belonged to Lancelot as Berserker. In those days, nothing happened besides the official start of the Holy Grail War 2 days ago, announced by the priest at the church when Castor, the last servant, was summoned. Since the day I was summoned, I haven't done much besides wandering around the Matu mansion. A mansion that's gloomy in some corners and quite normal in others, like Sakura's room, which is surprisingly a normal room. Although I avoided exploring outside the Matu residence because I was being watched by some familiars of the other masters, I still explored inside the Matu residence. I also took another look at the worm storage during one of Sakura's sexual sessions with the lust worms that were mercilessly devouring and violating her womb. The sight of Sakura being violated by worms wasn't pretty. Especially when those worms looked like penises with teeth before maturing and reaching adulthood. Forget the worms in the storage. In a pit inside the storage, there are some worms the size of cars. Seeing giant gray penises with teeth wasn't something I expected to witness with my own eyes someday. But what should I expect from a Nasuverse villain whose sole goal is to save humanity? What's wrong, master? You seem agitated. Korea, who could barely walk properly with just one leg, quickly descended the stairs with heavy breathing and a fiery expression of rage on his face. Korea looked like he wanted to kill someone with all his strength. Tosaka. Tosaka's servant. What about Tosaka's servant, master? Let's kill him. He wants me to kill Gilgamesh. Now. Yes. Let's go, Berserker. Kill Tosaka's servant. What happened? Korea is extremely agitated and full of rage, and now he wants to kill Gilgamesh out of nowhere without any explanation. Calm down, master. There's no way I can face Gilgamesh head-on without first knowing how strong I am compared to the other servants. Going straight against the final boss without leveling up first is madness. First, tell me what happened. We can't win the Holy Grail War by acting so recklessly. It seems things are finally getting more interesting after so many days of nothing happening. But I can't move rashly without knowing what's going on. Think a little before making such sudden decisions, master. Korea's anger seems to have subsided for now. That's better. I can't have Korea out of control now and wasting his command seals on stupid, senseless orders. A command seal is a trump card for a servant. With one order, a servant can be healed quickly, and it can also grant a massive power-up that can make the weakest servant become the strongest for a moment. Tosaka's servant. Clenching the fist with his command seals, Korea took a breath, calming the anger rising within him as he spoke about Tosaka. He killed assassin. So the Holy Grail War has officially begun. I'll be able to test my power level as a regular servant against the other servants. I've been eagerly awaiting this day since my summoning. I see. It seems the Holy Grail War is finally about to start. That's why we're going after Tosaka and his servant, Berserker. I already told you to calm down, master. For now, just tell me what you saw through the familiar's eyes. What was Tosaka's servant like? Although I don't need to know what I already know. It's good to make sure nothing has changed in this timeline because of me. Having the servants changed in this timeline would be problematic for me, as I'd no longer have prior knowledge of the anime's events. Although the timeline will shift a bit after the first confrontation because of my existence. It'd be good if nothing else changed beyond what's necessary. Tosaka's servant, he was radiant. Golden and radiant. He killed assassin very quickly, so I couldn't see much of what happened. It seems there were no changes with Gilgamesh and Assassin. Is that all? Well, Tosaka's servant seems to possess many swords. It's strange, very strange, the swords of Tosaka's servant seem to have different amounts of magical energy, and they were all swords with different appearances too. What's strange about that, master? I learned that a servant can have up to 3 noble phantasms, but having more than 20. For a servant to casually unleash more than 20 noble phantasms like that. It's abnormal, Berserker. Master, there are many servants who don't seem normal compared to other servants. Especially archers, most of them don't even have a bow and arrow. They're quite strange and outside the norm for the archer class. To qualify for the archer class, a heroic spirit only needs a projectile weapon or a skill related to projectile weapons. Master, even a firearm can indicate that a servant is an archer. Archers are that strange? They are. I think I understand. So Tosaka's servant is an archer? Probably. Nikola Tesla, David from the Bible, Billy the Kid, Tomo Guzan who usually fights with a katana and a naginata, they're all from the archer class, master. Seriously? Even without a bow? Yes. Even I could be an archer, master. All I need to do is create a projectile attack with my skill. Although I already have projectile attacks. Sorith too. But that wasn't enough to qualify me as an archer since it's not a projectile-specific skill or noble phantasm. Although I'm almost certain that if I improve Sorith too, I'll definitely qualify for the archer class too. I see. Archers seem strange. Archers are almost never true archers in the Nasuverse, as one would expect from the class name. Few actually fight with a bow as the class suggests. Good, master. We can scout the city tonight, and with a bit of luck, we might encounter an enemy servant, or Tosaka's servant, as you wish. Since Korea seemed eager to kill Gilgamesh, Tosaka's servant, I decided to invite him to roam the city and search for an enemy servant. Why yes. I'll say goodbye to Sakura before we leave. Korea's voice was weak and lacked strength when it came to Sakura. Korea could do nothing but lament what Sakura was going through at the hands of Shuumatsu over the past year. Okay, master. Little Sakura must be in the storage for her special training. Let's see her and leave right after through the back of the mansion so we aren't seen by the other master's familiars. I got up from the couch in the living room and followed Korea to the worm storage where Sakura was every day, being violated by lust worms. It didn't take long to reach the storage door. As we passed through the door, we walked through a passageway overlooking the storage below, with worms scattered throughout. Zoken was on the passageway, watching Sakura being raped by hundreds of worms in the foul-smelling storage. One worm came out of Sakura's vagina, and a new worm penetrated her immediately afterward, reaching her womb and devouring it along with other worms feasting on Sakura's naked body lying in the storage. The worm that had come out of Sakura's vagina was covered in blood, and Sakura's vagina was bleeding too. The result of having her womb devoured by worms for hours to days constantly and then healed by Zoken. It was a constant cycle that repeated for more than a day until Sakura reached the limit of her endurance. It's not the first time I've seen Sakura being raped by worms. But seeing Sakura being raped by worms always reminds me of the first time I saw her being raped by worms, the day after my summoning. I remember the thought I had at that moment, can I save Sakura? I thought about it for the first time after seeing Sakura being raped by worms. But the answer to that is no. I can't save Sakura. Maybe it's fate. But I'm incapable of saving Sakura. First, I'm not sure if I can completely kill Zoken. Zoken at his peak over 200 years ago could fight another servant, according to Nasu himself. Zoken is a pride rank mage at level 70. Though I have no idea what the hell that level Nasu mentioned means. Although Zoken is no longer at his peak, he's still a troublesome opponent who can match a weak servant like assassin or caster even past his prime. Even if I destroy Zoken's body and the worms in the storage, Zokenmatu might have other blood worms in his house or somewhere in Fuyuki, maybe even blood worms inside the bodies of some ordinary people in a dormant state for emergencies. All Zoken would need is one blood worm to devour a person and rebuild his destroyed body, fully recovering his vitality. And second, I can't remove the worms from Sakura's or Korea's bodies without my Divine Doctor and Anatomy Comprehension skills from my main body, which is currently in a cave in a mountain range on the reverse side of the world. Although Sakura doesn't yet have worms implanted in her like Korea, removing the ones already inside her would be difficult without those two specific skills. Third, I don't have the assassin class to manifest in the world with those two skills. But even then, I'd still need a skill to have two classes at once, as I'd be extremely weakened as an assassin without my vibrations and my staff that amplifies the vibrations. And so, even if I completely destroyed Zoken until not a single one of his worms remained, both Sakura and Korea would still have worms in their bodies that would devour them to death since they'd no longer be under Zoken's control. There are also other interesting things about these worms. These worms can exist without a host. The worms don't need Zoken to live. Perhaps because the worms are also familiars. Familiars in the Nasuverse are created with the souls of recently deceased humans. Anyone from the outside, like me, who sees these worms doesn't see simple worms but sees how many ordinary people were sacrificed to create each of the hundreds of worms in the storage. This world really is one of the worst a person could reincarnate or transmigrate into, like I did. I was lucky to become someone strong. I don't want to think about what could have happened to me if I were an ordinary person. That's kind of ironic. My luck is rank E, but I literally had EX luck by transmigrating into the body of a powerful being. The worms need magical energy. If they don't have enough magical energy to feed on, they end up devouring the host. As is happening with Sakura and Korea. The worms they have are lust worms, they eat men's brains, and for women, they eat the womb. But there's something curious about these worms. The worms don't need to eat for nutrients instead of magical energy, they can stimulate the desire for intimacy. Thinking about it, I start to suspect Sakura's feelings for Shiro 10 years from now. The likelihood that the worms are the cause of her strong love for Shiro is high if I start thinking logically. After all, the worms implanted in Sakura after the Holy Grail War remained dormant for 10 years without feeding on magical energy. I know Sakura has an OD of at least 510 years from now, but I'm sure it wasn't enough magical energy to feed special worms that have fragments of the Holy Grail. It would be interesting to stay here after the Holy Grail War ends and see if the worms end up making her have desires for intimacy with me. Knowing how dark this world truly is, the possibility that the love Sakura develops for Shiro is false is very high. Even without official confirmation from Nasu, I have my doubts now. For now, it's better not to think too much about it. There's a fourth reason I'm unable to save Sakura too. This isn't a singularity, where a normal human doctor could remove those worms from Korea's brain and let Korea live alongside Sakura away from Fuyuki for the rest of his short life. Besides, that kind of surgery was banned over 10 years ago because of the consequences it caused. Even 2 decades in the future, it's rarely used. That was a singularity where the human order was incinerated by Goetia. Because of the incineration of the human order, things impossible for normal humans to do are possible. You could say that in singularities, the laws of physics or the magic of the modern world don't exist. Like Ritsuka beating Goetia in a fistfight and winning that way. Even though Goetia was weakened and without Solomon's rings when he and Ritsuka fought hand-to-hand, Goetia was still a planetary-class second beast with unimaginable power for a regular servant, who could still lose a battle to a human mage if not careful. It would take someone like Zelrich, with his infinite magical energy drawn from infinite parallel worlds, to defeat a planetary-class second beast like Goetia. In the end, a simple hospital in the 90s can't do anything to remove Zoken's familiars from Korea's brain. Oh, Korea came to say goodbye to Sakura. I did. I'll leave soon with Berserker, so I want to say goodbye to Sakura before we go. Ho ho. Don't take long. Sakura is only at the beginning of her training today. I won't. The sooner I win the heavens feel, the sooner I'll save Sakura from your filthy hands. Of course. With a servant with 3 EX skills, your chances of victory are indeed high, Korea. If you bring me the Holy Grail, I'll free Sakura as promised. What a lie. Even if Korea won the Holy Grail War, he'd have little time left. Left to live. Even if the worms were removed from his body, he wouldn't have more than a few years left. Not to mention all the mental issues from having part of his brain devoured before the end of the Holy Grail War. Besides, the corrupted Holy Grail is useless and incapable of granting wishes. And also, I can't forget that before the end of the Holy Grail War, Korea would already be on the verge of death after having part of his brain devoured by Zoken's worms. Zoken probably planned for Korea to die right at the end of the Holy Grail War. Since I'm not consuming Korea's magical energy due to my independent action, Korea has a bit more time, maybe a few years. But that has nothing to do with me. I'm only here to test my power against the servants in a safe way. Although I'm in the form of a servant too, just much more limited than a servant at their peak. Though, regular servants can still approach their peak if enough magical energy is supplied by their master. Korea exchanged a few words with Sakura, who was being raped by the worms, before limping back up the storage stairs. Bring me the Holy Grail, Korea. I will. And when I deliver the Grail to you, you'll free Sakura, Zokenmatu. After exchanging a few more words with Zoken, Korea came to me, who was waiting near the storage door. Let's go, Berserker. Right, master. After saying goodbye to Sakura and leaving the storage, Korea and I exited through the back of the Matu residence. The front of the Matu residence was under surveillance by some familiars. Though I wonder why they're only watching the front and not the back of the Matu residence too. As we stepped outside the Matu residence, I looked at the moon. What's the matter, Berserker? It's nothing, master. And call me Bell now that we're outside the mansion. Servants can still hide among ordinary people by suppressing their magical energy. Right, Bell. But as I expected, not a single servant appeared that night. The night of the death of one of Assassin's clones wasn't the same night as the confrontation at the docks. Although, the moon tonight, well, that's not my problem. But it kind of made me suspicious about the world I'm in. Fate/Strange Fate takes place in a world where the events of Fate/Zero, Fate/Stay Night, and Tsukiheim occurred in the past. I suspect I might have gotten the world wrong in my self-manifestation. I hope I don't run into her in this world. Chapter 9, First Confrontation. The night after the death of Assassin's clone, Korea, and I weren't far from the Mayan River Bridge. The bridge's name was Big Bridge, or Great Bridge, translated from English. The wide bridge spanning the crescent-shaped Mayan River stretches majestically for over 665 meters, arching with a diameter of more than 3 roads. The top of the arch is over 50 meters high. Anyone standing that high and hit by the full force of the sea wind would lose their footing and fall into the river below, unable to climb back up without great skills and a lifeline. The bridge truly seemed much larger in person than it did in the anime. Is there a servant there, Belle? There is, Master. Besides the servant who's been luring the other servants all afternoon, there's another servant at the top of the bridge with their master. It's a trap. That's what it seems like. Unless the master of the servant who spent 4 hours luring the other servants is an idiot. Any skilled enough caster could launch an attack against their master. The same goes for an assassin, who'd have a chance to kill the nearby master without confronting the servant directly. They're easy prey. But assassin is already dead, Belle. True, he's dead. But that doesn't change how foolish the master of that servant is for drawing all the servants directly to them. With such a strong trail for over 4 hours, all the servants already know their location and are just watching from afar. Any servant in spiritual form could approach and kill them. I know Lancer's master was very arrogant. But what he's doing is foolish, he's practically begging for an assassin or caster to kill him. I could approach and kill him myself, eliminating Lancer without a direct fight. It's a shame you can't enter spiritual form, Belle. That's something I can't help. We can only fight the other servants and masters directly. And I'm not a very good master. Don't worry about that, Master. Mistakes are normal, they always happen. Making mistakes is what makes us human, isn't it, Master? Yes, you're right, Belle. As a living servant, I'm unable to enter a spiritual form. Although I can still dematerialize my clothes and staff, it's impossible for my body to be dematerialized. It looks like it's about to start, Master. Another servant. Yes. They're heading to the port with the other servant. Is it Tosaka's servant? No. If Archer is here, he's still hiding, watching silently. If Tosaka's servant shows up, kill him, Berserker. Understood, Master. If Archer appears, I'll kill him. Up to what level of Gilgamesh's attack can my shield withstand without my staff to amplify my vibrations? A smile crept onto my lips. I'm genuinely excited to test my power against the King of Heroes. There was a vast seaside park on the opposite bank of the Great Bridge crossing the Mayan River. Late at night, 2 people strolled along the solitary walkway with no one else around. The north wind blowing from the sea flowed gently and uninterruptedly, spreading through Irisveel's long silver hair like the trail of a shooting star. In this place, couples who date hate the cold of winter nights and only come in the summer, but Irisveel, seeing the sea for the first time, didn't mind the cold, as she was already accustomed to it from her home. We should have come here when it wasn't dark. Simply gazing at the sea at night filling the gloomy darkness, Saber, the sword servant, said this in an apologetic tone. But Irisveel von Einsburn was carefree, focusing on the horizon that had sunk into darkness. It's fine. The sea at night is beautiful too. It reflects the night sky. Hearing the endless roar of the waves, Irisveel's smile was plastered across her face. As she had greatly enjoyed today's walk, her fair cheeks were flushed. She looked more like a young girl than a married woman with a child, with her innocent and naive smile. I really had no idea that walking through an unfamiliar city as a couple with a gentleman would be such a pleasant experience. Was my imitation of a gentleman satisfactory? While Irisveel rejoiced, Saber teased her with a sarcastic tone, unusual for the stubborn heroic spirit. Abundantly. It was impeccable. Saber, today, you were an excellent knight. You honor me, princess. The young Saber in a dark suit bowed courteously before her. Irisveel felt a bit embarrassed, turning her head toward the sea. Saber, do you like the sea? In my time, in my country, what lay beyond the sea was always the enemy. It was annoying and not very appealing. I see. At Saber's response, Irisveel's expression grew slightly clouded. It's hard to forgive. You're a woman like me. For you, who lived as King Arthur, dating gentlemen wasn't something suitable to enjoy. Well, yes, that's how it was. Saber shrugged, smiling indifferently. She didn't regret setting aside her femininity. Instead, Her small chest was filled with pride for leading the battlefield. But you, Iris Veil, wouldn't you rather stroll through the city with Kuritsugu instead of me? This time, it was Iris Veil's face that was crossed by a smile. He can't do that. He'd be hurt by conflicting feelings. Not understanding the meaning of her response, Saber gave a puzzled look. Kuritsugu can't enjoy the time he spends with you. No, that's not it. He'd surely enjoy it as much as I do. That's why he can't. He's someone for whom happiness is pain. Carefully analyzing these words, Saber tried to understand the contradiction of the man called Amiya Kuritsugu. He's a man who can't value his happiness. Is that the weakness he carries? Maybe so. That man is always punishing himself deep down. If he wants to keep chasing his dream, he has to keep a cold heart. With a distant gaze, Iris Veil looked at the sea. Thinking of her husband, who was hidden somewhere in the city, preparing for the same goal. Saber reflected on these words for a moment. Today, the conversation had shifted to an unexpected topic after the sea. Even though they intended for the day to end on a pleasant note. Indifferently, Saber grabbed and pulled Iris Veil's arm. With just that gesture, Iris Veil settled down and exchanged a glance with Saber. An enemy servant. Yes. The sensation didn't change. Disguised, 100 meters to the side, he left clear signs as a provocation. He was clearly aware of Saber's presence but didn't close the distance, slowly moving away. He seems to be inviting us. That's honest. Does he want to choose the battlefield? Without any trace of tension in her voice, Iris Veil remained calm while responding. In this battle situation, this was proof of her complete faith in Saber. This made Saber reassess her internal judgment in favor of her mistress. It seems the opponent has the same expectations as us. Making the opponent bite the bait left on display. He's a servant seeking a frontal fight, just like you, Saber, isn't he? That would be a Lancer or Rider class. He's a direct opponent. Upon hearing Saber nod, Iris Veil returned a fearless smile. Then, shall we accept the invitation? I wish for the same. It's dangerous to blindly bite the bait and follow the enemy to a battlefield of their advantage. But Saber isn't the fragile type who fears such tricks, and her mistress doesn't underestimate her servant either. The enemy's traces were growing more distant, and Saber began to walk with calm confidence. Iris Veil, following in the same manner, pressed the button of a palm-sized device hidden in her pocket. It was a transmission machine entrusted by Kuritsugu, washed away, a device to track Iris Veil's group via a different route. It was a mechanized device that worked without magical energy, deliberately chosen by Kuritsugu. Iris Veil trusted Saber's power. Any enemy of a lower rank than Saber they encountered would be killed in the blink of an eye with a single sword strike from her proud servant. That was the easy outcome she expected. As much as possible, she wanted her knight to end the fight before Kuritsugu entered the battle. At the top of the big bridge, Waver Velvet had no lifeline, clinging only with his arms and legs, so naturally, he was sacrificing the dignity and composure he usually maintained as a clock tower mage. Right beside him, his servant Rider sat cross-legged with his infuriating dignity. Quick. Let's get down. Now. With his teeth chattering constantly from the cold and terror, Waver's whining voice was like the wind blowing to the giant servant. This place is perfect for a lookout. Well, this isn't the time for fancy sightseeing in a high place. With a bottle of wine in hand, sipping occasionally, Rider rambled while looking at the west bank of the bridge, toward the vast seaside park hidden from the estuary. Waver couldn't see it, but what Rider was looking at were the traces a servant had left for 4 hours. Rider had been wandering the streets in search of enemy contact, but he only noticed that servant late in the afternoon. While considering whether to attack him immediately, Rider kept watching from a distance without moving forward. When Waver asked about it, Rider responded with a snort. He's clearly luring us. For him not to come after us, that's strange. And it's not just me, other servants must be studying his behavior. An impatient master would simply get tired of waiting at some point, or something like that. That's what we should expect. Although Rider spoke wise words, 3 days ago, he wanted to attack the Tosaka or Matu residences when the Holy Grail War officially began, the moment Waver received news from the Church of the Last Servant summoning through the command seal on his hand, Caster. But undoubtedly, Rider's plan had no openings that Waver could see. On the contrary, it was unexpected. This open-minded giant servant could actually devise cunning tactics. In fact, as Rider said, only a defenseless fool would bite the bait and accept the challenge. Those who fell for it would just end up fighting each other and reducing the count. No matter how self-confident a provocative servant might be, anyone other than Rider going for a fight would be a good trip. Whoever lost, Rider could crush the winner. There was definitely profit in others' fights. So, once that was decided, it became a matter of perseverance. Keeping a fixed distance from the wandering servants' traces aimlessly roaming the city, Waver and Rider followed and were still observing. However, there are obvious reasons to take a high vantage point, but there are limits. No matter the servants, Waver, with his flesh and blood body, would definitely die if he fell. Collateral fell. It shouldn't be possible to ignore this, so how was it that this giant cared so little about Waver's safety? CC, come down. No, come down. I am done. Ah, wait. You're such a restless guy. Sitting and waiting is part of the battle too. Sipping his wine bottle, Ryder didn't even glance at Waver's half-crying face as he responded so casually. High places are dangerous. Such common sense still hadn't sunk in between the two. If you're bored, read the book I gave you. It's a good book. Hearing this, Waver remembered the stupid weight in the backpack hanging on his shoulder. In this situation where they shouldn't carry a single unnecessary gram, the thick, hardcover poetry anthology was truly dead weight. It was the only book Ryder stole from the library he broke into as soon as he arrived in the modern world. The Iliad, written by the ancient Greek poet Homer, the epic poem describing the Trojan War, where gods and humans fought. The Atlas might be fine. Exaggerating about world conquest, Ryder takes an interest in modern world geography, even if it seems silly. But what's with a poetry anthology? Ryder set up a library at home, though he was preparing for war, yet he still insisted on bringing the Iliad with him. Naturally, if Ryder wanted to bring something other than his usual equipment, he'd need to stay materialized. If he needed to dematerialize to hide from others, it'd be Waver who'd end up carrying the luggage. Surely, Ryder insisted the book was war preparation. But how could a book that's not even about war strategy be useful on the battlefield? Thinking about what Ryder was doing, Waver asked bitterly. Ryder, why did you bring this book? To Waver's bitter question, the heroic spirit responded with a grave expression. The Iliad is very profound. At the height of battle, I suddenly feel like reading a verse of poetry. In a moment like that, I feel bad if I can't reread something immediately. He felt his interlocutor gave him a foolish answer, but fear kept him from responding. In a moment like that, you mean? In battle? Yes. Ryder nodded indifferently, as if his answer were perfectly normal. But how? With my left hand, when I'm holding my sword with my right hand. If I need to hold the reins with my left hand, I take a page to read aloud. Waver felt speechless at the unimaginable response. You're kidding, right? Of course, you idiot. He laughed and flicked Waver's forehead explosively. Jaya. He had no time to worry, let alone dodge. Anyway, there he was, clinging to the steel structure with all his strength, arms and legs. Waver couldn't even rub his aching forehead, only letting out an improper scream. Hey, kid, anyone would laugh at a joke like that. When your face turns blue like that, it's because you've got no guts. Ignoring Ryder's hearty laughter, the mage deeply regretted choosing this heroic spirit while shedding tears of pain from his forehead. I want to go back to England. I told you not to rush like that. Look, things are finally getting better. Ryder pointed to the seaside park with a stern jaw. Even I, the king of conquerors, only noticed now, but, yes, it seems there was another servant in this park besides us. So. They both seemed to be heading toward the port. This is a provocation. That's it, let's study their fight. Before anyone noticed, his eyes began to gleam with the sharp glint of a beast as he let out a menacing laugh. He was still just a spectator, but the soul of the heroic spirit Alexander was already on the battlefield. In Waver's heart, unable to move on the steel structure, Waver's misery was overtaking the sense of reliability he should have felt from Ryder. Besides, he was mostly thinking that nothing would matter if he fell off the bridge anyway. The west bank of the seaside park stretched along a row of dull warehouses. The block, containing port facilities, also served as a wall separating the eastern industrial area of Fuyuki. At night, pedestrian traffic ceased, and the streetlights shone uselessly on the asphalt, leaving the scene even emptier. Unmanned cranes faced the dark sea, like a sinister flock of giant fossilized dinosaurs. In fact, this was a suitable place for servants who must fight hidden from public view. That night, the eyes of all the servants were watching the port docks when two servants stood face to face. Chapter 10, First Confrontation 2. Saber and Irisveal ascended, magnificent as duelists heading to the agreed-upon location, on the 4-lane road for the large vehicles that were meant to travel it. The enemy was already visible, neither running nor hiding. The tall shadow standing in the middle of the empty docks emitted an extraordinary amount of magical energy, even more outrageous than his strange attire, clearly showing that he was human. The two servants stopped, facing each other, about 10 meters apart. Finally, they met the first servant. Saber carefully observed the enemy she would fight to the death. He was a handsome man, with long, peculiar hair combed back. He was quite captivating at first glance. His main pole, over 2 meters tall and taller than him, was obviously his weapon. Among the 7 classes, he was one of the 3 knight classes, Saber, Archer, and with them, the heroic spirit of the lance. Without a doubt, he was the servant lancer. The odd thing was that he didn't just have that long lance. Along with the lancer held loosely in his right hand, its head resting on his shoulder, he also carried in his left hand a shorter lance, about a third of the length of the right one. To wield a lance with ease, the obvious stance is, of course, to hold it with both hands. Whatever one might do with swords, it's hard to imagine that wielding two lances is common. Both lances were tightly wrapped from handle to tip with cloth that seemed like an amulet, concealing the shaft. This was likely a countermeasure to avoid revealing the true name of the noble phantasm. How kind of you to come. All those parading through the city today merely cowered. You were the only brave one who answered my invitation. With a humble and cheerful tone of praise, the heroic spirit lancer, casually asked Saber, without being on guard. That pure fighting spirit. Am I correct in thinking you're Saber? You are. Surely you must be Lancer. Indeed. It's unusual to exchange names with an opponent in a mortal fight. That was a pleasure that's not mandatory. In agreement, Saber slightly relaxed her feigned boldness. Certainly not. To begin with, our battle isn't for honor. You yourself are raising your lance for your master of this era, aren't you? Correct. With a strange expression, Lancer replied in a cold and bitter tone, not resembling someone eager for a mortal exchange. On closer inspection, he was an extremely handsome and attractive man. His fearless features included a high nasal bridge and a valiant eyebrow. Despite his stern mouth suggesting a stoic air, his eyes seemed to hide a silent sadness, yet a strong, virile aura emanated from him. Below his left eye, he had a beautiful mole like a teardrop. This gave his gaze an even more striking brilliance. In fact, his features were those that could steal a woman's heart in the blink of an eye. Holding herself behind servant Saber, Iris Veal slightly shortened her breath while frowning. A magical charm. It's rude to use it on a married woman, Lancer. Clearly, Lancer was emitting a spiritual power that could enchant a woman. As Iris Veal's body was that of a homunculus, it was specialized in the use of magic, and her magical resistance was higher than normal, but an ordinary woman would be enslaved by this man at first sight. Lancer shrugged with a bitter smile at Iris Veal's comment. Sorry, that's some kind of curse I've had since birth. That's all you'll get. Blame my birth or your femininity. An example of a charm curse is a mystic eye, but the only one Lancer had been looking at directly from the start was Saber. He hadn't glanced at Iris Veal behind her. The spell was likely activated the moment Iris Veal looked at his face. That would make it a mystic face rather than a mystic eye. Laughing, Saber observed Lancer. You didn't expect my sword to be dulled by that handsome appearance, did you, Lancer? That would be a great joy, but in truth, the anti-magic skill of the Saber class isn't in vain. It's good that my first opponent has such courage. Oh, you were hoping for a fair fight. It's an honor to face such a proud heroic spirit. Exaggerating, Saber responded with a calm smile. It was a smile only for those who desired a perfectly straightforward life or death exchange. Then, anytime. Taking the long lance from his right shoulder and spinning it once, Lancer raised the tip of the short lance in his left hand. His stance, spreading both lances like wings, was truly an unreadable style. Saber's fighting spirit also surged and exploded. A wave of magical energy enveloped the girl's slender dark suit in a whirlwind like a tornado, and in the next instant, her body was clad in silver and blue armor. The armor and gauntlets, created as if by magic, were the true form of the beautiful king of knights as a heroic spirit. Saber. Swallowing hard, Iris Veal called out from behind. She could feel the fighting spirit released by both servants, as well as the tense atmosphere from the tension. There was no room to interrupt this battle. And yet, she couldn't simply stand by and watch. She was merely Saber's substitute master. Be careful. I can support you with healing magic, but no more. Without a word, Saber nodded. Leave Lancer to me. But I'm worried that the enemy master is nowhere to be seen. As Saber said, remaining invisible, Lancer's master was a danger. Normally, a master would stay by their servant's side and direct them as the battle unfolded, as well as provide magical support. Unless Lancer's master had full confidence in him, he must be lurking nearby to observe Lancer's battle. He might be preparing some strange trick. Please, be cautious. Iris Veal, I trust you to watch my back. Her jade eyes spoke calmly. Fearlessly. Trust in the heroic spirit of the sword. As the one this heroic spirit recognized as her master, trust in yourself too, Iris Veal, her eyes said. Understood. Saber, bring me victory. Yes, I will. Nodding resolutely, Saber took a step forward. Toward the range of the long lance, where Lancer stood on guard. In a few seconds, Saber closed the 10-meter distance between her and Lancer. Spinning the long lance in his hand, Lancer attacked, and Saber defended with her sword. The shockwave from the lance attack that Saber blocked destroyed a piece of the asphalt street half a meter from the tip of the lance. The asphalt fragments flew with the wind from the shockwave caused by the long lance. Lancer attacked with the shorter, cloth-wrapped lance, and Saber tilted her head back slightly to dodge the attack. Then Saber advanced a step and attacked Lancer. Lancer defended against Saber's attacks, stepping back and blocking each of her sword strikes. Saber attacked again, and Lancer swung the long lance. But their weapons didn't connect in that attack. Saber quickly attacked again, and Lancer crossed both lances to block her sword. The asphalt under Lancer's feet sank, cracking and breaking from the force behind Saber's attack. Lancer smiled confidently. After receiving the signal sent by Irisveil, Amiya Kuritsugu and his Omiya ran toward the docks as per her direction. They were greeted by an eerie silence at the location. There was only the howl of the sea breeze in their ears and an atmosphere as quiet and stagnant as death. The night was so serene. However, it's already started. Just from the traces of magical energy in the surroundings, Kuritsugu was able to accurately assess the situation. Someone formed a barrier. Probably the enemy servant's master. The goal was to isolate ordinary humans from the heavens field, concealing the true battlefield of the war. It's a mandatory rule for mages to prevent their activities from being exposed to other mortals. Kuritsugu began to ponder while holding the roughly 10-kilogram sniper rifle. He had already estimated Irisveil's position based on the transmitter. However, doubts remained about how to approach the location and from where to observe once they arrived. He didn't even consider entering the battle, that's why he brought the sniper rifle. He wanted to inspect the battle from a suitable location, attacking with the rifle only when necessary. Servants are not human, so only a servant can harm another servant. No matter how powerful Kuritsugu and Mia's firearms were, they wouldn't work on servants. It was Saber's job to fight the enemy servant. As long as the enemy could focus on the battle and not worry about their master's safety, it would be possible to win this fight. Up there, it looks like a good spot to observe the fight. Mia pointed ahead while speaking. It was a crane rising into the night. Judging by the view, the control cabin hovered about 30 meters above the ground, making it the best possible observation point if someone could climb up silently. Kuritsugu had no objections to Mia's suggestion but shook his head because of it. Yes, that's the ideal place to watch the battle. Therefore, we shouldn't be the only ones who thought of it. Without further explanation from Kuritsugu, Mia already understood his intentions. Mia, approach from the east bank, I'll go from the west. Find an observation point that can cover both Saber's battle and the crane. I understand. Mia vanished into the shadows of the docks, running while holding the August assault rifle in her hands. Kuritsugu checked the transmitter's input as he cautiously moved in the opposite direction from Mia. All Irisveil could do was watch the battle before her in awe. This battle unfolded with extraordinary intensity. She knew it was a merciless duel that could only have happened in the distant era. Warriors clad in armor, engaged in single combat, fighting with the full strength of their bodies amidst the light reflected off the sword and lance and the shadow of swinging blades. But the amount of magical energy escaping and the intense heat were different. If it were just a clash of cold steel, what would be the powerful torrent of air that accompanied it and threatened to destroy everything in sight? The foot that landed crushed the ground. The wind that followed the swing of the weapons crudely cut a pole in half. Irisveil could no longer see the movements performed at such high speeds. She was only feeling the shock of the conflict between the two. The peeling iron sheet on the outer walls of the warehouses was torn off by the wind on Irisveil's side as if it were a piece of rolled aluminum foil. She couldn't comprehend how iron could be ripped apart. Perhaps it was Saber's sword or Lancer's lance grazing the adjacent hollow space. Beyond that, she couldn't find any other explanation. The wind was moaning. Faced with a dimension entirely at odds with the physical laws of this world, the air emitted paranoid wails. A chaotic storm ravaged the dock street, destroying and trampling everything around. Just the hand-to-hand combat between the two would be enough to ruin an entire street. Heavens feel. Irisveil was experiencing the awe and admiration only recounted in stories. The world where myths and legends dwelled came vividly to life before her eyes. These could be the legends reborn. Thunderbolts tore through the sky, roaring waves shattered the earth. The imaginary realm was miraculously materialized with astonishing clarity. This is the war between servants. Faced with a world she hadn't thought possible until then, all Irisveil could do was watch as if paralyzed. At the same time, Saber was experiencing a similar wonder. The slaughter in war was truly effortless for her. As a knight who faced countless battles in her life, she fought her enemies as smoothly as she would use a knife and fork. In her understanding, a lance should be a weapon wielded with both hands. It's common knowledge. So she thought that for Lancer, using two lances was merely a means to confuse the enemy. As the heroic spirit of the lance in his hand should be his noble phantasm. Considering that revealing the true name of the noble phantasm in the heavens field is equivalent to exposing one's true identity. Therefore, the amulets attached to Lancer's lances must be intended to conceal the true name of the lance. It seems his master and he were very cautious about hiding identities. If that were the case, it wouldn't be hard to explain why he was using two lances. Since Saber didn't know which lance was the true noble phantasm, she had to defend against attacks from both. Even so, the long lance on the right, the short lance on the left, one of them must be Lancer's true weapon. Between the usual weapon and the one used to dazzle the enemy, one could distinguish feints from solid movements. Southwest Saber paid close attention to each of his attacks. She believed that if she could identify the true lance, her chances of victory would greatly increase. Still, her own attack was deflected for the third time. Saber had to retreat to wait for a better opportunity. What's wrong, Saber? Your attacks aren't really working. She couldn't argue against Lancer's taunts. After about 30 exchanges, she still hadn't managed to hit her opponent even once. Lancer swung the lance in his right hand and approached her in a straight line. The oscillating shaft covered a wide area, its strength and speed equal to those achieved with both hands. No, precisely because it was used with one hand, there were many movements impossible when a lance was conventionally wielded with both hands. The lance was thrust toward Saber from an unexpected angle. However, a lance has its own limitations. Due to its extended length, a gap inevitably appears between two attacks. During that time, the shorter lance on the left could follow and continue to harass Saber. Saber's attack at that moment was broken by the impeccable defense of the short lance. Using two lances simultaneously, but without making feigned movements. This heroic spirit, Lancer, fused the lances in his left and right hands into a perfect choreography. What kind of devotion and practice were needed to achieve such a strong fighting style? This man is good. Saber still trembled at having such a strong opponent in her first battle so far. But now Saber suddenly escaped that shadow of fear. Despite this, to observers, Lancer might seem to have the upper hand with his relentless attacks, but the truth was otherwise. Lancer was practically exhausted from defending against Saber's attacks since they first clashed. Despite his taunts, he too was powerless to change the situation. For Lancer, who could wield his lance with just one hand, using both the long and short lances simultaneously allowed him to attack at both long and short range. Considering his weapon supremacy, he shouldn't have been forced into his current situation by Saber and her single sword. However, the sword. Lancer silently complained in his heart. It wasn't just the observer Irisveal who couldn't see the high-speed sword's movement. Even Lancer, a servant himself, couldn't discern the trajectory of the sword in Saber's hands. Lancer had no way of knowing. This too is one of the noble phantasms of the heroic spirit Artoria, the thread of the invisible air barrier of the Wind King. The air around the sword was compressed with immense amounts of magical energy, creating impossible light refractions, rendering the sword invisible. Though not a significant boost to the noble phantasm, its effect was very clear in close combat. Saber's opponent is attacked with an invisible sword, and the counterattack is similarly blocked by an invisible sword. Lancer's concern was understandable. Even if he could decipher Saber's attacks by her movement, he couldn't make surprise attacks against her due to the inability to see the length of her blade. Thus, Lancer could only close the distance and keep himself out of Saber's reach. Only then could his magnificent continuous attacks be used to their fullest extent. Despite being able to block all of Saber's attacks, he still hadn't found an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to her. This woman is too good. Facing the enemy he had just met, knowing the time had come to fight for his life, a sad smile appeared on Lancer's face. The two heroic spirits devoted themselves entirely to the fight, sparing no thought for the world around them. No, even if they had been on guard, in their current state, they might still be unaware that someone was entering the terrain. The reason was that, not only was the newcomer at a considerable distance from the sparks flying from the deadly dance of blade and lance, he moved silently in the shadows and also had the skill of presence concealment that could bypass a servant's detection. A gust of wind from the sea stirred the black cloak, a trace of a satisfied smile emerging on the face beneath the white skull mask. Assassin hid in the perfect spot to observe the direct battle, the crane hovering beside the cliff. The spot was about 500 meters from the conflict site. As a servant with vision superior to a human's, he could clearly discern the conflict between the two, even identifying their expressions with precision. Meanwhile, the two combatants barely had time to consider whether they were being spied on. He could have remained in his spiritual form and gathered information from a much closer distance. But while in spiritual form, his senses would have shifted to spiritual detection, and the task his master gave him tonight was to observe with his eyes. Assassin, understanding his master's intentions, silently watched the battle unfolding at a distance as per his order. 15 kilometers from the warehouse area of the docks where the deadly fight continued. Someone was sitting in the darkness of the basement of the Fuyuki church, enveloped by the silence of the night. While his eyes were closed, he wasn't resting but sitting silently with his nerves on edge. The black figure was the priestly garb of Kodomine Kirai. From his profile, one might think he was pondering certain matters. Who could imagine that he was hearing the chant of the sea breeze and seeing before his eyes a battle scene filled with sparks from the clash of steel? What he was seeing and hearing was an unknown battle between servants occurring in the distant warehouses at the port. The content was identical to what his servant assassin saw. He was using the result of his last 3 years of study. A skill called shared perception taught to him by Tosaka Tokiomi. Using only a magical energy connection, he could share senses with the one he had contracted with. In the heavens feel, the ability to fully monitor a servant's actions from a distance is very useful. If the servant is an assassin, especially skilled in reconnaissance, then this ability is unparalleled. The only difficulty lies in the fact that if the contractor doesn't agree, the ability cannot be used. For Tokiomi, who taught this magic to Kuritsugu himself, his suggestions were immediately rejected by Archer. For the arrogant king of heroes, even if it was his master, allowing another to look through his eyes seemed highly unlikely. Thus, the only ones who could achieve this were Kuritsugu and Assassin. Something is happening in the warehouses by the Mayan River estuary. It seems the initial battle has begun. Kuritsugu spoke, but there was no one else in the darkness. Instead, there was an antique phonograph on a table, with its brass horn tilted toward Kuritsugu. As expected, the ordinary antique phonograph responded to his words with a human voice. It's not the initial one, officially, it's the second battle, Kuritsugu. Though the sound was quite distorted, the unrestrained and composed tone could only be the voice of Tosaka Tokiomi. A closer inspection of this antiquity showed that, although it could be mistaken for a phonograph with an old-fashioned bell-shaped horn, there was no turntable or stylus beneath the device. In their place, the tip of the horn was connected to a large jewel with a metal wire. This contraption was a magical energy conductor passed down by the Tosaka family, which Tokiomi lent to Kuritsugu. A similar magical energy conductor was placed in the workshop of the Tosaka residence. It seems Tokiomi was also sitting in front of the device. Through sympathetic vibration, the jewels of the two contraptions could transmit the air vibrations within their horns to each other. This is the Tosaka family using their jewel magic communication device. As soon as the Fuyuki church was placed in the hands of Father Kodomine Risei, Tokiomi installed the jewel communicator in the church. Father Risei was Tokiomi's secret supporter, while his son Kodomine Kuritsugu was sent to the church for protection at the start of the Heavens Feel as the first to be defeated. Logically, Tokiomi's goal was to communicate discreetly with these two individuals. Everything seemed completely normal on the surface, no one would think Kuritsugu could contact the outside world. At the same time, Kuritsugu, who wasn't a mage, also thought that instead of using this strange machine, radios could solve the problem. But the difference between radios and Tosaka's jewel communicator was that conversations on the latter couldn't be intercepted. Considering this, Tokiomi's cautious behavior was actually more beneficial to Kuritsugu. No matter what happens now, Assassin and Kuritsugu have replaced Archer as Tokiomi's scouts. Kuritsugu used his own eyes to see what Assassin sees and also employed the clairvoyance that comes with being a master to capture every minute detail. It seems to be a battle between Saber and Lancer. The level of Saber's skills is extremely high, probably with most parameters close to rank A. I see. No wonder it's the strongest class. Can you see the master? I can only see one other person, a silver-haired woman standing behind Saber. It seems Lancer's master knows to stay hidden. He's not an amateur, he understands the rules of this Heavens Feel. Wait, you said Saber's master is a silver-haired woman? Yes. A young Caucasian woman. Silver hair and red eyes, doesn't seem very human. The other side of the brass horn seemed to be silently contemplating. An Einsburn homunculus. Are they still making homunculus masters, though it's not impossible? You're saying this woman is the Einsburn's master? So Jubstachite's pawns aren't limited to just Amiya Kuritsugu, it's hard to believe I actually predicted that wrong. For the first time in his life, a curious stir arose in Kuritsugu's chest. In a few moments, he realized it was actually an emotion called disappointment. In short, this woman is the key to understanding the flow of the Heavens Feel. Kuritsugu, you must pay close attention to her. I understand. I'll send someone to follow her at all times. Immediately after receiving these mysterious words, Kuritsugu continued to closely observe the two heroic spirits. But whether it was the brilliant clash of blades or the leaping bursts of magical energy, in Kuritsugu's eyes, they were no longer as bright as they seemed moments ago. What's wrong, Belle? It's no big deal. I'm just thrilled with the battle. I can see that, Belle, the ground at your feet is all cracked and broken. How could I have just overheard Kuritsugu's entire conversation with Tosaka? I was focused on Saber and Lancer's battle when I suddenly started hearing two distorted voices. As the conversation unfolded, I realized it was Kuritsugu and Tosaka. Though I couldn't hear clearly after I started paying attention to what they were saying. But as soon as I focused on Saber's battle again, I started hearing them again. I can't understand how I can hear them talking. They're no longer talking. Kuritsugu will send one of Assassin's clones to follow Irisveal because Tosaka said she's the key. Though I can't deny she's the key, as the Lesser Grail, she's quite powerless. If the Holy Grail hadn't been corrupted, I'd rip her heart out. Well, for now, it's better to forget I overheard their unnecessary conversation and watch Saber's battle. I can figure out how I heard their conversation with my true body in the reverse side of the world. Kuritsugu silently set up the Walther among the mountainous stacked containers at the dockside port by the cliffs. He followed the battle situation using electronic scopes that pierced the darkness of the night. First, the thermographic telescope, he spotted them. On the screen displaying cool tones of black and blue, red and orange images stood out vividly. The heat diagram representing the two merged, like a giant flare. Further ahead, two smaller heat signatures appeared. One was in the middle of the street witnessing the battle, the other was hidden on the rooftops of a warehouse in a more remote location. It was very easy to decide which one would be the assassination target. In fact, it was Irisveal who stayed on the road. She was almost asserting that, as the partner of an excellent saber, she shouldn't hide but fight a fair battle bravely and openly. So the heat signature on the rooftop would be the enemy master. The one controlling Lancer, who was facing Kuritsugu's saber with dual lances. Submerged in darkness, Kuritsugu displayed a cold smile. It was the best initial condition he could hope for. Lancer's master likely relied on illusions or magic that concealed his presence to hide his position and thought that was enough. He didn't consider it would be countered by mechanical cameras. Like all the other mages who died at Kuritsugu's hands, he would follow the same path to his destruction. Kuritsugu contacted Mia, positioned on the other side of the battlefield, via radio. Mia, Lancer's master is hidden on top of the warehouses, northeast of where Saber is. Can you see him? No. From my position, it's a blind spot. If possible, Kuritsugu wanted to cooperate with Mia to ensure the attack's accuracy with crossfire. Unfortunately, only Kuritsugu himself could shoot at the moment. But it wouldn't be a problem, as it was only 300 meters away. Kuritsugu's skills would have taken his target's life with just one bullet. As long as the target remained unaware of the sniper's presence, no mage could defend against a .300 Winchester Magnum bullet. Setting up the bipod, Kuritsugu was just getting into the mood. Suddenly, with a start, he turned the Walther toward the crane. At that moment, he felt all his plans were ruined. Keeping his disapproval within his heart, he whispered into the radio again. Mia, on the crane. Yes, affirmative here too, it's exactly as you thought. It seems the figure seen by Kuritsugu through the night vision scope was also captured by Mia's August assault rifle scope. Meanwhile, the third party examining the battle between Saber and Lancer also spotted the silhouette on top of the crane. It was a completely unpredictable event. In the Holy Grail War, it would logically be preferable to stay on the sidelines rather than eagerly participate in the battle. A smart master wouldn't intervene even if other servants joined the fray but would choose to continue observing the fight. Choosing the aftermath of a conflict would also be a good idea. Even if someone wasn't so lucky, at least they'd know about the enemy's conditions. Kuritsugu, who arrived first at the battle site, never thought this fight would have only one team of observers. He therefore gave up the best position on the crane and chose a spot that could monitor both it and the battlefield. The newcomer seemed unaware that their location was already under surveillance and occupied the ideal spot to watch the fight. Consequently, they were exposed to Kuritsugu's line of sight. However, an important factor escaped his calculations. Kuritsugu once again looked at the pale green form within the scope. It was an observer he had never seen before, completely covered in a pure black robe, a skull mask over the face. Though hard to believe, it was definitely Assassin, the one annihilated last night at the Tosaka residence. Kuritsugu, who wasn't satisfied with the images recorded by Mia's familiars, wasn't entirely surprised by the reappearance of the supposedly dead assassin. The problem, aside from the oddity of the situation, is that the one currently on the crane is a servant. If Kuritsugu shot Lancer's master now, the opponent would die instantly, but it would also expose the sniper's location. Although Assassin isn't a class with decisive combat strength, he is, nonetheless, a supernatural being, a servant. As a mage, Kuritsugu could never win such a fight. He couldn't expect Saber to help. Regarding the distance between Saber and him, Assassin was much closer to him. Besides, Saber didn't even know Kuritsugu was at the scene, he couldn't expect her to come to his aid. Saber was also fully committed to the battle with Lancer. Even if a servant loses their magical energy supply when their master is killed, the servant can still remain materialized in this plane with their own strength. Defeating Lancer's master didn't mean defeating Lancer. Only one thing remained, the command seals. The authority of the command seals isn't limited to the scope of the servant's powers. When the servant agrees with the master's order without resistance, the command seal can have effects beyond the servant's potential and perform a miracle. It wouldn't be impossible to instantly transport Saber to Kuritsugu's location to stop Assassin. But that would leave the defenseless Irisveal directly in front of Lancer. Kuritsugu thought incessantly, combining many elements and finally reached a conclusion. Although it was the ideal opportunity to eliminate Lancer's master, he'd have to let it pass tonight. Once that was decided, it wouldn't be good to have doubts about anything else. Mia, keep an eye on Assassin, I'll watch Lancer. Understood. Kuritsugu sighed silently, lowered the Walther's bipod, and continued to calmly observe the scene within the scope. Since he decided to abandon this opportunity, Saber's effort tonight was practically wasted. If she could avoid revealing her noble phantasm or escape immediately with Irisveal, then he'd have to extend his thanks to her. But she was a proud and noble heroic spirit, and those possibilities were merely his conjectures. Still, it wouldn't be a bad idea to see just once how capable his subordinate really is. It's up to you, my lovely king of knights. Author's notes. Sympathetic vibration. In a stringed musical instrument, sympathetic strings are strings that are not acted upon but vibrate by simple resonance in sympathy with the notes played at the same pitch, frequency. They are coupled oscillators. This phenomenon can occur in strings that are rubbed, plucked, or struck. The sound of these instruments is therefore airier and gives the impression of resonant acoustic reverberation in a space. They are usually metal strings because they are less dispersive and thus have a higher resonance potential than gut strings, sheep intestines. In the case of a harp, sympathetic vibrations are described as omnipresent. Chapter 11, First Confrontation 3. The confrontation between Saber and Lancer was more like a competition. Instead of a fight to the death, as each meticulously gauged the other's power in a preliminary test, it began to feel like a demonstration of pure strength. Of course, even for a test, we're talking about servants. The warehouse street at the docks was in ruins due to the scars carved as a result. 2 warehouses had already collapsed, and 100 square meters of asphalt were destroyed. Transformed into a battlefield, it was almost as if an earthquake had just struck the port warehouses. In the midst of this disaster, still without a single scratch, Saber and Lancer faced each other, preparing their next move. Neither showed any sign of exhaustion. There's no honor in fighting without warning, but... Lancer began speaking to Saber, a killing intent flowing to the tips of both his spears, yet his gaze retained its freshness. Still, I give you credit. To get this far without breaking a sweat, you're an impressive woman. That's unnecessary modesty, Lancer. Holding her invisible sword, Saber placed a smile on her lips for the first time. Though I don't know your name, your spear play, and your compliments. You honor me. I'm grateful for that. Neither knew the other's history, with no connection, from different countries, but their hearts were surely linked. Both took pride in their honed skills and strength, and facing an equal opponent, they freely respected one another. Both carried the pride of a warrior hidden in their hearts, and the 2 heroic spirits understood this. But... enough of this game, Lancer. Both Saber and Irisveal were startled by the cold voice resounding out of nowhere. Lancer. Master. Tensing up, Irisveal looked around, but no human form was in sight. With the unnatural echo of the voice, she couldn't tell if it was male or female, nor where it came from. Perhaps it's camouflage, like an illusion. Lancer's master didn't seem inclined to appear before Irisveal anytime soon. So Irisveal assumed Lancer's master was using an illusion to conceal themselves and distort their voice to avoid recognition. Don't drag out the fight any longer. This Saber is a formidable enemy. Be quick. You may reveal your noble phantasm. Saber's face hardened at the words of the invisible mage. Noble phantasm. He was urging his servant to bare his fangs in earnest. Understood, my master. Unlike the demeanor he had shown so far, Lancer lowered his voice quietly and shifted his grip on his weapon. Without hesitation, he dropped the short spear from his left hand to his feet. So, it's that long spear. Before Saber, Lancer removed the talisman tightly wrapped around the long spear in his right hand. It was a deep crimson spear. Completely different from before, magical energy began to rise from the spear's tip like a sinister mirage. That's it. From now on, I'm resolved to finish you. Lancer murmured in a low voice, shifting his stance to grip his now revealed lethal weapon with both hands. Saber also lowered her sword, measuring the distance between her and Lancer with the utmost caution. Revealing a noble phantasm could have 2 different types of effects. One type was the demonstration of the greatest power of the deadliest move by announcing its true name. Take Saber's final secret move. She has, Excalibur, the sword of promised victory, currently concealed behind a bounded field of invisibility, but if she discards the camouflage and shouts its true name, her holy sword will unleash a beam of light capable of destroying 1,000 soldiers. As it is truly an anti-fortress noble phantasm that can turn the ground into scorched earth, it cannot be used so casually, but as a last resort. Along with that, there could also be a weapon that inherently carries the nature of a noble phantasm. In Saber's case, her invisible air barrier of the Wind King was an example. By itself, it lacks the ability to annihilate an enemy, being more of a noble phantasm suited for battle as a sharp tool. It's not particularly used for strength, but in other words, it's easier to use and a trump card that can bring victory if wielded well. And so, Lancer's red spear is, probably the latter. So said Saber's intuition. Lancer would continue trading continuous blows with Saber. She didn't suspect the next strike would be decisive for the fight. The two closed the distance, sliding their feet silently, but the tension doubled. Lancer took the first step. Compared to the acrobatic freedom of his spear until now, this was a far simpler, straight thrust. A piercing strike that guessed the length of Saber's blade hidden under invisible air, or rather, gave up on being cautious of it. As a natural reaction, Saber repelled Lancer's spear with the arm holding her sword, ignoring the pain. In truth, it wasn't too serious or abrupt, just an ordinary attack. But the disaster came like a storm. Between the entangled spear and sword, a sudden and unexpected gale roared and blew. What? Letting out a shocked voice, Saber took 3 steps back from Lancer's spear. Lancer calmly resumed his stance without pursuing her. Watching the scene, Irisveal couldn't comprehend what was happening. The gust of wind lasted only an instant, but it wasn't particularly surging with magical energy. The origin of that wind was a mystery, but it was definitely not a threat from Lancer. Even so, Saber was the only one shocked. Lancer smiled boldly at her astonishment. I've exposed it. Your precious sword. Silent, Saber didn't comprehend Lancer's victorious murmur. Both understood the reason behind this mysterious phenomenon. The wind came from Saber's sword. More specifically, it was the work of invisible air. The bounded field of condensed pressure that could refract light leaked for just an instant. The moment it collided with Lancer's spear, the magical energy controlling the wind around the sword broke free. And in that moment, Lancer caught a glimpse of the true sword's form within the torn bounded field. Lancer's earlier murmur was proof that it was definitely his spear that exposed invisible air. I've got the length of your blade. You won't catch me with that invisible range again. Whether it was an exaggeration or not, Lancer began thrusting his spear. Just as he said, his spear strike suddenly gained vigor, the attacks sharper and no longer in vain. Having confirmed the distance Saber's blade could cover, he made no mistakes in his aim. Letting even one strike slip meant a fatal wound, and understanding this, Saber kept moving her body and deflected each spear thrust with her blade. Glimmering, it showed an afterimage of her golden sword's form. Ah. There was still pressure leaking from invisible air, but it was a continuous, random gale violently blowing Saber's blonde hair in waves. There was no doubt left. Lancer's red spear was draining invisible air. Each time it came with the spear's tip, the golden blade appeared like a strobe. But, with that spear, there's still a way. Saber encouraged herself. Using a spear with both hands was a style Saber could handle. In the midst of the relentless series of attacks, Saber sought just one weakly aimed strike. With just that, she could twist her body instead of parrying and rely on the hardness of her armor. A well-placed counter in a near-death situation could be the perfect opportunity. In a swift move, Saber struck at Lancer's shoulder. She ignored the red spear's tip grazing her flank. It should be shallow against her armor, and meanwhile, she'd be cleaving her enemy through the shoulder. Saber anticipated the pain, her intuition saved her from a lost cause. With her sword falling through the air, Saber twisted and threw herself to the side. It was hard to say if it was by a hair's breadth. Lancer's howling spear definitely seemed to have drawn blood. There's no need to say whose blood it was. Rolling on the ground, Saber escaped Lancer's pursuit and immediately stood to face her opponent. Her eyes betrayed her pain. Saber. Seeing something had happened, Irisveal began sending magical energy to heal Saber's flank. Thank you, Irisveal, I'm fine, the healing is working. Even saying that, Saber still held her side, as if traces of pain lingered. It seems victory won't be won so easily. Muttering, Lancer didn't seem too discouraged and spoke in an amused tone. Visibly, this man greatly enjoyed competing against a formidable enemy. Gritting her teeth, Saber calmly pieced together the puzzle in her mind, and the series of hardly believable circumstances came together. Her armor should have blocked Lancer's spear. Yet, the spear's tip bore Saber's blood. And, at this moment, Saber's armor was the same as ever, without a single scratch. To make a practical guess, just with the spear's contact, the blade passed through the armor as if it had vanished. Saber couldn't dematerialize, but she could materialize her battle attire and then dismiss it. In other words, Saber's armor was made of magical energy and wasn't material in the present reality like the clothes Irisveal bought for her to wear. Moreover, it was incomprehensible that invisible air could be broken. Contact with Lancer's spear created a fissure in the bounded field that generated the wind. I see. I've figured out the mystery of your spear, Lancer. Saber murmured in a low voice. She reflected once more on the toughness of her formidable enemy. That red spear can cut through magical energy. However, it wasn't powerful enough to break or cancel the source of the magic. Saber's armor was still intact, and invisible air was still functioning properly. Lancer's spear only had an effect the instant it struck the blade. Apparently, in that instant, it cuts the flow of magical energy and renders it powerless. In truth, it's not a noble phantasm one could boast of for its destructive power, but it has an ability that can be a great threat. It's no exaggeration to say that the quality of a servant's weapon is determined by the magical energy or magical skills it carries. But in this Lancer's hands, it can be dominant against a servant who prides themselves on the power of their armament. Lancer spoke playfully as Saber finished her reflections. You'll have to give up on your armor's protection, Saber. In front of my spear, you're practically naked. Saber snorted at Lancer's playful words. It's a nuisance to see you triumph just for stripping my armor. Acknowledging the threat of Lancer's spear, Saber still had no fear in her heart. The situation was not yet decided. At that moment, the silver armor covering Saber's entire body scattered in all directions. Irisveil gasped in surprise. Lancer watched. The breastplate, gauntlets, the long skirt-like fringes protecting her legs, nothing remained. Saber had removed her armor herself. The armor fragments scattered into metallic dust and vanished immediately like mist when Saber cut off her magical energy. If I can't defend against your spear, I just need to attack. Prepare yourself, Lancer. In a light blue dress, Saber resumed her stance. Lower, with her sword behind her, she faced Lancer with one leg forward and the other back. With no regard for defense, this stance was made for a lethal strike that would cleave from one shoulder to the other. It was clear to anyone that Saber intended to end the battle with the next attack, risking her life. That's bold. All or nothing, is it? Lancer somehow seemed pleased to rediscover what he'd lost, but the tension was clearly noticeable in his voice. After removing her armor, Saber didn't just gain agility. The magical energy needed to form and maintain her armor was now available for her attack. This meant a lot for the mana burst skill Saber possessed. A mana burst is the accumulation of magical energy in her weapon and entire body, momentarily injecting an arbitrary vector for an exceptional boost to her abilities. So to speak, it's a jet of magical energy for her movements. She only had the slender body of a small girl, but this was the secret that allowed her to wield her large sword with the combat style of a powerful fighter. The surplus magical energy could be converted into mobility for close-range combat, but when Saber used all the magical energy needed for her armor in a mana burst, it could grant her 6 times that bonus in power, speed, and endurance. This was perfect for the destructive power of a single strike attack. The disadvantage of losing her armor was outweighed by the advantage of discarding it. This was Saber's conclusion for dealing with Lancer's exorcising spear. A servant with physical parameters of rank E, with the mana burst Saber was using, could even surpass the power of a rank A by 1 or 2 ranks if it was rank E, that heroism. That's a bold decision. I definitely don't hate it. Like a matador facing a raging bull, he kept taunting her, lightly swaying side to side in a low stance. If I dare say, that was my plan, Saber. Unfazed by those words, Saber responded with a bold smile. How about it? How will you feel after taking this? Lancer understood. Saber's next attack would render the reach advantage of his long spear meaningless. If he couldn't grasp Saber's speed, he'd meet his end when she cleaved him in two. Calmly studying the light movement of her opponent's feet, Saber gauged the timing of her attack. Lancer was likely also estimating the speed of her charge with the density of magical energy she put into her body. But she still had one more secret ready for this. Gradually, just a little, Lancer's movement weakened. The asphalt turned to gravel created many obstacles for a good stance. Lancer's movement stalled slightly as he put strength into his legs. Saber didn't miss it. A great roar shook the atmosphere. The golden sword, until then invisible, covered the darkness of the night with its brilliance. Invisible air, which compresses air and refracts light in an illusion, could be used another way. The moment the bounded field is released, it can strike the opponent with a single long-range blow with a gale made from the super-high-pressure condensed air. And this was the application of Saber's plan. The purpose of holding the sword back in a wide stance was for this, to further accelerate the aerial attack. Released from the golden sword, a jet of air shot from behind Saber. By releasing her armor to further enhance her mana burst, her body became a supersonic bullet. At this point, Saber's speed was 3 times normal. It was too late for an ambush or evasion the moment she stepped forward. Even if Lancer's spear could inflict a severe wound on Saber, he'd receive a lethal strike in the same instant. This was surely a strike made to risk her life for a certain victory, ready even to have her flesh cut or bones severed. Breaking through the air wall several times the speed of sound, the shockwave of her charge scattered the surrounding debris like leaves. Lancer didn't move. Having already given up on an ambush, the red spear's tip didn't waver. Instead, what moved were his legs. With an extremely focused mind, the flow of time, even shorter than an instant, stretched and slowed. In that moment, Saber knew. The opening in Lancer was a bluff. It wasn't by chance that Lancer missed a step, he positioned himself to stop in the right spot. In other words, the position Lancer chose for his victory was the spot where he switched from 2 spears to 1, dropping the short spear from his left hand. Lancer's words resurfaced in her mind. That was my plan. Saber saw in that moment Lancer's menacing smile when he was certain of his victory. The glint in his eye spoke louder than his words. I'll put an end to your recklessness. Instead of grabbing the spear with his arm, Lancer kicked the gravel at his feet. It wasn't just gravel flying into the air. The short spear Lancer had dropped earlier, its tip was bouncing precisely through the air toward Saber. The talisman wrapped around the entire spear, like the long one, was already unbound, revealing the yellow metal beneath. Saber's sixth sense could theoretically surpass the thought of a natural talent for battle decisions, but it didn't predict her mistake. Normally wielding a spear with both hands, that was the trap of the misconception. She could only consider as a bluff the ability to have a spear in each arm. If that was Lancer's way with the spear. If this servant was the heroic spirit known as the bearer of the two demonic spears. Yes, a noble phantasm definitely wasn't limited to one. The short spear Lancer had raised, its tip spinning with magical energy as sinister as the long red spear, aimed at Saber, already foreseeing the instant it would pierce her throat, as she could only charge forward, too late to stop. Damn. This is bad. Ryder, who was standing on the arch of the Fuyuki Bridge overlooking the battle unfolding in the port warehouse district, murmured softly as he stood up. What is it? Seeing the giant servant show impatience for the first time, Waver grew agitated and questioned Ryder while clinging to the steel structure. Lancer unveiled a decisive technique. It seems he wants the match decided quickly. Wouldn't that be favorable for us? Fool, what are you talking about? Ryder stomped his heel on the steel structure he was on with a boom. For Waver, whose entire body was clinging to the frame, the tremor shook him to his bones, and another scream arose. I wanted to wait for the battle to develop before everyone arrived, but by the look of the current situation, Saber will be at a disadvantage, and it'd be too late to attack by then. Too late. Didn't you want to attack when everyone was exhausted from fighting each other? I think you misunderstood something, kid. Ryder furrowed his brows and tilted his head down to look at the master lying beside his feet, as if disappointed with a humorless clown's performance. I was hoping other servants would take Lancer's bait. Isn't it obvious? Instead of picking them off one by one, it's much better to gather them and have a grand battle royale. Waver forgot to respond. He was shocked to realize the differences between his understanding and that of the brave heroic spirit. Gather them all, a grand battle royale. Yes. It's such a rare chance to cross blades with the greatest heroes of all ages. If all 6 are here complete, I won't let a single one escape. A fierce and dangerous growl like a lion's escaped Ryder's throat, but there was a hint of laughter as he curled the corners of his lips upward. Waver realized only this man could have such a smile. Now, Saber and Lancer. Both have the blazing spirit of true warriors. I admire them, it'd be a shame to let them die like this. What else is there besides killing them? Isn't that the goal of the Holy Grail War? Waver's slightly hysterical voice was ruthlessly cut off by a slap to the forehead. Victory without ruin, domination without disgrace. That's true conquest. Ryder proclaimed, holding his chest high, then he drew the sword at his waist and slashed the empty sky with a swing, opening the void. An enormous and radiant noble phantasm appeared instantly, accompanied by swirling torrents of galloping magical energy. Waver felt as if he were about to be blown away by the sudden storm, swallowing his screams and hugging the steel structure even tighter. The observation is over. Let's join the battle, kid. Before his words finished, Ryder mounted the noble phantasm with a leap, his cloak flowing. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You're acting senselessly. Ah. If you don't want to go, you can stay here and watch. I'm going. Take me along, idiot. Good, that's more like my master. Ryder let out a clear laugh, gently grabbed Waver's collar, and let Waver ride behind him. Now onward, Gordius Wheel, authority of the heavenly wheel. The noble phantasm responded to the call of the king of conquerors with a thunderous tremor. Final notes. Honestly. Mana burst in Fate is more like a mathematical formula from algebra. They could simplify it. But leaving magic aside, I really consider parameters a meme. Only these parameters matter. Mana. Luck. Noble phantasm. Skills. The parameters of strength, endurance, and agility almost never matter. Unless you take into account the original Fate, the first one, where EA has its power multiplied from the strength parameter x20 plus mana, resulting in 4,000 damage. I already explained in the early chapters the issues with parameters like strength, endurance, and agility. Chapter 12, First Confrontation 4. Saber and Lancer had been battling for over an hour straight without stopping. It was a marvelous battle between the two that I could keep watching for an entire night without getting tired or bored. They fought for over an hour without causing a single scratch on each other, until Lancer managed to pierce Saber's shoulder, passing through her armor with his anti-magic spear. But even so, how skilled must they be to fight for over an hour without causing a single scratch on each other? This battle was completely insane. Each attack generated a gust of wind filled with magical energy that destroyed the warehouse street at the docks in the harbor. Some warehouses were destroyed by the wind from their attacks. Even lampposts and metal signs were sliced just by the wind generated by their strikes. And the metal clashing against metal sounded like thunder. Each clash of sword and spear was an incredible and surreal sight for ordinary people. The waves of pure magical energy that spread for hundreds of meters across the entire harbor with every impact of Lancer's spears and Saber's sword were also incredible and shocking. And that strange sensation of warmth from the magical energy was something I never expected to feel on my skin in this way. Every movement was calculated and precise. There wasn't a single wasted attack in their battle. And a single mistake could cost one of them their life. Was this the kind of fight between two servants? Although, if I were watching Saber and Lancer's battle with my real body, which is in the reverse side of the world, it would probably be a dull and boring battle. My main body in the reverse side of the world can easily keep up with 1/3 the speed of light. That was the maximum numerical speed of 1 meter per second that Zeus displayed in the Shuumatsu no Valkyrie manga before stopping time. In fact, even the lesser gods in the audience could keep up with that speed. A high-level or supreme god like me is far beyond the lesser gods. But in the end, Saber's battle was still a beautiful and thrilling fight that got me excited. Watching the entire first real confrontation of Fate/Zero in person was very different from watching it in an anime. The anime condensed the entire fight into less than 20 minutes, cutting out scenes of the other characters. Saber's mana burst was magnificent too. Her power grew tremendously the moment she used mana burst. Some of her parameters exceeded normal numerical measurements and entered the realm of a higher numerical scale. But it was really strange. When Saber used her mana burst, I momentarily felt a vibration from Saber's body. The vibration I felt from Saber was, at the very least, strange. My parameters increased by 1 rank when Saber used her mana burst. Although this parameter increase was temporary. It was strange and nonsensical for my parameters to increase so suddenly like that. I'd like to think more calmly about this. But I don't have time. It's time to head to the location of Saber and Lancer's battle. Later, I can think about this parameter increase I got because of that vibration I felt during Saber's mana burst. Master, I'm going. Wait for me here. Tosaka's servant still hasn't shown up, Bell. He'll show up soon, Master. I see. When Tosaka's servant shows up, kill him. I want him dead at all costs, Berserker. Okay, Master. I'll see you after the servants' meeting is over. Leaving Korea hidden outside that barrier in the battlefield, I headed to the location of Saber and Lancer. Ryder is heading there now too, so I'd better hurry and walk with faster steps so I don't get delayed. At the moment Saber and Lancer passed by each other, bright crimson blood flowers vibrated and bloomed briefly before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Saber, who had rushed past, stopped. The two turned around at the same time. Both were still standing, without losing their will to fight each other. The two heroic spirits were still intact. Finally, the battle had a slight chance of diverging from the path of attacking each other. At that moment, Saber realized the situation and made a quick decision that prolonged the duel. As a result, the short yellow spear that was ready to pierce Saber didn't land in her chest but in her left arm. At the same time, the golden sword Saber raised deviated just slightly from Lancer's vital points, its tip aimed at Lancer's left arm. It's curious how they were injured in the same place. But were they really damaged to the same extent? You still won't let me win easily, that stubbornness of yours is quite something. Lancer looked at Saber with a desolate smile, as if desperately trying not to pay attention to the wound on his elbow. As expected, like a rewound film, Lancer's wound healed without anyone touching it and left no trace. A servant's self-healing wouldn't recover that quickly, it was his hidden and observant master who used healing magic to cure him. Unlike Lancer, even Saber's refined beauty couldn't hide her pain and anxiety. Lancer's airborne spear and the sword firmly held by both of Saber's hands had a definitive imbalance in power. At least, from the outside, the wound caused by the short spear on Saber's forearm seemed quite light compared to Lancer's wound. Irisveal, heal my wound too. I healed it, but... Compared to Saber, who was injured, Irisveal's expression seemed even more confused. Irisveal was undoubtedly a top-tier mage. The strength and intensity of her craft are evident. She is, in fact, an exception in the world of mages, possessing a body that was designed and manufactured. It would be impossible for her to make mistakes when using basic magic like healing. Even if a mistake occurred by chance, Irisveal would know how to handle it on her own. And yet... No, the healing worked. Saber, your current state is full health. Saber didn't dare lower her guard while cautiously assessing Lancer and, at the same time, looking at the wound on her left arm. The wound didn't bleed much and was quite superficial, but the problem was that her tendons were severed. The most important finger on her hand, the thumb, couldn't move, so Saber couldn't exert enough strength to grip the sword's handle. Saber knew there was nothing wrong with Irisfield's healing methods, but her arm wasn't healed. Her left thumb seemed to have been born crippled, remaining completely immobile. Lancer didn't pay attention to Saber or resume his attack. Full of confidence, he crouched down and retrieved the short yellow spear that had fallen to the ground with his left hand. In the face of my noble phantasm Guy Dirge, Crimson Rose of Exorcism, it's good that you realized your armor is useless. Perhaps he thought that after showing the effects of his noble phantasm, there was no point in continuing with the disguise. Lancer spoke the true name of his noble phantasm without hesitation. But you were hasty in discarding your armor. Otherwise, you would have had a defense against Gibid, Golden Rose of Mortality. Lancer, with the long red spear in his right hand and the short yellow spear in his left, began to swing them exaggeratedly, as if spreading a pair of wings, exactly as he did when the battle began. It wasn't a gesture to seduce, but a unique fighting style mastered after arduous training. I understand now. It's a cursed spear, the wounds it causes will never heal. I should have noticed it earlier. A crimson spear that cuts through magical energy, a cursed golden spear, and a love spot below the left eye that attracts women. It was easy to determine once all this was put together. Based on legends, the glorious name praised by Celtic hero legends was, in fact, remotely related to King Arthur. It was quite unbelievable that this hadn't occurred to Saber, the first warrior of the Knights of Fianna. D. Armwood of the Love Spot. I didn't know the Grail granted you the honor of participating in the war. That's the beauty of this Holy Grail War. But the honor is mine. One who crosses time and space to join the throne of heroes at your invitation wouldn't mistake your golden sword for any other. The servant participating in the Fourth Holy Grail War, Lancer, the Celtic heroic spirit, D. Armwood Ua Dubni. Lancer, whose disguise was carelessly torn off, narrowed his eyes with a renewed sense, despite it. Competing with the renowned king of knights to avenge your sword strike. Humph, I wouldn't give up that opportunity either. As heroic spirits separated by time, they had no historical ties. Through the legends of the past era that invited them, they managed to learn about the heroes who came after them. D. Armwood also knew the legend of King Arthur, who brought fame to his homeland after his time. So, since we know each other's names, I challenge you as a knight to determine the winner of this mundane battle, though I've already wounded your arm. Do you feel this is unfair, Saber? Don't mock me. It would be a shame for me if you worried about such a minor wound. Saber declared resolutely, while at the same time clenching her teeth with hatred deep in her heart. Just one strike isn't a big deal. Saber gathered her magical energy once more to envelop herself in silver armor. Although it was a waste of magical energy in the face of Lancer's Guy Dirge, it could still block the critical strike of Gibid. Saber compressed the surrounding air and once again sealed her golden sword within invisible air boundary of the Wind King. Her wound cannot be healed. Most likely, the curse of the golden spear won't be lifted until the spear itself is destroyed or its owner, D. Armwood, falls. Saber must break Lancer's twin spears with her remaining right hand. With the help of bursts of magical energy, wielding the sword alone wouldn't be too painful. But the strength that could only be delivered with both hands was sealed, and she cannot use her ultimate attack, Excalibur, Sword of Promised Victory. However, at this moment, far from shrinking back, Saber's fighting spirit soared. It was a meticulous plan to use one of his two noble phantasms first and cunningly lure the enemy into carelessness. Saber wasn't angry at the trick, instead, she wanted to eagerly applaud Lancer's scheme. This enemy is perfect. She found a perfect enemy in the first battle of the Holy Grail War. As a warrior who lived by the sword, it was inevitable that her fighting spirit would soar to the heavens when facing a fabulous opponent. At the same time, D. Armwood Ua Dubni, the one opposing Saber, was also pushing himself to face her not just with tricks but by expending all his wits in this final battle. Lancer would have sensed Saber's vigor without words. A satisfied smile appeared on Lancer's lips. His heart felt exactly the same as Saber's. Lancer respected Saber for sacrificing her left arm to block the surprise attack of his Gibid, which was unleashed to kill. It added an extra shine to the joy Lancer associated with the value of winning this battle. As knights, the two heroic spirits even echoed each other's desire to fight in their souls. Prepare yourself, Saber. This time, I will win. Only if I don't win first, Lancer. The two exchanged bold taunts while planning their next fatal attack, slowly and cautiously approaching each other. The holy sword and the demonic spear were on the verge of an explosive situation. The air, cold, clear, and full of tension, at that moment, was suddenly split by a thunderous uproar. Saber and Lancer froze in awe, simultaneously turning to look at the southeast sky. The source of the sound was clear for all eyes to see. A flying object traced a straight line in the sky and was heading directly toward their location, casting purple lightning sparks in its path. The sound was undoubtedly created by it. Irisfield, stunned, said in shock. A chariot. By its appearance, it was an ancient chariot with two prows. Warhorses weren't harnessed to the shaft, but splendid bulls with muscles rippling like waves. Their hooves parted the empty space, pulling the luxurious and splendid chariot forward. No, the chariot wasn't just floating in the air. Its wheels resounded loudly, not on solid ground, but on lightning that the bulls trod upon. Each time the bull's hooves and the chariot stepped on the empty sky, purple lightning spread like a web, rolling the air upward with deafening roars. The magical energy gushing from the lightning was probably something Lancer and Saber could only release if they used every ounce of their strength. Only a servant's noble phantasm could be so bizarre and emit such a vast amount of magical energy. Without a doubt, a third servant decided to interrupt the duel between Saber and Lancer and was thus revealing themselves. Saber and Lancer tensed and stared silently at the suddenly arriving chariot. Irisveel's alarm was obvious, and Lancer's invisible master should have felt a shiver of fear as well. To be enveloped by such an immense aura of lightning and thunder, the heroic spirit is likely some kind of thunder god. And if it were a thunder god associated with bulls, the first to come to mind would be the supreme god of Mount Olympus. Although this chariot cannot be called a heroic spirit in itself, even as an accessory of a heroic spirit, it was highly threatening. The lightning-treading chariot circled menacingly above Lancer and Saber, then slowed and landed on the ground. It positioned itself exactly between the two heroic spirits, blocking both the sword and the spear. The dazzling light that ceased when the chariot landed revealed the figure of a muscular man standing imposingly at the helm of the chariot. "You two, lower your weapons. A king has arrived." That casual shout was almost as loud as the thunder emitted when he rode through the air. The blazing brilliance almost had the power to reflect back the blade of the sword and the tip of the spear facing each other. Lancer and Saber are renowned heroic spirits, a shout or two won't scare them. However, this new heroic spirit didn't want to attack them, only joined because he wanted to intervene in the duel. The two began to hesitate because they didn't understand the reason for his action. The imposing owner of the chariot first dampened the vigor of Lancer and Saber and then continued to speak in a stern tone. "My name is Alexander, the king of conquerors. I am participating in this Holy Grail War and have been granted the Rider class." It was then that everyone was truly shocked. In the Holy Grail War, no servant would want to declare their identity, as it could be a key component of their battle plans. Meanwhile, the most agitated person around was Waver, who was sitting next to Ryder. "What? What the hell do you think you're doing, you stupid idiot?" With his fear of Ryder's imposing size already forgotten, Waver shouted at Ryder while grabbing the King of Conquerors' cloak. Bish. The merciless tap of a finger echoed in the night, and the voice of protest died. Only the middle finger of Ryder's right hand paid attention to it, and Ryder asked, looking at Lancer and Saber on either side of him. "You're killing each other to obtain the Grail. I want to ask you something before you get involved. I don't know what expectations you have for the Grail. But now, consider for a moment whether your desires are even greater than the desire to possess all the earth and sky." Although Saber still hadn't understood what he meant, her instincts told her these words were full of danger. Her pupils widened unconsciously. What do you mean?" I was quite clear." By this point, Ryder had maintained his dignity, but his voice was much gentler and friendlier. "I descended to the battlefield, so do you have any intention of handing the Holy Grail over to me? If you give up your claims to the Grail, I would consider you friends and share with you the joy of conquering the world." It was such a random suggestion. Saber was stunned before she even had a chance to feel angry. On the opposite side, Lancer was also stunned and speechless upon hearing Ryder. "Alexander, the king of conquerors. He is indeed an extraordinary heroic spirit. There was no one like him in the history of humanity, so eager to manifest his ambition to conquer the world." But even so, what about Ryder's suggestion? Suddenly jumping in, proudly declaring his true name, demanding that others respect him before he had shown his worth in battle. All these actions made it seem like he had no desire to join the Holy Grail War. It was the first time anyone had seen something like this. It was hard to say whether this was a wise decision or a foolish attitude. "I admire your boldness in declaring your identity at that moment, but I find it hard to agree with your proposals." Lancer shook his head with a bitter smile, but there was no laughter in his eyes. A gaze as intimidating as a sharp sword clashed head-on with the disdainful look of the King of Conquerors, sparks flying. "I will raise the Grail, that's the oath I made with the only new king of this era. The one who will have the Grail in their hands won't be you, Ryder. You interrupted my duel with Lancer just to declare all this nonsense?" Saber asked, immediately following Lancer's words. Her expression was different from that of the handsome Lancer, there was no trace of a smile. Ryder's suggestion was extremely irritating to someone as serious as her. "Your joke went too far, King of Conquerors. This is an unbearable humiliation for a knight." Lancer and Saber cast hostile glares at Ryder. Ryder murmured as if troubled, unconsciously massaging his temples with his knuckles at the same time. Although Ryder seemed to be without plans, his majestic pose didn't change in the slightest. Thus, Ryder is indeed someone quite rare. "Are you offering me conditions?" "Enough. Feeling that Ryder might make some attempts at flattery, Lancer and Saber rejected him simultaneously. Saber continued with disappointment written on her face. Besides, I am also the lord who rules the kingdom of Britain. No matter what kind of king someone is, they could never bow before another lord. Oh. The king of Britain. Ryder showed interest in Saber's statements and raised his eyebrows. How surprising. The renowned king of knights is actually a young girl. And would you like to test the blade of that young girl, king of conquerors? Saber raised her sword while lowering her voice. Her left hand was still powerless to grip the sword, her 4 fingers merely resting on the handle. The fighting spirit that surged, wavering in the blade, however, was more solemn and majestic than when she fought Lancer. Ryder furrowed his brows and let out a long sigh. A collapse in my negotiations, isn't it? What a waste, that's a shame. As Ryder looked down and muttered to himself, he met the hate-filled gaze surging at his feet. Ryder. He felt the pain from his swollen forehead, but his regrets were more tragic than that pain. Waver's deep cries pierced the air. No, what? Talking endlessly about conquest, and people still don't like you, do you really think you can beat Saber and Lancer? The burly servant faced his master's questions without any sign of remorse but began to laugh heartily. Well, isn't there a saying that actions speak louder than words? And your action is just shouting your true name out loud like that. Waver was so angry that his head started to feel dizzy. Using his 2 weak fists, he kept hammering Ryder's chest, who stood there, and began to cry. Looking at this sad situation, Iris Veal felt neither contempt nor sympathy. She simply felt she couldn't take it anymore. The atmosphere that subtly relaxed. Ah. It's you, of all people. Suddenly grew tense again with the low, resentful voice crawling along the ground. It was the still-hidden master of Lancer. Since he ordered his servant to use his noble phantasm, he had been very quiet. Now he was interfering to question Waver's purpose in coming here. It was a completely different tone from the one used before, something that exposed a heart drunk with hatred. And here I was, wondering why you stole my sacred relic, in your indignation. I didn't think you'd actually have the courage to join the heavens feel on your own, Waver Velvet. Waver heard someone calling his name with malice and knew he was the target of that hatred. Moreover, Waver could probably guess the owner of that voice. How could he not have foreseen this? With his position so high as a lecturer at the clock tower, sacred relics for other heroic spirits could still be prepared even if Alexander's cloak was stolen. Therefore, in the land of Fuyuki, it's not surprising to have this man before Waver as his enemy. What a pity. Truly a pity. I really wanted my poor, beloved student to be happy. Waver, someone as mediocre as you only deserves to have the calm and stable life of commoners. Waver was stunned with delusions, unable to determine where the voice came from. He no longer knew how many times he had experienced that nauseating feeling in his stomach. Lecturer Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald. The sensation of those crystal blue eyes containing a mix of humiliation and pity, looking at Waver from the lecturer's mean and slender face somewhere above the boy's head. Waver felt it intensely once again. Waver wanted to throw back some clever remarks at the lecturer. Before even his own professor could, Waver skillfully turned the heroic spirit Alexander into a servant who obeys him. Wasn't that the best revenge for the humiliation he suffered at the clock tower for so long? Yes. It's no longer a student-teacher relationship. He is now my enemy in the truest sense of the word. I can hate him as much as I want, even to the point of taking his life. Now, he is undoubtedly my true opponent. During the few years Waver spent at the clock tower, he always hated that arrogant lecturer in every waking and sleeping moment, even considering killing him a few times, yet it was the first time he encountered such enmity from his side. The young Waver experienced for the first time the gaze of a true mage filled with a desire to kill. However, the reverse is also true. The owner of the voice saw the petrified fear on Waver's face with his sharp vision. With a tone of icy mockery that made Waver's hair stand on end, he continued to speak as if toying with Waver. Well, I can't help it, Waver Chulainn. Let me give you some extra tutorials. The true meaning of slaughter among mages, I'll pass on the terror and pain of death to you without any reservation. You should be proud. In fact, Waver was already trembling with fear, not even paying attention to the humiliation caused by those words. To become a true mage, one must be prepared to be killed. A theory that was generally understood through books was deeply felt by Waver. The gaze that the men cast from who knows where was even more lethal. The moment a mage wants to kill is the moment the death sentence is pronounced. Waver didn't know this until now. Then, something enveloped the slender and lonely shoulders of the trembling boy in a gentle and powerful embrace. Waver was confused by the rough but gentle touch. The robust servant's hand, with rough and calloused fingers, could only induce dread in the small master. Hey, mage. If I understood correctly, you should be my master instead of this kid, apparently. Ryder called out to the invisible master of Lancer. In fact, his face was covered and contorted with a huge smile of malicious pity. That thought is more than ridiculous. The man who deserves to be my master should be a warrior who rides with me into the battlefield, not a coward who doesn't even dare show his face. Silence fell. Only the anger of the invisible master could be felt spreading through the night air. Ryder suddenly laughed at the empty sky, a booming laugh that exhausted the air from his lungs. Come out. There must be others. Friends hiding in the darkness and spying on us. Saber and Lancer were shocked. What are you doing, Ryder? Facing Saber's questioning, the king of conquerors gave a thumbs up accompanied by a sincere smile. Saber and Lancer, your frontal battle is excellent and refined. The clear sound made by the clash of sword and spear might attract more than one heroic spirit, don't you agree? Irisveal was trembling at the thought that Kuritsugu might have been discovered in his unknown hiding place, but Ryder only had other servants in mind. Ryder wanted to spread the deafening sound to every corner of the surroundings and shouted once more. What a pity. Truly a pity. The heroes of power have gathered in Fuyuki. Seeing the prowess demonstrated here by Saber and Lancer, doesn't it invoke any feelings in you? Having a name worthy of praise but hiding and spying in secret, what cowardice. Even heroic spirits would be disturbed to hear this, huh? After another burst of laughter, Ryder tilted his head with a fearless expression at the corner of his mouth and finished with a defiant look. Heroic spirits invited by the Holy Grail, gather here at this moment. For those cowards who fear showing their faces, spare yourselves the humiliation that Alexander, king of conquerors, would cause you. Prepare yourselves. Ryder's enthusiastic speech even reached Emiya Kuritsugu, who was hidden in the distant container port conducting his observation. It was also heard by Miya, opposite Kuritsugu's position. The minds of the ancient heroes were so distant from Kuritsugu's that he couldn't even sigh in response. That idiot managed to conquer the world. In front of the intercom, Miya also seemed unable to understand the situation. Like Kuritsugu and Miya, the secret observer Kirai also saw all of Ryder's actions and heard his nonsensical words through the eyes and ears of assassin. At the moment, Kirai was in the distant Fuyuki church, and Kirai relayed everything he saw and heard to Tosaka Tokiomi through the jewel communicator beside him. This is bad. From the distant Tosaka residence, an exasperated phrase was heard. Although Kirai knew the speaker couldn't see him, he furrowed his brows and nodded. Indeed it is. Tokiomi and Kirai didn't dismiss Ryder's foolish talk as Emiya Kuritsugu did. The reason was that both thought of a particular heroic spirit who would never ignore something like Ryder's challenging words. At the same time, Berserker, who was already inside the barrier, also heard Ryder. Why do I feel so irritated? Is this some kind of skill I don't know about from Alexander? Berserker truly didn't understand why he felt so provoked by the king of conquerors' words. Berserker shook his head, sighing. Without thinking further, Berserker bent his knees and leaped hundreds of meters toward where Ryder, Saber, and Lancer were. The king of conquerors' words were indeed not ordinary. For his words to have propagated loudly over half a kilometer from the center, they obviously carried magical energy to travel such long distances normally. The A-rank charisma that was very close to a curse of the king of conquerors also had its effects. Chapter 13, Archer vs. Berserker. A black shadow crossed the docks with a sonic boom like thunder. At the same time, a golden light arrived immediately following Ryder's shout. The distant shadow and the golden light caused no surprise in the hearts of the spectators. It was not just a guess that the distant shadow and the golden light were two more servants responding to Ryder's provocations. The truly terrifying part was that the start of hostilities was a gathering of 5 servants. No one could predict what the outcome of such events would be. Then, a black shadow landed on top of one of the containers, where a figure dressed in black could be seen. And at the same time, the golden light came from 10 meters above, atop a street lamp, where a figure clad in shining armor could be seen. Waver held his breath upon seeing the 2 new servants staring at him and Ryder. Waver averted his eyes and looked at the servant in golden armor. That guy is. He had only seen him for an instant the previous time, but there was no mistaking such an intense presence. The one standing calmly atop the street lamp was none other than the enigmatic servant who, the previous night, had sent the assassin that invaded the Tosaka mansion into oblivion with overwhelming destructive power. This golden servant could not be Castor, his entire body was covered in armor. If he had materialized in response to Ryder's call, it meant he had the good sense to recognize the provocation as such, so he could not be Berserker either. By elimination, the only one left was, the last of the 3 knight classes, Archer. Meanwhile, the black-clad servant, dressed in priestly robes atop the container at a height similar to Archer's. That's Castor. Waver immediately recognized him as a servant of the 4 cavalry classes, Castor, due to his simple priestly attire. But Waver also knew that a Berserker would not be provocative, that assassin was already dead, and that Ryder was his servant. Thus, Waver identified the black-clad servant as the Castor-class servant. Waver swallowed hard. A servant who attacked from a distance with a bow, and a servant specialized in the use of magic older than the magic used in the era he lived in. Waver's eyes met the abyssal black eyes of Castor. Waver felt fear, a fear rooted deep in his soul as he gazed into the profound black eyes of Castor. GY. A silent scream escaped Waver's mouth, and he shrank back, clutching Ryder's cape tighter than ever. There was something deeply wrong with the Castor servant. Something Waver didn't understand and didn't want to understand. It was simply sinister. Waver averted his eyes and dared not look again at the sinister servant he accepted as the caster of this Holy Grail War. I didn't expect there would be two fools in one night with the insolence to call themselves kings and ignore me. Among the two new servants present at the scene, the golden heroic spirit spoke first. He sounded displeased, looking down on the servants with a furious gaze. His arrogance and tone were comparable to Ryder's arrogance, but they differed at their very core. There was never cruelty or ruthlessness in the voice and eyes of the king of conquerors. Even Ryder didn't expect someone more domineering than himself to appear, as he stroked his chin with a perplexed look, devoid of malice. You're mistaken. I, Alexander, am the one known worldwide as the king of conquerors. Fool. The only hero in heaven and earth who is a true king is me. The rest are a collection of mongrels. Archer brushed him off with a statement that was more than an insult. Naturally, the color had already drained from Saber's face, but the tolerant knight let out a sigh of astonishment, completely ignoring it. If you mean that, could you first introduce yourself? If you're a king, you wouldn't be ashamed of your fame, would you? With Ryder's jest, Archer's red eyes grew even more with proud anger as he looked at the giant below him. You're questioning me? A lowly mongrel questioning a king like me? Frankly speaking, Ryder's argument was reasonable, but apparently, Archer considered it an unforgivable disrespect from his perspective. It wasn't about gaining interest by hiding his true name, but rather a personal irritability. The golden heroic spirit was emitting a very clear killing intent. I grant you the honor of my presence, but you fail to recognize me. Such ignorance isn't even worth living. At Archer's conclusion, the space around him warped into a haze. In the next instant, the gleam of beautiful blades began to emerge from the empty space. There were bare swords and spears as well. Each one was adorned with captivating ornaments and emitted fierce magical power. Clearly, they were not ordinary weapons but noble phantasms. Without a doubt, it was the same thing as the previous night, the mysterious attack that unilaterally annihilated Assassin. All those who had observed the Tosaka mansion the previous night understood this. Ah. Waver was stunned. The invisible master of Lancer swallowed hard. Kuritsugu and Nya, observing from a distance, also felt the tension in the air from the magical energy. And one man, like Ryder and Waver, he was a master who had followed Lancer's movements during the day with his servant, watching hidden inside a warehouse outside the barrier to keep ordinary people away. That man with white hair, blind in one eye, and with one arm and one leg completely paralyzed on one side of his body. Worms crawled through his head beneath his skin. The shapes of the worms in his head were visible on his skin due to their movement as they writhed inside his head, feeding. This man was Matu, the master of the Berserker who wore the black priestly robes that Waver believed to be Castor. While Matu Kuria spied on the battlefield through the vision of a familiar, he looked at Archer's strange battle preparations. Yes, without a doubt, it was the same. Archer was definitely the shining golden servant who defended the Tosaka mansion from Assassin's invasion the previous night. In other words, this was his servant. Tosaka Tokiomi. The lust worms writhed inside Kuria's head as something ignited in his soul. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the darkness, with ancient hatred burning in his bloodshot eye, Matu Kuria let out a laugh. Now was the moment he had eagerly awaited. He had endured a year of hellish life in anticipation of this moment. Tosaka Tokiomi. Husband of Aoi, father of Sakura, but the men who trampled on the happiness of mother and child. The hated, cursed sworn enemy who took everything Kuria Matu desired, who degraded everything. Now, the old resentment was erased. This was the time to face that man, transforming into a sword with the hatred boiling in his heart. Kill him. There was unimaginable pleasure in filling his voice with hatred. Now, Kuria understood the meaning of the saying. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Tokiomi himself could wait. His servant must be crushed first, to make him lose the Holy Grail War. He was maddened with excitement just thinking of Tokiomi's face stained with frustrating humiliation. Naturally, Berserker himself knew that what Kuria was feeling was pleasure caused by the lust worms eating Kuria's brain. Once awakened by the activation of the magic circuits, the worms would force the body to continuously produce magical energy to sustain themselves. If those with worms did not produce enough magical energy, the worms would feed on the mage's flesh as nourishment or, they would stimulate the mage's sadistic sexual desires. Both cases applied to Kuria. The worms not only ate his flesh, but they also stimulated the sadistic sexual desires that Matu Kuria had suppressed deep in his heart. Kill him, Berserker. Pulverize that archer. The Berserker servant, atop the container, furrowed his brow. Berserker wanted to see how the battle between Archer and Rider would unfold. That was why he had ignored Archer until now, to avoid drawing his attention and fury. Berserker sighed and thought about what he would say. Berserker looked at the golden archer atop the street lamp. A cold killing intent began to emanate from his indifferent eyes into the atmosphere. Hey! You half-mongrel. It's been 4,600 years since you were no longer a king. With the cold, emotionless words of the black-clad servant atop the container, a torrent of magical energy surged from Archer. The killing intent made the atmosphere extremely heavy for all those watching. You mad dog. Who are you to say that I, the legitimate king of the world, am no longer a king? So you don't deny being a half-mongrel. Good to know, half-mongrel. Dog. Archer's furious voice echoed with magical energy throughout the port as the weapons emerging from the air behind him changed direction and pointed at Berserker atop the container. The number of weapons multiplied with the magical energy surging fiercely on the battlefield, in quantities far greater than those in the battle Saber had with Lancer. Don't expect mercy from me, mad dog. There was no doubt or hesitation in Archer's red eyes, only absolute rage and killing intent as he glared at Berserker atop the container. The gaze of a scoundrel is equally humble and filthy. Being subjected to such a gaze is an intolerable disgrace for a noble. For Archer, who claimed the title of king even more than Rider, Berserker's insolence in proclaiming he was no longer a king made him a complete criminal in Archer's eyes. You should at least entertain me when you scatter, mongrel. A sword and a spear stirred in the air with the cruel verdict. Then entertain me, O great king of mongrels. Berserker looked at Archer with a superior gaze from above, increasing the fury of the Golden King. Die. Humble dog. The weapons emerging from nowhere fired without warning. This was why the golden heroic spirit was an archer. But this improvised noble phantasm of Archer's was highly abnormal. The noble phantasms, which should be a treasure for a heroic spirit, were being thrown carelessly, as if casually tossing a handful of stones. Yet, the destructive power was immense. When they hit the other containers around the one where Berserker stood, it was as if the containers had been struck by an explosive blast. But the black-clad servant, whom others saw as if he were caster, merely raised his left hand casually without fear or concern. The swords and spears Archer fired ricocheted in the air as if hitting an invisible iron wall. Not only that, some of the weapons even broke into pieces and shattered, while others gained cracks in their structure, and only a few remained relatively intact. Everyone swallowed hard equally. The black servant atop the container didn't suffer a scratch from Archer's attacks, he blocked everything casually with his left hand. The black servant's clothes swayed calmly in the wind. The port warehouses where the servants were gathered had been overtaken by a deathly silence at that moment. The servant that everyone else imagined to be caster didn't even move from his spot. Even the part of the container he stood on was still relatively intact. Only the surrounding containers were damaged by Archer's attack. All the weapons that should have hit the black servant were blocked and were mostly broken or damaged by the invisible force that protected the black servant from the weapons thrown by the golden archer. How many saw the swift attack and defense? At the very least, Irisveal and Waver couldn't comprehend what had just happened. But Rider, Saber, Lancer, Assassin, and Archer. Even they, the servants, were confused, unable to understand what had just happened. All the servants saw Archer's attack perfectly. But they couldn't keep up with the true speed of the black servant's defense. All they saw was the black servant raising his left hand with incredible casualness, blocking the weapons Archer launched with some red energy shield without magical energy that appeared almost instantly in front of the black servant, protecting him. Hey, kid, what kind of servant is that, huh? Caster? Rider asked Waver, but the young master shook his head, stunned by what he was seeing. I don't know. I just don't understand. What? You're a master, aren't you? His strengths and weaknesses should be visible to you, right? As a master who contracted with a servant, it is possible to read a servant's condition with clairvoyance. This is a unique ability granted by the Grail that summoned the heroic spirits. This doesn't work for the false master Irisveal, but for Waver, Rider's legitimate master who possesses command seals, he is able to see through the abilities of other servants and compare them to Riders to guide him as efficiently as possible in battle situations. In fact, Waver already had a clear understanding of the abilities of Saber, Lancer, and Archer. But I can't understand. That black servant looks like a caster, but his mana stat is ranked E. Strength is C+, Endurance A++, Agility D, Luck E, his noble phantasm A++, that black servant is confusing. He's not caster. Rider frowned, suspicious of Waver's confused explanation, and took another look at the black servant. If he's not caster, and Assassin is already dead, then be Berserker. Waver finished Rider's words as he connected the dots. As unbelievable as it seems, kid, that's what it looks like. He can only be Berserker. For someone who abandoned reason and threw himself into the madness of insanity, he's an extremely intelligent guy and he doesn't seem to have lost his reason either. Saber, Lancer, Waver, Iris Veil, even those hidden in the shadows like Assassin, Kuritsugu, Mia, Lancer's master. And Tokiomi, who received news from Kirai through Assassin's eyes. All of them swallowed hard equally. They could hardly believe that the black servant who dressed like a caster and spoke normally was, in fact, a Berserker-class servant, the servant of madness. It seems we have another troublesome enemy. Saber nodded at Irisveel's murmur. That's not all. With 4 opponents, we can't make any careless moves. As Berserker had entered a battle against Archer after provoking him, all the other servants were tense. Whether by miracle or skill, it should be impossible to casually repel such a clear consecutive attack in the blink of an eye with a wave of a hand. And yet, more than just surprise, it was apparently rage that consumed Archer. Every kind of facial expression distorted his elegant face, frozen in a frenzy of murderous rage. How dare you destroy my treasure with your filthy hand? You want to die so badly, you damned fool. The air around Archer began to dance again. Like a halo, a golden majesty swirled in circles to reveal a new batch of noble phantasms, now 40 of them. And not just spears and swords. There were axes, hammers, and halberds. Even items of undefined use or origin, oddly shaped bladed weapons. Each one was polished like a mirror and still emitted a tremendous amount of magical energy. None of them were below the level of a divine mystery. All of them, without exception, were noble phantasms. This is impossible. That was Waver thinking aloud. But the other masters and heroic spirits probably thought the same as him. A heroic spirit doesn't need to stop at one noble phantasm. Sometimes, someone might cherish 3 or 4 superweapons that qualify as such. But no one could have so many. And here. Archer was throwing them one after another as if he had an inexhaustible supply of them. And none of them had been seen before in the battle against Assassin the previous night. Let's see how far this little dog can keep up. At Archer's command, the batch of noble phantasms floating in the air was unleashed, advancing toward Berserker atop the container. Berserker narrowed his eyes and raised his left hand again. And in front of Berserker, with his hand as the center, a red shield without magical energy manifested instantly for the other servants watching. Thunderous explosions shook the night air, and a flash of light burst in the sky. Who would believe that such destruction could be caused by the launching of swords and similar weapons? A countless number of noble phantasms rained down on the containers and the street of the port warehouse district, which already looked as if it had been bombed by military jets. And yet, Archer's ferocious attack didn't stop. The noble phantasms fell like lightning on Berserker's location with enough force to shatter anything, and they kept attacking, and attacking again. The attack was continuous, escalating to violence, because the target, Berserker, simply wouldn't fall, and his powerful shield didn't yield. No matter how many attacks it received, nothing seemed to shake the shield. Everyone was shocked. Even in a critical situation with a large number of enemies around, they all shared the same thoughts. This was a repeat of the miraculous defense of the first attack. Berserker merely raised his left hand casually and formed a shield that didn't yield to any of the noble phantasms launched by Archer, repelling every single one. Berserker's ability was perfect. The defense was practically impenetrable. In retrospect, unlike the other 3 servants, the identities of the Golden Archer and the Black Berserker dressed as a priest were still a mystery. Saber and Lancer shuddered at the threat. If they wanted to advance in the Holy Grail War, they might cross paths with these 2. But faced with these beasts beyond reason, how should they prepare to stand? The Golden One seems proud of the number of his noble phantasms, but the Black One has the worst affinity with him. That shield without magical energy is impenetrable. It must be his noble phantasm. The 2 servants observed silently from one side, while the other, standing there, rider, spoke with confidence. All the destroyed weapons can no longer recover. And while the Golden One expends magical energy, the Black One isn't spending magical energy. A noble phantasm that doesn't consume magical energy. No, the Black One's noble phantasm doesn't even have magical energy like any other noble phantasm. But, whether that shield can also be used to attack is another story. Even though the Black One has the advantage, it's basically a stalemate. But of course, if the Black One is capable of attacking, that's another story. As the King of Conquerors commented calmly, Berserker wasn't taking a step back in the face of Archer's ferocious attack. The violent roar stopped when the last of the 40 noble phantasms fell. But when Archer's attack completely stopped, and Berserker lowered his hand, Berserker's right hand quickly rose to his side with the same red energy as the shield. It was a swift movement, less than 0.1 seconds after Archer's noble phantasm attack ended. Contrary to what the servants thought, Berserker's left hand was sore, and some bones in his left arm had actually cracked. If he continued using his vibrations, he could break his hand or arm at some point. But that wasn't all. Berserker also already knew the limit of what his vibrational shield could block without the use of his staff. If any A+ rank noble phantasm were fired against his vibrational shield, the shield wouldn't hold. This made Berserker reflect as he blocked Archer's attacks. If he, Berserker, had fought Saber without his staff, he was now certain he would lose his arm in the first attack he tried to block with his vibrational shield. So, the moment Archer's attack stopped, Berserker already planned to end this battle quickly, knowing that the noble phantasms in Archer's Gate of Babylon took 0.5 seconds to prepare. With his right hand at his side with the same red energy as the shield, Berserker, without wasting time, moved his hand forward quickly and fired an extremely dangerous cutting energy toward Archer atop the street lamp. But for some reason, the cutting energy didn't go toward Archer but toward the street lamp, slicing it in several warehouses behind Archer as if they were butter. The street lamp fell with a shudder. But that was the only thing that fell clumsily to the ground. The golden heroic spirit jumped before the iron street lamp was cut to pieces and landed on the ground, seemingly unharmed by Berserker's attack. Obviously, Berserker wasn't done. He advanced toward Archer on the ground with a sonic boom, breaking the sound barrier, and in his right hand was the same attack he had used to destroy the street lamp. Berserker reached Archer in less than 0.03 seconds, totaling less than 0.4 seconds of the 0.5 seconds Archer would need to prepare new noble phantasms from his Gate of Babylon after the wave of 40 consecutive attacks. With a sharp blade, Berserker attacked Archer. Red blood, containing a vast amount of magical energy, spurted like a fountain from Archer's chest, splattering on the asphalt already destroyed by the previous battle between Saber and Lancer. It was a swift and deadly attack that cut through Archer's armor like butter and, without being blocked, Berserker's blade struck the flesh of Archer's chest, cutting him with a wound that would be fatal to an ordinary human. Unsurprisingly, the magical energy in Archer's body plummeted due to the wound near his heart. The head and heart were the weakest points of servants. Magical energy could be disrupted with the destruction of a servant's head or heart, and even the servant's soul would be damaged, preventing the main body in the Throne of Heroes from receiving the servant's memories due to such damage. A normal servant whose heart was destroyed would immediately return to the Throne of Heroes, but a servant with the skills of independent action or battle continuation could withstand damage to the heart and head and still remain temporarily in the world without returning to the Throne of Heroes. Mongrel, damned, Yugal. I'll have to kill. Archer's rage seemed to have reached its critical limit as he spoke, vomiting blood and stepping back slowly with a horrific expression of burning anger on his face from the humiliation he was suffering against Berserker. Berserker had already prepared another blade to cut off Archer's head. But Archer's red eyes glowed golden, and at the same time his eyes shone gold. Golden portals opened in the air in every corner of the warehouse district street. The sound of chains echoed from everywhere on the street. In Archer's hands was a strange key. Berserker immediately leaped back quickly as a long chain grabbed his left hand, and more chains emerging from the golden portals pursued him. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Kill. Kill. Filthy divinity. With rage, Archer howled at Berserker, his red eyes burning with fury. Berserker, watching everything with a face showing concern, had a single thought as a skull with unimaginable magical energy appeared in his left hand, bound by the chain of heaven. I should have separated his head from his neck in the first attack. Final notes. I ended up rereading the fight between Beelzebub versus Tesla in the manga. And I noticed some things regarding Beelzebub's vibrations. The cut that Beelzebub performs, which ends up cutting Tesla's armor, is normal, without being amplified by the staff. And in another chapter, we have an attack from Beelzebub using the staff to amplify the power of the vibration. Tesla himself commented. The power of your vibrations increased several times more than when you used your sword. That's very interesting. And apparently, you're using that staff to do it, right? So, Beel's normal vibrations are already extremely powerful. However, this is basically a manga error, or we should say, plot armor, because the attack that was greatly amplified by the staff was much stronger than an unamplified attack. But no, all the attack, several times stronger, did was crack parts of the armor near Tesla's head and cause a small wound on Tesla's head that was bleeding. This is an example of plot armor in the 8th round of Ragnarok. I also want to clarify the minimum speed of high-frequency vibrations. 20,000 Hz exceeds the speed of sound. To be clearer, it's beyond the speed of sound. There are cutting machines at this frequency. They're not a big deal, more used for polishing something than actually cutting like Beel's blade. And that's the thing. Beelzebub's vibrations are far beyond 20,000 Hz. The speed of sound has a limit, which is 20,000 Hz at its frequency. It's about 100x the speed of sound. That's roughly the limit of the speed of sound, about 105 times. Beyond that, there's no longer the speed of sound. So that's it. The speed of Beel's vibration formation is far beyond the speed of sound limit, which is roughly Mach 105. Shuumatsu has a lot of variation in the strength and endurance of the gods. But their speed is more than clear. Chapter 14, I should have cut off his head. Gilgamesh is serious. He intends to use his trump card after Berserker mortally wounded him with a blade in hand. He's even using some chain to bind the enemy servant, although Berserker is resisting the power of the chains that seem capable of immobilizing him for a few seconds. But Kirai observed Berserker's next move, when, for the first time since Berserker and Gilgamesh began their battle, Berserker had emitted magical energy at the critical moment. Berserker manifested a skull that emits a terrifying magical energy. Assassin seems to want to flee the battlefield from what he's sensing from the skull in Berserker's hand. It seems that the other servants also sense the danger of Berserker's horrific magical energy. Perhaps this skull is Berserker's true noble phantasm, Master Tokiomi. Tosaka Tokiomi kept his composure upon hearing Kodomine Kirai's comments through the jewel communicator. The basement of the Tosaka residence showed no discomfort from the distant dockside warehouse that had become a battlefield. Kirai, manipulating assassin, was delivering results. The conditions were perfect. The only thing not part of his calculations was that perhaps the strongest heroic spirit, Gilgamesh, had reached this moment in the archer class. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the hallmark of the archer class is the strength of its noble phantasms. For Gilgamesh, who possessed an extraordinary number of EX rank units, this might have been inevitable. But in the end, the independent action skill of the presumptuous king of heroes was also highly ranked, and that was certainly Tokiomi's greatest miscalculation. Tokiomi respected the high prestige of the king of heroes as much as he could and as much as he deserved. But to think that his tolerance would be tested so much, so soon. For a servant with the independent action skill, who does not depend on the master, the only way to give orders is to use command seals. This grants the right to only 3 absolute orders. For Gilgamesh, a servant who has not an ounce of respect for his master, they are even more precious. Always maintain your elegance. This is a family precept passed down through generations in the Tosaka family. For one who holds this close to his heart, being pressed to use a command seal before all other masters. But did Tokiomi have a choice? The situation couldn't be worse. Gilgamesh had already exposed much of the gate of Babylon and was even wounded with a mortal injury near his heart, causing Gilgamesh's magical energy to plummet to the point where Tokiomi began to feel that the king of heroes was finally using his magical energy to continue the fight against Berserker. But the cost was too high. The other masters had gained too much information about the gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh was even using not 1, but 2 of his trump cards. Even without seeing what was happening on the battlefield, Tokiomi, whose magical energy was being rapidly drained, knew which noble phantasms his servant was using. Exposing EA now is too risky. It's too early, Gilgamesh. From the amount of magical energy Tokiomi was producing with his magic circuits now, he knew the king of heroes would expose his strongest noble phantasm at the start of the Holy Grail War. Master, your decision. Kirai insisted with a stern voice from the other side of the communicator. Gritting his teeth, Tokiomi looked at the back of his right hand. This is bad, very bad. Damn it. I really should have cut off Gilgamesh's head when I had the chance in the first attack. Not only was Enkidu a problem because of my divinity, but that bastard Gilgamesh took the key to unleash EA from the gate of Babylon. As expected of someone who, in the novel, didn't hesitate to use EA against Shiro. I have no choice. Now there are only 2 options left. I need to use Apameus to block EA with my vibrational shield. Since my vibrational shield can block A-rank noble phantasms, I might be able to block EA, which has A++ rank destructive power, for a while. But, can I block EA's space-cutting ability with its anti-world trait? If it were just the regular destructive attack comparable to a tornado, I wouldn't worry so much about trying to stop it with my vibrational shield with Apameus. But if he activates it at full power, it can cut through space itself and destroy the layer of reality, revealing the truth behind the reality that humanity lives in. Although it's not significant in terms of scale, an attack that cuts through space is dangerous. Or I could try to force the Void God in my current state. Even though I don't have the Void God as a noble phantasm like in my original body, I should be able to force a version of the Void God by condensing the 2 vibrations in Apameus. I kept retreating even with the chain wrapped around my left arm. The strength of that chain is incredible, I could feel it tightening around my arm. At this moment, I'm lucky that my divinity is rank E. If I had a higher divinity, it would be a problem to move while bound by this chain. However, concepts. Enkidu normally restricts the target based on their divinity. But Enkidu has the concept, reign over the gods, or rule the gods. Even though my divinity is low, this concept is a threat to me as a god. Really? I should have separated his head from his neck in the first attack. I raised my hand bound by the chain and materialized Apameus. Apameus was releasing large amounts of magical energy. The reason Apameus has magical energy is that it is actually a copy reproduced in reality by magical energy, just like my black priestly robes. The chain around my arm reached the limit of the portal's distance, holding me in place. With my left arm bound by the chain, the other chains pursuing me caught up and began wrapping around my legs, arms, waist, neck, and abdomen, leaving me trapped and completely unable to move. The grip of the chains of heaven was extremely strong. But my two hands raised Apomeus. Void God. Forget trying to defend against EA while bound by Enkidu. The best option here is to blow everything up, Enkidu, Gilgamesh, the warehouses. Screw it all. Everyone watched as Berserker was bound by Archer's numerous chains. What is that terrifying magical energy? Saber stepped in front of Irisveal as Berserker held a skull with both hands, releasing a dark red aura, even though he was bound by Archer's chains, which somehow seemed to have the power to immobilize Berserker. Ryder silently observed the battle between the two servants. But beads of sweat ran down his face. In his opinion, Berserker and Archer were extremely dangerous servants, perhaps the greatest obstacles to winning the Holy Grail War. Saber and Lancer had similar thoughts to Ryder. Archer had an unknown number of noble phantasms. Berserker had a defense that seemed perfect, and even his attacks, though only two had been seen, seemed capable of cleaving any of them in half with a single blow. Berserker's black hair floated fiercely in the air. The skull's eyes in Berserker's hands glowed red. The terrifying magical energy released by the skull spread across the battlefield like a violent ocean wave. The wind it unleashed hit the servants with a maximum danger alert. Saber gripped her sword with all the strength she had in her good hand. Saber's instincts screamed for her to turn and flee quickly, but she suppressed that fear with great willpower and knightly pride. Saber would not retreat. Even Lancer, who took a few steps back, remained on the battlefield without retreating due to his pride as a knight of his king, his master, who had not yet given an order to retreat despite the presence of 4 powerful servants. Kuhu, ha 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 ha. At that moment, Archer's laughter spread across the entire battlefield. Unlike the other servants, Archer wasn't the least bit worried, quite the opposite. A humble divine dog is truly beautiful when chained. Kukuku. Struggle as much as you want. You can't escape your leash, mutt. Archer, even with a mortal wound in his chest, was still the same arrogant servant as before. Now you'll pay with your life for annoying this king, divine dog. Archer raised the small golden sword he was holding, pointing its strange key-shaped blade toward the sky. But rejoice, dog. You'll be killed by the true and only king of heaven and earth. Archer spun the handle of the key sword he held, and the key glowed with a brilliant red light as the cubes forming the handle began to shift shape. A large red pattern resembling a labyrinth extended from the key sword, covering the sky above the dockside warehouse area. What is that? Waver exclaimed in shock, looking at the red labyrinth-like pattern that had spread across the sky. What's wrong, boy? That. I've never seen such a pure magical element. Elements are the basic substances that shape the world. Waver, who saw the sword Archer used, witnessed the purest element of his life. All the mages present, Irisveal, Lancer's hidden master, Kuritsugu, Mia, and even Kirai, who watched everything through assassin's eyes, saw the purest element of their lives as practitioners of magecraft. It was indeed a pure divine element. The moment that red pattern covered the sky, blood dripped from the skull Berserker held. Around the skull in Berserker's hands, a dark red sphere had formed, and the skull's eyes and mouth emitted a terrifying murderous light. Archer's red labyrinth-like pattern began to recede, forming a floating red sphere. The magical energy released by Archer's sphere seemed as terrifying as Berserker's. Sensing the terrifying magical energy, all the servants understood that Archer and Berserker were about to use their most powerful noble phantasms. Archer grabbed the red sphere. His eyes burned with fiery hatred, but Archer looked away. He faced southeast. That's where the hill in the Miyama district, a high-class residential area, was located. How many people could guess the direction of the Tosaka mansion? At the same time, all the chains binding Berserker vanished as if they were merely an illusion. Berserker also stopped his movement as he quickly realized the situation. Tokiomi. Archer roared furiously, his beautiful features distorted with rage for the second time that night. Do you think someone like you could appease a king's wrath? You presumptuous bastard. Tokiomi. With a tone full of irritation and abject anger, Archer spat furiously, suppressing his rage. The noble phantasm within the red orb in Archer's hand, like the chains, also vanished without being revealed that night. You escaped death by a hair's breadth, divine dog. He contained his resentment, but his red eyes had already lost the flame of murderous intent. With his firm haughtiness, the golden Archer looked at the line of servants. You mutts. Thin the crowd next time. I'll tolerate nothing less than a true hero. And you, divine mutt. Archer looked at the black Berserker. Next time, you won't be so lucky. I won't leave a single piece of your being in my world. With these final words, Archer cancelled his materialization. The golden armor lost its materiality and vanished, leaving only the remnants of its brilliance in the air on the battlefield. The confrontation between the two servants, the black and the golden, ended in a way no one expected. HMF. Apparently, that guy's master has an even tougher character than Archer himself. Amazed, Ryder exaggerated with a bitter smile. But everyone else realized it wasn't the time for careless comments. Berserker, who had matched Archer, was still standing right in front of them. Berserker scanned the other servants with his eyes and, with a heavy sigh, commented casually. I thought I'd have to destroy this entire part of the city. For a second, the memory of the Ragnarok arena with a part of London flashed through Berserker's mind. That arena was surprisingly larger than it normally seemed. Berserker's hands, which somehow seemed injured, healed quickly. Berserker's master, observing, had used simple healing magecraft to mend the wounds on Berserker's hands. After looking at his healed hands, a shaft extended from the small skull in Berserker's hand, transforming the skull into a staff that a caster would typically use. Berserker struck the staff on the street, and an earthquake occurred. The entire warehouse area shook, several buildings swayed, and the pier trembled. The earthquake would likely affect part of the city, if not the entire small city. Since Japan is a country where earthquakes are common, all the city's structures were prepared to withstand them. This meant only minor damage to the warehouse and the rest of the city affected by the earthquake caused by Berserker. The other 3 servants present went on high alert at Berserker's action. They couldn't sense how much magical energy Berserker used, but to cause an earthquake with a single strike of the staff, the amount of magical energy would be at least equivalent to an average A-rank noble phantasm. But it seems I'm not able to control myself much right now. Since Berserker was accumulating a large amount of energy that wasn't released, that energy was essentially still in his body. Berserker, Beelzebub, is capable of using a type of vibrating cutting blade. In the world, there are similar things made with low-frequency vibrations converted into pure electrical energy and then into vibrations for the machine, typically used to cut simple things like food or rubber. I hope this doesn't cause a tsunami. In the end, energy is vibration. Chapter 15, Blood of Zeus. Magical energy is consumed not only to keep the servant materialized but also for all the effort they exert. Thus, in battle, the rate of consumption is even higher. Magical energy is extracted from the master's magic circuits and supplied to the servant. And the activation of the magic circuits, in Korea's case, would mean infernal pain from having his body eaten by the crest worms. This would normally be the case for Korea, especially with a berserker and his magical energy consumption that was beyond imaginable for mages. But the berserker summoned by Korea was a special servant of the berserker class. His servant had a skill called independent action. This was the skill that allowed servants of the archer class to act independently even when rejecting the supply of magical energy from their master. At lower ranks, it was only for a short time, but at higher ranks, it was an entirely different matter. It is a useful and problematic skill at the same time, depending on the servant's disposition and the rank of independent action. With the servant acting independently of the master's magical energy supply, the master can focus their magical energy on large spells, or the servant will be fine even if the master cannot provide magical energy. The disadvantage of this skill for masters was that it was harder to control and keep the servant by their side, making the only way to command the servant be through the use of command seals. At lower levels, the servant could remain materialized for a few minutes or days. At rank A, a servant could even last a week without the support of a master. Although the servant cannot use noble phantasms with high magical energy consumption, a noble phantasm that does not consume much magical energy is still usable. However, Berserker had a rank A++ independent action. Not even Zoken knew how far Berserker could go without the master's magical energy supply. If Berserker were a berserker like any other berserker, the worms would awaken and start eating Korea's flesh, grinding his bones. Acting as Korea's pseudo-magic circuits, the crest worms would supply magical energy to Berserker without regard for the host's limits. Describing his agony doesn't even cover half of it. Being corroded, plundered by living creatures inside his body, the pain of being devoured alive doubles with fear and revulsion. Even Korea already had an idea that Zoken wanted to eliminate him at the start of the Holy Grail War by making him use the enrichment formula to summon Berserker with high magical energy consumption, so the worms inside his body would devour him in the first battle. But that was not the case. The worms only ate what was necessary to survive or when Korea himself used his magical energy, and the worms would start eating him to produce magical energy. Foo-hoo, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Hidden in the darkness, Korea stifled his laughter and chuckles. Ha 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 ha. Korea was unable to contain his laughter. The distorted neutered face of Tokiomi's servant gave endless pleasure to Korea's body. The pleasure coursed through Korea's body, which writhed in extreme delight. He, Korea, had done it. That arrogant mage had finally been splattered with mud by an ordinary man like Korea, after always despising people like him. In his heart, Korea mocked with abundant pleasure, thinking of Tokiomi and Zoken. Did you see that? I'm not a loser. No one will call me a failure or an insect anymore. I can fight you. I'll make you know what fear is. Just imagining Tokiomi's terrified face and the humiliation he was feeling for having his servant destroyed by Korea's berserker, a sadistic pleasure brought Korea to a climax and A smell invaded the warehouse as Korea's pants became wet with his climax. Even the worms inside Korea had calmed down with his climax. The sadistic pleasure provided more nutrients for the worms to produce magical energy than Korea's flesh at that moment of extreme pleasure. At the same time, an earthquake struck Fuyuki City. Korea came. Berserker's remarks made the three servants understand that he had no intention of fighting. Although they did not lower their guard. Are you really a berserker? You don't seem like one. You also don't seem, mad. Ryder commented, looking at the black servant's clothes and staff from top to bottom. The black servant really didn't seem like a typical berserker. Yes, I am a berserker, it's a pleasure to meet you, great king of conquerors, Alexander the Great. I can't say my name, but you can call me Bell or Bell with 1 or 2 ls, I don't mind. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit, Bell. You at least seem more approachable than that golden one. Alexander laughed as he nodded in agreement with Bell. But suddenly, he stopped and became serious again, almost as if all the joy and happiness from a few seconds ago were just an act Ryder had prepared. So, Berserker. What do you say? What? My proposal. What do you think? Would you hand over the Holy Grail to me and join my army? I don't even have a wish, Alexander. And about serving you. I already serve a master. Although it's an honor to be invited to join your great army, which even in death follows you in battles. Bell calmly replied to Alexander the Great, rejecting his proposal. You too, what a pity. I finally thought I had found an ally. Alexander sighed heavily in disappointment. None of the servants seemed to want to join him in this Holy Grail war. Not even the Berserker who said he had no wishes for the Holy Grail. Berserker, what were you thinking? Berserker looked at Saber, who had suddenly spoken to him. It's also a pleasure to meet the legendary king of Britain. And for your information, I was following my master's orders. Although that half-breed was ready to attack you all alone, a battle was inevitable. You're right. A battle was inevitable against Archer from the start, but your reckless action could have put us all in a total conflict. Berserker looked Saber up and down, his forehead and eyebrows furrowed. Saber noticed the strange look Berserker gave her and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, as if that Berserker servant knew everything about her. Saber truly felt naked in front of Berserker. It was uncomfortable. What's the matter, Berserker? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? It's just that. Berserker blinked, thinking for a second about what he would say. I really didn't expect to meet a descendant of Zeus, alive. Berserker's words surprised everyone. Although Artoria trembled at the last word Berserker whispered to her with a low murmur using his magical energy. He knows. How does he know that? How can he know that? Who is Berserker? Saber exploded in thoughts while outwardly containing the dread that gripped her heart because of the words Berserker uttered at the end. So we're relatives, King of Knights. The thunderous, powerful words of the King of Conquerors, followed by a hearty laugh, hit Saber. Irisveal, behind Saber, was confused and very shocked. Saber, the King of Knights, the legendary King Arthur of Britain, was a descendant of Zeus, according to Berserker. How did Berserker know Saber was a descendant when even Saber herself didn't seem to know she was a descendant of Zeus? In fact, Bell was also confused and surprised. Somehow, now that he was close to Saber and looking at her closely, he could feel Zeus in her blood. Not just Zeus's blood, several Olympian gods' blood ran through Saber's veins. Bell already knew Artoria was a descendant of Zeus. But he didn't expect to be able to sense something like that in her veins just by being near her. This reminded Bell of Hercules, when Hercules drank ambrosia and ascended to divinity. Ambrosia was Zeus's blood. Bell also recalled Hades's blood. Hades's blood could be used to strengthen his bident. Is the blood of all the gods from Shuumatsu special? I need to run some tests with my own blood. Making plans to test his blood in the reverse side of the world, Bell pushed them to the back of his mind and stored them away. Now wasn't the time to think about plans he couldn't put into action. What are you trying to say, Berserker? Saber spoke, questioning the pensive Bell. Saber's tone was harsh, sharp, ready to cut anything in front of her that displeased her. It's exactly what I said, though I'm also surprised to sense that old man's blood in you. Well, I shouldn't be that surprised, considering it's him we're talking about. He has milk banks for, no. Forget that. I need to forget that. Berserker, who had been speaking calmly, shook his head, telling himself to forget about some milk banks. What was Berserker talking about? No, forget it. How do you know I'm a descendant of Zeus? Even I didn't know about this lineage of mine. I already told you. I can sense his blood in you. Although the divinity in your lineage has already been diluted, his blood still runs in you. The god Zeus. Saber murmured the name of the ancient Greek god with strangely conflicting feelings in her heart. But as she thought about the Greek divinity, Saber remembered that Archer had also called Berserker a divinity. Berserker, Archer called you a divinity, are you, a demigod? Saber concluded that Berserker might be a demigod. Rider and Lancer had the same conclusion in their hearts. It didn't take much thought since Archer had called him a divinity and a divine dog. Archer's arrogance was still surprising to the servants, even with a terrible wound in his chest, he remained arrogant and domineering, more so than Rider himself. Something like that. Archer is a demigod, a very old one, nearly 5,000 years old. Ha 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 ha. That's why you two are such powerful servants. I think I already know who that Archer is. A king, indeed, a very ancient king. Listening to the brief conversation between Berserker and Saber, Alexander had deduced some theories in his heart based on things Berserker said. The danger of Berserker had risen to the top of Alexander's list. Any servant with knowledge of a noble phantasm that hadn't even been revealed yet posed an extreme danger in Alexander the Great's heart. Waver and Irisveal remained silent, both digesting Berserker's words. It was still hard for them to believe that the legendary king of Britain was a descendant of that Zeus, the Zeus of ancient Greek mythology, a god. 2 demigods. I didn't expect to fight against such heroes. Lancer, who had been silently listening to Saber and Berserker's conversation, spoke with a calm smile, hiding his tension. The Holy Grail War had just become a much tougher battle with 2 demigods present. It's a pleasure to meet a great hero like you, Berserker. Lancer then smiled at Berserker. As an ancient hero, Lancer was genuinely happy to meet a demigod, even though he still didn't know who this demigod was. But I'm not sure I can say the same, Lancer. I admire you for betting a married woman, but at the same time, I'm disgusted that you betted a married woman, or is it envy? Berserker muttered to himself at the end, low enough that no one heard what he murmured. Lancer was shocked by Berserker's words. Wait, it's a curse, and that was for love. I didn't touch her until I had my lord's permission for us to marry. Dude. You have a skill for picking up, no, for stealing married women. It's a curse, Berserker. I don't do it because I want to steal another man's woman. No matter. You'll steal another man's woman anyway. Berserker declared harshly. Lancer is cursed with a skill that enchants any woman who looks at his face. It was a magical love spell bestowed on Lancer by a young woman in his life. Why you? Lancer was incredulous. Berserker wasn't listening, and even knowing it was just a curse, he still didn't care and blamed Lancer. Lancer truly hadn't done anything with her, he had always been loyal to his lord. Even when he ran off with her, it was because she forced him with a geis, a curse-like contract that compelled him to betray his lord and flee with his lord's fiancée. But Berserker still wouldn't listen to anything Lancer had to say, even though Lancer wasn't truly to blame for stealing his lord's woman. Rider smirked. It was amusing to see the 2 servants bicker for a few seconds over something so trivial. It's unbelievable that you're a Berserker. You're so intelligent and cunning. And you're too stubborn for a rider. Berserker quickly retorted to the smiling rider beside him, the king of conquerors. Amiya Kuritsugu, from his distant vantage point, observed the peaceful battlefield situation. But just because it was peaceful didn't mean it wasn't difficult. With Kuritsugu's current equipment, he couldn't interfere in the pacifying conversation the servants were having. Especially with that Berserker, who wasn't a servant consumed by insanity and had lost all reason. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The Berserker servant displayed normal sanity and seemed extremely intelligent based on Kuritsugu's observations. When Berserker looked directly at him with cold, emotionless eyes, Kuritsugu, for a moment, thought Berserker was a mage, but the combat power he displayed was definitely that of a servant. Be it Kuritsugu, Miya, Lancer's master, or assassin. Kuritsugu saw in Berserker's eyes that Berserker knew the location of all of them. For a moment, Kuritsugu even thought his affinity with that Berserker was much greater than with the legendary king of knights, and he felt jealous of Berserker's master for summoning a heroic spirit he could use in this Holy Grail War without clashing over ideals with the heroic spirit. But the Berserker servant was one of the greatest threats in this Holy Grail War. Not just because of his power, but because of his intelligence and cold, calculating personality that Kuritsugu saw on Berserker's face. If he could at least figure out where Berserker's master was located, there might be ways to deal with it. But Kuritsugu couldn't see Berserker's master with either of his 2 night vision telescopes. Miya, can you see him from your side? No, I can't see him. Kuritsugu furrowed his brow upon hearing Miya's response. Kuritsugu and Miya's positions were actually each other's blind spots. The reason they couldn't see the master might be because Berserker's master had also prioritized their own hiding spot and didn't stay in a position where they could give direct commands to their servant. It seems the opponent's personality is even more cautious than that of Archer's master. For Kuritsugu and Miya, compared to those talented but irreverent mages, mages who don't show off are much harder to deal with. The situation isn't good, a Berserker who's too intelligent and a cautious master. Kuritsugu cursed his luck. Saber was injured with a wound on her hand that couldn't be healed. But the other 3 servants were still at full strength, especially Ryder, who hadn't fought any battles. In a battlefield where only the strongest survive, the worst position is to be at a clear disadvantage. The masters of the other servants must be thinking the same. At this point, any of the 3, Lancer, Ryder, or Berserker, if that earthquake he caused was any indication, could defeat Saber. And then, eliminate an exhausted servant from the Holy Grail War. It would be 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 servants could defeat 2 enemies with minimal magical energy expenditure. Kuritsugu aimed his rifle at the top of the crane once more. Assassin, with the skull mask, was still sitting there. Just a moment of carelessness could cost Kuritsugu his life. Damn. Kuritsugu gritted his teeth, cursing his luck in his heart, but could only sit and wait. The wound on Saber's finger had cost her the ability to wield her sword effectively. If another battle broke out, Saber's chances of victory were low. In the battlefield, Ryder grew serious and asked the other servants a question. Well, what are you all going to do now? I still have unfinished business with Saber. The battle between us isn't over yet. Lancer declared his intentions immediately in response to Ryder's question. Saber was deeply moved by Lancer's words. The spear-wielding heroic spirit devoutly believed in the same chivalry as she did. And you too? Ryder asked Saber and Berserker right after. I also intend to finish my battle with Lancer. Saber declared proudly. She wanted to conclude her battle with Lancer. Well. Berserker began to speak slowly. I wanted to have a battle against Saber. But her hand isn't in the best condition. And she already has a commitment with Lancer. Berserker stated his intentions without much thought. His goal in this Holy Grail War was to test himself against the servants and learn to fight firsthand, as he was inexperienced in combat compared to the other servants. Because if Berserker were experienced in close-quarters combat, he would have gone after the functional Holy Grail in another world and wouldn't be wasting time in this one. But Saber's next words instantly froze Kuritsugu's soul. If you want to fight, let's fight. Even with my injured finger, I can still wield my sword. Saber challenged Berserker, raising her invisible sword in defiance. Berserker blinked once, twice, 3 times. Are you an idiot? Berserker asked. He couldn't understand Saber's challenge in her current state. I'm serious, Berserker. The ground cracked with Saber's words. A fissure hundreds of meters long had formed from the staff Berserker was leaning on. Everything in the fissure's path crumbled, breaking apart. Several warehouses and buildings in its way were completely destroyed, turned into rubble by the black Berserker with terrifying nonchalance, without even moving a single finger from the skull of his staff. Waver clutched his head and crouched behind Ryder, grinding his teeth in fear. He didn't want to participate in the Heaven's Feel anymore. He wanted to go home, to London, to England. The Holy Grail War was too terrifying. Good morning, everyone. Son. I'm really happy to see that so many people are enjoying my story. Sparkling Heart. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 35, with over 20 unreleased chapters available there. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. Chapter 16, Age of Gods. The fissure in the ground extended for a few hundred meters within the barrier. Berserker had caused a fissure with relative nonchalance. The power behind what caused the fissure was not small. It was probably a noble phantasm, or 2. After seeing Berserker using a strange energy and the staff with a skull in his hands, the servants believed Berserker had at least 2 noble phantasms. Saber was not unprepared. She immediately positioned her sword in a defensive stance. But, as you can see, Saber. Berserker's tone was calm, showing no signs of exhaustion or a lack of magical energy after performing such an extreme attack with his noble phantasm. I'm not able to control myself very well right now after accumulating so much energy for my attack against Archer. It's better we postpone our battle until we're both in better condition, you and I, of course. Berserker spoke calmly to Saber after demonstrating his power by creating a massive fissure hundreds of meters long. His tone seemed kind. Saber. Irisveil murmured behind Saber. She was very worried about the sudden shift from the calm and friendly conversation among the servants. I understand. You're right, our conditions aren't the best. We can fight another day when I've recovered from my injury. Saber looked at her hand, which couldn't be healed with healing magic or her natural servant regeneration. All right. I'm leaving. See you later. Berserker turned to leave but stopped and looked back. Oh, right. Lancer, there's a sniper targeting your master, so you'd better go back and stay by his side to protect him. What? Lancer was surprised by the last-minute warning Berserker gave him. Sniper. Irisveal murmured, already knowing who Berserker was referring to by calling them a sniper, not an archer, as servants of the archer class were typically called by other servants. Lancer, what are you waiting for? Return to my side immediately. The distorted, stern voice of Lancer's master quickly called Lancer to his side because of the last-minute warning Berserker had given. If it were any other servant, Lancer's master would have doubted it. But this was a Berserker who maintained normal sanity and was already withdrawing from the battlefield, which now looked like a war zone. Thank you. I'll remember this favor, Berserker. Lancer nodded toward Saber. No words were needed. They confirmed their oath to each other. Saber also nodded to Lancer. The duel would continue another time. After Lancer confirmed this, he assumed his spiritual form and disappeared, dematerializing from the material plane. After the destructive storm that lasted nearly an hour and a half passed through the battlefield, silence fell. Soon after, as if suddenly remembered, the sound of waves crashing against the cliff and the bustle of distant streets returned to the night sky. Lancer's master had released the barrier cast over the area. In the distance, Kuritsugu cursed his terrible luck. Berserker had ratted him out to the enemy just as he was withdrawing from the battlefield. Kuritsugu lost his perfect chance to kill Lancer's master. He even had a plan to distract Assassin with a shot alongside Mia for a successful assassination of Lancer's master. What's with Mia Kuritsugu's awful luck today? Should I follow Berserker? Mia's voice reached Kuritsugu. But Kuritsugu shook his head into the wind with a direct response. No. Berserker will notice. It's better to leave him alone, for now. Walking away, Berserker had left the battlefield. It was clearly a trap. Berserker could have dematerialized but chose to leave the battlefield without dematerializing, deliberately to lure other servants and masters into a trap. Those were Kuritsugu's thoughts about the lucid Berserker's actions. I won't fall for your trap, Berserker. Kuritsugu wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious trap. If he were any other master, he would probably have fallen for it and followed Berserker to his death. On the battlefield, only 2 servants remained. Saber looked at the last person on the battlefield, Ryder, with mixed feelings. She still didn't understand what the King of Conquerors wanted on the battlefield until now. So, why did you really come here, King of Conquerors? I never properly considered that. Faced with Saber's inquiry, the loyal servant appeared unconcerned and shrugged indifferently. All those things like reasons and plans, those troublesome matters, should be left for future historians to find a reason to give me. Heroes like us only need to obey the desires of our hearts and gallop across the battlefield with our blood boiling. That's something only kings can say. Saber's disappointed response was unwavering. She believed in the chaste path of knights, a world apart from Ryder's barbaric principles used to justify his actions. Oh. Are you saying my way of kingship is strange to you? Humph, that's natural. Ryder snorted and ignored Saber's challenging gaze. All forms of kingship are unique. For me, a king, I'm as incompatible with you, also a king, as fire is to water. You're trying to divide this world into 2 clear lanes of black and white. That's what I desire. Today, in this place, I also will. Enough, don't be so vigorous. Ryder gave a small smile and pointed to Saber's left hand. As Alexander, I won't take advantage of your weakness like others would. Saber, fulfill your promise with Lancer first and then with Berserker. Then I'll duel with Lancer, Berserker, or you, whoever is the victor in the battle among you 3. Saber was about to retort, but her left thumb was indeed a significant disadvantage. It wouldn't be wise to underestimate the combat skill of this heroic spirit who hadn't yet shown anything, unlike Berserker, who had already fought and demonstrated what he was capable of. Ryder was still a mystery. Saber had more confidence in defeating Berserker, who had already shown the power he possessed. Although the earthquake and the fissure stretching hundreds of meters across the street and warehouses was something to truly fear if it was a real attack. Then, King of Knights, let us part ways for now. The next time we meet, I'll stir all my hot blood to fight you, little master. Do you have anything else to command? However, the young man lying on the platform beside Ryder's feet didn't respond. Ryder grabbed him by the collar and lifted him, but the little master's eyes were rolled back, and he had already fainted. It seems the shock of the servant's power was too much for Ryder's master. This one needs to learn to be unshakable. Ryder sighed and placed his master in his arms, then tightened the reins of his 2 divine bulls. The bulls roared, emitted thunder, and shot lightning from their hooves as they ascended into the sky. Until next time. Accompanied by the booming thunder, Ryder's chariot galloped into the southern sky. Irisveal finally shook off the tension and released the breath she was holding. When she looked around, it was a scene of total devastation. That was to be expected. 5 servants had gathered in one place, some unleashing their noble phantasms without restraint, destroying everything at will, Berserker and Archer. The first battle was already conducted with such intensity. Has there ever been a Holy Grail War like this before? Irisveal wasn't worried about the traces of destruction. The supervisor of the Holy Church is responsible for the war's secrecy. This place looked like it had been hit by an earthquake. No, it had been hit by an earthquake that must have struck the city at that moment. Irisveal could hear the sirens of firefighters and ambulances outside the area where the barrier had been. Saber was still silent, looking at the sky where Ryder had flown by. Her delicate silhouette showed no signs of the excitement or exhaustion from the wild battle but remained stern and silent on the battlefield. The figure of the girl clad in armor was like a painting, an image of beauty that allowed no violation. But Irisveal was different from Saber's calm demeanor because she knew Saber had suffered a serious injury. Saber, your left arm. Yes. The hand hurts a lot, how shameful. As Ryder said, if I don't finish my duel with Lancer and remove the curse from this wound, it will interfere with my battles against other servants. I also can't fulfill my promise to fight Berserker in better conditions. Irisveal couldn't detect any sign of discomfort in the indifferent tone of the King of Knights. Instead, Saber's resolve comforted Irisveal. Thank you, Saber. My life was saved because of you. Irisveal said with her head bowed. Saber responded with a smile. I fight on the front lines only to protect you behind me, Irisveal. Irisveal once again felt a pang. Saber's strength, courage, and kindness. Despite appearing decades younger than her, the stature of a girl who hadn't yet become a woman, such a delicate figure, such slender wrists, but she was a true knight, good a heroine. The war has only begun, Irisveal. Tonight's battle was just the first night of the war's start. Yes. They are all strong enemies with equal power. Heroes summoned from different eras, none of them can be easily defeated. There was no anxiety or fear in Saber's voice. Before the arrival of the storm, a warrior's heart is both excited and calm. The elevated spirit and boiling blood wouldn't change in any era or any world. That is the true testament of a hero's soul. The girl looked at the southern sky and calmly proclaimed. This is the Holy Grail War. The barrier had fallen, and the battle had ended for the night. I slowly walked to where I had left Korea hidden. It was a warehouse outside the battlefield. The battle was tough, much harder than I expected. Using my shield without the staff causes a lot of damage to my left hand. If Korea hadn't healed my hands after I tried to force the Void God, I wouldn't have been able to move my hand right after Gilgamesh was forced to retreat with the absolute order of the command seal. But thanks to that, I discovered some things and now have many questions. One of them is, what are vibrations, really? After accumulating a lot of vibrations in my hands and arms, and having all the veins in my arms burst from accumulating and condensing the vibrations, even my bones were damaged because I tried to force the Void God. In the end, I had to cancel the Void God, and the accumulated vibrations from the Void God are still lingering on a smaller scale in my arms and hands. My hands are hurting a lot because of these accumulated vibrations. This pain in my hands is the reason to avoid a battle with Saber now. I can't move my arms and hands without the pain spreading through them like a tsunami. The real reason I'm enduring this pain without showing it on my face is because of my A++ endurance and also because Beelzebub himself seems to have a high pain tolerance due to the vibrations. But it's worth it. Thanks to today's battle, I know my current limits. With my normal shield, I can withstand rank A attacks, but a rank A+ can destroy my shield. Noble phantasms of rank C usually have rank A or even A+ attack power, but like some noble phantasms, my vibrational shield applies to the rank, not the destructive power that even a rank C can exhibit. This also means my vibrations are like noble phantasms, at least on the same level. I wouldn't be surprised if I manifested in another class and had my vibrations as my noble phantasm. The Apomaeus should be able to block attacks from rank A+ and even rank A++ noble phantasms or higher. Even the attack of a sealed Excalibur might be stopped by my shield if it doesn't receive power from the world to defeat me. But not everything is as easy as it seems at first glance. Even my vibrational shield has a certain limit against overpowered things. I may be very confident in blocking Excalibur, but absurd things like Gilgamesh's EA are out of the question. EA is a big problem. EA has power comparable to Excalibur, which isn't a big deal, I can block it. But EA at its maximum potency can cut through space with its powerful tornado. Blocking a spatial cut. I don't see the slightest possibility of that happening. There's also Ryder's reality marble, the king of conquerors, Alexander. Perhaps only the Void God can destroy his reality marble. 2 threats. I have 2 threats in this Holy Grail War. No. 3, if the chains of heaven, Enkidu, are used against me again. Enkidu normally relies on divinity to bind someone. Though it has its limits with someone of rank A divinity or higher. My divinity is low, making Enkidu almost useless. But the concept of those chains is still the concept of reigning over gods when binding. I don't have high divinity, but I am a god. Even without the divine spirit classification, I'm still a god. I wasn't bound by divinity, but by the concept. Next time, I need to be cautious and destroy the chains of heaven before they touch me. I'll also cut off Gilgamesh's head at my first chance. Screw the future fate/stay night. Gilgamesh is a threat to me with Enkidu and Ea. But forgetting about the half-mongrel king of mongrels. What are vibrations? Everyone knows that vibrations basically cause earthquakes, as well as sounds that can shatter glass or some crystal goblets, and it's also possible to cut things with extremely fast vibrations like my right-hand vibrations. But that doesn't say what vibrations are. Earthquakes, sounds, and super-fast vibrational movements capable of cutting metal. The vibrational shield is also something that reflects, from what I know and understood from fighting today. A reflecting shield. I didn't study much physics, but I have the technological knowledge I received from Beelzebub when I transmigrated to the Nasuverse in the reverse side of the world. Vibrations are exactly what I just said. Super-fast movements. Vibrations are about movement. But not simple movement, rather mechanics, the study of motion in physics. There's classical mechanics, which studies all motion on a macroscopic scale, motion that can be seen with the naked eye. However, that doesn't explain my vibrations, only the law of action and reaction is explained in classical mechanics. But something that explains my vibrations is quantum mechanics. While classical mechanics deals with motion phenomena that can be seen and observed with the eyes, quantum mechanics deals with what cannot be seen with the naked eye. And it's with what cannot be seen with the naked eye that explains my vibrations. Quantum mechanics is the atomic and subatomic realm. Because quantum mechanics studies the movements of particles and how they behave. And that's exactly what a vibration is. It's the particles and molecules moving. Molecules or particles move in various ways. Translation, rotation, and, of course, vibration. So my vibrations are caused by the vibrations of molecules and particles. The secret of particle or molecule vibration. Atoms and molecules vibrate and exchange energy. Normally, it's thermal energy. I supply energy, and my particles and molecules vibrate more because the energy exchange process becomes faster. Vibrations are the movement of particles, and they are also energy. That's why my hands are covered in energy, both for attacking and defending. It's the transfer of potential and kinetic energy. But there's a terrible problem I don't understand. All molecules have energy and are in constant motion, they vibrate. This vibration is the energy of matter and can be measured as temperature. Most matter expands when heated and contracts when cooled. The more energy something has, the higher its temperature, and the more its molecules vibrate. So, why don't my vibrations generate heat? If my vibrations were normal as explained in physics, where is the heat that my vibrations generate? I think I should read a physics book and see if there's anything about how vibrations are and how they work. It's much better than me just thinking about it. The Grail provides a lot of information about the modern era, but nothing as advanced as basic physics knowledge. Everything that's common, I know about. I even know how to pilot a plane, but it's better not to try without the right skill. There's also the matter of my blood. I need to check its properties since it seems special. At least Hades's and Zeus's were. My vibrations and blood. I need to conduct several experiments with my vibration power and my blood. Sensing Zeus's blood in Saber's body was shocking. Although I already knew she was a direct descendant of Zeus, well, she's more a descendant of Aphrodite than Zeus, actually. Aeneas, son of Aphrodite. His descendants are the founders of Britain. King Arthur's reign was what ended that lineage by losing the war, and the Saxons migrated to Britain, nearly bringing the lineage of Troy descended from Aphrodite to an end. If it weren't for Gray's existence, she is the last descendant of Aphrodite in this era. Artoria is still alive, so she and Gray are the last descendants of the Olympians in the world. But in other worlds, Gray truly is the last if she exists in them too. I don't know if Gray is really the last, since there's still her mother, plus several villagers. But officially, she would be the last confirmed, since everyone will die in 10 years. But really, now that I think about Gray's mother's face. It's like an Artoria who's a mother and housewife. But Gray, Since Artoria was summoned, she went through a lot to become the new coming of King Arthur in this era. Well, that ritual has nothing to do with me. I entered the warehouse and found Korea on the floor, unconscious. What's that smell? This warehouse mostly smelled of fish, but there was a new smell in the air. It smells like piss. No, it's stronger than the smell of urine, it's more like. I understood what the smell was when I saw a stain on Korea's pants. The worms, besides feeding on magical energy or flesh to produce magical energy, they feed on release. No, they cause sexual stimuli by feeding on the host. That worm serving as a familiar wasn't enough to cause such a strong reaction in Korea. Zoken, he really seems to want to kill Korea by the end of the Holy Grail War. Korea used a vision worm to watch the battlefield, limiting a technique a master would use with a servant to see what the servant was seeing. A shared vision, literally. At least his pain was masked by extreme pleasure. I'd better wait for Korea to wake up so we can go. I don't want to touch a man who just came. After watching the events unfold, Kodomain Kirai ordered his assassin to return from the field and stopped his shared perception with his servant. When Kodomain ceased his ability and stopped sensing the smell of the winds blowing over the sea and the feeling of assessing the battlefield, he returned to the church's basement. Kodomain Risei appeared out of nowhere beside Kirai. It was as if he had been listening to Kirai's report to Tokiomi about the battle. As soon as the battle ended, Kirai assumed his role as regulator, quickly giving orders on his phone. Mayan district. Yes, the streets and warehouses by the sea. Massive damage. Alright, I know how tough it is for you now because of the earthquake. That's right, mobilize the city guards to clean up part of the battlefield. The earthquake signs can help. Use Plan D2, the earthquake will help a lot with that. I'll rely on you for the on-site identifications as well. They had already made agreements with the police and local government. But because of that earthquake Berserker caused, there was almost no need to clean up the battlefield. While glancing at his father out of the corner of his eye, Kirai began his analysis of the people who appeared in tonight's battle. The elite mage from the clock tower, El Meloi, lost Alexander's great artifact, which he possessed. Tokiomi's spy had also reported this once. Alexander entered the Holy Grail War as a rider-class servant, and his young master seemed strangely connected to Lancer's master. But, there's no doubt that Lancer's master is El Meloi. After Alexander's artifact was stolen by a young man named Waver, he must have obtained the heroic spirit D'Armwood's artifact to summon another heroic spirit. When Matu Korea summoned Berserker, he reported the events to his father. At that moment, neither Kirai nor Tokiomi paid much attention to it. However, they hadn't anticipated the immense powers of the Berserker servant or his exceptional ability to create energy shields, cause earthquakes, and split the ground without moving a finger. It was also revealed that, like Tokiomi's Gilgamesh, he was a demigod from the Age of Gods. Although the priestly attire didn't give the impression of a demigod from the Age of Gods. For the battle to turn in Tokiomi's favor, the other servants must first defeat Berserker. This task is best performed by Lancer. D'Armwood's noble phantasm, Gi Dirge, as a spear that pierces magic, seemed to be the best noble phantasm to nullify Berserker's shield. The caster and his master remain an enigma, as they haven't appeared yet. But considering the caster class, that wasn't surprising. Besides Berserker, all the other servants had already revealed their true names. Besides the major threats, Saber lost her battle. The injury will greatly affect her upcoming matches. Berserker was fine, not very controlled after cancelling his noble phantasm, but he was indeed still fine and at 100% after fighting Gilgamesh. As for Gilgamesh, he displayed his noble phantasms with great fanfare and put himself at a disadvantage but didn't reveal his true name. Moreover, no one noticed that Assassin was still alive. Thus, judging by the current situation, Tokiomi still held a significant advantage. Kirai calculated calmly while organizing, but there wasn't a shred of excitement in his heart. According to the church's wishes, Tokiomi Tosaka should achieve the final victory. Kirai's mission is to help Tokiomi achieve that goal. He didn't see many obstacles to that. It was a mission without any real expectations. It was also the culmination of everything over the past 3 years. Master Kirai. Kirai tensed. A shadow silently appeared beside him. Someone, a woman wearing a skull mask and dressed entirely in black, was the assassin responsible for reconnaissance near the warehouse street that served as the battlefield. What is it? Reporting. I found something strange outside the church. The assassin respectfully handed over the corpse of a bat. Although its head was twisted and broken, it was slightly warm, suggesting it hadn't been dead for long. A familiar? Yes. However, it was outside the designated field, but it was obvious it was placed there to monitor the church. The assassin's conclusion was unthinkable. The church is neutral in the Grail War and must not be challenged. If someone dares to interfere in the church's affairs, the regulator may choose to punish them by reducing their command seals or temporarily suspending their combat ability. There's no reason to risk such a heavy penalty to monitor the church. Unless the story that Kirai is with the lost assassin servant and is now under the church's protection. Is there a master who's already doubting the validity of this event? He took the bat's corpse from Assassin's hand. Kirai fixed his gaze on a strange object when he noticed small electronic components attached to the bat's belly. A button-sized battery and a seemingly wireless miniature CCD camera. If the bat was a mage's familiar, then this was a strange combination. Kirai knew most mages despised and ignored mundane technologies. His teacher, Tokiomi, was one such man. This mage, on the other hand, not only used magical vision but also machines to record everything. That wasn't something a normal mage would consider. Completely indiscriminate in their methods. Completely unaware of pride as a mage. Like a bolt of lightning, Tokiomi's words flashed in Kotomine Kiriai's mind as he recalled his mentor's words. Kiriai couldn't deduce which mage did this or why they did it. He stared at the small mammal's body for a long time. In his heart, the answer to this enigma was more significant than the battle tonight between 5 servants. Walking through the bustling night, there were many visible cracks in the residences and streets of most of Fuyuki City. The dejected Matu Kariya looked at all the damage caused by Berserker. As bustling as the night was, Kariya and his servant passed through places without people, and so no one noticed them. Although a bounded field could help them hide from normal people on the streets, Kariya wasn't exactly one of the best mages. Kariya was different from other mages. He was just a skimmer mage, without the formal training and learning of a true mage. He was more like a student who had just attended a crash course. He wasn't like the others and didn't share their arrogance or carelessness. On the other hand, however, he lacked the confidence to face other mages. But on the bright side, he felt lucky to have summoned a berserker who maintained his sanity and had an extremely high independent action rank. Thus, it was probably better to let Berserker throw bombs at his opponents. Let him fight as he pleased. Kariya decided to protect himself first while observing the events from a safe location. Berserker also agreed and told him to stay hidden far from the battlefield. Kariya remembered when he and Berserker picked up Lancer's trail while pursuing the heroic spirit to that location. When the battle began, he only sent vision worms obtained from Zoken, hid in the warehouses far from the battlefield, and observed the battle. Emerging from an alley onto an empty street, Kariya and his servant climbed the street's incline. Through the shop windows, Kariya could see his appearance. Most of his capillaries had burst. Blood flowed slowly and ceaselessly from the cracked parts of his skin. Besides his pale appearance and half of his body paralyzed. Long ago, Kariya once saw a victim of a nuclear plant explosion struggle with diseases. At this moment, his appearance and situation were no different from those victims before their deaths. His fleshly body had already been destroyed. But the crest worm spread throughout Kariya's body. His magic extended his lifespan and allowed him to move. Kariya sighed deeply and couldn't help but think the future was bleak. To defeat Tosaka Tokiomi, there was still a long way to go. Then, to defeat everyone else and obtain the Holy Grail, that future was even further away. However, to save Sakura, he must overcome all these obstacles. There was only pressure. He couldn't fall. Even if it cost him every last drop of his blood and every inch of his flesh, Matu Kariya must reach that distant shore. If he didn't succeed, it would all lose meaning. Kariya forced his extremely weakened body to climb the street. Berserker didn't want to touch him to help him walk, he understood. Even he couldn't believe what had happened. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 35, with over 20 unreleased chapters available there. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. I think I fixed the problem. Let me know if my page is visible there. Chapter 17, Command Seals. I looked out the window of the Matu residence. A ray of white light gradually appeared in the sky. Finally, the moon disappeared. Last night had been extremely eventful. There were firefighters and ambulances all over the city, rescuing people affected by the earthquake and extinguishing fires caused by gas leaks. But even so, the battles from last night didn't end with the servants' conflict. Even after the clash at the dock warehouses, some things happened half an hour after the servants' battle ended. Saber and Castor met. I have no doubt about that. Especially with the signal of magical energy I felt across the city. Castor isn't even trying to find you. Kuritsugu also destroyed the hotel of Lancer's master. There was an emergency news report last night about it. The building, over 30 stories tall, completely collapsed due to structural errors. I could see the magical energy reinforcing the building's structures on the television. Kiriai must have gone after Kuritsugu as well. But none of that matters to me. My only interest in these things was to understand my timeline in this Holy Grail War. Instead of worrying about these feudal fights, it was better to focus on my research about vibrations. I know a bit about vibrations because of my advanced technological knowledge. But that knowledge doesn't help much when my vibrations don't release heat. Instead of my vibrations releasing heat with their energy exchange, it feels more like I'm harnessing that energy to create a blade or shield with them. In the end, my own vibrations are distinct from vibrations in classical and quantum physics. Although I can produce similar effects through the law of action and reaction. It must be because it's a power and not natural. Explaining a supernatural power with physics is something that happens a lot in the Nasuverse. But in other worlds, it's just a superpower without a logical explanation. I spent the whole night looking through the books in the Matu residence, searching for a book that directly addressed physics beyond my limited medicinal knowledge. Even the most basic physics study could be useful for me to learn about vibrations to see if I can understand my own vibrations. But there wasn't a single book in the Matu residence about physics, not even the most basic one. Just books talking about ancient philosophies and mysticism that I ignored without opening. It seems all mages are like this, they despise technology and advancements because mystery diminishes, and that ends up harming their spells. It would be easier to research vibrations on the internet, but the internet speed is garbage in the 90s. The last time I opened a web browser with Korea's phone, it took several minutes to load just one page. So I gave up trying when the site took over an hour to open and still didn't. The internet situation is even worse when you know the city is still under construction. Even the television signal isn't the best. But even so, I probably wouldn't find anything I don't already know about vibrations on the internet. If I had my item construction skill, I'd make a computer with genuinely good internet myself. No. I could make a computer that uses the internet without using the internet. I have all the knowledge to make phones capable of looking at another plane in the world. That was the level of technology the gods had, even over 4,000 years before the 21st century, in the modern era of the Shuumatsu no Valkyrie world. There were phones capable of looking at any place in the human world directly from the sky, like a management game, literally. Many gods supported human cities but ended up destroying them when the game got boring. I wasn't different, though it was more for experiments. It's no wonder the gods hated and feared me. As much as I have various memories, I still can't understand most of them. That's why I have no idea how many gods I used in my experiments, the only clear one is Zero Fuku. Well, those are memories I don't need to worry about. I'm not in Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. I put the book back on the shelf. It was a philosophical book. The only one I found that talked about vibrations. Nothing is still, everything moves, everything vibrates. All people are energy, everything is energy, be it water or fire, thoughts or emotions, all of it is energy. And energy is vibrations. I have the power to vibrate my body at high frequencies. Simplified, releasing some kind of energy through my vibrations. That's really what happens when I vibrate my body. I already speculated about this last night, but in the end, I didn't understand how my vibrations work based on my knowledge of advanced technological mechanics. Because my vibrations don't release heat, as they should according to everything I know about quantum physics. My vibrations should release at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. Maybe it's just kinetic energy or potential energy. I really don't know how my vibrations work. Perhaps, after this Holy Grail War, I'll stay in this world and spend my days in a library, researching vibrations. After putting the philosophical book away, I went downstairs. Korea must have already woken up and might be at the dining table having breakfast with Sakura and Zoken. Since Shinji and his father are away because of the Holy Grail War, Korea, Zoken, and Sakura are the only ones in the Matu mansion. Entering the dining room, Korea and Sakura were having breakfast. Zoken was on the other side of the table in the main seat. Breakfast consisted of fried eggs, dry toast, some vegetables, grated cheese, and slices of sausage. The drink was kefir milk. Good morning, master. Good morning, Ber. Bell. It's still hard for him to say my name instead of calling me Berserker. But I don't mind. Somehow, all the masters in the Holy Grail War seem to have some instinct to call the servant only by their class name. Good morning, Bell. Good morning, Sakura. Sakura also greeted me as I sat at the dining table. Sakura's face showed no emotion, empty, broken, with no sparkle in her eyes. The emptiness in Sakura's gaze reminded me that my eyes were the same as hers. I took a slice of apple and ate it slowly, without haste. It was strange to eat without feeling hungry. I felt, it's a sensation I can't explain or imagine. It's just too strange. I don't have an eating compulsion or any other eating disorder. So it's really very strange. From the main seat at the dining table, Zoken looked at me while opening his mouth to speak. It's a great disadvantage that the servant can't dematerialize. Korea really isn't suited to be a master. The servant came with low parameters and is unable to dematerialize. The contempt in Zoken's tone was not hidden, and he mocked Korea. At least the EX rank skills can compensate for the flaws in your summoning, Korea. Zoken shifted his peripheral vision to Korea beside Sakura. Berserker is strong. You must have seen his battle against Tosaka's servant, father. Yes, I saw. That Tosaka, he managed to summon a troublesome servant who has an indefinite number of noble phantasms. A noble phantasm that contains hundreds of noble phantasms, probably EX rank, a top servant. You're lucky, Korea. Berserker also seems to be a top servant. Top servant. A main servant, rank A or EX, like Berserker and Tosaka's archer. It seems Zoken was also watching the battle at the dock warehouses. It must have been through the eyes of the vision worm he gave Korea as a familiar. Korea also uses those worms to watch the Tosaka mansion 24 hours a day. I see. Oh, Korea. You don't need to remember that. Have you forgotten you have less than a month? And no. I'll win the Holy Grail War no matter what and save Sakura. Oh. You're only alive now because the crest worms are prolonging your lifespan with magical energy. I was wrong. I thought Korea could live at least a year without expending his magical energy, or live a few more years if the worms were removed. But it's the opposite. Korea is already dead, it's the worms keeping him alive. I had been comparing the situation here to the situation in the Singularity where he was saved in a hospital. But I already knew the performance within the Singularity was different because the human order was destroyed by Goetia. It was really my mistake. The rules and laws of humanity within a Singularity don't exist, so impossible things are possible. I had already given up on saving Korea and Sakura due to the lack of my item construction, divine doctor, and anatomy comprehension skills. Now there's just one more real reason not to even try to save Korea. He's no different from a zombie. Come to think of it. Zoken used those worms to control Medea's corpse. Necromancy. A type of magecraft capable of controlling corpses and creating zombies. It's also possible to create certain monsters. Obviously, the number of corpses needed to use this type of magecraft isn't small, as the quality of a normal human body isn't the best as magical materials. But a servant's body before returning to the throne of heroes seems like a good ingredient. Maybe I could recreate Hajuin. What's the matter, Berserker? Is it an enemy? It seems I ended up drawing Korea and Zoken's attention with my brief contemplation. It's nothing, Master. I'm just thinking about one of my skills, which I don't have, due to being limited to the Berserker class. I see. Korea sighed in relief at not needing to fight again. Although he didn't do anything in the first place, besides observing the battlefield at the docks. Ah. Sakura let out a silent scream and covered her ears. What? What is that? Korea also got startled and held one of his ears. But what is this? It seems to come from the church. Was it an explosion? Getting up from the dining table, I approached a window. There were many trees blocking the view, but that wasn't a big problem for my eyes, which are superior to those of normal humans. Looking through the window, I could see a layer of cloud dissipating in the clear sky to the east. The sound hit my ears directly. Was it some kind of auditory stimulus? The cloud looked like fireworks, but the shimmering glow wasn't anything like normal firework smoke. It was a cloud of magical energy. It's a signal from the church. Zoken's voice reached my ears. The moderator of the Holy Grail War wants the masters to gather to discuss something or to issue an important warning. Normal people can't see the magical glow in the cloud, only mages and servants can see it. To normal people, it's just a firework. Zoken explained what the sound and the glow of the cloud in the sky were. Korea, I sent a familiar to the church. All right. I'll send a familiar immediately. Master, share the familiar's vision with me too. I'm interested in this sudden meeting. Korea fell silent, not knowing what to say or do. Do it, Korea. I'll help you with the technique if you can't manage. All right. Hearing Zoken, Korea agreed. Since Korea wasn't a very skilled mage, his lack of basic skills was significant compared to other mages. But a warning from the church? The only one I remember was about Castor. But isn't it too soon? The first battle was yesterday, and not even 10 hours have passed yet. In the anime, it didn't seem like all these events happened so quickly. Not even half an hour after last night's battle, Kuritsugu had already attacked the 32-story hotel where Lancer's master was. Kirai probably acted, Castor also met Saber. And now, early in the morning, the order to eliminate Castor will be issued. How long will the Holy Grail War last? Times. A heavy atmosphere hung over the church pews. Sensing the dense demonic aura in front of him, Father Kotomine Rise couldn't help but give a bitter smile. About an hour had passed since the summoning signal was released. None of the masters came to Fuyuki Church, instead, 5 familiars gathered at the location. Besides Kirai, who had withdrawn from the war on the surface, and Castor's master, Ryunosuke, who failed to see the signal, all the masters sent their representatives. It seems none of the masters cared about their etiquette toward the church. Tosaka Tokiomi also sent his familiar to the meeting. The rest of the familiars should belong to the Einsburns, Matu, and the 2 foreign masters. This also proved the fact that Lord Elmeloy, whose whereabouts were unknown after the explosion at the Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel, was still alive. In fact, I had specially prepared the usual greeting courtesies, but it seems no one showed up. So I'll get straight to the point. After that simple opening, the old father faced the human-free congregation, at least with no human audience present, and continued. The Holy Grail War, which can fulfill all your desires, is currently in great crisis. The Holy Grail should grant power only to the master and servant who seek it, but now there is a traitor. Ignoring the fundamental obligation of the Holy Grail, he and his heroic spirit abused the power granted to them to satisfy their frivolous desires. Risei didn't care about the crowd's response, possibly because he was accustomed to preaching as a father. Although, obviously, the congregation could only listen in silence. After a slight cough, the old father continued speaking. We discovered that Castor's master is the man behind the recent serial murders and kidnappings in Fuyuki City. He used his servant to commit his crimes but ignored the crime scene right after finishing, not hiding his tracks. What this act of grossly violating the secrecy rule would bring. I think you all understand without my explanation. Although there was no response from the familiars, the masters who heard his words through the familiar should be hesitating now, at least a little. That's the usual reaction of a mage. He and his servant are no longer individual enemies but a general threat to the summoning of the Holy Grail. Therefore, I use the supervisory authority I possess in such critical moments to temporarily change the rules of the Holy Grail War. With a stern voice, he declared while pulling up his right sleeve, revealing his right arm. Though his body was old, the strong, muscular arm he had in his youth could still be seen. Tattoo-like images completely covered from his elbow to his wrist. No, they shouldn't be called tattoos. The masters participating in the Holy Grail War would know what they were at first glance. These are the remnants of previous Holy Grail Wars, entrusted to me as the supervisor of this Holy Grail War. The inheritance of the masters who lost their servants before the final battle, their remaining command seals. After this proof, no one would doubt Father Risei's authority as supervisor. All unused command seals were cared for by him, the superintendent. Command seals, also known as sacred marks, are proof bearing the fate of participating in the Holy Grail War. They not only carry the meaning of fate but are also a device to control servants. The phenomenon of command seals is already a kind of miracle in itself. But although this crest on the master's body possesses enormous power, the command seals are still a form of exhaustible physical enchantment. Thus, they can be transplanted or transferred through enchantments. I can transfer these reserve command seals to anyone based on my judgment. For all of you who control your servants, I think you all know the importance and value of these crests. Although he was facing only familiars whose sole duty was to relay what they heard to their owners, Father Risei slowly entered a preaching state, and his excitement was aroused. All masters should halt all current hostilities. Everyone must destroy Castor with everything they have. I will select the master who manages to annihilate Castor and his evil master and grant them additional command seals due to this special case. If this mission is accomplished alone, only that person will be rewarded. If many cooperate, all will be rewarded. As soon as I'm certain Castor has been destroyed, the heavens feel will resume. Father Risei lowered his sleeve and added. So, if there are any questions, you can ask now. A commotion could be heard in the darkness of the church. Sounds of chairs moving, standing, and leaving mixed together and then gradually faded from within Fuyuki Church. Since the supervisor's announcement was fully understood, there was no point in staying longer. The masters currently had no questions. They had probably already started preparing for the new competition. The church finally returned to its truly human-free state. Father Risei pondered future developments while smiling. After giving these instructions, all he needs to do now is wait. Those 4 hungry dogs will surely drive Castor to despair. Castor's master and the location of Castor's workshop were already known. If the other masters were informed, efficiency would likely increase. However, if not handled carefully, it could raise suspicions. Thus, it wasn't yet the right time to distribute the intelligence gathered by Assassin. How long can Castor keep up? Risei and Kirai felt that the current situation wouldn't immediately shift to a 6-1 siege. In their opinion, it would be difficult for the other masters to naively follow the supervisor's instructions, targeting Castor as their main goal. This was because they felt the hunt for Castor was merely an interlude. Their true goal was still to succeed in the aerial battles that followed. Everyone craves more command seals. But if their opponents acquire the same, they'd have no advantage. For these masters, instead of cooperating to obtain command seals together, they'd prefer to destroy Castor on their own to gain an exclusive advantage over the others, even though the former would be much easier. Moreover, they might even obstruct each other in the competition. If that's the case, it would be problematic. If each of them destroyed the other, it could be disadvantageous for Archer's movements. All the masters' movements would be under Assassin's watchful eye, someone they had almost forgotten. Kirai's duty was executed beautifully. As a mage who learned magic at the last minute in a few days to be able to use such superior means to control his servant, this should be something not even his teacher Tokiomi could imagine. Because of his faith, the principles of the church, and his promise to his deceased friends, overflowing with self-confidence, this child exhausted everything he had, employing his talents. Truly a great achievement, something even his father couldn't accomplish. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 32, with over 20 unreleased chapters available there. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. I think I fixed the problem. Let me know if my page is visible there. Chapter 18, Magic Circuits. Both Korea and I decided to ignore the church's orders and warnings. It was a waste of time to pursue Castor, and besides, there was a loophole in the truce part of the Holy Grail War. Only fools would follow the orders just to be eliminated by one of the masters, or by Gilgamesh, as the priest wanted alongside Tosaka. Is there such a fool? Lancer's master was that fool. It's no wonder he'll get killed, and Lancer will honor his class by dying to his own spear. I looked in a direction far from the city, very far, straight to the west, where the Einsburn castle was, where Saber was. I could feel something strange coming from there, something very fast, extremely fast. Was it a vibration? Everything that exists vibrates, but this vibration was different. It wasn't natural, instead, it was like the beginning of my own vibrations. I need to investigate and find out what this vibration is. It could help me become stronger in the future if I discover its source and how it works. Master, I'm heading out. I turned and spoke to Korea, who was keeping an eye on the Tosaka residence through the flying familiars lent by Zoken. Where are you going, Belle? At this time of night. I'm going to investigate something important I sensed with my skill at the Einsburn castle. You can send a familiar to follow my steps if you want, I don't mind, master. I spoke bluntly after thinking for a second. And the supervisor's orders? Didn't we enter a ceasefire with everyone except Castor? He didn't specify anything like that, master. Look, the supervisor never mentioned punishment for not following the new rule. So, what ceasefire are you referring to, master? Aren't you planning to attack Tosaka all the same? With or without a ceasefire? Korea fell silent, understanding my words. I'm going, master. Without saying anything else, I left, went downstairs, and exited through the back. Really, I can't understand why others only placed their familiars at the front of the mansion. But looking at the moon again is terrifying. I wish it would dawn soon. I made a wish from the bottom of my heart. I don't know if I'll be able to handle this for 10 years after the Fourth Holy Grail War ends. Times. Head straight west, leaving the bustling streets of Fuyuki for about 30 kilometers. There's a state highway running east to west that crosses high mountains far from villages and devoid of human presence. A stretch of dense forest occupied both sides of the highway, and this piece of forest seemed forgotten by the torrential rise of territorial development. Perhaps this land is state property, but based on its records, it seems to be privately owned by a foreign company. Moreover, it's still unconfirmed whether this foreign company actually exists. If someone insists on investigating this land, the first disconcerting thing would be this legendary urban myth. There are rumors that in the deepest part of this dense forest lies a legendary castle. Of course, this myth is just a dull fairy tale. Although the forest is undeveloped, it's still just an hour's drive from Fuyuki City. If such a strange castle really existed, everyone would know about it. In fact, people have conducted countless surveys of this primitive forest and never found any traces of human structures. But after a few years, someone brings this myth up again. Once, a group of children entered this forest half joking, half exploring, and there was also a lost hitchhiker. They saw an ancient castle suddenly appear amidst the dense fog. It was built of stone and immensely spectacular. No one lived inside the castle, and it seemed abandoned. But inside, there were all sorts of utilities, and everything was in perfect order, giving people the illusion that humans really live there. It's said to be an extremely strange ancient castle. Obviously, no one would believe this rumor. At best, it's a story told by tabloids running out of news material, using a page of their special summer edition dedicated to strange stories to spread it. Only a small number of mages know that this castle truly exists. This castle only welcomes the owner who enters here to participate in the war every 60 years. In short, it's a castle in the style of magic. This castle is enveloped by multiple layers of illusions and bounded fields, and it would never be exposed to the outside except in rare accidents. This is a strange space of existence. The people who know of the castle's existence call this dense forest the Einsburn Forest. When Fuyuki held the Heavens Feel, Jubstachite, the head of the Einsburn family, felt it was inadequate to establish an outpost on lands directly subject to their archrival Tosaka family. Therefore, he fully used the financial power of his clan and bought all the lands covered by the nearest ley lines to Fuyuki as the Einsburn family's headquarters. This was near the start of the Third Heavens Feel, which also coincided with the tense and dangerous times just before the start of World War II. This vast primitive forest is covered by a bounded field and completely isolated from the outside world, and the Einsborn family transferred everything from their original castle to this forest. From this act, one can see the immense financial power of the Einsborns and their extraordinary persistence in pursuing the Holy Grail. Compared to the Einsborns, the various negotiations the Tozakas had to make to buy land in Fuyuki and the effort they put into hiding everything would only be laughable. On the highway, mid-calf black boots passed with quick and precise steps. Times. Hours earlier, the dense atmosphere made Irisveal sigh countless times. "Are you tired, Iri?" Kuritsugu asked. Irisveal hid her melancholic expression and shook her head with a smile. "It's nothing, I'm not tired." "Continue." Irisveal urged Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu continued talking about all sorts of information about Fuyuki City. A map representing the entire city of Fuyuki was spread out on the table in front of Kuritsugu. 2 locations are the heart of the entire area. One is the residence of the second master, Tosaka. The other needs no explanation, it's Mount Enzu. All the surrounding ley lines converge at Mount Enzu. The details are exactly as the head of the family, had said. The servants arrived at the castle before Irisveal and company and properly prepared everything at the meeting place before leaving. Therefore, the location of the meeting was immaculate. Not a speck of dust accumulated anywhere, from the table legs to the teacups, and the vases were filled with fresh flowers. It's impossible to imagine that no one has lived here for 60 years. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tired. But Irisveal at least rested a bit in bed. Kuritsugu, on the other hand, hadn't rested for a minute. It was almost noon when Kuritsugu and his assistant Hizomi arrived at the castle. However, as soon as they arrived, they received the summons from Fuyuki Church, controlled familiars, confirmed the supervisor's warning, and so on, and Kuritsugu actively dealt with all these annoyances without stopping. Last night, after the battle at the warehouses, Kuritsugu and company attacked Lancer's master, Kaneth, and even encountered Kodomine Kirii. Another fierce battle followed. However, Kuritsugu didn't show even a hint of exhaustion, so there was no reason for Irisveal to complain about tiredness. No, there were other hidden reasons for Irisveal's size. There's a powerful boundary around Mount Enzu, originating from the Ryudo Temple at its peak. Because of this, existences that aren't nature spirits, like servants, can only enter through the road approaching the shrine. Keep that in mind when using Saber. These words advising caution to Saber could have been said directly to Saber face to face. However, Kuritsugu still hadn't even glanced at the girl dressed in masculine attire standing behind Irisveal. There were 2 reasons why the air became stagnant and heavy. One was that Saber displayed an attitude of absolute refusal toward Kuritsugu. This attitude of Saber's didn't form now but only became more apparent since they arrived at the Einsborn castle. Moreover, besides those 2 locations, there are 2 more key positions where the ley lines converge. One is the Fuyuki Church on the hill to the south, and the other is the new residential complex east of the CBD. In conclusion, there are 4 main spiritual bases in Fuyuki properly equipped to perform the descent of the Holy Grail. So, when the war enters the final phase and the number of servants is reduced, we must take control of one of these locations. Correct. Any questions about the topography? Saber, is there anything you're unsure about? Irisveal acted tactfully and tried to spark her interest. The servant smiled and shook her head. Nothing in particular. It was a sufficient explanation. Although the girl in question probably didn't realize it, from an observer's perspective, it was a sarcastic and irreverent response. With a sigh, Irisveal continued. So, about our policies moving forward. It seems all the other masters will hunt Caster first, right, Kuritsugu? Yes, it seems to be the case. The supervisor implied there would be compensation for the effort. Some time ago, Kuritsugu told them about the Fuyuki Church's announcement and the rule revision by the supervisor, the perverse nature of the caster servant and the supervisor's support to stop him. However, regarding this caster, it would be more advantageous if we didn't join the other masters. After all, at this moment, we're the only ones who know his true name. Baron Gillis de Rice. Kuritsugu, with lips twisted in a cynical smile, continued. He must have gone mad if he's stalking Saber like that, thinking she's Joan of Arc. This guy is useful. We don't even need to drive him out, just set our nets and wait. Master, that's not enough. It was the cold, defiant voice of Saber, who had been detached from the discussion until then. With Caster's personality, if we do nothing and simply deal with him, the number of innocent victims will only increase. Perhaps Saber expected that with her sincere words, she could break through the wall surrounding Kuritsugu's heart. If so, it was futile. As always, Kuritsugu, with no indication of having heard Saber's voice, spoke again. It'll be fine, Iri. We didn't find any openings in the bounded field, and the alarm and scanning systems have already been checked. Biting her lip, Saber's expression grew darker as she looked at Kuritsugu. Although Saber could forcibly endure the way Kuritsugu ignored her, the righteous indignation at him letting Castor do as he pleased was too much. Of course, Amiya Kuritsugu couldn't care less about Saber's gaze. We weren't going to use the castle this time, but the situation has changed. Until we can lure Castor, we'll hold our position in this fortress. But Kuritsugu, don't we need to think of a way to deal with Lancer first? Irisveil offered a counterpoint on behalf of the ignored Saber. It's been 8 hours since you defeated Lord Elmeloy, but Saber's left hand still hasn't healed. If the curse from that spear doesn't lift, it means Lancer is still fine. Unlike Archer and his independent action skill, the Lancer servant can't remain in the current world for long without a master. Kuritsugu quickly nodded at what his wife was pointing out. That's right. Perhaps Lancer made a new contract with a new master, or I failed to kill Kenneth, an obstacle arose and prevented me from confirming his death. If so, to face Castor more safely, don't we need to defeat Lancer first? However, in the face of Irisveil's continued questions, Kuritsugu shook his head. We don't need to confront Castor directly when he appears. Just make the most of the terrain. Saber can simply escape and confuse the enemy's line of sight. Irisveil was shocked. When Saber heard this from Kuritsugu, she was dumbfounded with rage. Not fighting Castor. All the other masters have set their sights on Castor. Someone will surely deal with Castor without us lifting a finger. Therefore, we have no need to commit that extra act. Castor is a great choice for all those masters chasing Castor with bloodshot eyes. Castor's gaze is fixed on Saber. As soon as Castor makes a move, one or two of the masters chasing Castor will definitely set foot in this forest, and we can attack those masters from the side. The master who gave all their attention to chasing Castor would never think they'd switch from the role of hunter to hunted. That was it. This was, without a doubt, Kuritsugu's strategy. In Kuritsugu's eyes, there is no human morality or pride as a mage. He is just a predatory machine deduced from the formula of survival of the fittest. Kuritsugu originally hadn't planned to come to this castle. Irisveil finally understood Kuritsugu's intention to suddenly change his plans and join forces with her. Master, you. How despicable do you want to be? Saber rebuked loudly and angrily, and Irisveil also felt a slight pang in her heart. Saber's indignation now was different from the anger she felt last night due to Ryder's mockery and Castor's flamboyance. In a way, this was an even more furious rage. Amiya Kuritsugu, you are insulting the heroic spirits. I only entered this war to avoid spilling rivers of blood. Fighting for the Holy Grail, without senseless bloodshed, minimizing sacrifices, one person taking on the mission of fate instead of armies of men and competing here, that's what we, servants, are supposed to do. Why don't you give me the responsibility to enter the battle? You were exactly like this when you attacked Lancer's master last night. One misstep resulted in a disaster. I've already made a deal with Lancer to fight again. You don't need to use such despicable means, or does Kuritsugu have no faith in me, a servant? Kuritsugu didn't respond. He maintained an indifferent silence as if Saber's furious words were mere trifles. Irisveil infinitely hated that expression of indifference on Kuritsugu's face. This man was not the husband she knew. She truly knew that Amiya Kuritsugu had a dual personality. She detected that on one hand, Kuritsugu invested all his emotions in his wife and daughter, and on the other, he hid the scars of his past in his heart. Irisveil knew something about the kind of life Kuritsugu lived before entering the Einsburn family. But was that the decisive factor causing the divide between them? Moreover, the factor that helped Irisveil realize this was that woman dressed in black present at the meeting. That woman didn't say a single word and silently entrusted everything to Kuritsugu. That woman was the other reason Irisveil felt melancholic. It wasn't the first time she saw Hizomiya. She had seen Hizomiya a few times at the Einsburn castle. It was Hizomiya who managed all of Kuritsugu's mundane affairs outside during the 9 years of Kuritsugu's seclusion. The woman who acted with Kuritsugu before he met Irisveil. During this meeting, she didn't have the slightest doubt about Kuritsugu's words and maintained her unyielding silence. Perhaps, for Miya, the Kuritsugu now was the Amiya Kuritsugu she knew. Suddenly, a faint aroma wafted into Irisveil's nose. It was the smell of tobacco. That smell of tobacco had always been with Kuritsugu since the day she met him. Irisveil still remembered how much she detested that smell back then. She hadn't smelled that scent for a long time after marrying Kuritsugu. Now, the smell of tobacco emanated from Kuritsugu again. Perhaps this is the smell of gunpowder from the battlefield. The current Kuritsugu had undoubtedly returned to the Kuritsugu of 9 years ago. Back then, to win the Holy Grail, Act welcomed Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu was like a cruel and ruthless hunting dog. And Irisveil, back then, was just a doll guarding the Holy Grail. Recalling Kuritsugu's past was almost like Irisveil recalling her own past. It was as if the 9 years they lived together no longer existed. Irisveil's heart began to grow restless and uneasy. At this moment, the person closest to the Amiya Kuritsugu was not her, his wife, but Hizomiya. Irisveal didn't say what she was thinking but asked a completely irrelevant question. How should we handle the new war rule the supervisor proposed? Didn't he want us to enter a ceasefire with all enemies except Caster? Ignore that new rule. The supervisor only provided the rewards for following the new rule and not the details of the punishment you'd receive if you violated it. If the supervisor really bothers us about it, we can simply pretend we didn't know about this rule. Completely different from his attitude toward Saber, Kuritsugu answered Irisveal's questions meticulously. Besides, it just doesn't seem like the supervisor of this war is trustworthy and respectable. Hiding Assassin's Master as if he knew nothing about it, he's probably on Tosaka's side. Until we figure everything out about him, we should temporarily regard him with some suspicion. Saber was so angry her body trembled, and countless thoughts wandered through Irisveal's heart. For a moment, both fell silent. Kuritsugu took this silence as a signal to end the meeting. Then the meeting is over. Irisveal and I will stay in the castle and prepare for Caster's attack. Mia, return to the city and gather information. Report to me if there's any change there. Yes, sir. Mia nodded without hesitation, stood up, and left the meeting room. Kuritsugu stood up shortly after, gathered the map and documents on the table, and also left the room. Kuritsugu didn't look at Saber even once until the end. Saber, completely ignored by Kuritsugu, bit her lip hard in anger and stared at the carpet beneath her feet. Irisveal and Saber remained in the meeting room. At this moment, Irisveal didn't know what words she could say to calm the furious Saber. No, the proud king of knights, Saber, wouldn't expect others to comfort her with useless words. Currently, for Saber, what was needed was to address the current problem at its root. Thinking of this, Irisveal placed her hand on Saber's shoulder to show her gratitude and immediately chased after Kuritsugu, leaving the meeting room. That overwhelmingly deliberate ignorance Kuritsugu showed toward Saber wasn't just because the two had different beliefs. If Kuritsugu didn't harbor emotions like extreme hatred or anger toward Saber, he wouldn't be able to act so ignorantly toward her. In short, Kuritsugu went overboard this time. No matter how much their strategies diverged, they were still comrades fighting for a common goal. While they didn't need to respect each other, they shouldn't humiliate one another either. Irisveal soon spotted Kuritsugu's figure. He stood on the balcony overlooking the castle's front garden, leaning on the railing, and gazed at the nighttime forest. Fortunately, Mia's figure wasn't beside Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu. Irisveal spoke as she slowly walked up behind Kuritsugu. She didn't think her voice would suddenly become stern. Kuritsugu must have sensed her presence because he didn't seem the least bit surprised but turned around slowly. Irisveal was prepared. Just then, when Kuritsugu confronted Saber in the meeting room, an expression of such cruelty escaped his eyes. Irisveal braced herself to face Kuritsugu's cruel gaze directly. However, when she saw Kuritsugu's expression as he turned, she couldn't help but feel helpless and froze in place. Kuritsugu's expression was like that of a hurt and defenseless child, forcibly holding back tears. Kuritsugu seemed to have been pushed against a wall. The Kuritsugu standing before Irisveal now was far from the figure of that powerful mage killer, he was just a weak and cowardly man. Kuritsugu, you. Kuritsugu didn't speak, tightly embracing the confused Irisveal. His chest was trembling. In Irisveal's eyes, her husband's shoulders had always been strong and dependable, something others could rely on, but now her husband was as helpless as a baby sheltered in his gentle mother's arms. Irisveal felt her husband embrace her even tighter, to the point of hurting her. Then, her husband's weak question sounded in her ear. If now I decide to throw everything away and flee from here, will you leave with me? Irisveal could probably never imagine that a man like Emiya Kuritsugu would ask such a question. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a while and only asked back after a long pause. Ilya, that child is still in the castle. What about her? We'll go back to the castle and take her out. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed. It was a short, sharp sound, but also full of despair. Without a doubt, Kuritsugu wasn't joking, he was serious. After that, I'll give everything I have for our family. I'll protect Ilya and you with my life. Now Irisveal finally understood the feelings of this man trapped before her. Kuritsugu, her life partner, was facing the greatest battle of his life and had already been forced down a path of no return. He was no longer the Kuritsugu of 9 years ago. No longer that cold, emotionless dog, no longer that killing machine that relentlessly punished itself. Kuritsugu had changed. He had become very weak, even forcing himself into such a situation to achieve that cruel ideal. The key that made Kuritsugu change was none other than Irisveal. Wife and daughter. They shouldn't have been included in Emiya Kuritsugu's life. Originally, Kuritsugu had nothing to lose. He couldn't even feel pain. It was precisely because Emiya Kuritsugu was such a man that he could be extraordinarily strong, pursue the immense ideal of saving the world, sacrifice everything without hesitation for it, and become a soldier whose cruelty knew no bounds. The current Kuritsugu wanted to return to the past, to be the man he was before. But at the same time he recalled the past, a deep, inconsolable dilemma formed in Kuritsugu's current soul. Those 9 years had completely changed Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu was already enduring immense pressure and pain just to maintain the appearance of the cruelty and ruthlessness he had before. Kuritsugu's ignorance of Saber was exactly the exposure of Kuritsugu's weakness. Currently, Kuritsugu was already exhausted trying to preserve himself. He didn't have the energy to accept Saber, not even extra energy to communicate with the King of Knights. Irisveel's heart ached terribly. The man she loved with all her heart was being tormented, but there was nothing she could do. That was because the one who caused all of Kuritsugu's anguish was herself. The only thing Irisveel could do now was to weakly raise her doubts to him. Are we capable of escaping? We can. There's still a chance now. Kuritsugu answered immediately. But it wasn't believable. Kuritsugu only said this to allow his own heart to still hold onto that illusory hope. You're lying. Then Irisveel pointed it out, gently and cruelly. That's impossible. Amiya Kuritsugu, it's impossible for you to escape. Abandon the Holy Grail, abandon the ideal of saving the world, you would definitely not forgive such a person. You would definitely be the final judge and declare your own death sentence. Kuritsugu finally cried out. He understood this too. He hadn't had any choices for a long time. I'm so scared. Kuritsugu sobbed and spoke about what was in his heart like a child. That guy. Koto Mine Kirai targeted me. Mia told me this. That guy used Kenneth as bait to lure me onto the hook. He's already guessed all my plans. I might lose the battle. I sacrificed you and left Ilya aside, but still, that most dangerous person has already aimed his weapons at me. That guy is the enemy I least want to face. Amiya Kuritsugu, not a heroine nor a warrior, but an assassin. He doesn't have the courage and pride to fight others with his life on the line. He's a coward. Therefore, his goal is to cautiously ensure his victory and right to survival with the least risk. For the hunter, the worst nightmare is to be hunted by another. But even so, if it were the Kuritsugu of 9 years ago, he wouldn't even raise an eyebrow and would calmly think of the best solution. That was the terror of Kuritsugu when he had no loved ones to lose. But now, when the Kuritsugu who fears losing his loved ones faces battles again, the fear of losing those he loves has become his fatal weakness. I won't let you fight alone. Irisveel said gently while stroking her husband's trembling back. I will protect you. Saber will protect you too. And Mia will be by your side as well. Irisveel was forced to admit which woman Kuritsugu needed most at this moment. Only one person could awaken the tenacity sealed deep in Kuritsugu's heart and recall the cruel, heartless personality Kuritsugu had many years ago. But Irisveel would never mention this to Kuritsugu. If Irisveel still had something she could do, it would be to embrace Kuritsugu and let him have some temporary solace. However, Irisveel prayed silently in her heart. It didn't matter if her prayers didn't work. She prayed that the time she was allowed to embrace Kuritsugu would be prolonged, even if by a minute or a second. Then, she could heal Kuritsugu's pain as best she could with her limited strength. Such prayers and the embrace of the two vanished simultaneously without a trace. Irisveel's chest suddenly pulsed intensely, and she couldn't help but tense her entire body. Vibrations, repeated and intense, appeared in her magic circuits as soon as she maintained the bounded field of the forest within her own magic. Vibrations. That was the alarm. Already here. Her husband murmured beside her ear. Calmly, he returned to the resolute and cruel tone she still wasn't accustomed to. Kuritsugu detected that something had happened just by seeing his wife's expression. Irisveel nodded silently and left her husband's embrace. The cruel demeanor of that mage killer emerged before her eyes once again. Fortunately, he came before Mia left. Now we can crush him head on. Irisveel, prepare the crystal ball used for farseeing. Right. Events were happening much faster than expected. The whirlwind of battle began to blow in the forest. Times. He's appeared. All the key players of the Einsburn camp gathered once again in the meeting room, Kuritsugu, Mia, and Saber. In front of the three, Irisveel showed the image the bounded field had captured of the intruder in the crystal ball. The intruder wore a black cassock, and a malevolent aura hung over him. Moreover, the crimson-stained patterns on the fabric seemed blood-soaked, flickering in and out of view in the forest. Is this Castor? It was the first time Kuritsugu saw Castor. Irisveel nodded toward him. The figure reflected in the crystal ball was indeed the strange heroic spirit who stopped Saber last night. But, what is he going to do? What intrigued Irisveel was the fact that Castor was leading a group of people behind him. Castor didn't act alone this time. It seemed he was leading about 10 people behind him, walking through the forest. All these people were immature children. Even the oldest only seemed to be elementary school students. All the children staggered as they walked, as if sleepwalking, while Castor walked in front, leading them. Undoubtedly, these children were controlled by Castor's magic. It must be that Castor saw the supervisor's notification and kidnapped these children from Fuyuki and its surroundings. What's this guy's location? Within 2 kilometers northwest of the castle. It seems Castor doesn't intend to go further into the forest. The bounded field expanded in the forest is a circle with a 5-kilometer diameter, with the castle as its center. Castor's location was at the edge of this bounded field. If Castor went deeper toward the center of the bounded field, Irisveil could support Saber in battle. However, as if Castor sensed Irisveil's intentions, he began circling the outside of the bounded field. Irisveil, the enemy is luring us out, Saber said resolutely. She needed only a few minutes to reach Castor's location with her speed as a servant on foot. Saber's thoughts also reached Irisveil. At that moment, Saber's mood was extremely anxious, eager to rush out and crush Castor. But the King of Knights couldn't do as she pleased. The group of children gathered behind Castor was exactly why the King of Knights felt uneasy. Hostages, right? Definitely. Irisveil murmured melancholically. Saber nodded. Triggering preset traps and machinations would harm those children. Only if I defeat Castor can those children be saved. The current situation was clear without explanation. However, Irisveil also had reasons to hesitate. Saber's injury was a significant disadvantage, and it was worrying to have her fight Castor like this. Irisveil instinctively deduced that Castor was a difficult enemy. She couldn't support Saber outside the bounded field. Letting Saber fight alone in such a situation. At that moment, Castor's beastly eyes suddenly lifted. Had he already sensed Irisveil's clairvoyance? Castor looked in Irisveil's direction, raised his arms flatteringly, and bowed to her. It was such a simple thing for the mage heroic spirit to do. I came here especially to visit you, as per last night's promise. The surface of the solid crystal ball began to ripple, and sound started transmitting from the surveillance location. Now, please give the order to let me be in the presence of that beautiful holy maiden again. Saber looked at Irisveil, urging her to give a command quickly. The girl who was a servant had already prepared to fight. It was only her master who was hesitating. As if sensing Irisveil's thoughts, Castor showed a contemptuous expression, let out a laugh as if performing a one-man show, and said, "Ah, it seems you still can't decide. I expected to wait a long time too, so take your time to prepare. Come on, this is such a boring game, may I borrow a corner of your territory?" Castor snapped his fingers. The children who had obediently followed behind Castor the whole time opened their eyes as if waking from a dream. The children looked around helplessly, as if unable to figure out where they were. Listen, children, let's play hide and seek. The rules are simple. Just run from me. If I catch you. Castor's hand extended from the sleeve of his cassock with emotion and grabbed a child beside him. Stop. Saber knew her prevention would have no effect, but she couldn't help but shout. The sound of a skull breaking. Brain matter splattered in all directions, and eyeballs slid through the air. These nightmare scenes were etched into everyone's minds. The children let out anguished screams and scattered everywhere. Castor, standing in the middle, laughed loudly and happily, licking the blood-covered fingers with his tongue. Hurry up and run. I'll start chasing you after counting to 100. So, Jean, how long will you take to prepare before I catch all the children? Irisveil no longer hesitated upon seeing this scene. It was impossible for her to hesitate any longer. She was also a mother. That child who was killed and then discarded, her small, pitiful figure was exactly the same size as her own daughter, Ilya. Saber, defeat Castor for me. Yes, sir. The King of Knights' response was extremely brief. Saber had already vanished from the meeting room when Irisveil heard her reply. Only the wind that began to blow behind her was filled with extraordinary rage. Notes. I hadn't planned to write about this. But when I realized that Irisveil's magic circuits triggered the alarm with vibrations, I was compelled to add 5,000 unnecessary words. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 32, with over 20 unreleased chapters available there. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. I think I fixed the problem, let me know if my page is visible there. Chapter 19, Saber vs. Castor. I gazed at the dense forest ahead. A barrier enveloped the castle, designed to shield it from the eyes of ordinary people and deter them from delving deeper into the forest. It didn't take me long to get here. With my speed, I crossed the entire city and ran over 30 kilometers before slowing down and walking to the edge of the Einsburn Castle's forest. I dashed, leaping swiftly over buildings, pushing off the ground with tremendous force, covering hundreds of meters in a second. Every 3 seconds, I crossed more than a kilometer at full speed. It was a bit strange, as the air didn't seem to hinder or slow me down. There was no force of air resistance impeding my movement. It was almost as if the wind and air themselves parted and made way for me to pass. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Maybe it's just the silly logic of anime. I could sense Castor not far away. Saber was also very close to him, and she seemed furious, judging by the waves of magical energy I felt from her. And also, a cold wind blew from where they were, carrying the scent of blood with it. It was a strong, nauseating smell, fresh, human blood, children's blood. How many children were killed? I couldn't tell how many children Castor had killed. But the scent of blood carried by the wind out of the forest suggested it was a significant number. I'd like to save those children. But there was nothing I could do. I knew those children were being used to summon Lovecraftian monsters. Even if I had arrived earlier and tried to save those children, it would have been futile since they had already been prepared as raw material for summoning cosmic horrors from beyond the world. Although, I could have gone after Castor in his workshop and prevented all these innocent deaths. But eliminating Castor wasn't something important to me. I simply considered pursuing Castor a waste of time. At that moment, I didn't think about the children Castor was kidnapping and killing with that psychopath sidekick of his. Why did I ignore it? What Castor and his master were doing? I don't understand. Why? I looked in another direction, toward the castle. There was another, but an unnatural vibration. It was the vibration I came to investigate. For now, I can just ignore Castor. He's not important, and what he does isn't my concern. They're just humans. Those worms deserve to be exterminated, be it women or children, it doesn't matter. With these thoughts I didn't even understand why I entered the forest and crossed the barrier in front of me. My goal is the cause of the vibration, nothing more than that. Times. Saber transformed into a fierce gust of wind and galloped through the forest. Now, Saber no longer cared about her differences with Kuritsugu. Her heart would become a sword once on the battlefield. A sharp, gleaming sword. A sword that harbored no doubts. Saber knew very clearly that she was facing Castor's magical battle array. Her blood was boiling, the evils this demon committed left Saber furious. But what drove Saber at this moment wasn't her furious mood. Anger and hatred alone wouldn't be enough to turn Saber's heart into a sharp sword. Those massacred children. It wasn't as if Saber hadn't seen such scenes before. As long as someone is on the battlefield, no matter how unbearable such a thing is, those small carcasses will still be seen. For her, who was once King Arthur, it was a common sight seen all the time. The so-called humans, once on the brink of life and death, would become incomparably ugly, despicable, and violent. Humans are bipedal beasts who raped women, massacred children, and robbed the poor. 9 out of 10 times, the blood-stained battlefield would be filled with such demons. Yet, precisely because of this, humans need to prove their worth, even if they've sunk into hell. Prove that humans can still live with dignity, regardless of the difficulties surrounding them. Someone needs to prove and witness this. The one who can witness this is the knight. The shining star on the battlefield. A knight must proudly illuminate the entire battlefield, inspiring awe with their justice. They need to allow those fallen souls, reduced to demons, to regain honor and pride and become proper humans once again. Set aside their own anger, sorrow, and anguish and focus on the greater good. That was the duty a knight should fulfill. Therefore, Saber must defeat Castor. This isn't a desire born of anger, but her duty. Saber had to admit that such actions lacked careful consideration. She couldn't avoid it if someone scolded her for acting rashly. However, Saber isn't someone with only muscles and no brain. Although she foresaw that Castor would be a difficult enemy, she didn't despair, because it's not as if she had no hope of victory. If it's a fight to the death, the last one standing would be her. That was Saber's intuition. Castor must be defeated. Unlike Kuritsugu, Saber had her reasons to defeat Castor with her own hands. She must subdue the demon even if she suffers severe injuries and weakens her strength. This is the duty of the King of Knights, an unavoidable obligation. A demon who tarnished the meaning of war, a scum who humiliated human pride, Saber would never let such a person go. The stench of blood grew heavier. The mud clinging to the edge of her armor halted Saber's steps. Behind Saber, the ground was clouded with raised dust, and the disturbed dust was soaked with moisture. That moisture wasn't caused by rain but by crimson blood. It was a nauseating stench. A sea of blood surrounded her. What kind of cruel massacre did Castor carry out to create such an unbearable scene? Saber's heart shattered with pain as she thought of this. And those massacred were all small, innocent children. Saber recalled those children, screaming in terror, that she saw in the crystal ball. That had been something that happened just moments ago. Just a few minutes earlier, before Saber galloped into the forest. Back then, they were still lively children. Now, they had already turned into scattered carcasses. You're finally here, Jean. I've waited a long time. Castor greeted the silver-white figure with a sincere smile. Castor's face was filled with smug smiles, as if he were very satisfied with the lavish banquet he was hosting. Castor stood in the middle of this sea of blood, his black cassock covered with the fresh blood of the hostages, making his smile even more terrifying and ghastly. What do you think of this tragic scene? Mortifying. Could you imagine the anguish those innocent, adorable children went through in the end? But Jean, this still isn't a true tragedy. Compared to after losing you, to be able to find you again. Saber had nothing to say and no intention of listening to Castor's long speech. She wanted to cleave Castor in half with one sword strike. Without hesitation, Saber took a step toward Castor. Castor also detected the killing intent in Saber's advancing step and stopped talking, suddenly pulling his hands from the edges of his cassock. The thing hidden in front of Castor's chest made Saber halt her advance once again. It was a child. The only surviving hostage. He was still sobbing weakly while Castor's forearms held him close. Did Castor keep him alive just to use him as a shield in the battle against Saber? Oh, Jean, your blazing, rage-filled eyes are so captivating. Castor, feeling relaxed, smiled briefly at Saber. You hate me so much. Yes, you should hate me. I betrayed God's mercy and love, and you would never forgive me for that. You were truly more devoted to God than anyone else. Let that child go. The tone Saber used to command Castor was as cold as a blade. This competition for the Holy Grail aims to select the heroic spirit most worthy of obtaining the Grail. If you use strategies that tarnish the heroic spirits, you will be abandoned by the Holy Grail. As you've already resurrected, the Holy Grail is useless to me. Jean, if you really want to save this child's life. Castor couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then, with a face full of disappointment, he gently loosened his grip and placed the child on the ground. Don't cry, child. You should be happy. God's devoted disciple has come to save you. The Almighty God has finally answered your wishes. None of your friends received God's salvation, except you. It seemed the child also understood that the blonde girl who rushed here was his savior and immediately began crying loudly. At the same time, he ran straight toward Saber. The child's small hands grabbed Saber's greave. Saber's fingertips gently brushed the child's hands. The only thing that could envelop the child and give him comfort were the mountains surrounding them. Currently, Saber was in a very desperate situation. She could no longer prepare for battle and ensure the child's safety at the same time. It's too dangerous here. Get away quickly. Run this way, and you'll see a large castle. There, people will help. Crack. The child's spine made a sound. His sobs turned into painful wails. Saber was shocked beyond words, the small figure before her eyes exploded. Moreover, what gushed from inside the child wasn't red blood. It was a dark horde of snakes, countless intertwined snakes. No, that thing was covered in suckers as large as fish gills, not something as simple as a group of snakes. Were they octopuses? Or the tentacles of some strange octopus-like creature? Those tentacles, as thick as Saber's arms, extended in the blink of an eye and wrapped around the silver armor, beginning to tightly restrict Saber's arms and legs. The flesh and blood of the hostage still hung on the demonic monsters summoned from another world. There was more than one demonic monster surrounding Saber. Endless tentacles continued to emerge from the remains of the scattered hostages. About a dozen monsters surrounded Saber almost immediately after the summoning. These monsters were roughly the same size. They had no limbs or lower body, making them impossible to describe with words. There was a circular mouth at the end of each of these endless tentacles. The mouths contained teeth as sharp as a shark's. Although the origins of these creatures were unknown, they were definitely not living beings of nature. They could be creatures from another world, and that world didn't obey natural laws. I should have told you beforehand. You should make all preparations the next time you see me. Castor laughed loudly, as if celebrating his victory. As he spoke, a thick book appeared in his hands. The book's cover was wet and glossy, and unbelievably, a piece of human skin was placed over it. By its appearance, it was just an ordinary book, but with Saber's lightning-fast senses, she realized that enormous amounts of magical energy surged with the book as the center and expanded outward. It was Castor's noble phantasm. This is the magic book my friend and ally left for me. I obtained the means to lead armies of demons using this book. What do you think? Can any other army face the majesty of my demonic army? Saber didn't respond. She was still firmly bound by the tentacles. The shapeless, rotten, and crushed carcass still remained in her hands. These demonic monsters consumed the hostages' flesh as they emerged, so the remains of the carcass no longer had solid weight. That child, who was crying and clutching the edge of her clothing a minute ago, had now been reduced to this tragic state. That's enough. I no longer wish to compete for the Grail with you. The sword servant, Saber, said calmly. At the same time, she unleashed the rage roaring and steaming in her heart. The demonic monsters began to retreat. Compared to sound waves, this shock wave brought more force to Castor's eardrums. What erupted from the slender girl's body was a bloodthirsty cry of rage and an enormous burst of magical energy. Those tentacles surrounding Saber's entire body didn't withstand even a second of her mana burst. They broke into pieces of flesh in the blink of an eye, scattered, and vanished. Not a trace of the slime that enveloped Saber remained on her, and thus the silver armor regained its gleaming shine. Amid the hordes of demonic monsters, the girl looked like a war god and glared at Castor with her blazing eyes. No longer do I seek anything in this battle, nor do I wish to gain anything. But now, this sword in my hands was made to eliminate you. Ah, Jean. Castor was awestruck by Saber's majesty and began to gasp weakly. His expression wasn't one of doubt or fear but rather a bit lost and confused. So noble, so just. Oh, holy maiden, even the gods are shamed before you. Castor's voice was extraordinarily joyful, but suddenly he fell silent. Taking this as a signal, the fragile tentacles attacked Saber like an avalanche. I've tainted my love. I've sunk into the swamp of love. Oh, holy maiden. The swinging sword and the mad laughter raised the curtains on this battle to the death. Times. Iris Veal held her breath and stared unblinkingly at the course of the battle in the crystal ball. The strange matter Saber had foreseen was already quite obvious. Considering the special abilities of the servant classes, Saber has an overwhelming advantage over Castor when they fight. When she achieved the heroic spirit class of the sword, her magic resistance ability increased by magnitudes. If Castor uses magic as his main weapon and resists Saber head-on, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Castor is a mage who can summon evil demons. Saber's magic resistance skill can only be activated when someone targets her with magic. This cannot prevent Castor from summoning monsters from other worlds. Moreover, once these monsters are summoned, they materialize and pose a threat different from magic. The monster's teeth and curved claws have attack powers equal to swords. The only things Saber could use are her sword and body when facing these monsters. But even so, Saber, the most powerful in armed combat, wouldn't fear any mere monsters summoned from another world. That's certain. However, that's something she could only do when her body was uninjured. The battle in the forest reflected in the crystal ball was definitely not an optimistic situation. Facing the monstrous tentacles that continuously attacked her, Saber didn't retreat a single step. She still maintained her swift and fierce attack posture. Each time Saber swung the sharp invisible sword in her hands, monsters were torn apart in the air. Those hordes of tentacles couldn't get a single step closer to the servant. Saber was fully capable of repelling the monsters' attacks, but these monsters attacked wave after wave. This meant Saber was in a bad situation where she had to defend with all her strength. Although Saber could defeat the enemy army with her cruel swordsmanship, Castor was just standing far away with ease, observing her fight. Saber couldn't even get one step closer to the leader of the monsters, Castor. Countless new monsters with their tentacles continued to grow in the places where they were cut down, and countless monsters also emerged from the blood-soaked pools on the ground. These monsters surrounded Saber in layers. That invisible sword and the continuously summoned and materialized monsters were in a situation where their powers were completely equal. This meant that Castor held the reins of this battle. That mage wasn't trying to achieve a quick victory but moved step by step, maneuvering only the forces needed to combat Saber, and led the battle to a stalemate. It seemed Castor planned to wage a prolonged battle. He wanted to tire Saber out, exhaust all her energy, and then finish her off with one blow. Moreover, at this moment, Saber was completely trapped in Castor's scheme. Perhaps the situation would have been different if Saber weren't injured. It would have been a breeze for Saber to deal with this group of weaklings. However, now Saber's left hand was troubled by that curse. Her expression, visible through the crystal ball, was evidently very anxious because she couldn't fight as she wished. Is there still no sign of other masters entering the forest? Kuritsugu's question came from behind Iris Veal. Obviously, Kuritsugu didn't care much about Saber's problematic situation. Iris Veal was extremely disappointed with Kuritsugu. However, Kuritsugu seemed not to have noticed his wife's disappointment and only silently prepared his weapons. Kuritsugu placed several grenades and small submachine guns in the harness under his jacket. It was quite unbelievable, the preparation of a mage about to enter battle, yet Iris Veal saw that the holster at Kuritsugu's waist contained the unique magecraft cartridge that Kuritsugu only carried in critical moments. She understood that her husband had prepared to fight in the best way possible. Mia, escape the castle with IRI. Go in the opposite direction of Saber. Mia nodded without doubt upon hearing Kuritsugu's command. But Iris Veal couldn't hide the uncertainty in her heart. Can't I stay here? Saber is fighting far from here, which means this castle is no longer safe because others would think the same as me. So it's very dangerous here. Someone might indeed want to take advantage of this and attack Saber's master in the short time Saber is away from the castle. The best time to kill a master is when the master and servant are acting separately. Between a master under their servant's protection and a mage guarding their headquarters alone, which of these two enemies is easier to defeat? Kuritsugu would definitely choose the latter. If another mage chose the same answer as Kuritsugu, they would surely attack Irisveal, who remained in the castle, once they knew Saber was fighting alone. She had finally reunited with Kuritsugu, but they were about to part again. This made Irisveal very uneasy. She grew even more uneasy when she detected the pain and conflict Kuritsugu hid in his heart. However, she would only be a burden if she stayed by Kuritsugu's side. After all, meeting Kuritsugu at the castle was already a violation of their previously agreed rules. Irisveal finally felt the root of her anxiety when she coldly thought about things in her heart. It wasn't because she was separated from Kuritsugu, but because she had to move with Mia. Kuritsugu originally planned for Mia to protect Irisveal, but Irisveal still couldn't shake off her resentment toward Mia. But Irisveal wouldn't go against Kuritsugu's battle plans due to her personal feelings. I understand. In the short time it took Irisveal to nod slightly. A new tingling pain appeared in Irisveal's magic circuits. This was information transmitted to her through vibrations from the forest's bounded field. What's wrong, Iri? Kuritsugu, it's exactly as you feared. It seems a new enemy has entered the forest. However, during that moment of speaking, vibrations struck Irisveal's magic circuits more forcefully than before. It was abnormal compared to the previous vibrations. Iri. What's the problem? What's happening? Another. Irisveal's voice was extremely pained. Two enemies, that's good. If he heads toward Castor, we can kill two masters at once. It's even better if they fight each other. Knowing there were two enemies, Kuritsugu thought it was a good opportunity. Eliminating two masters was a significant step toward winning the Holy Grail War. And if the two masters and their servants clashed in the forest, his chances of killing both masters were even greater. Irisveal focused on her clairvoyance to see who the new intruder was that had disturbed her magic circuits with an alarm of that magnitude. Who is it, Iri? A tall, slender young man, 192 centimeters in height. Short, disheveled black hair and deep black eyes. A black shirt with a purple stripe on each shoulder, reaching down to his thighs, tied tightly with a black cord at the waist. Mid-calf black boots with laces. The tall young man, approximately 37 centimeters taller than Saber. He looked very much like a church priest, dressed in fine, dark black robes. Suddenly, he turned, looking straight into her eyes with his deep, blacker-than-hell abyss eyes. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and he whispered a word slowly. Asterisk, found you. Asterisk. Irisveal's body trembled with dread. There was something wrong with that servant. He didn't seem like the gentle, polite young man from last night. Be Berserker. Damn. Of all people, him. Kuritsugu cursed. The mad servant who was far too intelligent seemed like a headache based on his own experience. And his master. I don't see him. There's only a sign of Berserker in the forest. Our plan will remain the same. Instead, there'll only be one change. We'll send familiars to search for Berserker's master. He shouldn't be too far outside the Einsburn forest. Kuritsugu didn't change the plans, instead, there was just one more adjustment. Find Berserker's master and kill him to eliminate one of the two most powerful servants in the Holy Grail War. Times. Saber sensed the enemy's intentions after defeating 3 monsters. She still didn't know the reason. However, the excessively fragile tentacle monsters and Castor's abnormal degree of confidence triggered Saber's instinctive alarm. After defeating 10, Saber finally confirmed the reason for her unease. The number of enemies didn't decrease. No matter how many she defeated, new enemies would arise. Castor's summoning magic continuously demanded reinforcements from other worlds. Even so, it didn't matter. Saber silently strengthened herself. No matter how large the number of enemies, all she needed to do was defeat them twice as fast. Driven by her fervent morale, Saber's sword accelerated in the blink of an eye. 30. As the enemies didn't decrease even slightly, a flash of anxiety passed through Saber's heart. 50. Saber realized there was no point in counting anymore. It wasn't just the flesh and blood of the hostage children that served as fertile ground for the demonic monsters. From her peripheral vision, Saber noticed that new demonic monsters were born from the defeated corpses of other monsters. Asterisk, so that's it, no wonder they didn't decrease. It's as if these defeated demonic monsters could be reborn indefinitely. If so, this is a contest about the amount of stored magical energy, asterisk. Saber immediately slowed her sword when she realized this would be a long battle. She wouldn't last long if she swung her sword with all her might. She could only use the minimum amount of force needed to conduct her hunt. Castor's magical energy must be finite. Repeatedly summoning and resurrecting familiars would eventually exhaust his magical energy. The question was whether Saber could last until then. Saber was once again worried about not being able to use her left hand. She had to use mana bursts to compensate for her lack of strength when wielding the sword with only her right hand. In this situation, any extra expenditure of magical energy was a heavier burden than anything else. Originally, if she could grip the sword's hilt with both hands, using a strike from Excalibur, the sword of promised victory, she should be able to completely vaporize Castor. Saber continued fighting with her sword despite her bitter regret. Although more than 100 monsters had been defeated, Castor still smiled with ease while admiring Saber's fight. Saber looked at her enemy, who showed no signs of exhaustion, with shock on her part, and once again realized the extraordinarily dense amount of magical energy the magic book in his hands was releasing. Could it be? Although it was a very pessimistic guess, it probably wasn't wrong. It was the summoning magic that called forth these countless demonic monsters, resurrected them, and incited them to rush relentlessly towards Saber's sword. And the one reciting the spell was none other than that magic book. It wasn't just a stack of paper recording spells. That book was probably a furnace of magical energy with incredible capacity, a monster that could use magic solely with its own power. Castor wasn't reading the spells from the book's pages but merely manipulating the book that served as a source of magical energy. Prelati's spellbook, text of the submerged spiral citadel, it's indeed a terrifying noble phantasm. If Irisveil were Saber's true master, she should have recognized its abilities the first time she met Castor and realized that the opponent was an extremely dangerous servant with the ability to modify the power of his noble phantasm. If she had known this, Saber definitely wouldn't have fallen so easily into his trap and engaged in a drawn-out battle with Castor. Even if she were scorned as a coward, she could have acted more cautiously. No. Regret is a display of weakness, Saber shouted to herself. A knight who fought for honor and glory cannot retreat before evils like Castor. If so, she would be abandoning the greatest strength and weapon at her disposal, the heart of justice that believes in her holy sword. It brings back memories, Jean. It's all like back then. Castor, with a trance-like expression, as if gazing at a holy painting, looked at Saber's increasingly miserable battle. Even when you're in a dangerous situation, oppressed by enemies, you never feared, never succumbed, and your gaze never doubted your own victory. You're truly the same. That noble vigor, that worthy soul, is undoubtedly evidence of the holy maiden Joan of Arc. It's so obvious. Full of nonsense as always, but Saber subdued the rage filling her heart and focused on killing the various weaklings before her. Only encouraging her enemy if she rebuked him word for word. Why? Why haven't you awakened to the truth? Do you still believe in God's protection? Do you think miracles would arrive to save you in such a desperate situation? How pitiful. Have you forgotten the Battle of Campine? Forgotten God's trap that pushed you from the zenith of glory to infernal destruction? Do you still consent to being God's puppet even after so much humiliation? She really wanted to shut that mouth spewing nonsense. She really wanted him to know what judgment would be given for the sin he committed, stealing the lives of children due to his vain and dull hopes. But even as she thought this, her sword couldn't touch him. Saber was stopped by the wall of demonic monsters that overwhelmed her 10-fold, 20-fold. The distance between her and Castor was too great. Saber leaped into a small opening, but a tentacle behind her coiled toward her head. Although she reflexively reached out to grab it before it enveloped her, her left hand, with its thumb completely out of control, slid helplessly across the tentacle's skin. You. And as soon as Saber stopped, her entire field of vision was completely covered by the wall of tentacles. She could only use a mana burst to destroy them. But there were so many. In the blink of an eye, a red-golden lightning bolt flashed and pushed back that alien horde. Before Saber, who was panting after her bondage, was lifted, a tall figure clad in teal-blue armor entered her vision. How unsightly, Saber. If your swordsmanship can't be more inspiring, the title of King of Knights would cry for help. This handsome man, whose beauty was almost a sin, gave a dazzling glance at Saber, who stood to the side. Only because of her magic-resistant skill could she withstand that captivating gaze. Unlike the blazing shine of his twin spears, d'Armwood Ua Dubney's smile seemed incomparably sweet and refreshing. Lancer, why? But Castor's surprise was far greater than Saber's. Who are you? Who gave you permission to dare disturb me? That's what I was going to say, heretic demon. Lancer coldly glared at the provoked Castor and pointed the tip of the short spear in his left hand at him. It's because you're so insolent. Saber's head is destined to be the metal hanging beneath my spear. Your act of stealing my fruit of victory is a bold and despicable thing to do on the battlefield. Nonsense. Rubbish. Castor scratched his head, widened his eyes, and made strange sounds with his throat. My prayers. My holy grail. Everyone should let that woman awaken again. She's mine, every piece of flesh, every drop of blood, and even that soul are all mine. But Lancer wasn't the least bit impressed by Castor. He shrugged his shoulders and gave a deep sigh. Are you listening? I'm the one who wounded Saber's left hand. Only I have the right to exploit her disadvantage alone. Slowly, Lancer raised the tips of his twin spears beside his body and assumed his unique dual spear stance. Standing in front of Saber, it was as if he were protecting the King of Knights from behind. Hey, Caster, I'm not meddling in your love affair. If you're ready to make Saber succumb to you and take her away, feel free to do so. Just this. A burning yet desolate resolve filled the handsome soldier's eyes as he proclaimed. Don't even think of leaving D'Armwood out. I'll never allow you to defeat Saber alone. If you don't retreat, from now on, my spears will function as Saber's left hand. Lancer, you. Don't misunderstand me, Saber. Lancer's piercing gaze stopped Saber from continuing. My master's commands to me today are only about defeating Caster. There are no orders regarding you. Because of that, I deduced that the best thing to do would be to fight together. What do you think? Lancer's words weren't exactly an explanation of why he arrived to help in Saber's crisis. This Lancer didn't need to do that. He could have chosen the moment when Caster was completely absorbed in dealing with Saber and turned to Caster's back to launch a surprise attack. Saber didn't question why. She merely nodded to Lancer, who had a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, and stood to his right. Saber no longer paid attention to her left side but gripped her sword and looked to the right. At this moment, she had the most reliable left arm. I'll make this clear. Lancer, just my left hand would be capable of defeating 100 of these small fries. That'd be easy. You can be left-handed today. The two heroic spirits bantered with each other and leaped toward the gathered demonic monsters. The holy sword and twin demonic spears sliced through the mass of tentacles extending toward them from all directions. Unforgivable, enough of your flaunting, insignificant men. The magic book in Caster's hand pulsed strangely, as if reinforcing his roar, with pages turning on their own continuously. Suddenly, the number of demonic monsters that emerged doubled. The mass of tentacles that seemed to smother the forest advanced toward Saber and Lancer. The second, fiercer, and more tragic act of the battle began. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 32. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. I think I fixed the problem. Let me know if my page is visible there. By the way, my girlfriend started posting a romance story between Naruto and Hinata. She's using my profile, if anyone wants to take a look. I just don't know if it's any good lol. Chapter 20, Heretic. What is all this discomfort? It was the first time Irisveil felt uneasy since setting foot in Fuyuki. She realized once again the importance of Saber, who had constantly remained by her side. The calm confidence and tolerance emanating from her agile frame gave Irisveil a great sense of security. It wasn't that Hizomiya, Saber's replacement to accompany her, was unreliable as a bodyguard. Kuritsugu also held Mia's skills in high regard, and Irisveil didn't doubt her. So, what's the reason for this strange anxiety? Irisveil questioned in her heart why she was so anxious and uncomfortable. Leaving the castle due to a strategic retreat, there was absolutely no dialogue between the two walking through the forest of the bounded field. It was true that Mia didn't seem like the type who enjoyed casual conversation, but her complete silence felt too heavy for Irisveil. Would Mia respond if I spoke to her first? Trying once probably wouldn't hurt, Currently, the two were in a safe zone, isolated from the battle and not in a precarious situation where silence needed to be maintained. If that was the case, then she would muster the courage to speak, but not knowing what to say, Irisveil restrained herself once more. The things she wanted to ask were piled as high as mountains. Knowing Kuritsugu. The memories of the time I spent with him. Kuritsugu's integrity in Mia's eyes, no matter the question, I want to know the answer, But Irisveil hesitated to ask any of them what she truly wanted to know. So, she kept her questions in her heart and sealed her lips. Hizomiya knew the Kuritsugu that she didn't know. If the answer from Mia's mouth had enough force to destroy the image of her husband in Irisveil's heart, no, such a thing is impossible. There's no evidence to deny him like that, For Irisveil, the short span of 9 years since their first meeting was all of Kuritsugu. The silence continued as her mind churned in frustration. Although the atmosphere was clearly awkward, Mia continued moving while completely ignoring it. Clearly, I'm not suited to deal with this woman. As she lowered her head and sighed deeply in a silent murmur, a warning flashed in Irisveil's mind as her magic circuits vibrated in pure alert. With a face full of surprise, Mia looked at Irisveil, whose entire body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong, my lady? Another new intruder. A little ahead of our position. We'll encounter them if we keep moving forward. The situation was to be expected. Mia nodded calmly. Though now there were 3 intruders. Then let's take a detour slowly. It'll be very safe if we head north from here. Irisveal, focusing her efforts on observing the intruder with clairvoyance magic, didn't respond immediately. Dressed in black robes, the tall figure was intimidating. His short hair and serious demeanor matched exactly the photographs found in the resources Kuritsugu had collected. It's Cu Chulainn. Compared to her statement, Irisveal was more surprised by the change in Mia's expression upon hearing her report. Always icy and expressionless, she was a woman whose emotions were impossible to detect. Irisveal had previously thought that Mia's heart must truly be cold and cruel at its core. This was the first time Irisveal saw Mia's expression. It was laced with anxiety and fury. What she saw was entirely different from fear, but a sense of apprehension. Her fear probably wasn't of Cu Chulainn himself, but of the fact that Cu Chulainn appeared in such a situation. Upon realizing this, Irisveal understood. Though the process was abrupt, Irisveal finally grasped his own Mia's mind. Miss Mia, the orders you received from Kuritsugu are to ensure my safety, correct? Correct, but what? You're thinking, this is the one man I cannot allow to interfere with Kuritsugu, right? Smiling mischievously, Irisveal pointed out her thoughts. Mia was momentarily speechless. My lady, you. By the way, I share exactly the same opinion as you. Cu Chulainn. The man who is likely the greatest threat to Kuritsugu. Mia's reaction to merely hearing his name made this evident. Even as a homunculus, Irisveal fell in love, fulfilled that feeling, and even became a mother. Thus, she gained the 6th sense that humans have but homunculi can never understand, namely, a woman's intuition. Let's both stop Cu Chulainn here. Is that all right, Miss Mia? After a brief moment of hesitation, Mia nodded with a strange expression on her face. My deepest apologies. But please, prepare yourself, my lady. No problem. Don't worry about me. You carry out your task. Not the orders Kuritsugu gave, but act according to what you find necessary. Yes. Thinking about it. Perhaps Irisveal had already suspected. That was why she was afraid to confirm. Now, Irisveal understood. The reason she had been avoiding Mia, it wasn't because she feared her, but because she feared knowing her heart. She was afraid of the truth that she wasn't the only woman who cared for a Mia Kuritsugu. Irisveal couldn't help but laugh at the exhilaration that came with the approaching mortal combat. Pulling out her calico submachine gun, Mia cast her a surprised glance. What's wrong? The human heart is truly an incredible thing. Staking her life for Kuritsugu. The fact that there was another woman with such determination besides herself made her understand the truth. Clearly, the answer should have been shocking to Irisveal. Yet now, that truth made her feel infinitely at ease. Elsewhere in the Ainsburn forest, Cu Chulainn assessed the situation. For Cu Chulainn, it wasn't difficult to evaluate Irisveal's team and their plan of action. All the other masters were targeting Castor, while Castor had his eyes on Saber. Therefore, there was no need for specific movements. The best strategy was to make complete preparations to face an attack at the base and wait for the adversaries to arrive. Thus, there was no need to search. The Ainsburn forest in the wilderness of Fuyuki, it shouldn't be abandoned at this moment. A Mia Kuritsugu should still be there. Of course, Cu Chulainn never planned to enter the battle alone. There was a high chance that the eastern side of the forest would become a major battlefield. It made sense that his enemies from Fuyuki would attack from that direction. Thus, Cu Chulainn remained on the western edges, waiting for the battle to begin. He also bet on the possibility that, if the battle indeed started on the eastern side as he predicted, he could launch a surprise attack on the castle from the opposite direction. He deployed Assassin into the forest as scouts in spirit form. With the presence concealment skill, Assassin could enter the bounded field undetected. Though they couldn't get close to the castle, they could still observe the battle around the forest's outer edge. And, as expected, the battle between Castor and Saber began on the eastern side of the forest. Moreover, to Cu Chulainn's luck, Ainsburn only engaged with the servant alone, while the master remained hidden behind closed gates. Assassin's report was an excellent opportunity for Cu Chulainn. If Kuritsugu was hired by Ainsburn to be a hunting dog, then he should be protecting the master who was defenseless and isolated from her servant. Now was an excellent opportunity for Cu Chulainn to force them into a corner. Even though Assassin immediately alerted him to the fact that Lord Elmeloy and the Matu's servant, Berserker, were also advancing toward the castle, Cu Chulainn didn't hesitate. Instead, he felt anxious. If Kuritsugu died at Kenneth's hands, it would be impossible for Cu Chulainn to fulfill his purpose. It would be even more impossible if it was at the hands of Berserker, who was also moving. So Cu Chulainn didn't dwell much on the possibility. A servant like Berserker didn't seem interested in anyone other than servants, as he stopped at the forest's edge to observe Saber and Castor's battle before moving toward the Ainsburn castle. Thus, Cu Chulainn prepared for the worst possible scenario of being forced to face Kenneth and advanced quickly through the forest. He had also prepared to flee from Berserker if the worst of the worst scenarios occurred. Moreover, depending on the situation, there was also the possibility that Einsburn would abandon the castle to escape. Thus, it was obvious that the retreat path would be in the opposite direction of the eastern battlefield where the servants were currently fighting. If that happened, there was a good chance of encountering Kuritsugu. Just to be safe, Kuritsugu began his battle preparations early. As such, he skillfully reacted to the unexpected killing intent. After taking a breath, he crouched and dodged a storm of bullets howling above his head like thunder. Sometimes, even veterans of many battles would lose morale and judgment when surprised by a submachine gun. However, such events were mere exceptions for the executors of the Holy Church. Kuritsugu didn't even break a sweat as he calmly analyzed the situation. There was only one opponent present. Judging by the sound of the shots, it was a submachine gun with a barrel width under 9 mm. Since handgun bullets lacked the ability to penetrate tree trunks, their threat level was significantly lower than that of a sniper rifle in the forest. Inferring the opponent's position from the location of the gunfire, Kuritsugu threw 2 black keys. However, contrary to the expected results, he only heard the sound of blades piercing tree trunks. The killing intent returned to attack him, flanking the surprised Kuritsugu. Once again, the sound of gunfire appeared. This time to his left. Though he dodged at the last second, this salvo was considerably more dangerous than the one before. The conclusion he reached earlier about the enemy consisting of only one person slightly slowed his reaction. The position of the second shot was completely different. It was too fast to move. Though, if there had been 2 gunners from the start, it would have been perfectly possible to eliminate Kuritsugu if coordinated crossfire was used. Amid his confusion, Kuritsugu sensed 4 more presences. He quickly gripped 2 black keys in each hand, 4 in total, and positioned himself as new sensations raced through his mind. Kuritsugu tightly grasped the 4 blades in his hands. An illusion. It wasn't impossible. He was deep within the forest's bounded field. A bounded field includes illusions. Moreover, if a mage capable of controlling illusions was present, it would be entirely possible to cause delusions in the sole target, Kuritsugu. Was the invisible shooter really just one person? Does that mean the one controlling the illusion is the same? Or does it mean there's another person responsible for support, *? Regardless, before discovering a counterattack to the illusion, he could only follow his opponent's rhythm. Kuritsugu drew 4 black keys, throwing them simultaneously in 4 directions. As expected, there was no sign of contact anywhere. Kuritsugu, irritated by the fruitless effort, displayed his frustration. At the same time, a bullet struck directly into his back. The third shot had no scent he could sense. In other words, the first 2 attacks were designed as feints to confuse Kuritsugu. In theory, if an illusory trap could manipulate false signs of killing intent, it should also be possible to conceal the true killing intent behind it. With no time to howl in pain, the tall, robed figure fell face first, his feet entangled. There was no twitching or groans of pain. Did it pierce the spine and kill him instantly? Mia, deducing as much, rose from her sniper position while pointing the calico at the fallen Kuritsugu and approached him cautiously. Miss Mia, no. Irisveal, sensing a trap, shouted a warning. But it was too late. Kuritsugu, maintaining his position, didn't rise. Instead, he threw a hidden black key with a single arm motion. From a low trajectory, the black key tore through Mia's right calf, robbing her of the opportunity for her next action. Like a spring, Kuritsugu leaped mechanically as he suddenly advanced toward Mia. Fearlessly, Mia pulled the trigger. But Kuritsugu merely shielded his head, he didn't bother dodging. Even the sleeves of the priest's robes were made of thick Kevlar filaments. They were perfectly covered by the church's special protective spells. 9mm pistol ammunition, even at extremely close range, couldn't pierce it. Even so, the 250 foot-pound bullet impacts, firing 10 rounds per second, struck Kuritsugu's body like metal batons. Yet, he was able to completely protect his organs and bones due to his well-trained musculature acting as armor. Realizing Kuritsugu was bulletproof from head to toe, Mia immediately discarded the calico and drew the combat knife near her thigh. Kevlar, while protective against gunfire, was highly vulnerable to a sharp blade's cut. If her gun was useless, she could only survive in close combat. When the storm of bullets stopped, Kuritsugu drew another pair of black keys with his hands. He attacked Mia with a cross-shaped motion. However, Mia wasn't slowed in the slightest by her injured right leg, and she parried the continuous strikes of the black keys with her heavy dagger. Though the edge of the black key was much longer than the dagger, it was still a modified throwing weapon. In close combat, the black key, due to its extreme length, lacked balance. Mia's large dagger, due to its versatile nature, held an overwhelming advantage. Victory is still possible. Mia suddenly advanced in what seemed a half-suicidal move. The black key should have great difficulty defending against such an attack, and even if she was struck in retaliation, the chances of being severely injured were low. With the black key in his right hand, Kirai blocked Mia's dagger hand to hand. Perhaps Kodomine Kirai was relying on the Black Key's blade length for a counterattack. The shadow of the crossed blade advanced, its edge poised to strike. Mia, anticipating the attack, easily avoided the counterattack. Simply moving her head slightly, the Black Key's tip missed as she invaded her opponent's embrace. However, just when Mia believed victory was near, her gaze was drawn to Kirai's unusual movements. The point of a cross counter is the crossed hands. The right hand, where Kirai should have held the Black Key, was empty. As he advanced, he had abandoned his weapon. In other words, Kirai's right hand never intended to use the Black Key to pierce Mia in the first place. Like a pincer, veined fingers seized Mia's right hand. Like a snake, the tall black cloak twisted its body skillfully and dove under Mia's right arm. In the next instant, as if supporting someone injured, Kirai hoisted Mia's right arm over his shoulder. The exorcist wielding Black Keys, she had let herself be deceived by her preconceived first impression. In mortal desperation, the defenseless Mia finally understood. This move was Chinese Kung Fu, Baji Quan. At the same time, Kirai's side pressed close to Mia's waist. Using his left elbow to strike a blow at Mia's heart, simultaneously, a brilliant strike from his left foot hit Mia's supporting leg. An incredible conclusion of 6 grand openings, elbow thrust. When he seized the hand holding the dagger, all actions were completed in an instant. A combo worthy of Baji Quan's soul, blending attack and defense. Mia couldn't even move as she fell heavily to the ground. Due to the extreme level of impact, the paralyzed Mia thought she had dislocated her arms and legs. Unconsciously, she could only feel the sharp pain in her chest after being struck by the elbow. She had probably broken 2 or 3 ribs. Even though a single attack was enough to incapacitate Mia, Kirai wasn't satisfied. Now that he knew Kuritsugu's location, Kirai had no need to show her any mercy. As he clenched his fist, ready to deliver the killing blow, at that moment, he saw something that made him doubt his eyes. The embarrassed Mia was also surprised. It had been agreed that before fighting Kirai, Iris Veil would only support her from a hidden location. But she, Iris Veil, who, aside from magic, should have no other means of self-defense, floated gently from the bushes and stood before Kirai. My lady, no. Now, Mia cast aside all her fears and embarrassments. For her, compared to her own danger, the more serious issue was the threat now posed to Iris Veil. If Kuritsugu lost his wife now, as someone who swore to protect her, there could be no more desperate danger. For Kirai, this situation was hard to comprehend. He knew that Iris Veil and her family weren't suited for combat magic due to their specialization in alchemy. During the 3 previous Heaven's Fields, they were helplessly defeated in the early rounds. Perhaps this was also why these northern mages were nearly useless in real combat. Judging by the fact that they hired the mercenary Kuritsugu, they must have reflected on the matter. Thus, in a situation where the female protector was lying on the ground, wasn't it the most unlikely scenario for the Einsburn family's master to appear alone before Kirai? Kirai was quite certain that the silver-haired maiden before him was Saber's master. If she died, the Einsburn camp would undoubtedly be defeated. This woman should be the key piece that must escape at all costs. Woman, you may be surprised, but my motive for coming here isn't to defeat you. Facing an enemy master, the statement was tantamount to abandoning the battle. Even if it was unlikely that his opponent would believe him, at least Kirai tried to negotiate. This new development was far from what he expected. Meeting Kuritsugu on the battlefield was his true goal. Compared to that objective, the Heaven's Feel situation could only take second place. Of course, he didn't expect his opponents to believe his words. I understand, Kirai Kodomine. Because he didn't anticipate the opposition's belief. The silver-haired maiden's response only left Kirai more confused. I know why you're here. Though that's non-negotiable. You cannot reach Kuritsugu. We will stop you. Here. For Iris Veil, it was good that the exorcist seemed confused. The opponent clearly underestimated her, and his carelessness was her chance for victory. Perhaps he knew the specialty behind Einsburn magic and assumed she wasn't a combat mage. But not everything goes as people usually plan. At that moment, a clap echoed through the forest. That's a fine speech. Along with a melancholic voice, calm and firm footsteps sounded. Iris Veil recognized the voice of the servant she had heard last night at the docks. But the next words spoken by the servant emerging from the shadows froze Iris Veil's body and soul. IRI. Iris Veil trembled. No one but Kuritsugu called her by that affectionate nickname. No, the servant's voice didn't convey affection but something far darker, more terrifying. Kirai went on high alert. The one enemy he wanted to avoid conflict with here at the Einsburn castle had now appeared. My lady. Run. Quickly. Mia, suppressing her pain, shouted from the ground for Iris Veil to flee. From the dark shadows of the trees, the black-clad servant emerged. His black robe swayed in the wind, and the moonlight from the sky illuminated him with a sacred, divine light. Suppressing the fear in her body, Iris Veil spoke with a heavy tone. Berserker. Times. The battlefield of the heroic spirits had already transformed into a swamp filled with filthy mud. Hordes upon hordes of alien demonic monsters appeared endlessly, no matter how many were slaughtered, piled into mountains of corpses, their pulverized entrails and bodily fluids mixed, kicked, and stirred by 2 pairs of feet, forming a chaos even more terrifying than hell itself. More rancid than the stench of rot, the smell of the demonic monster's internal organs was thick as fog and filled the air, like a lethal poisonous gas. Living humans would likely die from lung corrosion just by inhaling. By now, the number of enemies felled by Saber and Lancer had already surpassed 500. No progress after so long is a surprise beyond astonishment. Though Lancer still showed no signs of fatigue, his murmurs were filled with bitterness. The course of the battle couldn't be determined. Despite facing the power of 2 knight-class servants, the number of alien demons still didn't decrease, being summoned repeatedly to fill the gaps in the surrounding horde. It's that grimoire, Lancer. As long as his noble phantasm is here, this situation won't change. I see, so that's it. Lancer let out a depressed sigh after hearing Saber's murmured words. But if we want to take the book from that weakling's hands, we have to break through this wall of minions, no matter what. The demonic monsters clustered and approached them slowly while mockingly waving their tentacles. Perhaps these alien creatures felt no fear of death or pain. As if they believed happiness came only from slaughter, they relentlessly attacked the 2 servants. Even now, facing Saber and Lancer, Castor continued his war of attrition. If this was his strategy, it would obviously promise him victory. The amount of magical energy exerted by Castor and his noble phantasm might very well be infinite. Lancer, in this desperate moment, do you want to make a bet? Though it irks me to seem like I've survived this long, playing with his minions like this won't do anything. Fine. I'm in, Saber. After Lancer's prompt agreement, Saber gazed at the repulsive wall of flesh stretching toward Castor, carefully calculating its thickness and density. This was her greatest secret skill, her intuition told her this idea was correct and worth betting everything on. I'll open the path. There's only one chance. Lancer, can you run with the wind? HM. Hee, so that's it. Easily done. Despite Saber's cryptic words, Lancer nodded with a smile. Though it was only once, they were enemies who fought with their lives on the line. Both had etched into their memories all the secret techniques the other used. Even without explanation, Lancer managed to understand the abilities and intentions of the servant Saber. What are you muttering about? Your last prayers, perhaps. Castor mocked the 2 servants with calm and composed elegance. At this moment, it wasn't he who was fighting Saber and Lancer, but his noble phantasm, Prelati's spellbook. Castor was like an audience watching the battle from outside the ring. For him, insulting his opponents with elegance and composure and provoking them was enough to be considered an attack. Feel the terror. Feel the despair. There's a limit to the difference in numbers that brute strength can overcome. Ha, it's humiliating, isn't it? To be crushed and smothered by these ignoble, nameless evils. For heroes, there's nothing more humiliating than this. Even flooded by her opponent's gleeful scorn, Saber, emotionless and unshaken, merely wielded the sword in her right hand with a calm and resolute expression. Those unwavering eyes were only looking at the victory that must be obtained. That beautiful face, now contort in agony for me, Jean. The horde of demonic monsters roared together. They advanced toward the center of the ring to kill while emitting strange, indistinguishable sounds of joy or hatred. Now would be the time to decide the winner. With a loud voice, the King of Knights commanded the noble holy sword. Strike air. In the midst of the swirling air, the resplendent golden shine gleamed. The sheath of high-pressure air protecting the holy sword was released from the bondage of the invisible barrier, roaring like the roar of a wild dragon. The secret sword technique that guaranteed death. It was a different way of using the noble phantasm, invisible air. Last night, in the battle against Lancer, she released this extreme air pressure to accelerate rapidly. If launched against the enemy, it would become a tempest, a crushing hammer that would destroy entire armies. Recklessly gathered, the demonic beasts suffered the blow with even greater force. The ultra-high-pressure storm, compressed like a solid force, crushed the demonic monsters into tiny pieces, mixing minced flesh with gravel and broken wood. It was as if a giant invisible hand swept across the entire land and opened a straight, deadly path. In the instant they were destroyed by the air pressure, a perfect gap appeared in the ranks of the demonic monsters. The destructive power of strike air was countered by the many layers of demonic monsters, reduced to a strong gust of wind that only blew at the edges of Castor's cloak when it reached him. The penetrated gap would serve as a path. However, against the density of the summoned demonic monsters, it could only count as a temporary opening that could be sealed immediately. What? Even so, Castor still let out a sound of shock. It wasn't just the gust of wind that penetrated the ranks. When objects move at extreme speed through the atmosphere, they can destroy the air in front of them, leaving a vacuum behind. Naturally, this vacuum would attract the surrounding air and become a wave following the passing object. There are auto-racing techniques that allow cars to follow closely behind the lead car, using the slipstream to accelerate faster. The air pressure resulting from the release of Saber's invisible air triggered a similar phenomenon. It created a vacuum behind the passing gale while simultaneously destroying the army of demonic monsters and preparing an air entry point. Then, the one who leaped into this converging wave without hesitation was the one waiting for this attack, Lancer. Come, prepare yourself. It was an ultimate skill that required not only superhuman physique but also complete synchronization with his partner. Yet, Lancer achieved this miraculous combination by observing his enemy Saber using the secret wind sword just once. With a leap, Lancer passed through the passage swirling with gusts of blood and flesh, like a swallow tucking its feathered wings to the side while chasing the wind. When his feet touched the ground again, he was just 10 steps from Castor, with no obstructive barrier between them. I've got you, Castor. Oh. The demonic monsters that turned due to their master's crisis stretched their tentacles together at Lancer's back. But Lancer didn't turn back. He swung the short spear in his left hand behind him like a windmill to cut down the pursuing attacks, while turning half his body and approaching Castor with the long spear in his right hand extended. He was close to the killing blow. The strike of the long spear resulted only in the tip lightly cutting the surface and didn't cause a serious tear. Guy dirge. His growl was followed by a red stab. The spear's tip didn't touch Castor's fragile body, but the cover of the grimoire in his hand. That was the red spear tip that once penetrated Saber's invisible air and nullified her magical armor. It was a fatal noble phantasm killer, capable of severing all bonds of magical energy. For Castor, who relied entirely on the grimoire's great power to summon demonic monsters to manipulate, it was a decisive blow equivalent to checkmate. Boom. A sound like waves crashing against rocks by the seaside echoed through the forest. The countless alien demonic monsters on the ground liquefied in the blink of an eye. The demonic monsters, originally created from the flesh and blood of sacrifices, transformed back into blood and dispersed. They lost the power to materialize the moment the magical energy supply from Prelati's spellbook was cut off. In the hands of the rapidly retreating Castor, the grimoire immediately activated its ability as a prana furnace and quickly regenerated the damaged cover. The magical energy was only cut off during the brief moment Guy Dirge's blade made contact with the grimoire. The spear had no power to damage the noble phantasm itself. However, once cancelled, the magecraft couldn't be recovered. Even if he wanted to repeat the summoning spell, Saber's holy sword and Lancer's twin spears wouldn't give him time. You bastard, 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 bastardo. Facing such a desperate situation, Castor's expression twisted until his eyes rolled back, and he raged while foaming at the mouth. Lancer indifferently gave the smile of a rogue he was born with. How was that? Now that Saber has withdrawn her left hand, this is something that can be done just by lifting the pinky finger. But Saber wasn't in the mood to jest like Lancer. Until the moment victory was decided, the only thing echoing in her mind were the final screams and tears of the children as they were torn apart and cruelly massacred. You'd better prepare yourself, heretic. The King of Knights murmured with a low growl of rage while raising the golden holy sword with her right hand. The sword's tip was pointed directly at Castor. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 32. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. I think I fixed the problem. Let me know if my page is visible there. By the way, my girlfriend started posting a romance story between Naruto and Hinata. She's using my profile, if anyone wants to take a look. I just don't know if it's any good lol. Chapter 21, Devil. Irisveil pulled out the secret weapon hidden in her wide sleeves. At first glance, it wasn't magical, but rather an unreliable item. A soft, thin metallic bouquet of wires hung lightly between her fingers. I'm not here to fight. When Irisveil pulled out the metallic bouquet, the servant, Berserker, said. Normally, she would lower her guard and listen to what the servant Berserker had to say. But the memories of the previous night, and how that Berserker fought without releasing magical energy into the air within the barrier, made Irisveil keep her guard up in front of the servant of madness. What do you want here, Berserker? Why aren't you after Castor? I have no interest in Castor. I'm here for something else. What thing? Berserker looked at her with his abyssal black eyes. Irisveil felt her body trembling as her magic circuits activated. But the intruder warning came precisely from the servant in front of her. You, Iri. What? Irisveil was surprised. Apparently, Berserker was there for her. Irisveil didn't know what Berserker wanted with her, nor did she understand his motives. Berserker's words seemed wrong, and the nickname Kuritsugu used for her made her have misguided ideas about Berserker. Maybe I phrased that wrong. I'm here to ask you some questions important to me. Irisveil sighed in relief. Berserker seemed to just want to talk to her. But she still didn't lower her guard. What do you want to ask? While I was at home, I sensed something that caught my attention. It must have been at the same moment Castor invaded the forest. Berserker spoke calmly, as if summarizing a story. But what Berserker said surprised Irisveil and Mia, who was suppressing groans of pain on the ground. Berserker seemed to have sensed the bounded field surrounding the forest. That's what crossed both women's minds. How could the servant Berserker have sensed the Ainsburn forest's bounded field from over 30 kilometers outside Fuyuki City? Even a servant like Saber could only sense another servant at about 200 meters away. Also, sensing a bounded field outside another bounded field wouldn't be so easy for Saber, not with all the defenses of a bounded field like the Ainsburn forests. But Berserker somehow managed what even Saber couldn't in her best state, sensing other servants dozens of kilometers away. That's what the three of them, Irisveil, Mia, and Father Kodomine Kirai, thought. But Berserker's next words shattered the image they had built in their minds. Arriving here, I felt again what had caught my attention, and right after entering the forest, I felt it once more. Now they didn't understand anything Berserker was saying. If Berserker could sense the bounded field or the servants from so far away, what was the meaning of him feeling it again when he reached the edge of the Ainsburn forest? What was Berserker really saying? Until you, Irisveil, looked at me, and I could perfectly detect what I was feeling. What are you talking about, Berserker? I don't understand what you're implying. Berserker took a step forward, his eyes fixed solely on Irisveil, not glancing at Mia on the ground or Kirai nearby, observing the strange conversation unfold. But Kirai had other urgent plans. So, Berserker, may I leave? Kirai asked suddenly, calmly, and without showing emotion on his face. Kirai seemed calm. But in truth, Kirai was in a hurry to reach Kuritsugu before Lord Elmeloy killed him in the castle. Although Kirai was curious about what Berserker wanted with Irisveil, he knew his time was limited. Berserker looked at Kirai. A strange red glow shone in the deep, abyssal black eyes of Berserker. Seeing a glow in the servant's eyes for the first time sent chills down Irisveil's spine. Was something wrong with Berserker? Irisveil shuddered at her thoughts. Yes. You may go. My business is only with her. Thank you. Kirai thanked him and, as he took a step forward to head to the Ainsburn castle after Kuritsugu, Irisveil shouted. No. Irisveil poured magical energy into the metallic wires of the bouquet. The thin wires unraveled and moved between Irisveil's hands like a living organism. The Ainsburn family possessed magecraft designed to forge, create, and, most importantly, use matter. Thus, Kuritsugu couldn't have taught Irisveil any offensive magic. Originally, if someone used only magical skill, Irisveil was far superior to her husband. Thus, Kuritsugu couldn't have taught her magic in any way. What he taught her wasn't how the homunculus lived. Instead, it was to use tears, laughter, joy, and anger to sing about life, the meaning of the term living. Moreover, Kuritsugu also taught her the determination to keep living. Thus, Irisveil already had a method to transform her magic into offensive purposes, like a state of battle. It was something she learned from her husband, who always lived for battle. If she wanted to live with him, one day she would have to face the test of survival. Thus, she would also need to face battle. Shape ist Leben. Through two small chants, weaving the magic at once. Controlling metallic forms was Irisveil's true skill. This secret was unparalleled. The silver wire crisscrossed while drawing complex shapes. It crisscrossed, combined, like a woven work of art, as it took on a solid and complex form. Possessing wings, fierce beaks, and sharp claws. Using a giant eagle as a base, it looked like an intricate silver work of art. No, it wasn't a mere structure. With the sound of a metallic blade scraping, the eagle made of silver wires screeched and flew from Irisveil's hands. It was created by a homunculus using alchemy on the spot. It was a weapon Irisveil brought to life, whose fate was at stake. The target was obvious, Kodomine Kirai, who was caught off guard by the bullet-like flight of the eagle made of metallic wires. But before the eagle reached Kirai, it dismantled as a hand casually grabbed it. The silver metallic wires unraveled at the touch of the hand, turning into mere twisted and broken scraps. Normally, the eagle would turn into a shapeless silver wire and wrap around the hand that grabbed it like vines. But instead, the eagle broke apart and shattered into hundreds of pieces in the hand. We're not done here, Iri. The hand that had grabbed the metallic eagle was Berserker's. The eagle of metal wires couldn't withstand the red energy in Berserker's hand and broke like a landslide on a fragile mountain. That man can't reach Kuritsugu, Berserker. I don't care. My only goal is to ask you some questions. Nothing more, nothing less. Berserker ignored Irisveil's pleading cries and coldly stated his goal. Then, with no more obstacles, I'm going. Once again, thank you, Berserker. Kirai thanked him and left. After exiting the small battlefield, he ran at full speed without looking back. He would reach Kuritsugu Emiya, no matter the cost. Why? Irisveal fell to her knees, powerless. She didn't chase Kirai, she didn't even try with the servant Berserker in front of her, preventing her from running after Kirai. Alright, now that we're alone, tell me. What are the vibrations I felt from you? What caused these abnormal vibrations? Vibrations. Yes, exactly. When Castor invaded the forest. When Lancer also invaded the forest. And, when I and Kirai also invaded the forest. What were the vibrations I felt, Iri? Berserker stood before Irisveal. Looking down at her, kneeling before him, as if he were a cruel god staring at an ant. At that moment, Irisveal saw. The demon. Times. Anger, like acid, was corroding Kenneth drop by drop. He is a first-rate mage. He would never lose his composure due to emotions, especially in a situation where he's fighting for his life. In fact, if this were a secret duel between fellow first-rate mages, Kenneth wouldn't be harboring things like anger. He would probably admire and acknowledge the opponent's skill, calmly analyzing their true worth, and focus on performing his magic that would serve as a proper response to the enemy's art. These noble, extravagant, and chivalrous games are what Kenneth knew as battles. With the right to use the Holy Grail at stake, he intended to compete with Tosaka Tokiomi, Matuzokan, and 4 other unknown but notable opponents, and came to this desolate place in the Far East. However, the pain of the wound in his right shoulder throbbed and invaded his senses as if mocking Kenneth, continuing the pain as if humiliating him. This is not a wound suffered in battle. These things must never be called battles. It was as if he had stepped on a piece of rotten wood. As if he had spilled a steaming pot. As if his best suit had been stained with mud. The opponent is as insignificant as an ant, not worthy of being called an enemy. A piece of trash that just looking at makes him feel dirty and unpleasant. Feeling anger over something like this and risking his pride as Lord Elmeloy would be unthinkable for Kenneth. These things are just daily annoyances. Something akin to being bitten by a stray dog. It was just bad luck. Dismiss it as simple misfortune. Even while trying to convince himself of this, he screamed with the pain of the wound in his shoulder. The intense pain, as if he were being slowly burned, tormented him and eroded his pride. Kenneth's icy face was as expressionless as a mask, without cursing aloud or clenching his teeth. To an observer, this definitely isn't the expression of someone angry. Indeed. He didn't hate anyone. All his anger was directed inward. It was only provoked by a situation that surprised him, something impossible, irrational. Impossible. The anger with nowhere to go became destructive impulses that spread through volumen hydrargyrum. Kenneth broke the corridor walls around him with his mercury blade whips. That scum made me bleed, impossible. This shouldn't have happened. With his sleepwalker-like stride, Kenneth pursued Emiya Kuritsugu, who had fled. The shapeless lump of mercury, taking the place of its master's heart, followed him, filled with murderous intent. The door blocking his path wasn't open but destroyed by the weight of the mercury. Be it flower vases, paintings, or elegant furniture. All decorations that fell into his sight were broken and destroyed. There were many traps along the way. Tripwires for Kenneth's unsuspecting feet, or a fuse in the carpet that, when stepped on, would detonate a preset grenade or mine, launching shrapnel. In those moments, the protective mercury membrane would immediately expand and advance to block it. These traps were like toys made to fool children, so ridiculous that Kenneth felt like laughing. But the sound of his laughter simultaneously mocked Kenneth, who felt hurt by those pranks that seemed like toys made to fool children. The self-mockery cut his pride like a razor. This humiliation further inflamed the anger in his heart. The admirable mystic code of Lord Elmeloy is not something made for this kind of foolish tricks. His mercury should be a weapon that fires Ganner shots, deflects magic swords, and breaks through supernatural fire, ice, and lightning. It should be an art that makes any mage who hates him marvel, revere, and meet their death. So, what was his current unpleasant situation? The opponent he unleashed his proud mystic code to pursue is nothing more than an anonymous rat. Every second that passed made him feel humiliated. The wound in his shoulder hurt more and more. An endless hysterical downward spiral, yet one that was already in sight of its conclusion. No matter how large the castle, escape possibilities become limited if someone runs upward. The rat was finally chased to the end of the third-floor corridors. The flow of mercury that Kenneth had sent earlier to find the enemy located him precisely this time. It seems the target decided to stand firm where he was. He must have decided to make the final confrontation with Kenneth in that location. Confrontation. When that word floated in Kenneth's mind, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems the enemy still hadn't given up. So be it. He had injured Kenneth once, so there should still be a chance of victory if the same luck decided to favor him again. He must have made that final decision with all the spirit of a desperate rat trying to bite the cat. Fool. Kenneth's tight mouth twisted with his mocking smile as he muttered. It wasn't because of his exceptional skills or strategies that the rat managed to touch Kenneth. It was just an irrational coincidence. It's necessary to make sure he knows the difference. It's not a confrontation. This is execution. This is a massacre. Kenneth, with his body full of cruel murderous intent, turned the last corner with his mystic code and reached the end of the corridor. It basically fit the scenario expected by Amiya Kuritsugu. The third confrontation with Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald. The distance was only 30 meters. The corridor's width was just over 6 meters. No places to hide. No place to retreat. Kenneth's volumen hydrargyrum has potentially lethal speed and power within a radius of 7.5 meters. The initiative remains with Kuritsugu until Kenneth manages to get within range. In his left hand, 59mm bullets in a new helical magazine, the calico waited for the moment to open fire. And his mystic code, the contender costume, in his right hand. The magecraft bullet was already loaded in the single-shot chamber. Kuritsugu showed no fear nor begged for mercy. He just stood silently holding two weapons. This made Kenneth even more displeased and distorted his expression as he uttered taunts. You wouldn't think the previous method would still work, right? Despicable thing. It won't work. It would be a problem for Kuritsugu if it did, however, he doesn't need to tell that to the other person. He needed Kenneth to think Kuritsugu was foolish enough to repeat the exact same attack. I won't just kill you. I'll only heal your lungs and heart to make them revive, then I'll deal with you slowly, starting with your toes. Kenneth said sinisterly as he slowly walked toward Kuritsugu, step by step. The volumen hydrargyrum swirled beside him, flexing its countless whips in a menacing manner while swinging its sharp tips. Die of regret, of pain, of despair. And curse as you die. Curse the cowardice of your employer, the Einsburn master who humiliated the Holy Grail War. Right. Kuritsugu laughed in his heart while considering Kenneth's execution proclamation as nothing more than a breeze beside his ear. It seems the masterful substitution plan he proposed worked in the end. 15 meters. If he was going to do something, it would be now. Toward Kenneth, who was approaching, Kuritsugu first used the calico in his left hand, firing a rain of 9mm bullets in fully automatic mode. It was a completely identical repetition of that sneak attack in the first-floor corridor, an immobilizing attack made to trigger the automatic defense of volumen hydrargyrum. To prevent it from receiving the next attack from the contender, this is a feint to weaken the Mercury's defensive membrane. Of course, Lord Elmalloy wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Fever, me sanguis. The Mercury's defensive form was activated immediately, but this time it wasn't a membrane. Volumen hydrargyrum leaped in front of its master and formed countless spikes from floor to ceiling. It was as if a dense bamboo forest covered Kenneth's entire body and, at the same time, completely blocked all the bullets flying nearby. There's no need to use a membrane as a defense if he's not facing an attack like flames or mist. Things like bullets become harmless as long as they can't move in a straight line. Thus, using only columns for defense would be sufficient. Of course, the magical energy needed to expand the Mercury into a mountain of swords is not even comparable to that used to form a membrane. Each spike, coiled as thin as a steel wire, needed to be equipped with all the strength and malleability to deflect the bullets. This time's automatic defense was completed using all the magical energy Kenneth had in his possession. The inherited magic crests of the Archibald family on his shoulders circulated to their maximum limit, creating extraordinary pain for the practitioner. It can be said that this time's defense was the true impregnable fortress. The bullets, blocked by the silver mountain of swords, ricocheted back and forth in the spaces between the numerous spikes, making shrill metallic noises. Finally, they lost all power and fell to the ground. None of them reached Kenneth's body. Then, the contender in Kuritsugu's right hand roared. This is the single-shot bullet that made Kenneth bear his despicable scar the first time it penetrated volumen hydrargyrum's defenses, something with far more destructive power than the 9mm bullets. However, the degree of defense the Mercury's mountain of swords presented was not even comparable to that of the membrane. All the spikes closed like a Venus flytrap an instant before the deadly shot touched the Mercury spikes and surrounded the bullet. The thick, thin spikes became a single giant column in the blink of an eye, completely isolating the Springfield .30-06 bullet. Volumen hydrargyrum, made to freely interchange forms, showed the wonders it could do. The immaculate skill that controlled the fluidic magic so perfectly should indeed be the epitome of this unparalleled art, fully worthy of the prestigious name of the Archibald house. At the moment he beautifully completed this magic, dedicating all his skills, Lord Elmalloy's fate also came to an end. Bang. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 32. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. Chapter 22, A Cowardly Man. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 33. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. Even a master and a servant, who have formed a contract, must use communication techniques like speech to establish a connection when they are far apart. But if the two are bound by the command seal, then one party would quickly detect a disturbance in the other's scent if the other were in a life-threatening crisis. Thus, Kenneth's dire situation quickly reached Lancer, who was still in the forest. What? Lancer suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Ainsburn castle right after destroying Castor's army of demonic monsters, just as he was prepared to finish off his enemy alongside Saber. For the first time, Lancer realized that his master, whom he thought was observing his battle from behind the front lines, had already entered the enemy's formation and engaged in another battle. Lancer's momentary hesitation was a godsend opening for the desperate Castor. In Castor's hands, having already completed regeneration, Prelati's spellbook pulsed with torrents of prana. Of course, Saber wouldn't stand by and let the mage's spells go unchecked. Futile struggles. Saber wielded her holy sword with her right hand and charged, aiming to defeat the enemy before he could complete his incantation. But Castor wasn't foolish enough to chant incantations in front of a blade. He didn't utter a single syllable of spells, only chaotically unleashed the wave of magical energy produced by the noble phantasm. Although the previous summoning magic had been nullified, the pools of blood staining the ground were still linked to the prana. The uncontrollable magical energy that surged flowed into that blood mesh but ultimately spread without form. Cu. Her vision was blocked before she could get close enough to strike. Even Saber didn't make a rash move and halted her steps. Castor hadn't intended to complete the spell to begin with, but forcibly activated a magic doomed to fail. That was enough in this situation. The blood that didn't form any summoned monster immediately boiled and evaporated due to the saturated magical energy within it, spreading in all directions like a mist. This is a reckless skill that could only be used with the enormous amount of magical energy provided by a noble phantasm. What he aimed for was a blinding mist. Even Castor, brimming with confidence, deduced that it would be impossible to turn the situation around and achieve victory in this state. The mage servant quickly dematerialized while the bloody mist covered Saber and Lancer's vision. Facing two of the three knight classes, he couldn't even utter a word. Swallowing his anger and humiliation, Castor swiftly left the battlefield in spirit form. Fortunately for Castor, Saber lacks the ability to transform into spirit form and pursue him. Lancer, who possesses this ability, couldn't chase him due to his master's crisis. Bastard, what unbelievable cowardice. Saber muttered angrily as she recalled the invisible air from the surrounding atmosphere. The refreshing breeze immediately blew from all directions and dispersed the filth of the blood mist. When the two servants regained their field of vision and invisible air was called back to conceal the holy sword's form once more, even Castor's spiritual aura had vanished, not to mention his physical figure. Lancer, what's wrong? As for the fact that Lancer could have easily pursued his enemy but instead let Castor escape, Saber didn't press him, only questioned him calmly. It was obvious something had happened based on the change in his expression. My lord is in trouble. It seems he left me and attacked your headquarters. Lancer explained hesitantly. Saber also realized what likely happened and displayed a dejected expression. So, everything went according to Kuritsugu's plans. It wasn't what she wanted. Not that she completely rejected deceptive tactics, but the cruel trap Kuritsugu set up is an existence that cannot coexist with the Night King's belief in steadfastly remaining on the battlefield, no matter what. It must be my master's doing. Lancer, you should hurry. Go save your lord. Lancer was initially stunned by Saber's insistence but then bowed his head deeply in gratitude. For Saber, this decision was the same as going against her own lord. Keeping Lancer here so his master could be killed would be the rational choice to win the Holy Grail War. But if we follow that line of thought, then there was no need for Lancer to fight Castor to save Saber from her crisis. He didn't consider himself foolish back then. Therefore, he wouldn't think of Saber, who let him go his way, as a fool now. I'm indebted to you, Night King. It's fine. We swore to have a knightly duel. Let's keep that glory until the end. Lancer nodded briefly and then vanished into spirit form. With that, he galloped toward the castle deep in the forest like a whirlwind. Times. When the previous generation of the Amiya family determined the origin of their son and heir, they named him Kuritsugu due to the strange results. Basically, he possesses the dual attributes of fire and earth. To be more specific, they were composite attributes, severing and binding. That is the form of his soul that he was born with, the true form of his origin. Cutting and binding, it's not exactly the same as being called destruction and rebirth, because Kuritsugu's origin doesn't carry the meaning of recovery. For example, a string that is cut and then reconnected would have an altered thickness at the point where the knot is tied. In other words, the act of severing and binding would cause irreversible corruption in the target. Kuritsugu became particularly aware of his origin when asked to perform practical work. His hands weren't very skillful. If a regular gadget broke, he could fix it. But if it was a delicate machine, suddenly everything would turn out the opposite. The more he wanted to fix it, the worse the damage would be to the machine. In truth, Kuritsugu's craftsmanship isn't extraordinary. If a normal metal wire breaks, the original function can be restored simply by reconnecting it. However, if he fixed a delicate electrical circuit using the same principles, the result would be fatal. It wasn't something that would work as long as everything was connected. If the connections fail, the circuit loses its function. This wasn't something created by Kuritsugu's personality or temperament. From a mage's perspective, it is the true essence of the deep root of his soul. Amiya Kuritsugu utilized his extraordinary origin to its fullest extent when he created his mystic code. The first and second ribs on both sides were cut and removed from his body. The extracted ribs were ground into powder, condensed with a craft to preserve the soul, and sealed into 66 bullets as their core. These bullets actualized Kuritsugu's origin on the target when they hit. If they struck a living creature, there would be no wounds or bleeding, but the area hit would appear to suffer necrosis. The surface might seem to have healed, but the nerves and capillaries wouldn't regenerate properly, and the original function would be lost. Moreover, as a conceptual weapon, this bullet poses an even graver threat to mages in particular. Kuritsugu had already used 37 bullets, but none were wasted. The bullets made using a part of his body had already completely destroyed 37 mages. Now, the 38th origin bullet severed the life force of a new sacrifice. Kenneth likely didn't comprehend what was happening to his body until the end. The moment unbearable pain spread through his body, all his vital organs and nerves had already been turned into a shapeless mess. Before a scream could escape his throat, he was already spewing blood. All the muscles in his body spasmed with uncoordinated movements conducted by a nervous system on the verge of breaking. The slender body dressed in a fancy suit began to perform a ridiculous dance. Using intense pressure to make the densely compacted magical energy, circulating in the magic circuits, suddenly ignore those pathways and flow chaotically, destroying the practitioner's body in the process. The moment Volumen Hydrargyrum blocked the contender's attack, Kenneth suffered more severe damage than being directly hit by a bullet. When Kuritsugu's magic bullet is interfered with by magic, the impact of the origin within the bullet would affect all the way to the practitioner's magic circuits. If we compare a mage's magic circuits to a high-voltage power cable, Kuritsugu's bullet would be a drop of water. What would happen if a conductive liquid connected to a densely packed electrical circuit? The short-circuit current would destroy the circuit itself, resulting in permanent damage. Simply put, causing a short circuit in the magic circuits is the terrifying effect of Kuritsugu's mystic code. To avoid damage from Kuritsugu's magic bullets, one must discard all magic and defend the bullet purely by physical means. In this regard, Kuritsugu's choice to use .30-06 Springfield bullets is malicious. To begin with, there's nothing that can completely block this specialized hunting rifle round. This is a type of bullet that excels in penetration. Unless in an armored vehicle, one couldn't avoid injury. Just one shot. That would be enough. Kuritsugu dared to choose a weapon unsuited for real combat, the Thompson Contender, as his mystic code because it's the weapon that can cause the maximum possible physical damage. Kuritsugu placed his finger on the trigger guard spool when his beloved weapon fulfilled its function and swung the long barrel downward as if shaking off a blood stain. The empty cartridge flew from the open chamber into the empty air with the momentum, falling to the marble floor with a faint trace of sulfur. Kuritsugu felt nothing for this victory. It was exactly like all the previous times, a successful provocation with a calculated conclusion. That's all. The destructive power of Kuritsugu's magic bullet depends on how many magic circuits were activated within the target at the moment the bullet struck, as it would be the practitioner's own magical energy that destroys their body. In this regard, it was absolutely fatal for Kenneth. As he was continuously provoked and used the maximum magical energy he had, he granted Kuritsugu the best result he could hope for. Even the mighty Volumen Hydrargyrum would be destroyed if the practitioner's magical energy was cut off. Kenneth was lying in the sea of mercury that returned to its original form and spread across the floor, his body twitching slightly. The former Lord Elmeloy was now as harmless as a baby. Let alone a mage's power, his body might not even retain the normal functions of a human. Although he would die sooner or later if left alone, Kuritsugu's principle is to deliver a concrete final blow to a fallen enemy. He set the calico to semi-automatic mode and walked toward Kenneth, who already looked like a breathing corpse. He would fire a shot to his head at critical range. Then, one of the 7 groups fighting for the Holy Grail would have withdrawn. But at that moment, Kuritsugu sensed a powerful aura of magical energy approaching him with intimidation and furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, Kuritsugu raised the calico and aimed, firing repeatedly toward Kenneth. But the bullets sparked in the empty air, scattered in all directions, and vanished. It was the twin red and yellow spears that performed movements too fast to be seen. Facing Lancer, who materialized in a stance to protect Kenneth, Kuritsugu was stunned. Stopped by the enemy servant at this moment. This was definitely unexpected. Originally, Kuritsugu thought Saber had intercepted Lancer, based on the fact that Kenneth had entered the castle alone. But if so, how did Lancer get past the Night King? If Saber were defeated, Kuritsugu would have confirmed that the recipient of his magical energy had vanished. However, Kuritsugu's magical energy was definitely still being absorbed by Saber, who still existed somewhere. His servant was healthy, without a doubt. Then, there's only one conclusion: he could only deduce that Saber voluntarily stepped out of Lancer's way. Lancer looked at Kuritsugu, who was mentally wavering, with an icy cold gaze. He shifted both spears to his right hand, freeing his left to pick up Kenneth's body. Kuritsugu didn't rashly attack this seemingly defenseless move. He had just confirmed that bullets are useless against servants. You must understand how easy it would be to pierce you right here, Saber's master. For Lancer, if he hadn't heard what Saber just told him, it would have been very difficult to deduce that this man before him, who didn't look like a mage at all, was actually the Ainsburn master. However, he knew his Lord Kenneth's strength. If he managed to break through Lord Elmeloy's magic, there was no more reason for suspicion. However, no, precisely because of this, Lancer's spear tip didn't point at Kuritsugu. I won't let you kill my master. Nor will I kill Saber's master. Neither I nor she want to end it this way. Is that so? Kuritsugu once again lamented the conflicting personalities between him and his contracted servant. Never forget. The only reason your life was spared now is the nobility of the Night King. Lancer declared this to Kuritsugu, his tone carrying cold sarcasm. Then he picked up Kenneth and leaped out of the castle, using his torso to break the glass window. Kuritsugu wasn't foolish enough to pursue them. As Lancer said, that would be completely suicidal. With Saber not here, there was nothing Kuritsugu could do. No, even if Saber were by his side, would Kuritsugu entrust this to her? Although Lancer, the heroic spirit d'Armuid, is also naive, it was Saber's idiotic chivalry, rivaling Lancer's, that completely exceeded Kuritsugu's comprehension. Her mind probably firmly believed that Lancer wouldn't kill Kuritsugu. There must be something wrong with her. How could the Night King do something like allow her own master to be exposed to just the enemy's servant? If Lancer decided to go back on his word, my Holy Grail War would end right there. Even if that Lancer had no such thoughts, if Kenneth remained conscious, he could have used a command seal to demand it of him. Didn't she even think of that possibility? Kuritsugu contemplated this appropriately and lit the cigarette in his mouth. How ironic. A heroic spirit who single-handedly created an extremely foolish trust with an enemy servant, while she had great disagreements with her own master. In the end, it seems I should have chosen my servant more carefully. Kuritsugu felt this failure with a pang and exhaled the hazy smoke with a sigh. But Kuritsugu had no time to rest and smoke. A deep voice reached his ears. So, you're the true master of Saber, Amiya Kuritsugu. From the dark shadows, Kirai Kotomine stepped out a second after Lancer left with his master, Kenneth. Kirai had observed their conversation and discovered that Kuritsugu was Saber's master. Kuritsugu gripped his calico, ready to shoot at Kirai. Kuritsugu's hands trembled slightly, he didn't want to face that man. But now I understand why those two women stood in my way. What? Kuritsugu was startled by Kirai's words. Those two women. Were they Mia and Iri? Kuritsugu couldn't think of another pair of women within the Ainsburn forest. Kuritsugu's hands stopped trembling, and he suppressed his fear and cowardice. With a cold expression, Kuritsugu aimed at Kirai. What did you do to them? Kuritsugu braced for the worst. Me. I didn't do anything, but the same can't be expected of Berserker. Berserker? Yes. Berserker seemed to want something from that woman, what did he call her? Yes. Iri. Kuritsugu's hand trembled upon hearing the affectionate nickname he used for his wife. What did Berserker want with his wife? Kuritsugu couldn't help but suspect the servant Berserker's intentions. So Berserker let me pass and stayed alone with those two women in the forest. I don't know what he wants with them, nor do I care. Kirai continued with slow steps while speaking in his deep tone. Somehow, Kirai's deep tone seemed to carry a hint of amusement and pleasure. Kuritsugu felt something was wrong with that man, Kotomine Kirai. My only interest is you, Saber's master, Amiya Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu glanced sideways, looking at the corridor behind him, searching for an escape route. But there was nothing. To defeat Lord Elmeloy, Kuritsugu had drawn the battle to the end of the Ainsburn castle to kill him. But in that brief glance away, Kirai charged forward. Fast. It was too late for Kuritsugu to react with the Calico submachine gun. Kirai had closed the 10-meter distance in less than a second. With a clenched fist, Kuritsugu struck Kuritsugu with full force in the stomach. Kuritsugu felt some of his ribs break as he flew and crashed into the Einsburn castle's wall. There was a deformation in the castle's wall where Kuritsugu hit after receiving Kuritsugu's punch. I'm curious, Kuritsugu. Why did those two women stand in my way to protect you? Whose intention was it? Under whose orders did they fight me? Was it you, Kuritsugu, who sent them to stop me? Kuritsugu asked several questions he wanted answers to at that moment, slowly approaching Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu was genuinely interested in the answers to these questions. Who was the person who placed such a futile obstacle in his path to Kuritsugu? That truth was very important to him. But he wasn't foolish enough to challenge the servant Berserker to extract answers from the two women. He wasn't idiotic enough to fight one of the most powerful servants in the Holy Grail War. Initially, when Irisveal appeared alongside Saber, he and Tokiomi thought she might be Saber's master, and that Tokiomi was mistaken in thinking the mage killer was Saber's master. But after overhearing the brief conversation between Kuritsugu and Lancer, Kuritsugu discovered that Kuritsugu was indeed Saber's master. In that case, it was exactly as he and Tokiomi had known from the start. Amiya Kuritsugu was indeed Saber's master, and the two women who stood in his way were merely his pawns. If it was Kuritsugu who ordered the two women to fight him, then he had underestimated him. Those two women, as opponents, were defeated by him without much effort. Even Irisveal couldn't have defeated him. If it weren't for Berserker's interference, Kuritsugu would be interrogating the two women right now. There was also the possibility that someone else had ordered them to stand in his way. The Einsburn family's main goal was to hide Kuritsugu as a master. For that purpose, they would sacrifice anything. They were probably willing to sacrifice lives just to buy some time. Still, all possibilities led to those questions. Kuritsugu recalled the woman Berserker called Iri. It was a doll-like face, far too beautiful and finely crafted. Her red pupils were like rubies. She was exactly like the portrait of the Winter Maiden, Justice Lizric von Einsburn, passed down through the ages. That homunculus should be the puppet responsible for being the Grail's vessel. Thus, she should be a being of great importance in the final stages of the Holy Grail War. Sending such a pawn to the front lines of the war and exposing her to danger is definitely not a foolish move made by amateurs due to a lack of manpower. What was the Einsburn family thinking? Kuritsugu observed Kuritsugu carefully. Kuritsugu still hadn't gotten up but sat on the ground, firmly gripping his weapon. The Calico submachine gun. It wasn't a threat to Kuritsugu. So Kuritsugu approached fearlessly. Time altar. With a silent chant, Kuritsugu activated his magic crest. A small bounded field formed around him. Amiya Kuritsugu raised the Calico, aiming at Kuritsugu. Kuritsugu raised an eyebrow. That weapon was useless against him, his reinforced clothing and muscles. When Kuritsugu took another step, he entered the bounded field of Kuritsugu's time altar. Triple Excel. Kuritsugu accelerated time threefold, tripling his speed. Kuritsugu actually accelerates his blood flow, hemoglobin metabolism, and muscle movement all at once. Using this brief burst of speed, he can utilize his physical skills and reaction speed at a level far beyond human limitations. Without hesitation, Kuritsugu fired the Calico as he stood up with extremely rapid speed. Kuritsugu managed to react and protect his head with the sleeves of his clothing. But in that moment when Kuritsugu obstructed his vision, Kuritsugu ran at full speed, enhanced by Triple Excel. Kuritsugu grabbed a grenade he still had and dropped it at Kuritsugu's feet as he passed by. The grenade, under the effect of Triple Excel, exploded at Kuritsugu's feet, covering Kuritsugu in thick black smoke. None of this was in Kuritsugu's plans. Kuritsugu knew that Berserker had invaded the Einsburn forest. But he assumed Berserker had come after Castor, like Lord Elmeloy and his servant Lancer, even though several familiars were sent out of the Einsburn forest to search for Berserker's master. But instead, Berserker ignored Castor and went after his wife. This truly wasn't in his plans. In fact, all his plans were being ruined one after another. Whether today or last night, all his plans were destroyed one by two people, a man and a servant, Kodomine Kuritsugu and the black servant, Berserker. First, Saber letting Lancer come for his master, preventing him from killing Lord Elmeloy and eliminating one of the servants in the Holy Grail War. Now, this man he didn't want to face appeared before him. All because of Berserker, who let him pass through Mia and Irisveal in the Einsburn forest. Berserker. Kuritsugu thought of the servant who had an expression similar to that of mages, completely emotionless. An empty expression. What does Berserker want, tormenting me? If Berserker heard Kuritsugu's thoughts, he would respond immediately. But Berserker wasn't here and also wanted nothing with Kuritsugu. On the other hand, Kuritsugu emerged unscathed from the grenade explosion Kuritsugu had left behind as he fled. Amiya Kuritsugu is a coward. No, that can't be possible. He's the infamous mage killer, he can't be a cowardly man. Kuritsugu, who watched Kuritsugu flee from him, had a strange thought, which he quickly dismissed as absurd and pursued Kuritsugu. Although Kirai's initial thoughts were correct. Amiya Kuritsugu is a coward. Chapter 23, Devil 2. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 33. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. What she saw was inexplicable. The form Berserker took seemed to have come straight from the darkest and most shadowy depths of hell. It was the demon, yes, Berserker was that demon. She was certain of it. His scaly snake tail emerging from the ocean with slimy tentacles at his waist, his leather-like skin with bursting veins and sharp hair spikes protruding from it, and his 8 legs. And on his back, a pair of bat-like wings. Were those bat wings? And worst of all, his head with red eyes that seemed to see everything in the universe with powerful divine omniscience. But that head of Berserker was the head of a fly. Death and disease followed that form of Berserker wherever he walked. The pestilence. The Einsburn forest seemed to have died and been ravaged by countless plagues just by being in the demonic presence of that demon. What was that form? To Iris Veal, the form Berserker took was inexplicable and terrifying. To her, it could only have one name, demon. The form Berserker took was that mysterious demon from biblical legends. No, Berserker didn't take that form. He disguised himself as human and waited for his prey to come to him. That's what Iris Veal thought in the face of the demonic monster that was Berserker's true form. Iris Veal told Berserker everything he wanted to know. To survive in the presence of the demon, she hid nothing about her mystery. It was like an instinct she didn't understand why it reacted so strongly to survive. As a non-human, a homunculus, Iris Veal knew she shouldn't possess the human instinct for survival. But she didn't understand why this instinct she didn't have was reacting. Demon, it was because of the demon. Iris Veal was certain it was because of Berserker, the demon of incomparable mystery. Even though revealing the secrets of her mystery would weaken her magecraft, Iris Veal hid nothing from the demon. There was a good reason no mage revealed how their magic worked. Just disclosing minimal information would weaken the mage's magecraft, making it common and mundane, because that magecraft would no longer be a powerful mystery known and understood only by the mage. Iris Veal felt her magecraft weaken. The eagle that once had the speed of a bullet now had the speed of a normal eagle in the presence of the demon. Her transmutation ability also became extremely weak. What would become of Ilya? Iris Veal thought of her daughter, Ilias Veal von Einsburn. Her little daughter who would inherit her magic crest and thaumaturgy. Now that her magecraft had become almost obsolete by revealing the mystery, was it worth her daughter inheriting her magecraft now? With this question in mind, Iris Veal closed her eyes and waited to see what the demon would do with her after she told him everything. I see. There are many physical principles in what should be magic. Though that's because of the current era. Berserker calmly commented on everything he had heard. Although it was far more information than he wanted to know, the knowledge about how magecraft worked would be useful for him to try learning after the Holy Grail War. As a non-human being, it should be easy for him to learn magecraft. Though he was counting on the magical energy he currently had in this world to try using magecraft in the future after this Holy Grail War. But in the end, what he was interested in were Iris Veal's vibrations. Vibrating magic circuits. It was strange. But Berserker understood that it worked with magical energy vibrating the magic circuits with all the changes in the bounded field. The magical energy itself seemed to move like kinetic energy in the magic circuits. That was what caused Iris Veal's vibrations that Berserker wanted to know about from the start. It was an answer to the changes in the bounded field. In the end, he didn't know if this would help him develop his own vibrations. He didn't have magic circuits like modern mages, so he could only find another way if he managed to take something from what he learned from Iris Veal. Suddenly, Berserker heard footsteps approaching rapidly. Without a word, an aura of magical energy moved against him in front of Iris Veal like a gale. A skull-topped staff materialized in Berserker's hand, and he raised it to his side, stopping an invisible sword that clashed against his shield. The young woman with shining golden blonde hair had an expression of fury on her beautiful, delicate face. Have you lost your pride, Saber? Attacking someone when they're unprepared? I can only think you've lowered yourself, Saw. What are you doing to Iris Veal? Berserker. Saber pressed her sword against Berserker's shield, but that shield seemed even more powerful than the one Berserker had used against Archer. Saber knew it was because of Berserker's noble phantasm, the staff with the human skull. Just some questions. No big deal. Don't lie to me. Look at her state. What did you do to her? Questions. Damn you. Did you torture her? You despicable. Don't jump to conclusions, human. With a cold tone, Berserker pushed his shield, and Saber felt a strong energy passing through her sword end. What? The energy from Berserker's shield that passed through the sword struck Saber's body. Saber felt every gram of her body tremble violently from within. Her body shook, as if a powerful earthquake was happening inside her at that exact moment. Saber stepped back from Berserker and that shield. But she didn't lower her guard. Saber kept her hand on the invisible sword while supporting herself with her hand wounded by Lancer's cursed spear. Making contact with the shield is dangerous. A trickle of blood ran from Saber's lips. She had suffered some internal damage, not much, but enough to hinder her slightly. Her body ached after the powerful earthquake that struck her. Saber prepared herself. She looked at the servant Berserker, who wasn't in a battle stance. But she knew he didn't need to be. It was all about moving a hand to defend with a shield or attack with a sword. Stop, Saber. Berserker spoke as Saber moved a foot to flank Berserker and his shield, which he could summon at any moment. I'm not here to fight you in that state. I only came to ask this woman something. Since I already have my answers, I'm leaving. Calmly, Berserker spoke, gesturing toward the woman he had questioned, Irisveil. You expect me to believe you? Saber glanced sideways at Irisveil and Mia on the ground in the Einsburn forest before delivering her decisive words to Berserker. Irisveil's condition didn't look good. She had no visible injuries, but her ruby-red eyes were lifeless, no longer holding the light they once had. Irisveil's beautiful doll-like white skin was now pale, faded, and cold, like that of a dead corpse. She no longer had the glow from the previous day that Saber vividly remembered on the beach. There was also Mia on the ground, the woman who had arrived with her master, Kuritsugu. Mia was injured, severely injured. If she wasn't treated soon. Mia had fainted when she lost the strength to fight a servant. When and how she fainted, no one knew. Perhaps when Berserker let Kirai pass to go after Kuritsugu in the castle. What was known was that Mia fainted after losing the will to fight, and weakness overtook her beautiful, exhausted, and wounded body. You really expect me to believe you after what you did to them, Berserker? Saber flanked, attacking Berserker so his shield wouldn't block her strikes. But Berserker didn't stand still, and as his shield formed, he blocked the attack from Saber's invisible sword. Your attacks are weak, Saber. Berserker pushed his shield and Saber's sword, unbalancing Saber with the shield's unyielding force. With a blade in his right hand, Berserker attacked Saber, aiming for her chest but avoiding the heart. A non-lethal downward strike meant to tear through Saber's chest plate and armor was Berserker's goal. But Saber recovered and blocked Berserker's blade with her sword in a disadvantaged and unbalanced position. Berserker narrowed his eyes. That block from Saber wasn't normal. A metallic sound of metal being cut came from Saber's invisible sword, but her sword didn't yield against Berserker's sharp blade. The sound of metal being cut startled Saber for a moment with shock and momentary surprise. Berserker's blade wasn't normal. That was Saber's conclusion from the start. Saber pushed Berserker's blade and counterattacked swiftly. Berserker quickly reacted and struck with his blade, generating a small shockwave of wind that swept the surroundings of the two servants with enough force to cut two nearby trees like butter sliced by a hot knife. The two trees fell, causing small tremors in the clearing where the two servants, Saber and Berserker, were battling in a clash of swords. It could be dangerous for them if we continue. Berserker and Saber exchanged a blade strike, and with fierce sparks between them, both stepped back. Berserker commented on the safety of the two women on the ground, Irisveil and Mia, after the trees fell from the clash of their blades. Saber looked at Irisveil and Mia on the ground. Both were unharmed, as the trees she and Berserker had knocked down didn't fall near them. Saber felt relieved that her and Berserker's battle hadn't affected Irisveil and Mia lying on the ground. Saber turned her fierce eyes back to Berserker. With a sigh, the red blade in Berserker's hand grew and became sharper. He didn't understand why Saber was so foolish as to ignore his goodwill. Berserker attacked, and Saber retaliated with equal force with her invisible sword. Their blades clashed, a sharp sound spreading around them. With each clash of their blades, a powerful soundwave spread through the forest like maritime waves from a fierce high sea. The very space rippled with each blade clash, and reality bent at the edge of their blades. Saber attacked ferociously, left, up, down, right, up, left. Berserker didn't stop either, matching all of Saber's attacks and retaliating in kind. It was a deadly clash of blades, where a single mistake could lead to death. Saber and Berserker paused, with a fierce blade clash. Deep black eyes and celestial green eyes locked onto each other, and a tremendous, dangerous magical energy swept through the forest. But the clash of the two servants didn't stop there. They continued attacking each other. Saber's invisible sword and Berserker's blade formed of red energy in his right hand. Saber blocked each of Berserker's attacks, just as Berserker blocked each of Saber's attacks with his sharp blade. But that's enough, Saber. With a brief statement from Berserker to Saber, Saber felt the attacks from the Servant of Madness become stronger and much faster than before. Saber gritted her teeth, feeling the pain in her hand wounded by Lancer's curse. Berserker attacked with renewed strength and speed, each strike pressing Saber. But Berserker didn't stop there, he continued his ferocious assault. Berserker attacked faster and faster, his speed increasing abnormally in mere seconds. Berserker's tremendous speed surprised Saber, leaving her shocked by the sudden surge in the lucid mad servant's raw speed. That speed wasn't normal. Saber realized this when she felt not a drop of magical energy being released by Berserker. But against Berserker's ferocious assault, Saber surprisingly kept up and blocked his attacks with her invisible sword. Where is all this power coming from? This strength? Saber, confused by the increase in Berserker's capabilities, couldn't help but wonder where Berserker was drawing more and more power from. Was he not fighting seriously? With her questions in mind, Saber struggled to block Berserker's blade. But Saber wasn't just blocking the attacks, she was scanning Berserker's body for the source of his power. Maybe it's like Castor. Berserker must have a noble phantasm that boosts his physical parameters. But which one? The staff shows no change, so it must be. For Saber, who had a wound in one hand, it wasn't easy to fight another servant without being at 100% capacity. So she could only block the attacks and wait for a chance to counterattack with an idea of what was fueling Berserker's strength. A second noble phantasm. Berserker is hiding another noble phantasm. Berserker attacked, with the red energy in his right hand, relentlessly striking Saber. But no matter how much Berserker attacked, Saber managed to block his attacks even with one wounded hand. I know I'm not as good at fighting as she is, but this is strange. Berserker, attacking Saber, found it a bit odd that Saber was blocking all his attacks. No matter how much he pressed her with each strike of his vibrating blade, she blocked even at a disadvantage. Is she relying solely on her? Berserker narrowed his eyes as he attacked Saber faster and more ferociously with his vibrating blade. Yes, there's no other explanation for her keeping up with my attacks at this speed with one hand. Berserker already had an idea of how Saber was managing to keep up with him even with one hand. That skill is unfair in a battle, it's a cheat. Berserker cursed the skill Saber possessed, which allowed her to block all his rapid attacks with one hand. While Saber blocked the attacks, she noticed a strange magical energy in Berserker's chest when his attacks became stronger and faster than before, with that nearly imperceptible magical energy spreading through Berserker's body, strengthening him. So, that's Berserker's second noble phantasm. In the left chest. It's a type of noble phantasm like Castor's book, but instead of summoning demons, it makes Berserker stronger. Saber blocked each of Berserker's attacks, even as they grew stronger and faster, Saber blocked. It wasn't easy for Saber to block all of Berserker's attacks, which were getting faster over time, reaching a critical point where Saber could barely keep up. I need an opening, just one opening is enough. Saber blocked Berserker's ferocious attacks, always scanning him from head to toe for an opening to counterattack the fierce Berserker and his relentless strikes. It wasn't easy, quite the opposite. Finding an opening in Berserker was extremely difficult when he could block attacks with his other hand holding the staff with the human skull. But Saber wouldn't give up, she knew she had a chance to defeat Berserker. That's what her instincts told her. Even with her injured hand, Saber gripped her invisible sword tighter while gathering magical energy in her blade and body simultaneously. Saber would only have one chance, if she missed, it would be over. Berserker continued his ferocious assault, and Saber still blocked with her invisible sword, even at a disadvantage. Saber, blocking all of Berserker's attacks, struck, generating cutting wind waves with the clash of their blades. Saber gritted her teeth, and with renewed strength, she attacked, not giving Berserker time to continue his ferocious strikes. But Berserker still matched Saber's attacks and retaliated with even greater power than hers. But Saber didn't fall back to defense, she was determined to defeat Berserker. No, Saber needed to defeat Berserker at all costs, now or later, to win the Holy Grail and fulfill her wish for the Almighty Grail. Saber attacked, and Berserker attacked. Saber put more strength into her invisible sword and gritted her teeth in pain. A wave of wind spread with the clash of their blades. Now, matching Berserker's strength for an instant, Saber managed to halt Berserker for a moment, which she needed to counterattack the mad servant and defeat him with a fierce and rapid counter. Then, the instant Berserker's blade moved away from the invisible sword, Berserker heard a wild roar. Strike air. The magical energy accumulated in the invisible sword exploded like the roar of a dragon, while a gale struck Berserker with a powerful and destructive air pressure. However, Saber knew that wouldn't be enough to bring Berserker down. So, amidst the air pressure of her noble phantasm, with a shout, she charged with her radiant golden sword, and magical energy burst through Saber's body as she advanced with all her strength against Berserker. Berserker, caught in the air pressure of the invisible air noble phantasm, was surprised. He didn't expect Saber to perform such a reckless attack when Irisveil and Mia were unprotected so close to their battle. Could Saber only be mad? The holy radiance reached Berserker's black eyes. This was Saber's holy sword, Excalibur. It was too fast, a speed unattainable by normal means. It was swift and direct, as if her body had become an arbitrary vector. The holy radiance reached Berserker, who tried to block and resist the attack, but the speed was too fast, and Berserker was struck by Saber's holy sword with a destructive wind explosion that roared like a furious wild dragon. Trees were destroyed, and a path was cleared in the forest by Saber's noble phantasm. Blood dripped from the tip of Saber's sword, a bright red blood with a strange smell, not even resembling the scent of human blood. Saber didn't know what that blood smelled like, but it wasn't like the blood of the soldiers she had felled on the battlefield. Your instinct is a cheat, Artoria. Amid the dust from the destruction of Excalibur's airwave, Berserker's voice could be heard by Saber in a calm but very dangerous tone. How does he know my true name? It felt as if the entire atmosphere had changed drastically. Saber tensed and didn't lower her guard when Berserker uttered her true name, not the name King Arthur by which she was known. Two red dots emerged in the dark forest, and Saber saw him, rising from the decay in all his majestic glory. Demon. In an instant, Saber felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and the last thing she noticed was a throbbing pain in her back. Her armor fell from her torso, shattered and in pieces. Slow footsteps approached Saber. It was Berserker, with a calm expression. His shoulder was bleeding after being cut by Saber's Excalibur. Saber gritted her teeth in pain and raised her sword against Berserker, but before she could take a defensive stance, her back hit a tree again, and her hand holding Excalibur was pinned and grabbed above her head by Berserker. My Saint Graph hurts a lot after forcing a third of the speed of light. How did Dioscuri endure that pain at the speed of light? I feel like I could vanish at any moment. Terrifying words came from Berserker's lips. Don't you think so too, Artoria? What are you? Deep black eyes and green eyes locked onto each other up close. While Berserker held and pinned Saber's hand with Excalibur, with his other hand, Berserker grabbed Saber's chin and lifted her face. You know, Artoria, I actually like you. Huh. Saber, surprised by Berserker's words, couldn't respond immediately, not understanding what Berserker had said. But Berserker smiled, and his deep eyes, darker than the deepest abyss of hell, gleamed with a bright, bloodthirsty red. Your stubbornness is annoying. Chapter 24, True Demon. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 35. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. When her consciousness fully recovered from the shock, the first thing her ruby eyes saw was the devastating destruction in the Ainsburn forest. The trees were cut, broken, and uprooted, even with their roots intact, from the ground. It looked as though a tornado had passed through the place of destruction. What happened here? She was very weak but stood firm, searching for something with her ruby eyes, which held little vitality left, until... Ah! A terrible scream of pain and suffering echoed through the entire forest. Saber. Irisveal, who had just regained her consciousness from the mental shock she had received, looked in the direction of the scream with great fear in her heavy heart. Ah! There, she saw him, the terrifying demon, holding the broken and violated Saber in his demonic hands. Saber had been completely violated in the hands of the demon. Saber's armor was utterly destroyed, and her beautiful, pure body had been ravaged and violated by the demon of legends, who hid behind a human appearance and deceived all of humanity with his lies, leading them to the terrible sweet sin. The demon held both of Saber's hands with terrifying strength. The slender, beautiful hands that wielded the legendary holy sword, Excalibur, alongside her Night King. They were firmly trapped in the strong hands of the demon of biblical legends, while her pure body was ravaged and then violated by this demon. Ah! Ah! Saber's body convulsed amidst her screams. Blood ran down Saber's legs, forming a small crimson pool. Slowly, the demon withdrew from inside Saber, and more blood flowed down her legs. His member was stained with fresh, bright red blood from the recent violation of the King of Knights in his terrible hands. The demon then released both of Saber's hands, and she fell like a puppet whose strings had been cut, kneeling, humiliated, and violated by the demon's hands. The demon shook his member, and all the blood splattered, staining the grass and Saber's face. Not a single drop of blood remained on his fingers or nails. His member, the demonic hand of the demon mentioned in the Bible, was completely clean after violating the purity of the King of Knights. The bloody hole in Saber's stomach seemed deep. But the terrible demon of the Bible appeared to have deliberately avoided her vital points, causing only significant blood loss in Saber, not a fatal wound. Though for a servant, whose blood was magical energy, significant blood loss was more fatal than damage to a vital organ, except for the heart. But Saber had no intention of giving up, even with all the blood loss or the wound she had received from the demon of the Bible. Wait. Saber, gripping her sword with all the strength she could muster, stood up and faced the demon, who was walking away without paying her further attention. It's not over yet. I can still fight. Berserker. The demon stopped at Saber's words, but he didn't turn to look at her. It's over. No. The demon turned his head, his deep blood-red eyes glaring. Then the demon of the Bible stared at Saber. A cold, threatening tone exuded from the demon's voice, filled with cruel, murderous intent and impure desires directed at Saber. Look around you, Artoria. Are you sure you want to continue? Saber calmly surveyed her surroundings, as the demon mentioned in the biblical legends had told her to do. Her ruby eyes and Saber's celestial green eyes met for a moment. The draconic fury in Saber's eyes faded, and she lowered her sword. There was no longer any reason for Saber to continue fighting the demon, it seemed. At that moment, continuing would only put Saber in unnecessary danger when the demon himself no longer wished to fight. For now, it was better to listen to the demon and stop this fight. This isn't over, Berserker. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. I really like you, Artoria, but, no. Please, forget I said that, Saber. It's just nonsense. The demon liked Saber. No. That was impossible. He was that demon mentioned in the Bible. There was no way a monster like him could feel love or genuinely love a human. That was something absolutely impossible. Was the demon trying to deceive Saber? The demon vanished into the darkness of the forest, while Saber limped in his direction, leaning on her sword. Irisveal. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Saber was deeply concerned for her, even though she was in a far worse state after being violated by the demon. Saber. Her voice was weak, though she was in a much better state than Saber. Yes, I'm here. Are you okay, Irisveal? Saber, Kuritsugu, you need to save him, Saber, he's in danger. Please, Saber. The master. Saber looked toward the direction of the castle deep within the forest. I'll be fine, Irisveal. She ran, enduring her wounds and the hole Berserker had made in her stomach. If Berserker hadn't avoided hitting her vital point, she likely wouldn't have been able to run like this. Did Berserker avoid her vital point so she could save Kuritsugu? But how did Berserker know that Kuritsugu was her master? Berserker even knew her true name, not the famous name of King Arthur by which everyone knew her. How could Berserker know all of this? And what did he mean by liking her? She didn't understand what he was talking about. She shook her head. It was better not to think about what went on in the mind of the servant of madness. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. Kodomine Kirii pursued Emiya Kuritsugu through the Ainsburn castle relentlessly. Kuritsugu fired with his calico, but his bullets barely slowed the relentless Kirii. Kirii advanced with superhuman speed against the rain of bullets from Kuritsugu's calico submachine gun. Time alter. Triple XL. Kuritsugu dodged Kirii's fist and ran down another dark, unlit corridor of the castle. Kirii's reinforced fist shattered the castle's stone wall. Kirii turned to continue the pursuit of Kuritsugu, but Berserker and Saber have finished their battle. Saber will reach you soon. My master, it's too dangerous to stay here. Kirii coldly listened to Assassin's report and nodded, disappointed. It was pointless to continue pursuing Kuritsugu now. There was no chance he could face the servant Saber head-on. In fact, even retreating and escaping safely from there was dangerous now. He needed to flee as quickly as possible to escape Saber's pursuit. Kirii let out a bored sigh as he jumped through a castle window and began galloping through the forest, guided by a safe path by Assassin. Saber wasn't like Berserker, who didn't seem to care about what he did. Besides, Kuritsugu was Saber's master. But his expectations regarding Emiya Kuritsugu were completely shattered. Were his instincts wrong? Emiya Kuritsugu was an empty man. He should have been a man on the brink of the void, but he hadn't yet found a reason to fight. That's why Kirii was eager for him. He believed that deep in Kuritsugu's heart, in that kind of lifestyle, there should be the answer he was seeking. If he wanted to do this, Kuritsugu should have been solitary. He shouldn't be accepted or understood by anyone, thus becoming the master of a soul separated from the world. Just like Kirii. But what was all that? Those two women who stayed with Berserker were willing to protect Kuritsugu at all costs. With a persistent desire to win a battle they couldn't. Those women who stayed with Berserker weren't actually trying to achieve victory for the Ainsburns, but instead, they were protecting that man, Emiya Kuritsugu. If they wanted to win the heavens feel, the two women would likely be in the city with Kuritsugu, fighting their enemies. They wouldn't use that kind of firm battle tactic, but instead were abandoning Kuritsugu and advancing defensively. To protect Emiya Kuritsugu. What trust and expectations did they have in Kuritsugu? When their combat skills were on a completely different level, and victory wasn't reasonable, what were they protecting? Was there a reason for someone to be so reckless and do something so foolish? Kirii could only think of one. Faith. If those two women were helping Emiya Kuritsugu because of the faith they placed in him, then all their foolish actions made sense. But in the end, an important question arose. Women are selfish beings. Sacrificing themselves to save Kuritsugu is something that could only be done if those two women fully accepted him, fully understood him. Does that mean Emiya Kuritsugu is a being who can be understood by others? Moreover, when he met Kuritsugu, he seemed like such a coward. That's not possible. Kirai cast aside the growing suspicions in his heart, as if escaping those thoughts, and clenched his teeth as he ran through the forest. Black small square, black small square, black small square, black small square, black small square. I walked out of the Einsburn forest and left the bounded field of the forest. Now no one could track me. Though I wasn't too worried about being pursued. Besides, any servant, like one of the assassins, who might be pursuing me, would find it strange that I didn't enter spirit form, even while injured. So they would avoid engaging in combat with me today or getting too close. Any intelligent servant would think it's a trap. Well, unless the servant is an idiot or an overly arrogant one. They would surely fall into an all too obvious trap. Come to think of it, there are a lot of idiot servants, aren't there? But that's actually common in any anime or manga. But the cut from Excalibur on my shoulder is a bit painful. Though it's nothing this body couldn't endure. The real problem was my core. I pushed it beyond its limit, and now my entire body was very sore and close to its breaking point. There was a high chance I'd disappear if I pushed myself too hard in a battle. Did the Dioscuri endure this pain when they push to the speed of light? If I force it again, I'll surely disappear from this world. For now, I need to recover. But I don't think I have enough time to fully recover my core before the end of the Holy Grail War. The fourth Holy Grail War of Fuyuki won't last that long. TSK. I had to make this sacrifice because of her stubbornness. But still, I didn't expect her instinct to be so absurd. I know very well that Saber's instinct is her plot armor. It's something that always fails when the script needs it to and works when the script needs it to. It's completely unfair to fight something like that on equal terms. It's like I'm an extra going up against the protagonist. So, when it's all over, the extra will be forgotten, and no one will remember him. It didn't matter to me, really. My goal isn't to be remembered or to win the Holy Grail War in the first place. I have my own objectives. I'm here only to learn and improve. And even though this was a completely unfair battle, I learned a lot from Saber in such a short time. I looked at the bright moon in the sky. I still had a lot to improve before falling here. Chapter 25, Interlude. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. It's already up to chapter 35. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. There was a large mountain in the center of a splendid lush forest. Wherever one looked, the mountain peaks blended with the dense, verdant foliage of the forest. At the foot of the great mountain in the center of the lush forest, there was an entrance to a cave inside the mountain. Looking closely at the entrance of that cave at the foot of the mountain, the cave's entrance seemed strange and unnatural. For there were no irregularities. The cave's walls appeared smooth, and there was a strange formation of carved cuts along the cave's walls. Entering the cave with its perfectly carved walls, it is possible to notice that the corridor, which had been perfectly carved, was very long and extended straight into the mountain. Inside the cave, in the depths of that mountain, there was a large open space. There were tree trunks cut on the ground that served as benches. On top of the trunks, there was a shiny red-black piece of fur, fluffy pieces of hairy leather from some animal. The animal's hairy leather was black, but somehow it also had shiny red hairs with a mysterious glow. Furthermore, there were some larger trunks that had been cut and then placed together with a wide plank to serve as a table. The large wide plank had apparently been cut from a much larger tree. Larger than the trees of the trunks that served as benches and supports for the improvised table. There were some things on the table, including knives and blades made solely from the sharpened bones of carefully selected animals. But what was most abundant on the table were bowls made of wood. The large wooden bowls were filled with wild fruits found in the forest outside the cave, such as cherries, blackberries, and blueberries. There were even some fatty red meat steaks on the table inside a large wooden bowl. And nearby, there was also a bowl with some strange seeds. They were dark seeds, roughly textured with deformities in their shells, and upon closer inspection, they seemed like they could be opened in two parts like an oyster. The bowls had the same cut marks as the cave walls and the tree trunks. All of them had an extremely clean cut. In other corners of the cave, there were more important things. There was a bed in a corner on the right side of the cave. The bed had been prepared in the same way as the table in the center of the cave. The trunks underneath served as support for the plank on top of the trunks. Furthermore, there were also several black hairy animal pelts on the bed to make it more comfortable for sleeping and lying down. The bed was not much higher than the trunks that served as benches near the table in the open center of the cave. And in another corner, there were tree branches crossed at 2 points, with a vine passing from branch to branch, forming a kind of clothesline. On this clothesline, there were large pieces of fresh meat, with and without bones. Besides, hairy pelts hung and secured by a vine that pierced them, tied to a small sharpened bone. Near where the meat and pelts were hung, there were also large tree trunks that were hollowed out like a barrel or jar. Inside some of them, there were meats and other fruits, as well as clean water. There was even one of them filled to the brim with slightly shiny red blood. It was the blood collected from the hung meat. Very close to the support where the meat and pelts were drying, there was also a fire pit. Besides a pile of dry wood and tree bark to light the fire. Stones formed a closed circle in that place, and there was also another cut tree trunk that served as a bench around the fire pit. Inside the circle of stones where the fire was lit, there was only charcoal and still glowing, hot embers. And outside the circle of stones, there were large sharpened sticks planted diagonally in the cave floor. On the sticks, there were pieces of meat slowly roasting in the heat of the fire pit's embers. My steps echoed slowly in the cave's corridor. I slowly walked through the long corridor of the cave and then arrived at the large open space I had built inside the mountain. Everything was in its proper place. The smell of delicious fatty meat invaded my nostrils when I entered the open space of the cave I had built. Is the meat ready? It was meat from demonic boars I had killed while exploring the forest. There are a large number of demonic boars in this forest, and because of that, they are also very troublesome to deal with. A good portion of the meat also goes to waste, as I don't bring everything to this cave. At least they serve as food for the other creatures that inhabit this forest. I also tend to avoid chasing the demonic boars that flee. Because it's not worth chasing them just to kill them and not for food. Besides, the ones that flee are always the younger ones. The adults are extremely ferocious and won't stop attacking even when dying. I approached the place where I had made the fire pit, which was now just embers emitting a faint light in the dark cave. I only lit the fire pit at night, and although, even during the day, this cave was dark, surprisingly, I could still see well in the dark, better than any human I could. Benefits of being a god, perhaps. Pieces of the fatty red meat from the demonic boars were roasting on the fire pit's embers. I picked up one of the skewers and started eating the meat straight from it. Rare. The taste is somewhat sweet because of the fruit sauce I improvised. But it's not that bad, since there was no salt anywhere around here. I personally would like to have salt, but this is enough for now. Although I hope to find a place with salt and enjoy some salted roasted meat. Eating wasn't such an urgent necessity. But I don't even know how long I can live without eating. I didn't feel hunger in the first few days living here. So I don't know if I need to eat or not, now that I'm a god and no longer a human. For now, it's better to keep eating normally. Since there wasn't much to do in a place like this, I ate regularly, and in my free time, I trained my vibration skills extensively. I sat on one of the makeshift benches at the table and continued eating the roasted meat with fruit sauce. I don't know exactly how long I've been in the Nasuverse world, or how long it's been since I sent a servant manifestation to Fate Zero, in the 4th Holy Grail War. Time here on the reverse side of the world is confusing. It makes no sense. It may have been a few days for my servant manifestation, but for me, it's been a long time, or a short time, I don't really know. Time here on the reverse side of the world truly makes no sense. I tried several times to measure time with days and nights, but I got lost at some point for some reason. I don't know exactly why. The days are strange. It's impossible to measure time on the reverse side of the world, even if I count the days one by one. Sometimes yesterday feels like today, or tomorrow, or today and yesterday. The duration of the days also seems to change sometimes, which makes everything even more confusing. The seasons are a topic I don't even touch. Sometimes the day is summer, and the night is winter, or vice versa. And the same happens with other seasons of the year, like autumn and spring. Many times, I feel like months have passed because of the seasons. But in reality, not even a day has passed. There was no longer any point in measuring the passage of time. Besides, as a god, that didn't seem to matter much to me either. It's like they always say. If a person became immortal, time would be the least of their concerns. And because of a phenomenon like this, days and nights passed many times without my mind noticing or paying attention. The downside of not aging, I suppose. But in the time I've been on the reverse side of the world, I've done quite a lot. Before expanding the small cave I found here, I was practicing with all my vibration skills and checking their limits. Besides trying to expand them to the techniques of the Gura Gura no Mi from One Piece. It's been more difficult than it seems in reality. But I'm on the right track. I just need to keep increasing the amplitude of my vibrations, focus a bubble without external interference, and then release everything at once. The process is somewhat similar to the Empty God, so I'm on the right track to replicate the abilities of the Gura Gura no Mi. As I said, my vibrations need more amplitude, in the physical sense of the word. The real problem is that the frequency of my vibrations is ridiculous. Frequency is basically the number of wavelengths per second. So, to replicate the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, I need more amplitude, which is the maximum and minimum oscillation position. That is the distance between the start and end of two consecutive maximum and minimum amplitudes. The frequency interferes with this, as it needs to be done and established long before a frequency. What I'm referring to is the wavelength. There are also phenomena that can give a super power up to my vibration skills. But that's a topic for later. Although I've already felt the resonance phenomenon in changing the frequency. I'm really curious to know if I can reverse the reflection phenomenon to reflect attacks from noble phantasms like those of Excalibur. Interference would also be good for nullifying those types of noble phantasm attacks. Since the powers and abilities of an anime work differently from physics or science. I hope to replicate the phenomena with my vibration skills for various other effects and abilities. Well, as I said, it's a topic for later. But that's it, I'm really on the right track to replicate the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. Using the empty god and medium range attacks as a reference. I'm getting a little closer every day to replicating the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. There are also other changes in my overall status, and things I need to do and practice, mainly. Magecraft. OD, or my magical energy. And updates to my Saint graph. Starting with my Saint graph. There haven't been many significant changes. But in my personal status, there was recently the revelation of my height, which was previously unknown. I'm 192 centimeters tall. Pretty unnecessary information. It's not that important or significant to me. I never cared about my height before. But this shows me that I may still have more original abilities from Beelzebub, because I feel like something is missing. I don't know exactly what it is, but something is missing. As for my OD, its accumulation has decreased significantly recently. It's practically at the level of old and ancient mages with centuries of family lineage. Like those leaders in the clock tower. But it hasn't stopped increasing, it's just gotten slower. It's only a matter of time until I reach Seal's level in terms of OD quantity. I believe the reason my OD isn't increasing as quickly as before. It's not because my body can't handle the OD. But because this body isn't used to having magical energy. I'm not even capable of using my magical energy yet. Although that shouldn't be difficult for me. Which brings me to the topic of magecraft. I have some rough ideas, but I haven't put any into practice yet. Expanding my vibration skills is more important. But when I start putting magecraft into practice, my OD should start growing and increasing normally again as before. I haven't even decided what kind of magecraft I should try to learn. But looking at this place where I'm living now, maybe alchemy or golems. It's a good magecraft to make use of my item construction skill. I have an idea of how to use magecraft, but it's very complicated in this world. Maybe I don't need to follow the rules to the letter, but it's still complicated. For example, let's take Rin. Imagine Rin ending up in a fictional world from another work, say, Black Clover, fairy tale. Question, could Rin use her jewel magecraft? Answer, no. Let's take another example. Zelrich with his true magic. Question, could Zelrich use the operation of parallel worlds in another world, outside the Nasuverse? Answer, no. First, Rin, a mage or a magus, to make a distinction between magic and magecraft users. Magus uses thaumaturgical foundations that were recorded in the world, their strength also depends on their place of origin. To the point of disappearing, as happened with the Matu when they left their country of origin for Asia in Japan. It's hard to explain this. But in the past, in the age of gods, people didn't have good explanations for things, so they used magic and gods as explanations for things. So things like, do this dance, and it will rain, or, sacrifice a chicken, and you'll have a bountiful harvest. These processes are magical formulas. Eventually, they wrote down all these explanations or passed them down through oral tradition, like almost all of Norse mythology, so all these things became spells and magical rituals. Technically, it's not real. It can only exist because people wanted it to exist through their collective unconscious, as knowledge about these things spread throughout the world. Just like Aleia. A good example of this is old ladies in Brazil who say something about the moon attracting rain or that a certain phase of the moon makes plants grow. So in Brazil, here in the Nasuverse world, it would be possible to perform a magecraft to make it rain or make plants grow. But that specific magecraft would be weaker in other parts of the world that didn't, or don't, have that belief at some point in history. So there are different types of thaumaturgical foundations, which are huge collections of spells and magical rituals that were created when it was easier to create such things. For example, Kabbalah. It's the Jewish magic most typically seen in Fate, revolving around myths more adjacent to the Bible. But in other countries, like China, they actually have their own magic systems or thaumaturgical foundations that were passed down through time in China and then recorded in the world. China's thaumaturgical foundations are incompatible with Western magic like Kabbalah because they use a different basis. So someone using Chinese magecraft will have their magecraft weakened the farther they are from China, to the point of that magecraft disappearing, as happened with the Matu who moved from Russia to Japan centuries ago. It's worth noting that thaumaturgical foundations are recorded in the world, in the ley lines of the world. This is practically a complete summary of how to use magecraft. Because I'm not taking into account things like magic circuits. Besides other steps that I don't need because I'm not a human. But even so, the basic principle of all magecraft is still to use magical energy to transform the external world. It can be with OD, the magical energy within the user, or mana, which is the magical energy of the world and the environment. But behind the basics is all this mess of foundations. Well, the explanation for why Zelrich is unable to use his true magic, operation of parallel worlds, in other worlds outside the Nasuverse, is much simpler. It's because true magic is drawn from Akasha, or the root. There is no root in Black Clover or Fairy Tale. I would like to learn magecraft, but it's a really complicated process. Although, since I really can use magecraft more easily thanks to not having or needing magic circuits. I should be similar to beings like fairies, elementals, or gods. They don't need to go through all the tedious process of things like thaumaturgical foundations, mystic codes, or formulas. But I should still be able to use something like the high-speed divine word skill, which is a skill that assists with magical incantations through a power to activate thaumaturgical foundations without the use of magic circuits. Or maybe a kind of authority. Or something close to it, because it's impossible to use an authority in the modern era. I should just try to use the basic principle of magecraft, which is to use my magical energy to transform the external world. But it's very complicated to do that, not to mention that I still can't even use my magical energy properly. Although I have a general idea, I can't say what's holding me back. I tried several times to manipulate this magical energy in my body, but I never managed to manipulate my magical energy. My idea is that my body isn't used to magical energy, which is why the accumulation of my magical energy has decreased. But I really don't know the real reason behind my inability to use my OD. Ah, what a pain. Why does everything in the Nasuverse have to be a headache? I finished eating the meat and stood up. I usually eat regularly every day. It's better to keep practicing my vibration than to think about magecraft. I'll end up with another headache if I think too much about magecraft. I left the spacious cave and walked through the long corridor. For now, developing the power of the Gura Gura no Mi is much easier than using magecraft and controlling my magical energy. I clenched my left hand into a fist, and a red sphere formed in it. It's easier in my left hand, which specializes in defensive vibrations. Because my vibrations need to be well concentrated within this sphere before I release powerful vibrations through the air. But since this hand specializes in defense, I need to add my offensive vibrations to it as well. The general idea is the empty god, which is much easier with both hands than with just one. But I still need to increase the amplitude of the wavelengths of all my vibrations. I hope my servant manifestation brings me some knowledge. Speaking of my manifestation as a servant. What could I be doing in the Fourth Holy Grail War? Chapter 26, it's impossible for me to have friends. For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. You only need to pay once to have access to all my content. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer. The night of the moon had finally passed, and the terrifying moon was no longer visible in the sky with the rise of the bright sun on the horizon. I woke up a bit later this morning after resting and recovering from the injury caused by Saber with Excalibur on my shoulder. Fortunately, Matu helped me recover with his magecraft. However, the self-inflicted damage to my Saint Graph cannot be healed with healing magecraft. Only natural recovery can restore the damage to my Saint Graph that was harmed last night. I got up from the bed in my temporary room. It was one of the relatively simple rooms in the Matu residence, with a bed, a lamp, a desk, and 2 wardrobes. There was a single window in the room, facing the door on the other side, which I kept closed because of the moon. After stretching my body, I left the room that had been granted to me in the Matu residence. It must be almost 10 in the morning, right? I had a lot of trouble sleeping last night because of the moon, but at some point in the early hours, before dawn, I managed to sleep a little. Although I didn't need to sleep, it proved to be an excellent method to speed up the recovery of my damaged Saint Graph. But my Saint Graph won't fully recover before the end of the Holy Grail War. This also reminds me that Saber slept to aid in her magical energy recovery when summoned by Shiro. Although sleeping will indeed speed up my recovery, I still won't fully recover before the end of the Holy Grail War. But as I told myself last night, it doesn't delivery options matter. My goal isn't to win the Holy Grail War. I'm here only to practice, nothing more and nothing less. I only came to this Holy Grail War to train against its servants. I have other smaller goals, but those are for after this Holy Grail War. It's at least 10 years until the 5th Holy Grail War. I plan to at least stay in this world after the 4th Holy Grail War to research vibrations. But to do that, I have to survive this Holy Grail War at all costs. As I left the room, I stopped in the hallway thinking about my goals and looked at the doors of the other rooms around me. At this hour, everyone must have already had breakfast. Korea is probably in some corner of this house resting from having his brain eaten by a worm with a penis-shaped head. Sakura must be with Zoken in the worm nest in the basement, as always. Probably nothing will happen today until the day passes and night falls again. I'll just let Korea know and go out for a relaxing walk in the city. The Holy Grail War is very restrictive, and we can't fight openly during the day. So every day, we have half the day free. Following the connection between servant and master provided by the command seals. The connection led me to one of the 4 rooms in the Matu residence. I entered the room and immediately spotted Korea lying in bed. He's getting worse with each passing day, and it's not because I'm consuming his magical energy, but because of the penis-headed worm screwing with his brain. B. Don't strain yourself. I approached Korea, analyzing his condition. Even without deeply analyzing his current state, it's easily noticeable that Korea Matu is worsening by the second. This is probably the end of his left leg. His left eye also looks like the eye of a dead animal. I can assume that the left side of his body is almost completely dead. I just came to let you know I'm going for a walk in the city. We'll see each other tonight, master. Huh, alright, see you later, bears, bell. I observed the worms moving under the skin of his face, causing him immense pain. It must be really painful. I turned and left Korea's room without saying anything more. There's no need for much exchange of words. His condition has nothing to do with me, and I won't meddle in other people's affairs. After all, even if he were saved, he'd have at most 1 year to live. He's destined to die in the 4th Holy Grail War. I won't try to interfere with anyone's fate. I'll focus only on my goals, and nothing more than them. That's all that really matters to me in this Holy Grail War. I left the Matu residence and walked through the streets toward Fuyuki City. I could feel one of Zoken's flying worms behind me. This one probably isn't one of the ones controlled by Korea, but by Matu Zoken himself. Assassin must be following me too, right? Well, it doesn't matter if they want to keep an eye on me. I started walking through the city. It's the first time I've walked alone in this city without going after other servants. I can take the opportunity to see places I've never seen in person or never had time to see since I arrived in this world. Is Gilgamesh spying on children in one of the parks? Maybe I should go check out his lolicon tendencies. After all, his type of woman is young virgin maidens. This world sometimes scares me with certain things. Where should I go? Obviously, there are some places I can't go in this city during the Holy Grail War. The Tosaka residence isn't far from the Matu residence. In fact, the Tosaka residence is the closest significant location to the Matu residence. I just need to go to the double street lined with yellow leaf trees in the middle. Walk straight up against the river and turn left. There, I've arrived at the Tosaka residence. But I don't plan to go there. The shopping district is in the opposite direction of the Tosaka residence. The shopping district is between the school and the Amiya house in the traditional district. The temple is on a mountain not far from the school. It's possible to reach the temple directly through a street from the shopping district. For now, I'll take a look at the bridge and near where the first battle of the Holy Grail War took place. Near the big bridge. This reminds me that, near the big bridge, there's a park called the Riverside Park. I don't know exactly why this park has that name, but it must be because it's close to the river, right? Referring to the people who live near a river, the Riberenhos, if I'm not mistaken. It only took a few minutes to reach the bridge, big bridge. I was right under the bridge, big bridge. On the banks of the Mayan River. It wasn't far from the place where the first official battle took place. Looking at the site where the first battle happened, it seems like nothing had occurred there. The church did a good job cleaning up the traces of the battle. Although there were still some traces of damage, it's because of the earthquake. To serve as an excuse for some damages that weren't cleaned up at the site of the first battle and in the city. Excuses like a terrorist attack and also a small earthquake. Everything that wasn't erased from people's minds was the occurrence of an earthquake, as well as a terrorist attack on the same night. Thanks to that, it was easy to explain some of the remaining damage at the site of the first battle. The occurrence of an earthquake in the city didn't need to be erased from people's minds either. Because earthquakes are common in Japan. This reminds me that the explosion of the hotel where Lancer's master was staying wasn't erased from people's minds either. It was also labeled as a terrorist attack and left in people's minds. The reason for this was that both events could be described as natural occurrences, so to speak. Not related to magecraft. And, if I lived in this city as an ordinary citizen, I would have moved away without thinking twice, even if I had to borrow money from a loan shark. I felt a bit of magical energy in the air. It's a really faint wave. Huh. That's not far away, on the other side of the river, was Ryder, Alexander the Great. He was dressed in jeans and a white shirt with an army logo printed on it. Ryder was also carrying a bag with him. What is he doing? He doesn't seem to have noticed me, as I don't usually show the magical energy signature of a servant openly, unlike him and the other normal servants. I should talk to him, since we won't be fighting anytime soon in this Grail War. In fact, I prefer not to have to fight against his reality marble noble phantasm. I don't have the empty god as a noble phantasm, and also, I can no longer force the empty god with my Saint Graph damaged in its current state. Honestly, he's the only servant I don't want to face in this Holy Grail War. I looked around, checking if there were many eyes in this place. At this time, most people are working, so there aren't many people on the street at this hour. Luckily, there aren't people nearby looking at this place. Good. Propelling myself forward with a leap, I crossed the river dividing the city straight to Ryder's position. Ryder seemed to sense my approach and cautiously manifested a sword in his hand. I'm not here to fight, I said as I stopped on the ground on the other side of the river, not far from the armed rider. Besides, King of Conquerors, we can't fight during the day. Or do you also want a bounty on your head like Castor? I know I don't want to be the target of all the servants at once, I explained calmly. Although he could have understood with fewer words. It's always better to clarify something like this and not leave it between the lines. Huh. That's true. Ryder sighed, and his sword disappeared from his hand. He dematerialized it. Although I felt he was ready to fight me with everything right here and now. His sigh might just be disappointment that he didn't get the chance to fight me now. But, that sword. I'm not that knowledgeable about Alexander the Great. So I don't know the name of his sword. He's not one of the servants that people pay as much attention to, like Gilgamesh or Artoria. The most notable thing about him, and what everyone remembers, is his reality marble. That reality marble is the greatest weapon against me in this Holy Grail War. It's just that you came so fast over here, I thought you were attacking me, ha ha ha. Sorry about that. But, what are you doing? I looked at the bag Ryder was carrying with him. What was he doing with it? Oh, this. I'm collecting river water for my master. Mage stuff, you know. Oh, it's alchemy, right. If Waver needs a material to use a magecraft, it's probably alchemy. I think so, you know a lot, huh? I don't understand much about this mage stuff, especially this pretend alchemy. He said it was to locate Castor or something. I see. I know where Castor is, but I'm not the least bit interested in him or what he's doing with the kids. Honestly, I couldn't care less about that. And you, Berserker, what are you doing around here? Just walking. It's boring waiting every night to do something. I agree. Wanna join me? I still have to fill a few containers with water for my annoying master. If it weren't for his master keeping him under some control, Alexander the Great would definitely go out attacking the locations of the other masters. Although he's not really as foolish as he seems most of the time. Alright, we can chat a bit to pass the time. Ha ha ha. True. A drink would be nice too. Do you drink, Berserker? Of course. What kind? I think beer. There's nothing better than good old alcohol. Ha ha ha, that's what I'm talking about. My master doesn't know how to have fun. No matter what I say to him. I'm sure one day he'll enjoy a good can of beer too. I hope so, ha ha ha. We both continued walking together along the Mayan River, chatting here and there while heading up the riverbank. Ryder was collecting water from the river in some test tubes. There were a total of 24 test tubes, each labeled with handwritten alphabetical labels. The water collection site was the Mayan River, from the river's mouth to its upstream. But apparently, Ryder also wanted to take a walk and buy clothes. So his master, Waver, gave him this tedious task of collecting water from the Mayan River at certain points along the river. Ryder had started from the mouth, near the sea, collected in test tube A. Seriously, my master is so boring. He doesn't drink, doesn't have any fun, and is always worried and complaining about something. I hope he gets better. He definitely will. In fact, he's already better than many masters, isn't he? Didn't he stand his ground in the middle of 5 servants? Compared to that, the other masters are. Huh. Saber's master was among us 5 too. Ryder looked at me confused, asking about Saber's master, who should also have been facing the 5 servants head-on like his master, Waver. Oh, she's not Saber's master. She's just a decoy or substitute, so the real master of Saber can kill the other masters. She even hid her hands with gloves, remember? Huh. I don't think the King of Knights is that kind of dishonorable person. And she's not, but the same can't be said for her cowardly master. And your master, Beel. We reached point P on the map Ryder was using to collect water from the Mayan River. Not far away, I could see the large sewer entrances. Caster's workshop. My master, he won't survive. What do you mean? My master subjected himself to a kind of magecraft that's, not pleasant, that's killing him. He won't make it past the end of this Holy Grail War. Does he want the Holy Grail that badly? To the point of sacrificing his life? No. It's more a case of family issues. You know. Well, I guess I understand. After collecting the water in test tube P near the entrance to Caster's workshop, Ryder stored it in the bag with the other test tubes. We both continued heading up the Mayan River, exchanging small bits of information in our conversations from time to time. Nothing too revealing that could compromise our situations in the Holy Grail War if we end up fighting at some point. Although I'd prefer to avoid facing his reality marble. So after Ryder collected water at the last point on the Mayan River, we continued walking a bit through the city. Ryder told me a lot about his past wars and conquests and expressed his desire to conquer everything again. Come on, Beel. Tell me at least a bit of your story. He also wanted to know a bit about my story and legend. No. Come on, I told you my whole story, it's not fair that you don't tell a bit of yours. My story isn't as grand as yours, Alex. But you're a demigod, right? You must have done something incredible in your life. Something incredible, Unfortunately, no, my life story is just blood, death, and flies. I don't understand, but I understand. It's just a cruel tragedy, Alex. Don't think too much about it. Ryder became very thoughtful, scratching his chin while murmuring. Beel, death, blood, and flies. Beel and flies, I think I have an idea of your true identity, Beel. As much as he seems like a foolish and stupid idiot, he actually already had suspicions about Gilgamesh's true identity since he first met him at the docks. Ryder, Alexander the Great. He's probably the smartest servant in this Holy Grail War. Is that so? There aren't many mythological figures with a name that starts with Beel or has that name in their name. From there, it's not hard to figure out. That's true. Indeed, it's true, I can't think of any mythological figure with a name that starts with Beel or Bell. Not that having my identity revealed is a problem. Well, it's getting late, and it'll be dark soon. I'd better head back now. I hope we can have a drink one of these days. Same, Alex. We parted ways near the shopping district and went in different directions. Ryder headed toward the traditional district, and I went to the Matu residence in the foreign district. Alexander is a cool guy. If it weren't for this Holy Grail War. We could sit and grill a good barbecue while drinking all day. We could even be good friends if it weren't for this Holy Grail War. But I stopped and looked at myself in the glass of a tea shop. My eyes, which are normally a deep abyssal black, now glowed with a bloodthirsty red. Satan, D. Unfortunately, it's impossible for me to have a friend. Chapter 27, Reality is Cruel. It was a cold night, and approximately 1 hour had passed since Ryder and his master destroyed Caster's workshop. 1 hour after that event, Tosaka Rin was searching for her missing friend, Koton. Rin naively thought it would be great if she could find Koton before the last cable car of the night. But that would give her only 2 hours, and it wouldn't be enough time. First, she would investigate the Shinto district of Fuyuki. If she went to Miyama, the magecraft compass would point directly to the Tosaka residence. And also, if she went there now, it's very likely that her father would discover her. Judging by adult standards, it still wasn't midnight, but the number of people on the streets was lamentably small. Normally, when she was heading home, office workers would be rushing through the streets, and even at night, groups of people would still be bustling about. Rin was stunned by the reaction of the needle on her magecraft compass after she opened its lid. What is this? The needle, which normally oscillated slightly, was spinning rapidly in circles. It was the first time she had seen this kind of phenomenon. This reaction, like that of a confused little animal, cast a shadow over Rin's heart. But it wouldn't be the best idea to stand here still. The few adults who had just passed by had already cast questioning glances at Rin, who was alone on the street after 10 at night. Let's start walking first. The more she walked, the sparser the people became. Is this really the Fuyuki city she's so used to? Rin felt a slight chill running through her entire body. In fact, Fuyuki city had already imposed a curfew. Strange murders and kidnappings had been happening recently. In addition to a series of explosions, carried out for terrorist purposes, they had also occurred in Shinto, in the port district. The police asked citizens to go out less at night, and all the smarter ones obeyed this order. But even if there were no curfew, there shouldn't be many citizens who still enjoyed strolling at night. Nowadays, something harmful lurked at night in Shinto. Human instincts would have already detected this. AAA, as I thought. The red light of a police car flashed a little further down the street, and Rin, startled, hid in the shadow of a nearby building. The police car patrolled slowly, looking for any citizen walking alone at night. There was no way the police would leave her alone if they saw her, and if that happened, she wouldn't be able to save her friend, Koton. Rin finally relaxed as she watched the light slowly move away. Clack. Rin swallowed the scream she almost let out. That sound came from the back of the alley near the house she was hiding beside, and it was probably a stray cat rummaging through the trash and knocking over some cans. But it was hard to tell if someone was there. Rin took a deep breath as she looked at the magecraft compass in her hands. Motionless, as if frozen in place, the needle pointed directly toward the sound. Something was there, something emitting unnatural magical energy was there. Wasn't this the result you were eagerly expecting? You've already gotten some response from your investigation. Isn't this a sign of a good start? Rin planned to go through all the suspicious points in Shinto and check for Koton's presence one by one. Here, the first place she checked already had something. She wanted to enter the alley and check it out, but no. Maybe there were clues about Koton in the alley, or Koton herself was there, but absolutely not. There's no reason to hesitate. Otherwise, there would be no point in coming this far. You're not a coward. You wouldn't do things like abandon your friend either. Because you're a Tosaka with a long and distinguished history. So you have to prove you're brave and can become the successor to your great father. Several thoughts ran through Rin's mind, but her mouth and heart said something else. No, no, absolutely not, no, 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 no. A wet sound could be heard in the alley. Something hidden in the depths of the alley was breathing. As if mocking her, crawling toward her. Rin finally realized that this exploration journey, meant to recover her best friend, was definitely not as easy to complete as she thought. The figure of her friend Koton wasn't in the depths of the darkness. Even if she was there, she wouldn't be the same Koton as before. If she was thinking about finding Koton in the darkness of Shinto, from the start, Rin should have aimed to find Koton's corpse. No. In fact, Tosaka Rin possessed excellent aptitude to be a magus. She had never seen a demon, nor had she been touched by one, but by mere instinct, she knew she was in a very dangerous situation now. To study magecraft, the first thing a magus needs to do is learn to accept and understand death. This is the first lesson for every apprentice magus. That inescapable, incomprehensible, and purely despairing feeling of death. On that day, little Rin felt the essence of magecraft from that experience. She couldn't move, she couldn't even scream. It was an unbearable terror for ordinary humans, more than enough to crush such a young girl. Strange buzzing sounds began in her ears, and little Rin thought they were triggered by the icy despair pressing on her heart. Her thoughts were probably starting to destroy the perception of her five senses. A buzzing began, monotonous but maniacal, as if a swamp of giant wasps was attacking her. The buzzing grew louder and louder. It was approaching her. And then, in the blink of an eye, something above Rin's head lunged into the alley like a black vulture. That thing passed quickly above Rin like a murky current, striking the depths of the darkness in a fraction of a second. And then those horrific screams sounded endlessly, with each flash of a red light, screams that seemed like boiling a cat alive in a pot of hot water, but these screams were definitely not the sound of a cat. Long red lines swung from side to side, faster and faster, to the point of interrupting the horrific screams midway. This was already the limit of Rin's endurance. Her vision dimmed, and her steps faltered. A moment before Rin fell, someone caught her in their arms. At the same time, the sound of boots echoed slowly in the darkness of the alley. In front of Rin's eyes was a monster with only the left side of its face visible. That face, ugly beyond any description, was embedded with a dark, lightless eyeball. But its right eye exuded deep loneliness and melancholy. I think I've seen that expression somewhere before. The sound of boots stopped near her, and Rin tried to look at who it was before she lost consciousness. Messy, disheveled black hair and eyes as deeply black as an abyss. His handsome face was supernatural, surpassing the face of her father, who was the most handsome man in the world to Rin. After Rin lost consciousness, Korea and Berserker looked at her. She's okay, master, probably no future trauma from today's experience. Berserker spoke while analyzing Rin's condition. Yes, thank you, and Berserker, what are you going to do with that? Korea agreed with Berserker but was curious about what he would do with a piece of one of Castor's demons that he held in his hand. It's for my own business. Don't worry about it. Technically, servants could carry some things with them, from clothes to toys, and take them to the throne of heroes. Berserker wanted to try taking a piece of the demon summoned by Castor to conduct some experiments. After all, he had good skills for that, though he didn't have the proper equipment. At a time like this, alchemy would be a good magecraft to create some of his research equipment. Alright. Korea didn't press further. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. After rescuing Rin from the demons that Castor summoned, Korea intended to take her home to the Zenju residence. But his left leg is completely destroyed, and all he can do now is drag it. So we stopped a lot along the way, as he didn't want help to carry Rin home. We were currently stopped at a public park by the Mayan River. This place felt like a cemetery, so deserted it was during the day. At night, the park was even more like a cemetery. In the empty square, the faint light of the street lamps enriched the veil of darkness of the night, with a sinister glow. Korea laid Rin on a park bench and hid in the shadows where no one could see him. Although Korea could use magecraft to make people ignore him, he preferred not to go through that pain. Because of this, Korea drew some looks from everyone who saw him on the street. So, if someone saw him carrying Rin, it wouldn't be good. He'd have to at least use magecraft to make people forget what they saw. It was better than maintaining a hypnosis magecraft to make people ignore him. Some time after resting on the bench, I could see a distressed woman appearing in the park, running after getting out of a car. That woman immediately looked at Rin, covered by her red coat, lying on the park bench. Rin. She lost her composure and ran with a shout. That's Rin's mother, huh? She picked up Rin and the first thing she did was feel her steady breathing and the warm heat of Rin's body temperature. She checked if Rin had any external wounds, and upon realizing that Rin was just sleeping, she finally cried in relief. Thank God, truly. Thank you. She obviously didn't know who she should thank. But still, somehow, I feel that gratitude came to me, all because of my divinity skill that had some kind of response I felt. Faith is also something important for the gods of this world. Suddenly, she seemed to notice someone was watching her. Turning her head, she realized someone was looking at her from behind the dark bushes behind the bench. Who she noticed was obviously Korea. Who's there? She shouted in a stern tone. And contrary to what she might have expected, Korea moved to stand under the light of the street lamp without hesitation. Korea was dressed in a winter coat and a scarf wrapped around his face. I thought I'd definitely see you if I waited here. Korea opened his mouth and gasped. Korea seemed like a terminal cancer patient who felt pain even breathing and was panting heavily. However, his tone was surprisingly elegant and gentle. Unlike before, when he struggled a bit to speak. Though his throat was already ruined. So that's why he stayed here so long. This park must be a place known to Rin and her mother. Korea Chulainn. Korea stopped. After a moment of hesitation, he finally removed the scarf and revealed his features. Lifeless white hair, as if it were wilting, and the left side of his face frozen and expressionless, it was a very frightening face. The woman let out an uncomfortable moan, and even though she tried to hold it back, she couldn't. Korea laughed pitifully with the remaining right side of his face. This is the magecraft of the Magus. It requires me to offer my flesh, corrode my life, a thaumaturgy that can only be achieved by paying that price. Equivalent exchange, huh? That's a term that anyone who knows or has watched Fullmetal Alchemist is very familiar with. Equivalent exchange also applies to magecraft in the Nasuverse. Although almost everyone ignores the concept of equivalent exchange in the Nasuverse, either because it's not well known or simply because it doesn't have a concrete explanation. Because each magecraft has a different price. This is also why it's not one of the better known terms in the Nasuverse. Few magecrafts actually have their equivalent exchange price revealed. Though, in most cases, items or objects must be used as the price. Modifying an existing object also counts as the price. But some magecrafts are simply like those of the Magus. What? What's going on? Why are you here? A bit confused, she kept asking Korea in front of her. But Korea didn't answer any questions and just continued the previous topic with a gentle tone. But, Sakura-chan is okay. Before she ends up like this too. I must save her and get her out of there. Sakura. Huh? She didn't understand. No, even if she understood, she couldn't do anything. That man, too, Tokiomi Tosaka. He'd probably be proud if he knew Sakura was learning the magecraft of the Matsu family. All Matsuzoken wants is the Holy Grail. He promised me he'd free Sakura-chan as long as I helped him get the Holy Grail. Korea extended his right hand. On the back of his hand, 3 command seals could be clearly seen. Therefore, I'll definitely do it, don't worry, my servant is the strongest, he won't lose to anyone. Ah, why? Oh God. Korea ignored her laments. He probably misunderstood the meaning of the tears streaming from her eyes in some way. She was surely full of confusion, sadness, and terror. At this moment, Sakura-chan doesn't even want to have hope. So, you must take that child's place. Aoi, you need to believe instead, pray instead of her. Pray for my victory and for Sakura's future. The empty left eye, like that of a dead man, looked at Aoi as if cursing her. The right eye, belonging to a gentle old friend, looked at Aoi as if he were pleading. Kuritsugu, you. I don't know what words she wanted to say, or couldn't say. But despair was deeply rooted in her heart. That was something Kuritsugu was probably never able to perceive. Aoi lowered her head and held Rin tightly against her chest. It was the only thing she could do now to escape this cruel reality. Aoi's eyes were tightly shut. Kuritsugu's gentle and agonizing voice sounded beside her ears. One day we'll come here to play like before. Rin-chan and Sakura-chan will be two good sisters again like before, so, Aoi, don't cry anymore. Kuritsugu, wait. Kuritsugu didn't respond to her final call. He slowly walked away, dragging his ruined left leg. Aoi didn't have the courage to follow him either. At that moment, she could only cry alone with her daughter in her arms. Her maternal tears fell on Rin's sweetly sleeping face as I passed by her and followed Kuritsugu. I don't know what kind of pleas she had in her eyes when she looked at me. But it's not something I can attend to. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. In the darkness, some assassins moved silently, heading to report everything they gathered to Kirai. Is it appropriate to leave Tosaka Tokiomi's daughter like that? No problem, just follow Berserker's master. Yes. Although they had taken on this task, none of the assassins could figure out what good this kind of surveillance would bring to the Holy Grail War. Since yesterday, stranger requirements appeared in Master Kirai's commands. He asked the assassins spying on the 5 enemy masters to closely observe their private lives, interests, and appearances and report back to him. The density of the assassins' surveillance spread throughout Fuyuki would also increase. At this moment, in the darkness of the night, there must be Hassans hidden all over Fuyuki, obeying their master's strange command. Anyway, since it's an order, they should obey. Although it's tedious to carry out, it's not very difficult, so there's not much to complain about. The assassins galloped through the darkness of the night, continuing to follow Metu Kuritsugu. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. We walked in silence through the empty streets of Fuyuki after leaving Rin with her mother, Aoi. I feel that one of Zoken's worms is following us, or is it just the worm inside Kuritsugu? It doesn't matter. There are probably Kirai's assassins following us too. I looked up at the sky, hearing thunder and seeing lightning appear suddenly in the clear sky above us. Get back, master. I stepped in front of Kuritsugu in the middle of the deserted street while manifesting the skull of my staff in my hand. The shaft extended from the skull, forming a staff, the staff of Apomaeus. And then, a chariot with lightning, pulled by oxen and accompanied by thunder, descended in the middle of the deserted street. Alexander the Great. King of conquerors. Did he come to fight? Ha ha ha. Hey, Beel. The chariot slid across the deserted street, leaving some burn marks on the asphalt and crackling lightning, which would probably be in the news tomorrow as yet another of the many recent terrorist attacks. You came to fight now. I thought we'd only face each other toward the end of the Holy Grail War, Rider. I positioned the staff of Apomaeus in my left hand to defend against the chariot's charge, which could even pose a problem for Berserker, Lancelot. Lancelot had his leg completely broken when hit by this chariot at the docks. Though it wasn't shown in the anime. If hit by it, it could be fatal for me and for Kuritsugu behind me. Although Rider wouldn't kill Kuritsugu without a good reason. Rider then started laughing as usual. He didn't seem ready to fight me now. What does he want? Ha ha ha, no. I came to invite you to drink tonight, a drinking battle, how about it? A drinking battle. Isn't that? Drink. I lowered the staff of Apomaeus, getting a good idea of what this was about. But why invite me? I'm not a king. Yes, I also invited Goldie. Let's drink and talk about our wishes for the Grail. Tokiomi. Hearing Kuritsugu muttering behind me, there was an indestructible hatred in his quiet voice. If I met Gilgamesh now, Kuritsugu would probably use a command seal to force me to fight him with everything I have. Rider noticed my glance at Kuritsugu behind me. I could feel his eyes softening upon seeing Kuritsugu's condition. So that's your master, Beel. He doesn't look too good, he's dying slowly, isn't he? The left side of him is practically dead, right, Beel? I nodded silently with a sigh. Kuritsugu's situation is truly deplorable. Is there a way to cure him? No. Even if he were helped and cured, he'd live for only a year. If I were in another class, caster, I could replace the right side of his body, but in this class, my hands are tied. Oh, incredible. You have that ability. I didn't expect that. No, does it have something to do with the fertility in your legend? Technology. Don't judge my abilities based on my legend. Both Ryder and the timid Waver looked at me in shock when I said I could solve Korea's problem. But not with something mystical as they expected, but with technology. In this world, it's no surprise they'd be shocked. Although, the Greek gods are literally alien spaceships. I understand. So, are we drinking, Beel? Ryder quickly returned to the main topic, keeping his thoughts to himself. He's not as foolish as he seems and quickly understood the situation. I looked at Korea while speaking. There wouldn't be any significant battles with the main servants tonight. Master. It seems there won't be any battles tonight. So. I understand, Berserker. You can go drink with Ryder, and the others. That tone at the end. How much does he hate Tokiomi? Though I can understand that hatred seeing what Sakura is suffering at Zoken's hands. Tokiomi's servant will be there too, Master. I hope you can hold back and not use a command seal to force me to attack him when we meet. Hey, Beel. You can bring your master too. I looked at Ryder, who shouted from the chariot. He might want to learn more about Korea's situation and use it for an alliance. But Korea's mental state isn't good. No, in his condition, it's better to rest and save his energy for the next night. I don't want him to die before getting his hands on the Holy Grail. You understand? If you say so. I looked at Korea again. His condition shouldn't have reached this state with me as his servant. Because I have a high-ranking independent action. But Zoken planned to eliminate Korea in this Holy Grail War from the start. Whether he gets the Holy Grail or not. After all, if Zoken loses Sakura, he'll lose the woman who will revive his family, the magecraft of the Magus. Since neither Korea's brother nor his son, the Sober Shinji, can be a Magus and continue the Matu blood and magecraft. So, a suitable womb is necessary, right? Foo. Triple A. It's okay, Berserker. You can go. I don't trust him in this state. That worm in his head will surely do something on Zoken's orders. Not to mention that Zoken is always keeping an eye on me. It must be because of my independent action, which allows me to stay in the world even without a master or the support of the Holy Grail. Besides, Korea's mental state isn't one of the best at the moment either. Master, I ask that you stay home and not use a familiar to watch me this time. Understand what I mean, Master. It's for your own good. Having a master with many mental issues affecting his decisions isn't good. Just look at what happened to him that day at the docks. He lost control of himself. AAA, yes, I understand what you mean, Berserker. Good. You still have a decent mental state. So, Ryder, where's the drinking party? I already knew where it would be, but I asked Ryder anyway. Oh yes, at that castle where Saber is, which you told me about this morning. What time? Even though I know where the drinking party will be, I still don't know what time it will start. Arriving too early or late wouldn't be good. Though arriving late to scheduled places is in my blood as a Brazilian. I don't want to be late for this. I still have to get the drinks. So, in about an hour and a half or 2 hours, how about that, Beel? So it'll be around midnight. Not too bad. Sounds good to me. It's enough time to take my master home and head to the castle. Alright. Then, we'll meet there, Beel. With just a few movements, Ryder made his ox-drawn chariot take flight with lightning and thunder, quickly disappearing into the dark sky of this night. Waver was practically clinging to his life on Ryder's cape with all his strength. From the direction, he must be heading straight to the shopping district. I turned my eyes from Ryder's chariot and looked at Korea beside me. Come, master. I'll accompany you home. Korea nodded and slowly dragged himself with his ruined left leg. I followed him with some doubts in mind. I know he likes Aoi, but honestly, I don't remember the real reason for all this obsession of Korea with Aoi. She's not even that beautiful a woman. Unless he wants to sleep with a married woman. Though I can think of several better reasons than sleeping with a married woman. Like his jealousy of Tokiomi, even an inferiority complex, and even envy. Master, why do you like that woman? Aoi. Yes. Isn't she Tokiomi's wife? Why are you doing all this for her? Because. I love her, I love Aoi, so much, I love her so much. But Tokiomi, he stole Aoi from me. This sounds like just a feudal childhood love to me. Is there really nothing more? You say he stole her from you. Were you two ever dating, master? Yes, Berserker. We dated, before Tokiomi stole her from me. You were childhood sweethearts. And now you're more like old friends. I understood what's going on here. That was it all along. Something completely feudal. What a surprise. Yeah, that's right, but, it's okay, when I save Sakura, Sakura-chan, and Rin-chan with my Aoi, we'll be a happy family with Tokiomi out of our way. I understand, Master, good luck. Thank you, Belle. You can't even hear what you're saying anymore, can you, Korea? That woman definitely loves Tokiomi, not you. I know that very well from my own experience. Plus, childhood sweethearts, huh? I've had some childhood girlfriends too, but it's kid stuff. I learned that the hard way. AAA. She could have at least talked to me instead of just drifting away and ignoring me as if I were a complete stranger. I cursed her so many times because of my futile feelings from that time. Hatred, sadness, contempt, but mainly, the pain and loneliness of missing being with her. But I started to understand as I got older. In the end, it's just kid stuff, and nothing more than that. It's not something that works out, and it doesn't last forever. That kind of relationship doesn't work out so well in real life. It's much more like anime fluff than anything else. I've seen this many times in some anime, and when I think about how it really was in real life, it's pure childish nonsense. People grow up. Korea should at least try to understand Aoi's feelings. But it's too late for that now. But, if you look at both perspectives, the real and the fictional, at what Aoi and Korea had, I think I can understand a bit of what Korea still feels for her. That feeling of loneliness from losing someone so important to you. It's painful. It's a very distressing feeling that doesn't go away. But as I said, it's still nonsense, this childhood sweetheart thing. A grown man like Korea shouldn't be dwelling on these childish feelings from the past. For some reason, I can see Shiro in him and Rin in Aoi. I've almost always been rational and logical after my 20s watching anime. When I was younger, I wasn't different from others who didn't care about what was realistic in an anime. But I couldn't abandon that perspective as I got older over time and understood how the world of an anime worked. In Fate, it's no different, when I rewatched Rin's route over and over again. Rin is the only living heir of her family, the Toze AKAs. As the heir to the Tosaka magecraft, Rin has the responsibility as a magus to marry someone of her caliber so the Tosaka lineage can continue. Also that the Tosaka magecraft remains strong and continues to grow stronger with their magic circuits improving with each generation. As for Shiro, he's just someone with a slightly above average number of magic circuits, but overall, they're of low quality. The only notable thing about Shiro is his reality marble. And that wouldn't be passed down to his descendants or anything like that. Reality is cruel. Chapter 28, King's Banquet. Night had fallen once again over the Einsburn forest. The night was still dark and serene, but the signs of battle scattered throughout were still evidently visible. The castle, which had been specially arranged by the maids Irisveal brought from her country, was also severely damaged in the battle between Emiya Kuritsugu and Lord Elmeloi. When Kirii Kodomine also attacked Emiya Kuritsugu, the castle was further damaged. Even if Irisveal wanted to repair this castle, the maids in charge of the tasks had returned to their country. Irisveal sighed as she walked through the corridors, doing her best to ignore the ruinous scene. Fortunately, some rooms were spared, and currently, Hizomiya was resting in one of them. Although Irisveal had already performed healing magecraft on her, the Einsburn healing magecraft is a heavy burden for the injured. This is because it is derived from alchemy and does not regenerate the wounded body but uses magic to create new tissue and graft it. That was the only thing she could do for now. It wouldn't matter if Mia were a homunculus patient, but since she was healing a human, it would count as a major operation, similar to an organ transplant in modern medicine. Exhausted from the previous night, Mia was sleeping deeply. It would take a long recovery time for her to regain consciousness and move her body. When Irisveal thought that Saber was protecting her, she felt worse for Mia, who was gravely injured. However, considering her importance in the Heavens Feel, there was no doubt that Irisveal would be protected with priority. That is an undeniable fact. Feeling pain for her injured friend would have to be her naive sentimentality. Meanwhile, Kuritsugu left immediately after sending the injured Mia back and still hadn't returned. He didn't even tell Irisveal and Saber his destination. Perhaps he went to pursue Kenneth Elmeloi, who had escaped. Irisveal had already detected that the enemy magus had not been successfully killed because of Saber. However, Kuritsugu didn't get angry or blame Saber but left coldly without her. It's hard to say if Kuritsugu did this out of reluctance to hurt Saber's pride. But the gap between the two was growing larger and was already becoming very difficult to reconcile. Worried about the relationship between her husband and the King of Knights, Irisveal sighed deeply. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded beside her ears. Not only that, but this roar that shattered the night created a massive burden on her magic circuits. The dizziness almost made Irisveal faint in the colonnade. The roar came from thunder nearby in the forest, and the impact of magical energy that followed with the thunder's roar. This meant that the bounded field in the forest outside the castle was already under attack. Although a bounded field isn't something that can be easily destroyed, its magic had already been damaged. What's happening? A frontal assault? A pair of strong arms grabbed Irisveel's shoulders. They were Saber's arms, who immediately appeared beside her when this strange change occurred. "Are you okay, Irisveel?" "Yes, just scared. I didn't think such a rude guest would visit me. I'll go out to greet them, stay by my side." Irisveel nodded upon hearing this. Staying by Saber's side, who was going out to meet the attack, meant she should also face the enemy. However, the battlefield is the safest place for Irisveel because the strongest servant is right beside her. Quickening their steps, Irisveel followed behind Saber. The two ran through the tragically ruined castle, their destination being the terrace outside the door. Since the opponent was attacking from the front, they should be able to meet them there. The thunder just now and this senseless tactic. The opponent should be Ryder. I think so too. Irisveel recalled the overwhelming power of Ryder's noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel, which she had witnessed a few days ago on the warehouse street. The chariot intertwined with thunder was pulled by divine bulls. If this kind of anti-army noble phantasm unleashed its full power, it could easily destroy the magecraft focal points placed in the forest. It wouldn't matter much if the bounded field were intact to begin with, but it still hadn't recovered from the attacks of Castor, the demon, and Cainith a few days ago. "Hey, King of Knights. I came especially to meet you, come out, all right." This sound came from the main hall. It seems the other party had already entered through the door. Without a doubt, the enemy this time was the King of Conquerors, Alexander the Great. Judging by Ryder's powerful and reverberating call, his tone wasn't that of a warrior about to fight. But Saber didn't dare to be negligent, she materialized her silver armor while running. Irisveeel and Saber finally passed through the corridors and reached the terrace. But when the two saw, under the moonlight shining through the skylight, the enemy servant standing in the corridor with his chest puffed out, they didn't know what to say. "Hey, Saber. I wanted to take a look after hearing about the castle here from Beel, and what happened to it, huh?" Beel. It's similar to the name Berserker asked to be called. The name caught Saber's attention, as it was somehow similar to one of the two names Berserker asked to be used at the docks warehouse a few days ago. But Saber didn't pay much attention to the name and focused her attention on Ryder. Without apologizing, Ryder smiled, showing his teeth, then tilted his neck, pretending to be serious. "It's hard to get in and out of the house with so many trees in the garden. I almost got lost before reaching the door, so I cut some down for you. Thanks to me, the view is much better." "Ryder, you," Saber said sternly. But in the face of this enemy who always left his opponent perplexed, she didn't know what to say next. It was Ryder who raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Hey, King of Knights, aren't you going to wear something modern tonight? Don't always wear that old-fashioned armor." If Saber's armor form was considered old-fashioned, then how would Ryder's jeans and t-shirt outfit be judged? This armor is considered Saber's pride, but the cracks in the thick breastplate were as if they suggested her weaknesses. Perhaps the only thing we can say here is that the ignorant are invincible. Waver was half hidden behind Ryder's giant torso, looking at Irisveeel. It was very hard to tell if his expression was one of enmity or terror. Undoubtedly, his face clearly showed that he wanted to go home, and fast. Once upon a time, King Alexander took the lead in wearing Asian clothing due to his immense interest in the cultures of his conquered lands, making his followers avoid him like the plague. Irisveeel had heard of this story, but she would never know that the reason Ryder switched to a modern outfit was because of Saber and the suit she wore. What confused them more was the thing in Ryder's hand. It wasn't a weapon or anything used in battle. It was a barrel. No matter how they looked, it still seemed to be a red wooden wine barrel. Ryder, who easily carried the large barrel under his arm, looked like the owner of a wine shop coming to deliver his stock. "You." Saber, once again at a loss for words, took a deep breath and said calmly, "Ryder, what are you doing here? Can't you tell by the looks? I'm going to drink with you. Hey, stop standing there like a stick and lead the way. Is there a suitable courtyard for a banquet here? We can't do this with this dusty castle." Saber sighed helplessly, and the anger built up in her chest also dissipated. Faced with this opponent who seemed to have no ill intentions, she found it impossible to maintain her fighting spirit. "Irisveeel, what do we do?" Irisveeel was equally confused. She was angry about the destruction of the forest's bounded field, but there was no way she could continue to hate him after seeing his smiling face. He's not the type to set a trap. Does he really just want to drink? Ryder had once said that he would abide by the contract sealed by the pride and honor of heroic spirits and issue his challenge after Saber and Lancer decided the winner between them. Therefore, his sudden appearance tonight was truly incomprehensible. Although, Berserker apparently broke the contract when he invaded the Einsburn forest last night. Or rather, Saber broke the contract when she attacked Berserker, who didn't want to fight her at that moment. Although Berserker knew nothing about it and didn't care. The same couldn't be said for Saber. breaking the contract sealed with the pride and honor of heroic spirits when she suddenly attacked Berserker, refusing to listen to Berserker, who didn't want to fight her from start to finish, deeply wounded her pride as the king of knights. But Berserker knew nothing about this. Saber held back her shame and humiliation as she recalled how stubborn she had been, not listening to Berserker for even a second last night when she attacked him without thinking properly, guided by her incomprehensible anger upon seeing the condition of Irisveal and Mia. Could this man be trying to appease Saber? No, this is a challenge. Saber, who should have lost her fighting spirit, suddenly became solemn for no reason. Challenge. Yes. I am a king, and he is also a king. If we are to determine the victor at the drinking table, then it will be a battle without bloodshed. Hearing Saber's words, the king of conquerors nodded with a smile. Ho ho ho, it's good that you understand. Since we can't oppose each other with swords, let's fight with wine. King of knights, I won't go easy on you tonight. Be prepared. Interesting. I accept. Saber, responding resolutely, exuded the strong vigor of battle as if she were facing a battlefield. Only then did Irisveal realize that this wasn't a joke but a true battle. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. I walked slowly toward the castle where Saber was with Ryder. It was almost the agreed time that Ryder mentioned, 1.5 to 2 hours. It would be around midnight when we would meet at the castle. Feeling the air being cut, I raised my left hand, forming a shield. Several swords struck the shield with a loud impact. I dispelled the shield in my hand and spoke loudly to him. We're not here to fight. I thought we weren't fighting tonight. Half mongrel. On top of a high hill a few dozen meters from my location, I saw the gleam of Archer's golden armor. Gilgamesh. Don't think I forgot about you, divine mongrel. A king like me doesn't forget his promises. Several portals opened behind Gilgamesh as the space distorted behind him. Weapons began emerging from the portals, blades, spears, and ornate axes, emitting fierce magical energy. What a headache. Only if you're a self-proclaimed king. Your reign ended long ago, if you haven't noticed. Insolent mongrel. I am the legitimate king of this world. King of the world. Huh. I don't understand this talk of king of the world that Gilgamesh is throwing around. He was only the king of Uruk. Hee, did you fall out of the cradle and hit your head as a baby? How dare you insinuate that I have mental issues, mongrel? Gilgamesh's magical energy surged fiercely in the area as swords and spears cut through the air. Gilgamesh fired some of his swords and spears at me. I casually raised my left hand and formed a defensive shield, blocking the swords and spears Gilgamesh shot at me. The swords and spears impacted heavily on the shield, then fell harmlessly to the ground after losing their power. The weapons that fell to the ground began to dematerialize. Their quality seemed higher than those he used at the warehouses, as they weren't destroyed. These weapons might be of higher quality compared to those he used before, and even high-ranking within the Gate of Babylon. How dangerous. After blocking this attack from Gilgamesh with my defensive vibrations, I materialized the staff of Apomaeus in my hand. Starting with the skull and then releasing the staff's shaft. I rested the staff of Apomaeus on the ground like a cane. I looked seriously at Gilgamesh and spoke. The asphalt of the street cracked slightly under the staff of Apomaeus. I think we should go drink instead of starting a fight. We can settle our conflict tomorrow or the day after. Or are you afraid of losing a drinking battle? A king like me fears nothing, mongrel. Then let's go. The king goes where he wants, when he wants. I don't follow your orders, divine mongrel. Ah. Behind every great king, there's always a great god, half-mongrel king. Your precious city, Uruk, didn't it belong to the goddess Ishtar and the god Anu? I raised my staff of Apomaeus with a crimson vibration shield as a barrage of weapons, at full power, flew toward me. Several powerful impacts struck my vibration shield. It seems I touched a nerve. It was worth stopping by the library with Ryder this morning. Cursed divinity. Don't forget that I will kill you with my own hands for daring to step on my lands. On my treasures. And for defaming my reign over my lands. Gilgamesh began to disappear in a bright yellow glow after spouting a bunch of nonsense from his mouth. Until then, divine mongrel. You don't have the right to die to other mongrels. He dematerialized his body and entered his spiritual form. What a headache dealing with this arrogant idiot. Huh. Hey. I don't remember stepping on his treasures. Oh, never mind. I won't waste my time thinking about the nonsense he says. It's just a few minutes walk to the castle. Since I ran into Gilgamesh on the way to the castle, it'll start soon. I'd better hurry. Black small square black small square black small square black small square black small square. The banquet's location was chosen to be the flowerbed in the castle's central courtyard. The battle from the previous night didn't affect this place, and it wasn't easy to receive a guest here. At this point, no one paid attention to the coldness of the outdoor air. Ryder brought his wine barrel to the central courtyard, and the two servants sat face to face with ease. Irisveal and Waver sat to the side, next to each other. As they tried to guess the progression of events, they realized they were in a temporary truce, and all they needed to do was stay aside and watch. Ryder broke the barrel's lid with his fist, and the musky fragrance of rice wine immediately filled the courtyard's air. Though it has a strange shape, it's the exclusive cup of this country. Ryder cheerfully scooped some wine with the long bamboo ladle. Unfortunately, no one present pointed out the common-sense mistake. Ryder first emptied the wine from the ladle in one gulp and then spoke. I heard that only those who are worthy can obtain the Holy Grail. The solemn tone calmed the atmosphere. Something must be happening if Ryder is speaking in this tone of voice. And the ceremony to choose the worthy is this battle conducted in Fuyuki, but if we're just spectators, there's no need for bloodshed. As heroic spirits, if we can mutually acknowledge each other's strength. I don't need to say anything more after that, do I? Without hesitation, Saber took the long ladle Ryder passed to her and also scooped a full measure of wine. Saber's slender body made others worry if she could really handle alcoholic beverages. However, her boldness with the drink was in no way inferior to the giant Ryder. Seeing this, Ryder cheerfully praised her. So, first you'll compete with me to see who's stronger, Ryder. Exactly. Going through a true competition in the name of royalty. But we can't call it the Holy Grail War, it's better to call it the Holy Grail Quiz. In the end, between the King of Knights and the King of Conquerors, who will become the King of the Holy Grail? It's better we ask this question to the wine cup. Ryder did a complete turnaround from his previously solemn tone, laughing as if he were playing a prank. Then Ryder started talking as if to himself. Oh, by the way, except for Beal, there's another guy here who calls himself a king. The joke ends here, mongrel. As if responding to Ryder's vague words, a dazzling golden light shone in front of those present. That sound and light made Saber and Irisveal tense. Archer, You should hire a comedian, Alex. The half-mongrel king who calls himself a king doesn't understand sarcastic jokes. Saber's words were interrupted by a melancholic voice from atop the castle. Irisveal, recognizing the voice, became visibly tense and trembling. Hey, Beal. You arrived right on time, come, let's drink together. Ryder waved the bamboo ladle at Beal atop the castle courtyard walls. Beal, as Ryder called him, slowly descended from the courtyard walls. As if he were floating gently. When he touched the ground, he walked to the rhythm of his staff's beat, ignoring the fierce gaze Archer directed at him. The mongrel doesn't need to hire comedians. The divine dog can take the court jester's position at the king's banquet. I'm just a guest. Unfortunately, I can't take such a grand position. True. A peasant doesn't deserve such an honorable position near the king. Berserker awkwardly positioned himself in front of Archer, as if mocking his kingly title. Thanks for the understanding, oh. Great half-mongrel king. As expected from a commoner mongrel. He doesn't even know how to properly bow to a king. Ho ho ho. Then, Sir King, bow to me and show everyone here how a commoner mongrel should properly bow to a king. Berserker's smirk was definitely the most irritating thing Archer had witnessed in his life since that damned useless goddess invaded his treasury. Archer's delicate, elegant face turned ugly, and his eyes shone with barely contained murderous intent, on the verge of exploding the courtyard. The air in the space between Berserker and Archer felt suffocating to anyone. What happened between them? Ryder drank the wine while watching the insults, while Waver was about to faint from the suffocating atmosphere in the castle courtyard. Catch. What are you two doing here? Saber, ignoring the suffocating atmosphere in the castle courtyard, roared with barely contained anger and fury at the two arguing servants. Berserker and Archer looked at Saber, who seemed like a wild dragon wanting to kill them. Oh, I invited them to drink together, but you two are still late, Goldie, Beal. However, they're different from me. They came all the way here, so it's not entirely their fault. I kind of got delayed because of the Goldie mongrel. Berserker sat in front of the barrel, next to Ryder and Saber on his right and left. Ha ha ha. You guys must have fought, huh? The hatred between you is incredible. Hey, here, Beal, drink. Thanks. Ryder cheerfully passed the ladle with wine to Berserker, who kindly accepted it with a thank you and drank. Archer, standing, snorted arrogantly with a fiery gaze at Berserker, who sat on the ground next to Ryder and Saber. A king like me doesn't feel hatred for a humble divine being. Well, I have to agree with the half-mongrel king. Alex, hatred is too strong a word, it's just friendly enmity. Berserker passed the bamboo ladle back to Ryder. Oh, the wine is good. Must be great for cooking. Any cook would love to use it in their kitchen. Of course, Beal. Ryder laughed cheerfully at Berserker's approval. Although, he seems to have misunderstood something. Berserker didn't correct the misunderstanding. Archer looked arrogantly at Ryder with a pair of fiery ruby eyes. Trust you to choose this crude place to hold a banquet. But if this is all it takes to please the divine mongrel's palate, it's probably the tastiest thing mongrels can get. How will you pay for your sins for making me come here? Don't say that. Come, have a drink too. Laughing heartily, Ryder passed the ladle full of wine to Archer. People thought he'd be irritated with Ryder's attitude. But surprisingly, he took the ladle and drank all the wine in one gulp. Even though she feared the demon, Berserker, Irisveal remembered the challenge Saber mentioned earlier. Archer, as a golden and anonymous heroic spirit who calls himself a king, couldn't refuse the wine Ryder passed to him. What kind of cheap wine is this? How can you use this kind of wine to conduct a battle between heroes? I don't even know how the divine mongrel liked this wine. Archer said with disgust written on his face. I said this wine was good because it's the best for cooking, and any cook would love to use it. I never said I liked drinking this wine. Berserker spoke next after Archer. This drew everyone's attention to the words he said. Though it was a bit confusing, Irisveal and Waver understood what Berserker was saying, and their eyes widened in surprise. Archer didn't respond, but his fiery ruby eyes shone with comprehension. Ryder spoke, very surprised, hearing the criticisms from Archer and Berserker. He didn't expect this, especially after Beal said his wine was good. Really? I bought it at the market here, it's a very good wine. You only think that because you don't understand anything about wine, you mongrel. Although. Archer looked at Berserker, seated between Ryder and Saber. If it weren't for the divine mongrel here, even I wouldn't know what I just drank. But since a fool like you wouldn't understand, I'll explain. Archer stared fiercely at Ryder with his fiery ruby eyes, emitting unbelievable murderous intent for those present. Mongrel, you were duped at that shop. This wine is used solely for cooking. It's not meant to be drunk. That's why he said a cook would love this wine. Ear. Ryder's scream sounded extremely shocked at the revelation. Even Saber beside him couldn't hide her shocked expression at Archer's revelation. Chapter 29, Prince of Demons. After throwing the truth about the wine Ryder brought for the drinking battle, beside Archer, who dismissed the cooking wine with scorn and disgust, ripples appeared in the empty air. This was the harbinger of the strange event that could summon noble phantasms. Waver and Irisveal felt a chill down their spines. But what appeared beside Archer tonight wasn't weapons. Instead, it was a set of wine bottles encrusted with precious gems. Bottles filled with clear, colorless liquid made of heavy gold. Behold, this is how a king's wine should be. Oh, thank you very much. Ryder didn't mind Archer's tone at all and cheerfully poured the new wine into 4 cups that Archer provided along with the wine bottles. Berserker took his cup and drank a sip of the wine. There was no way to describe the flavor he had never tasted before, but his body recognized Archer's wine. They even gave you this. What a surprise. Was this, by chance, a benevolent act from the Lady of Beer? Or was it a gift, Archer? A birthday present? No, in your time, that wasn't important. Perhaps a reward from the Lady of Beer. After taking a sip of Archer's wine, Berserker spoke mysteriously in a genuinely surprised tone while drinking a bit of Archer's wine from his cup. That's right. Mongrel, you are indeed someone who understands wines. Not really, I just know a thing or two. Now you really know a lot about wines. If you say so, divine mongrel. Ryder and Saber watched the brief exchange between the two servants. They figured this had to do with Archer's true name, which Berserker apparently knew from the start of the Holy Grail War. Irisveal and Waver guessed the same as their servants. Really good. Archer took pride in a small mocking smile at Berserker's praise for his wine. Berserker shook his head with a sigh and continued drinking the wine from his cup, unbothered by it. It's hard to understand what goes on in Archer's head. And he wasn't the one who would try to understand what went on in Archer's head. The little he understood was already enough for him. If only it were his caster or kid version. Berserker sighed again. It's better for him to stay quiet and drink the wine in peace. There would hardly be another opportunity to drink this delicious wine. Perhaps he should try producing this wine someday. Even if he couldn't achieve any results, it would already be a much better wine than the cheap wine Ryder brought to this banquet. Although this was a banquet, it's worth noting there was nothing but wine. Saber was still on guard against Archer and even Berserker, whose identity she still didn't know. Although Irisveal had claimed this morning that Berserker was a demon from the Bible, Saber didn't think much of it. Although she didn't deny Irisveal's claims, after all, she too had seen the appearance of a demon of decay and death in her confrontation with Berserker last night. So she wouldn't rule out the possibility that Berserker was indeed a demon. Saber looked hesitantly at the wine in the golden bottle but still took the cup handed to her. Berserker seemed fine even after drinking this wine, so it shouldn't be poisonous or anything like that. Wow, delicious. Ryder also took a small sip of the wine and immediately praised it with wide eyes, surprised by the flavor of this wine. This time, even Saber's curiosity was piqued. Originally, this wasn't a competition of manners, but a competition held with wine. A drinking battle. When the wine went down her throat, all Saber felt was a strong sensation of swelling in her head. It was indeed a fine wine she had never tasted before. Truly, it wasn't without reason that Berserker said those things after drinking this wine. Perhaps this lady of beer was the source of this delicious wine she had never tasted before. Fiery and clear, smooth and refreshing. The pungent fragrance filled her nose, and her entire body seemed to be floating. Saber had truly never experienced a wine like this before. On the other hand, Ryder didn't hold back and was completely honest. Fabulous. Definitely, this wine isn't produced by humans. Is this the drink of the gods? The lady of beer, that's what Beel was talking about, huh? I think I know who. She's the goddess of beer, Ninkasi. Looking at Ryder, who was praising it, Archer displayed a relaxed smile. Archer was already seated, swirling the cup in his hand with satisfaction. Berserker in front of him sighed as he observed Archer's attitude and continued drinking the wine he recognized from the fragments of his memory of Shuumatsu no Valkyrie. Ryder wasn't wrong, it really is the drink of the gods. Irisveal and Waver, as well as Saber, who is a heroic spirit, recognized the origin of the goddess's name. They quickly traced Archer's place of origin to the Middle East based on just a name. Probably, Archer is a servant from Mesopotamia. This significantly narrowed down Archer's true name and identity. Although it was still very difficult to discern his true identity due to the countless historical figures from that region. Of course. Be it wines or swords, only the finest are stored in my treasury. With this, it seems my degree as a king has already been decided. Stop with the jokes, Archer. Saber roared. The silence was broken by a tense and intimidating atmosphere. I'm fed up with hearing you boast about your wine collection. You're not like a king, but a clown. Berserker beside her blinked and looked at Saber. At the very least, he didn't understand Saber's words. Archer wasn't even boasting that much about his wine. What was Saber's problem? Oh, right. Fate/Zero was made for Saber to be bullied. Then Berserker remembered what the author of Fate/Zero said in the light novel at the end. Well, he's not the type to get involved in that, so he chose to stay silent. Archer scoffed while looking at Saber, who was all worked up. How rude. Someone who doesn't even know wine isn't fit to be a king. Enough. You two are so tiresome. Ryder smiled helplessly and signaled for Saber, who still wanted to say something, to be quiet. It seemed that even Ryder couldn't stand Saber's senseless outburst of anger, as he put an end to the argument before it even started. Ryder then turned and continued with the previous topic. Archer, this is the greatest of the wines you have, and it truly deserves to be held only in the most valuable of all cups, but unfortunately, the Holy Grail wasn't made to hold wine. Now let's have a test about the Holy Grail to determine if one of us is truly worthy of having it. First, you need to say why you want the Grail. Archer, as a king, try to convince us that you, and no one else, is the person worthy of winning the Grail. You're so annoying. In the first place, we're competing for the Holy Grail. I'm afraid your question is far from that premise, mongrel. Huh. Seeing Ryder raise his eyebrows in confusion and surprise, Archer sighed resignedly. It's something that should be in my possession to begin with. All the treasures of the world originate from my collection. However, as so much time has passed, it disappeared from my treasury. But I'm still its owner. So you're saying you've already had the Holy Grail? Do you know what it is? No. Archer flatly denied Ryder's question. It's not something you can understand. The total value of my wealth has exceeded even my own knowledge, but as long as it's a treasure, it obviously belongs to me. You should have more sense than to try stealing my treasure. Berserker ignored it all, as he knew that it was actually the throne of heroes that gave the treasures to Archer, and much of what he has, he never had in the first place. Besides, what Archer has are just the prototypes. If something doesn't have a prototype, he doesn't have it. This creates a paradox that Berserker doesn't want to waste time thinking about. It was better to stay silent and not argue with an arrogant idiot about these things. But now it was Saber who was left speechless. Your talk isn't much different from Castor's. It seems he's not the only deranged servant here. And Saber looked at Berserker, who remained silent. Incredibly, the servant who's supposed to be deranged seems the most lucid. Hey, what's with those words of yours? Unlike Saber, Ryder muttered as if supporting the situation. Unbeknownst to the others, Ryder had already grabbed the bottle again and poured it into his cup carelessly. Speaking of which, I think I know your true name now. There should only be one person even more arrogant than Alexander. Beel also gave me a hint that day at the warehouses. So I have no doubt it's you. Both Irisveal and Waver immediately focused on his words, but Ryder quickly changed the subject. So, Archer, you're saying we can obtain the Holy Grail if you agree to it. Of course, but I have no reason to reward rats like you. Can't you afford it? Of course not. I only reward my subjects and my people. Archer smirked mockingly at Ryder. Ryder, if you'd like to become my subject, I wouldn't mind giving you 1 or 2 cups. Oh, now that's truly impossible. Ryder scratched his jaw and seemed to feel that the opponent's conditions were truly unattainable, decisively turning his head. But Archer, you really don't care if you have the Grail or not, right? It's not like you're competing for the Grail because you're trying to fulfill some wish. Of course. But I can't let the guy who steals my treasure go unpunished. That's a matter of principle, Ryder. That's to say. Ryder emptied the wine from his cup. That's to say what? Could there be some cause and reason? It's the law. Archer answered immediately. The law I established as king. Ryder seemed to understand his words and sighed deeply. A king so perfect, capable of upholding the laws he himself established. Berserker internally scoffed. There was absolutely nothing perfect about Archer. Perhaps because he was considered real, he understood what a king was better than these 2 kings, but he wouldn't waste his time arguing about it with tyrants. Especially with this immature version of Archer. However, I still want the Holy Grail badly. My way is that if I want something, I'll take it by force. That's because I, Alexander, am the king of conquerors. Not necessarily. If you invade, I'll punish. There's no room for negotiations. Then we'll only meet on the battlefield. With a solemn face, Archer nodded at the same time as Ryder. But Archer, let's drink first and leave the matter of battle for later. Of course, unless you don't like the wine I brought very much. Nonsense, how can I resist not drinking such a delicious drink? At this moment, Saber no longer knew if Archer and Ryder were friends or enemies. She just sat to the side, watching the two. Berserker had also been silent, drinking the whole time. Perhaps he had the same thoughts as her. After a short while, she finally opened her mouth to Ryder. King of Conquerors, since you've already admitted that the Holy Grail is someone else's property, you're still going to take it by force. Berserker beside her sighed at Saber's foolish question. Ryder had just said he would take the Holy Grail by force because he is the King of Conquerors. He was starting to think Saber was missing a few neurons. No wonder her kingdom fell under her rule. Obviously. My belief is conquest, which is to take and invade. Even Ryder was confused by Saber's question, though he answered without caring much about her senseless question. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Saber continued asking. Then why do you want the Holy Grail? Unexpectedly, Ryder smiled shyly. He answered after taking a sip of wine. I want to be human. It was such an unexpected answer. Even Waver shouted and then yelled almost hysterically. Ow, you. Are you still planning to conquer this world, Wah? After forcing his master to calm down with a flick of his finger, Ryder shrugged. Idiot, how can I conquer the world in one lifetime? Conquest is my dream, and I can only entrust this first step to the Holy Grail. Mongrel, you're challenging me with such a foolish wish. Even Archer was left helpless by this, but Ryder became more serious and continued. Tell me, even when we appear in the current era due to magical energy, we're still servants in the end. We originally don't exist in this world, although it sounds a bit ridiculous. Are you really satisfied with this? I'm not satisfied. I want to reincarnate in this world and live as a human. Thinking about it, Waver originally thought that Ryder's stubbornness in refusing to exist in spiritual form and insisting on physical form was a strange habit of his. In fact, although servants can talk, dress, and even eat like humans, their true essences aren't far from ghosts. Why? Do you want a body so badly? Because that's the cornerstone of conquest. Alexander muttered while looking at his own clenched fist. Having a body, marching toward the ends of the earth, achieving my conquest, that's truly my way of kingship. But at this moment, I don't have a body. That won't do. Without a body, nothing can start anew. I'm not afraid of much. I just feel that I must have a body of flesh and blood. As if listening diligently to Ryder's words, Archer merely took a sip of wine in silence throughout this. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that he had a strange expression on his face at this moment, different from his usual ones. It might be an exaggeration to describe it as a smile, but compared to his usual mocking smile, this smile now had a particularly sinister gleam. I've decided. Ryder, besides this divine mongrel, I'll also kill you with my own hands. Ha ha ha, saying those things even now. You'd better be prepared early too. Leaving the Grail aside, I'm also planning to plunder your treasury. Letting the King of Conquerors taste such a delicious wine is truly inconsiderate of you. Ryder burst into hearty laughter. Berserker smiled and spoke calmly after thinking for a few seconds. Well, it won't be easy to conquer the modern world as a mere human. You must know that after reincarnating as a human, you won't have the power you have as a servant. It's impossible to conquer this world in that situation. The most you could achieve would be to become the president of a country and then start wars to conquer new territories. And depending on the political situation, the world's countries would turn against you and your government, and the internal situation of the country could become critical. Alexander, nowadays, a country can't sustain itself alone. Although there are some countries, the situation of the people in those countries is one of extreme poverty and almost irreparable. Waver and Irisveal were surprised by how much Berserker seemed to understand about modern world politics. Irisveal immediately associated this great understanding Berserker seemed to have about politics and how governments worked with the fact that he was a demon. Ryder, who heard Berserker's speech, didn't feel discouraged. On the contrary, he laughed heartily and strengthened his desire to conquer the world. Ha ha ha, even if it's impossible, Beel, I won't give up. Because I'm Alexander, the king of conquerors. Even if the world goes to war with me, I'll fight to the end against the entire world to conquer it. Berserker smiled and took a sip of wine, then spoke with confidence and conviction in his voice and words. Berserker knew that, even though Ryder was a tyrant, he valued his people. Knowing you, Ryder, I'm sure you'd be a good ruler in this era, and your country would be prosperous. Ryder laughed happily at Berserker's recognition. After the hearty laughter of Alexander the Great, of the Ryder class, ended a few seconds after it started, Ryder looked at Berserker with a smile on his face and spoke. Hey, Beel. What's your wish for the Holy Grail? You don't seem to have any nefarious desire that someone would expect from you being who you are. Waver, Irisveal, Saber, and Archer looked at Ryder and Berserker, surprised. Ryder seemed to know who Berserker was, which drew everyone's attention, even Archer's, who knew Berserker was a god thanks to his clairvoyance. It was a simple question, even for Berserker. Answering Ryder's question wasn't difficult. Although Ryder knew that Berserker didn't like to talk much about his matters deeply, stating the wish he has for fighting for the Holy Grail wasn't a big deal. I don't have a wish. But Berserker's answer was so direct it seemed like a lie. All the servants and masters present were caught off guard by Berserker's response. Ryder recovered immediately from his momentary stupor. There was no way someone like Berserker didn't have a wish for the Holy Grail. Ryder didn't believe Berserker's words. Knowing who Berserker was, his wish had to be similar to his own. Don't lie to me, Beel. A king like you also has the desire to conquer the world like me. Huh. Everyone looked at Ryder again when he also called Berserker a king. It was something unexpected for everyone present, and even Berserker himself looked confused at Ryder. Berserker's confusion also drew some attention from the others. Why was he, a king, also confused? Though Berserker himself wanted to know where Ryder got this idea of him being a king. I'm not a king, Alexander. Huh? What are you talking about? Have you forgotten your own legend? You're also a king, Beel. Even if you say you're not a king, it's written all over your legend. Berserker listened to Ryder, not understanding what he was talking about. Berserker knew he wasn't a king, or anything like that. No. Definitely not, I don't remember being a king or being called a king. No matter how much Berserker thought about it, he was certain that he, Beelzebub, was not a king in any way. Ryder looked incredulously at Berserker's confused expression. Did he really not consider himself a king? What humility for a being like him. Ryder admired him. Berserker was nothing like his legends. But Irisveal, who was beside him, suddenly remembered the demon mentioned in the Bible that she saw last night. After the events of last night, her mind was clouded, and she could barely remember the demonic form of Berserker that she glimpsed for a moment. But now that form came fully to her mind, clear as the light of a bright day. A scaly serpent's tail emerging from the ocean, his skin made of leather with bursting veins and spiky fur, his 8 legs, and on his back, a pair of bat wings. But the most striking part of the vision she had was, his head with red eyes that seemed to see everything. The head of a fly. Fly. There was a being in the Bible, a demon very famous for being associated with flies. Prince of demons, Beelzebub. Berserker looked at her, followed by Ryder, Archer, Saber, and Waver beside her. Ryder turned to Berserker with surprise. Beel, does someone else know your identity besides me? For those who'd like to support my work and get early access, I've created a Patreon where I'm posting advanced chapters. You only need to pay once to have access to all my content. If you're able and willing to subscribe, your support would mean a lot. Folded hands. Thank you so much to everyone following along on this journey. Dizzy. My Patreon, patreon.com/evil_god_slayer.